Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Kuroko no basket. With enough money I can crush them all. 1M Chapter 1 Ryunosuke Mito. What did you say your name was? I didn't scream. What the hell am I asking you? I didn't scream. FKU. Bang, Haizaki Shogo. The silver-haired boy fell to the ground after being slapped. He raised his head and looked at the young man with dyed yellow hair in front of him with an extremely gloomy expression. Today was really unlucky. I was just kicked out of the basketball team and now I was robbed on my way home from school. The main problem is that the person he is robbing is not only shorter than him, but also about the same age as him. I can't even win. So where do you study? The yellow-haired boy looked down at Haizaki Shogo with cold eyes and asked. Teiko Junior High, Haizaki Shogo replied with some confusion after hearing this. Why has this guy been acting so abnormal since he heard my name? It seems to be the same name as the school I'm enrolled in. Wait, Chi Shogo, Teiko School, the world of Kuroko. The yellow-haired young man suddenly clapped his hands and suddenly realized. What the hell? The world of black basketball, is this guy crazy? Wrong. Is he also from Teiko School? How come I've never seen this person before? Haizaki Shogo looked at the boy in front of him with a surprised expression. Since we're schoolmates, I won't hit you, however, if you still don't have money tomorrow, hee. The yellow-haired boy showed a cruel smile, and then the smile disappeared. I'll break your legs. After saying that, he turned and left. Whack. Hiss, but this B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* stammered as he watched the other person leave. Kinsen Izakaya. A yellow-haired man with earrings was sitting in an empty bar, drinking alone. No wonder, I was wondering why I've encountered so many Chunibyo idiots since I was a kid. Turns out this is the world of anime. The yellow-haired boy is called Midorioske, and he was once a cowherd in the Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, on a dark and windy night, after cutting his toenails at home, he smelled his fingers and fainted. When he woke up again, he saw a woman, and there is myself drinking human milk. Advertisement at this moment, he is happy, because you can do it again. But the man not far away said one sentence, which completely shattered his happiness. Mariko, I've made up my mind, let's call him Ryosuke. Midorioske. Our baby has a name, Ryosuke. Ryosuke. My last name is Huang. I'm a descendant of the dragon. But he was still young and could only make whimpering sounds. Yangji, our baby also likes this name, ha ha ha, of course, I'm a genius. Seeing this, the two of them laughed happily. So, Midorioske, who was still a baby, had no choice but to accept his name, the Sakura country. But he had already made up his mind that when the time comes, he would not only change his name, but also check the current era. Then after he grows up, he returns to Dragon Country to continue working as a slave, using his past life experience to see if he can make a name for himself. What makes Midorioske happy is, Mito is not an ordinary surname in Sakura Country, but a very noble surname. His parents are not only powerful, but also very rich and own a very large consortium. Midorioske had once planned to just live out his days as a rich second-generation man in Sakura Country. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. When he was 3 years old, his parents had an accident. Other chaebol set their sights on his family's property. Over the past 5 years, after being eroded bit by bit, our Midorioske was left with only an izakaya and a small villa. Fortunately, there is always a way out. The system has arrived. But when Midorioske understood his system, he felt a little depressed. Because this system of mine is called the troublemaking system. As the name suggests, you can become stronger by causing trouble and fighting. But as a dragon countryman in his previous life, he looked down on the bikers and bad boys of the Sakura country. Then, he first dyed his hair yellow, and then used the last of his assets to build a motorcycle with flickering lights. In his own words, instead of being a shamat, it is better to transform into a ghost fireboy to fight against the bad boys in the Sakura country. Since this is an anime world, then, Midorioske lit a cigarette and forced a smile on his face as he listened to the system reward being credited to his account. Ding! Rewards received. Physical strength plus 1%, driving skills plus 1%, cooking skills plus 1%. Hearing this, Midorioske's smile disappeared, and he opened his own panel. Host. Midorioske. Age, 13. Height, 170. Weight, 65 kilograms. Physical strength. Unmatched, 80%. Skills. Sixth sense, top, perfect driving skills, chef-level cooking skills. Advertisement, the trouble system is ongoing. Looking at his panel, Midorioske flicked the ash from his cigarette. Forget it. Now that we know what kind of world it is, let's go to school and take a look tomorrow. After muttering this, he stood up, walked to the door and pulled down the gate. Then I went to the second floor, found the school uniform I received last year from the closet and put it on the stool. As for the villa? Of course it's rented out. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The entrance to Teiko Junior High School. Which shift am I in? Midorioske was wearing his school uniform and staring at the name of his school. Last year, I came to collect my clothes, and then asked the chairman for a long vacation. Since the chairman was his uncle, everything went smoothly. After all, the chairman was one of the relatives who stole the inheritance, so he felt a little guilty towards Midorioske. It's you. Just when Midorioske was struggling, a heavenly sound rang out. He quickly turned around and looked at the familiar face with a lewd smile. Hey, isn't this Haizaki classmate? Are you really from our school? Haizaki Shogo looked at Midorioske's obscene smile, his body trembled in surprise. You are talking nonsense, didn't I tell you yesterday? Midorioske put his arm around the other's neck, a faint smile on his face. What are you doing? This is a school, besides, I'm out of money. Look at you, it's not time yet. Don't worry, I'll ask you a question. If you answer it correctly, I won't ask you for money. You say. Haizaki Shogo struggled for a while, and when he realized he couldn't pry the other person's arms open, he sighed. Which class am I in? Class, this is Midorioske. Mito hadn't been to school for a year due to some special reasons. Mito-san, there are a few empty seats, please pick one. After the teacher finished the introduction, he stopped talking and looked at Midorioske with a smile. Is he really our classmate? But he's wearing earrings, is he a delinquent? Shish. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear, but he's very handsome. Midorioske ignored the noisy voices below and walked straight to the last position in the middle. For him, if he wasn't curious and wanted to see the protagonists of this world, he wouldn't bother with these little brats. The ages in this book are just code names, everyone is 18 or older. Chapter 2 Satsuki Momoi. Okay, let's start the class now. When the teacher on the stage saw Midorioske fall asleep as soon as he sat down on his seat, the corners of his mouth twitched and he took a deep breath. But when he thought that the other party was a relative of the chairman, he became indifferent. Anyway, there are many people who just put their names on the school to get a diploma. As for the final exam, teachers don't care about these people with connections. After a while, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Midorioske drowsily raised his head and stretched, then stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom. Sorry, just as he reached the door, he felt a bump on his back and heard a female voice. Wait a minute, what's your name? Midorioske turned around with a fierce expression, but when he saw that the other person was a girl with pink hair, he abruptly changed his tone. I didn't. The pink-haired girl saw the other person's impatient expression before she finished speaking. She swallowed and bowed again. Mito-kun, I'm sorry, I asked you what your name was. Midorioske impatiently stretched out his hands to press the other person's arms, and with a force he straightened the girl's body. This action caused the girl's two white rabbits to shake twice. Momoi. Satsuki. The girl looked at the other person and quickly took a step back, covering her chest with her hands, her voice trembling. There was no way. The momentum that the boy in front of me had just unleashed was too terrifying. And his eyes are still fixed on his little white rabbit. Ahem. I've heard a lot about you. After Midorioske realized what was happening, he looked away awkwardly and pretended to cough twice. Mito-san knows me. Satsuki Momoi was a little surprised. How could he know her? Did he like basketball too? He must also like basketball, right? In that case, it wouldn't be surprising that he knew me, the basketball manager. I've heard of it. If you're alright, I'll go to the bathroom. Midorioske finished speaking and turned to leave. Only Satsuki was left in a daze. The second year of junior high school seems to be the time when miracles begin to blossom. So, that Akashi's family is quite wealthy. In the bathroom, Midorioske muttered as he washed his hands. He didn't notice that several classmates beside him had already finished peeing but didn't dare to leave. Ding-ling-ling. After class, Midorioske threw away his cigarette butt in the toilet and slowly walked towards the basketball club. Although he doesn't know the way, he has a mouth. Advertisement. After a while, he arrived at the door of the basketball club. Bang. The sound of dunks resounded throughout the stadium. Is this the Aomine Daiki of the anime world? Fortunately, he is not as handsome as me. Midorioske looked at the boy with blue hair and dark skin, and shook his bangs narcissistically. Who is he? After landing the slam dunk, Aomine Daiki glanced at Midorioske standing at the door and asked in confusion. Hearing this, the eyes of the rest of the people in the room also fell on the young man with earrings at the door. Bad boy. This is the thought of all the players on the field. Mito-kun. Satsuki Momoi heard Aomine Daiki's voice, turned around, and was a little surprised to see the person coming. Hi, Midorioske smiled upon hearing this and raised his left hand in greeting. Satsuki, do you know him? Akashi Seijiro asked with a frown, while giving off an extremely cold aura. Although he is not completely evil now, he hates people who use violence casually. He is my classmate, but due to family reasons, he hasn't been to school for a year and just arrived today. Satsuki Momoi Jia Shi Dao Ideographic period. I saw him today. He was hugging Weichi at the door. So, he's really a bad boy. Then what is he doing here? To stand up for Weichi? Is this the training ground of Sakura Country? It's definitely better than the open-air stadium in Dragon Country. Midorioske ignored the noisy crowd and walked slowly towards Satsuki Momoi and others, observing the surrounding environment and muttering. Mito-san, are you here to see me? Satsuki Momoi felt Akashi Seijiro's piercing aura and quickly ran forward to ask. No, I just came to take a look. Midorioske Imidanado. Even though I'm not a basketball fan, I have watched Kuroko's basketball in my previous life. Although not much. Satsuki, even though he's in your class, not just anyone can come in here. Akashi Seijiro looked at Midorioske indifferently and said indifferently. What the hell did you say? Midorioske tilted his head when he heard that, staring coldly at the red-haired boy. Mito-kun. Satsuki Momoe's pupils widened instantly before she could finish her words. Because, at this moment, Midorioske disappeared from his sight. FKU. Advertisement. Hearing this voice, Satsuki Momoe quickly turned around with an expression of great surprise. Everyone in the stadium was also surprised. Their eyes were all on the fallen Akashi Seijiro and the yellow-haired boy who was twisting his neck twice. So fast. What happened? When he wakes up, tell him that next time he barks like a dog, I'll beat him up every time I see him. Midorioske looked at Akashi Seijiro, who was lying unconscious on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, and snorted coldly. After saying that, he turned and left. See you tomorrow. As he passed by Satsuki, he said in a calm tone, etc. Don't go. You beat someone up and you still want to leave? At this time, everyone reacted and spoke. What's up? Midorioske turned around, stared at everyone and asked coldly. Just this one glance made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into an abyss, and a huge fear arose in their hearts. Even Aomine Daiki and Huanlai Ryota who were about to take action. Even Atsushi Murasakibara narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. They were also being patient. After all, the matter of Haizaki Shogo made them not want to fight at school. What's more, there are less than 2 months left in the summer all Daxia League. They don't want any accidents. Don't bother calling me, if you have nothing to do. Seeing no one answer, Midorioske glared at the other players and walked out the door. Call. This person is very dangerous, it's best not to meet him again. Stop talking and call an ambulance, I'm going to tell the teacher. After Midorioske left, everyone in the basketball club breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to Akashi Seijiro to check his injuries. Faced with the yellow-haired man just now, they didn't even have the courage to resist. Satsuki, is the guy who beat up Akashi really from our class? Why haven't we seen him before? Aomine Daiki asked as she walked home side by side with Satsuki Momoe after school. Ada, I don't know either, I just got here today. Satsuki Momoe thought about how she had bumped into someone today and felt scared. Midorioske me. Aomine Daiki didn't ask any more questions, but just murmured the name. Because today I was really scared by the opponent's speed. Even I couldn't see it clearly. Chapter 3. Has he always been so brave? After school. Why is it you again? Shogo Haizaki looked at the will-o'-the-wisp boy who was blocking his way, his tone full of despair. Yes, he is going to be bullied by Midorioske again. Hey, Haizaki-san, we are quite compatible. Midorioske excitedly twisted the accelerator twice, and the motorcycle also made a low humming sound. I don't want this fate. Transfer school. You must transfer school tomorrow. Even the emperor can't stop me. Didn't I already help you find your class? Haizaki Shogo said with a sad face and an expression of despair. There's no way. This arrogant young man in front of me is such a B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** He even decided that he would rather take a detour than take this route again. Why are you panicking? I'm not going to hit you. Real. Weichi Shogo was skeptical. Of course, you just have to give me the money. Quote. The next day, there was a light breeze. Shogo Weichi covered his rumbling stomach and walked weakly on the way to school. There's nothing I can do. All the money for last night's dinner and breakfast is gone. If he wasn't going to transfer schools today, he would never come again. Junior high school. Look, he's the delinquent who beat up Akashi. Be quiet, he might hear it soon. Quote. Midorioske glanced sleepily at the people whispering at the classroom door, yawned, and closed his eyes again. And Satsuki Momoi would look at him from time to time. Ding ling ling, when the bell rang, Midorima Shintaro went to the restroom. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he frowned. A smell that made him uncomfortable also came with it. Students are not allowed to smoke. Midorima Shintaro raised his glasses and stared at the boy in front of him who was playing the game console and smoking a cigarette and said lightly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Midorioske raised his eyes and glanced at the green-haired man at the door with an unhappy look on his face. Because of what happened yesterday, he didn't want to pay attention to these protagonists. I will tell the teacher and ask for punishment. Midorima Shintaro spoke calmly. Hearing this, Midorioske put away his game console and walked towards the other party with a cold look in his eyes. A moment. Midorima Shintaro's entire body tensed up, and he thought to himself that he had been careless. Now the other party gave him the feeling of a devil that had just awakened, a devil that was in urgent need of flesh and blood. Advertisement, green boy. Are you here to use the restroom too? Just as Midorima Shintaro was sweating and about to turn around and leave, Atsushi Murasakibara's voice came from behind him. Oh, you are the bad student who beat Chizai yesterday. Atsushi Murasakibara pointed at Midorioske angrily. None of your business. Atsushi Murasakibara was stunned, then stepped forward and said, crush you. Come on, let me crush you. Midorioske hooked his finger at him. Murasakibara, don't be impulsive. Midorima Shintaro stepped forward and quickly blocked Atsushi Murasakibara. Are you here to stop me? Midorioske looked at the two of them in confusion. If they wanted to hit me, why didn't they do it yesterday when so many people were there? We're a basketball team. Midorima Shintaro felt his back, which was already wet with sweat, adjusted his glasses and breathed a sigh of relief. So what? If you can play, come back after school and beat us on the court yesterday. Midorima Shintaro said this, then turned around and pulled Atsushi Murasakibara away. He was afraid that if he continued to stay here, the other party might do something out of the ordinary. Although I seem to have forgotten something. Green boy, why did you ask him to play ball? After Atsushi Murasakibara finished speaking, he tore open the potato chip package with a squeak sound, reached out and grabbed the chips and started eating. Today is not a good day for a fight. Green boy, wait for me. Seeing Midorima Shintaro leave, Atsushi Murasakibara hurriedly followed. Strange, aren't these two here to use the restroom? Or do they know I'm here and simply want to challenge me to a fight? Midorioske scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Forgot about the bet. As for winning or losing, Midorioske wasn't worried. Although he wasn't a god-level figure in his previous life, he had played in some competitions. Although it is just the freshman cup for junior high and high school. But now with this body strengthened by the system, he also wants to try and see how big the gap is between him and the protagonists of this era. After all, it seems like I never lose a fight. As for playing basketball, no big deal. If I lose, I just deny it. The school bell always sounds so sweet. Snap, snap, snap. The iron door of the basketball hall was slammed loudly. Everyone felt unhappy and turned around to see Midorioske with his hands in his pockets, walking step by step towards Midorima Shintaro, who was practicing shooting. The others also stopped their training and looked at him. A-hole. How dare you come? We can't let him off this time. Yes, teach him a lesson. Advertisement, Mito-san, what do you want to do this time? Satsuki Momoi was not in a good mood at this time, because Akashi Seijiro came to training with half of his face swollen today. Play ball. Midorioske had already walked in front of Midorima Shintaro and said expressionlessly. How do you want to fight? Midorima Shintaro also said expressionlessly. Etc. Upon hearing this, Midorioske grabbed the basketball from the iron hoop in front of him with one hand and dribbled it a few times. Then he dribbled the ball back 5 steps, took 3 steps forward, and finally back 5 steps again, then raised the ball and made a shooting motion. It looked like the basketball was easily moved into the iron hoop 7 steps away, which contained a small half basketball. I thought to myself, shooting is okay, I can shoot it, dribbling is okay, I can dribble the ball. Everyone. Okay. You guys tell me the rules. Midorioske twisted his neck, making a click sound, and said expressionlessly. 5 balls, in a row. Midorima Shintaro dan dan dao. Okay, who's coming? Crack, crack, crack. Midorioske asked after simply moving his body joints. If he can't handle me anymore, who else can he ask? Haha. Has he always been so brave? Come on, this joke isn't funny. After hearing this, everyone became even more unhappy. I'll do it. When the others heard the voice, they looked at the person who spoke in disbelief. As well as, his cheek was swollen. What, you want to get back at me? Midorioske raised his eyebrows and stared at Akashi Seijiro and asked. Of course he knew who this red-haired guy was. In basketball anime, there are only 2 famous red-haired characters among the protagonists, one of whom is Sakuragi Hanamichi. The other one is the kid in front of him who was beaten by him. I'll give you 4 balls. If you lose, don't show up in front of me again. Akashi Seijiro picked up a basketball and said coldly. No, I have a more interesting suggestion. Midorioske looked at the red-haired man who was a head shorter than him with a provocative look. Explain. You don't have to give up the ball. Come one by one and bet the price of a pack of cigarettes. But before he could finish his words, Akashi Seijiro interrupted him. We don't gamble, and you can't smoke if you're under 20. That's no fun. If there's no benefit in winning, I won't play. Midorioske spread out his hands and said reluctantly. It's not that he looks down on the other person, nor is it that he has confidence in himself. But it's a prize. If you win, I'll give you cigarettes for a month. Akashi Seijiro took a deep breath and suppressed his temper that was about to explode. Chapter 4. One-on-one? Who else? Okay. Midorioske said indifferently. You serve the ball, or you won't have a chance to touch it. Akashi Seijiro casually threw the ball to Midorioske with a nonchalant expression. You have money, you have the final say. Midorioske took the ball, patted it twice, then grabbed the ball with one hand and smiled. The duel begins. Do you know what the greatest advantage of the strong over the weak is? Midorioske grabbed the ball and didn't shoot, but asked the other party a question out of the blue. When these words were spoken, everyone showed a look of disbelief. Not buddy. You're in a one-on-one fight. Besides, do you, a bad boy, really think you can beat Akashi? Akashi Seijiro said nothing, but took a defensive stance. I am coming. Midorioske sneered, exerted force on his wrist, and with a bang, the ball bounced up quickly. For a moment, everyone's pupils dilated and their faces were filled with disbelief. Because, the next second, the sound of a basketball hitting the ground was heard under the basket, and Midorioske made a 3-step layup. The ball goes in. Hiss. When everyone came to their senses, Akashi Seijiro had already fallen to the side. What just happened? Akashi, are you okay? Akashi. Everyone came forward, only to see Akashi Seijiro slowly sit up, rubbing his aching left shoulder with his right hand and saying, "It's okay." Just now his eyes blurred and the other person's figure disappeared. He could only take a step to the left based on his intuition, but the next second, Akashi felt as if his shoulder was hit by a truck and he fell to the ground. "That's it." Midorioske picked up the basketball on the ground, walked slowly to Akashi, and said condescendingly. "That's right." When Midorioske saw this skinny dwarf, he was reminded of watching LeBron James in the NBA in his previous life. Does a strong person need skills to defeat a weak person? No need, just break through and make a layup. If he had never dunked before and was afraid of something going wrong, he would have tried it a long time ago. Ah, how come? He's so fast. Are all the bad boys nowadays so powerful? Everyone was also surprised. If you're not dead, continue? Midorioske impatiently slapped the basketball and looked at Akashi, who was sitting on the ground with disdain. Really? Advertisement, stop dawdling and get to work sooner rather than later. Hearing this, Akashi Seijiro slowly stood up and walked in front of Midorioske, but he did not speak. How could I lose to such a person? Impossible, this must never happen. We have to win, no matter what happens. Victory is everything in this world. Winners will be affirmed, and losers will only be denied. There's no way I can lose. Strange, is this still the gentle Akashi Seijiro we know? What happened to Akashi? Everyone can clearly feel the changes in Akashi. Bang, 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 bang. If it doesn't work, try the next one. Midorioske hit the ball faster and faster, slowly turning into a red afterimage. The sound of the ball seemed to be telling everyone present that he was feeling impatient. This person is very strong. Aomine Daiki didn't pay attention to Akashi's changes, but stared at Midorioske with her eyes and said excitedly. Come on, next time, you won't be able to score a single goal. When Akashi looked up again, his eyes had changed. The atmosphere of indifference became stronger. Impossible. How is it possible that Akashi didn't get a single point? What kind of monster are you? Kai's Ryota looked at the boy on the field with the same hair color as his in disbelief and muttered. Aomine Daiki's face was filled with excitement. Ada, Mito is so strong. Satsuki Momoi also looked incredulous and said, such a strong person is actually a problem student. Kuroko Tetsuya had the same expression, he also didn't believe Akashi would lose. Atsushi Murasakibara squinted his eyes, wondering what was going on in his mind. His strength and speed are perfect, but he only knows how to do a three-step layup. Midorima Shintaro also looked at the figure holding the ball and muttered. The problem is that the opponent only used this one move, and Akashi still lost. Who else? As if feeling the gaze, Midorioske turned his head slightly, looked at Midorima Shintaro and spoke softly. Mito, right? I'll take the next one. Do you want to take a break? Aomine Daiki said impatiently with burning eyes. Okay, wait a minute, I'll get the hang of it. When Midorioske saw that it was Aomine Daiki who spoke, he also put away the underestimation he had felt after the third goal. After all, the other party shouldn't be as paper-made as that red-haired guy. So he closed his eyes and recalled the slam dunks of the players he had seen in his previous life. After a few seconds, Midorioske opened his eyes and took a few steps back. Sudden, advertisement I saw him exert force with his feet, and his whole body dribbled towards the basket quickly like an arrow. Bang! As he ran to the free throw line, he suddenly jumped up. Then, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Midorioske screamed, FKU. And fell headfirst onto the backboard. Bang! The backboard cracked. Then, everyone saw half of the broken backboard and Midorioske falling to the ground. Before they could react, there were two bangs, and one of them hit the ground with a board. Upon seeing this, Satsuki Momoi quickly covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to look anymore. What a terrifying leaping ability. Did he jump from the free throw line? If I saw it right, his upper body hit the backboard, right? Are you sure he jumped from the free throw line? Are you sure this is a junior high school student and not possessed by a monster? Shouldn't we go check on that classmate first? I think something must have happened to him. The backboard was smashed. Yeah, he's not moving. Is he dead? Call an ambulance. Everyone who reacted rushed forward. Although they were very unhappy with each other, they were classmates after all. I'm definitely not worried about people dying in the basketball club. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. At this moment, Midorioske stood up with a somersault, rubbed his body quickly and breathed in the cool air. This is perverted. What terrifying physical strength. It's a good thing he's not a basketball player, and it's also a good thing he's from our school. I don't know why, but I'm beginning to feel lucky that he's a delinquent. Everyone swallowed and said. At this time, only 6 people present did not speak. Akashi Seijiro had a gloomy look on his face. Kai's Ryota. Monster. Midorima Shintaro. You must never have physical contact with him. Z Yuanden was eating potato chips that came from nowhere. Aomine Daiki. Can he still fight? Kuroko Tetsuya. This person is amazing. FK. 36 stratagems. Midorioske looked at the classmates around him, then looked at the half-broken backboard on the ground, and rushed to the door with smoke coming out of his feet. Mito. Wait. Seeing this, Aomine Daiki quickly stopped him. I haven't fought with you yet. Midorioske quickened his pace upon hearing this. At this moment, the surrounding players were frightened by the aura emitted by Aomine Daiki. Because this guy actually went wild and chased that bad student. And I can't even catch up. Chapter 5 Mito-san, please do me a favor. Young Master Duo. 35,000, about 1,600 Huxia yuan. What's the cheapest? 13,000, about 600 Dragon Country currency. Okay, I'll come back in a couple of days. After a while, Midorioske walked out of the sporting goods store dejectedly. He looked up at the blue sky and sighed. Damn it, the business is not even halfway done. In the sun, only a desolate figure was left behind. Night falls. Midorioske walked slowly on the street with a wounded heart. I get a headache just thinking about whether the teacher will ask me to compensate for the other person's basketball hoop tomorrow. So he hid in the grass on the baseball field and lit a cigarette. Only over 6,000 left. Midorioske muttered as he looked at all the change he had taken out of his pocket. At this moment, the sound of a basketball was heard. He looked up suddenly and saw the angelic figure. So, he quickly put out his cigarette, rushed towards the figure shooting, and shouted. Oni-chan. The figure shuddered when he heard the familiar voice, then ignored the basketball and ran out of the court. Pity. How could he possibly outrun Midorioske? In less than 10 seconds, he was grabbed by the back of the neck and pushed back to the court. Little Gray, why are you running? That's right, this person is Shogo Heichi. Brother, I didn't recognize it was you. I thought there was a ghost. At this moment, he looked at Midoriosuke's smile, which was cuter than the devil, and swallowed his saliva. Oh, I didn't expect that a grown man like you would be afraid of ghosts. Hearing this, Midorioske let go of his hand and said with disdain. How can ghosts be as scary as you? I'm afraid of you, brother. Although Heichi Shogo thought so, he dared not say it out loud. He could only force out a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes. Okay, how much money do you have? How about this, give it all to me, and I'll consider it as a loan from you. Midorioske waved his hand impatiently. I just had a bowl of ramen, and now I only have a little over 300 yuan left. Heichi Shogo whispered, secretly cursing himself for not eating 2 bowls just now. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Xiao Wei, but you should learn to be frugal. Right, sometimes, steamed buns can also fill you up. Midorioske said earnestly while searching the other person's pockets. FK your thriftiness. Advertisement. If it weren't for you, a devil, I would have added eggs to my ramen before. No, why do I keep running into this plague god wherever I go? Yes, I will definitely only eat steamed buns next time. This young man is teachable. Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Midorioske nodded with satisfaction. Then it's all right, I'll just go back. When Heichi Shogo saw that the other party had taken away all her money, she looked like she had lost her virginity. Etc. Anything else? Take off your shoes, oh, and your socks. Quote question mark. Quote. Boss, give me some ramen. Inside a ramen restaurant, Midorioske picked up a marinated piece of money with 2 fingers and handed it to the owner. After a while, that's enough, you can sleep well tonight. Is this what it feels like to meet a noble person? I really hope to see him tomorrow. He ate the ramen with satisfaction and began to look forward to the future. At the same time, Shogo, who was on his way home, suddenly sneezed. Summer, I have a cold. In this way, a month of ordinary days passed. These days, Midorioske discovered that the school did not ask him for compensation. And even Satsuki Momoi was not seen in class. One day I asked and found out that the summer cup was about to begin and everyone in the basketball club was training overtime. I remember their coach was going to die during this period. Is it because of the butterflies? Or am I remembering it wrong? Midorioske, who had slept for half a day, turned his pen boredly and muttered. He has no friends here. Maybe it's because of his inner maturity that he doesn't want to play with children. And those bad youths didn't want to play with him. After all, he is still a minor. I smoke, drink, and perm my hair, which is something most people of my age can't handle. Days passed by, and in these few months, Midorioske was promoted to the 3rd grade of junior high school. The daily routine is also very simple. Apart from attending classes, I look for, pray, after class. The days passed in such a simple and unpretentious way. Unfortunately, that angelic figure never appeared again. Advertisement. He almost called the police and reported the other person missing. It is worth mentioning that the basketball club seems to have undergone earth-shaking changes. But for Midorioske, it's none of my business. I have traveled through time and space and still haven't solved the problem of food and clothing. How can I have the mood to care about other people's troubles? Today, as usual, Midorioske stood up from his desk and stretched. Mito-san, could you please do me a favor? Satsuki Momoi's sweet voice rang in his ears. Midorioske couldn't help but close his mouth and shout too. I'm sure some readers are trying it. As soon as the voice came out, he immediately thought to himself that something was wrong. After turning around, I saw Satsuki Momoi's disgusted expression. Perhaps in his previous life, Midorioske liked this expression. But now, he only felt that a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house had appeared under his feet. Are you sick? Why are you blowing in my ear all of a sudden? Don't you know that men's ears are very sensitive? What should I do if I feel embarrassed? Of course, let's pass on the blame first. Sorry. Seeing that the other party had no mercy on her and even looked like he wanted to kill her, Satsuki Momoi could only use the old method. Bow and apologize. If you have something to say it. If not, I'm going to take a shit. Seeing the other party say such vulgar words, Satsuki Momoi sighed inwardly, but still asked the other party, Mito-san, can you please do me a favor? Can't. Mito, just help Satsuki. At this time, the boy with a crew cut sitting in the front turned around and tried to persuade them. Why don't you help? Satsuki, what can I do for you? I'll help you. Upon seeing this, the boy immediately flattered Satsuki. Nonsense, she is my goddess. If I hadn't asked you first, huh? Mr. Fengjun, this favor, only Mito can help. Seeing this, Satsuki apologized to the man with the crew cut. What can only he do? What can he do? The man with the crew cut said disdainfully that in the past 6 months, this guy has been doing nothing but sleeping. He comes later than anyone else and leaves earlier than anyone else. Fight with Ada and wake him up. Satsuki said seriously. Oh, for such trivial matters, Mito, you come. Upon hearing this, the man with a crew cut turned his head and stopped talking. Are you kidding? That's Aomine Daiki, how could a mere idiot like her handle it? But as for Mito, I should be able to defeat him. After all, he is a bad boy. He misunderstood and thought that Satsuki asked Mito to fight Aomine. Of course, he's not the only one with wrong ideas, there's also Midorioske. Chapter 6 Tragedy of Aomine Daiki. Aren't you his childhood sweetheart? Midorioske widened his eyes in surprise. Yes, that's why I want to ask you, Mito-kun, to wake him up since we were kids together. Because I don't want Ada to continue like this. Satsuki asked sincerely. Midorioske, listen, is this human language? What does it mean that you have been playing with him since childhood and now you want to find someone to beat him up? As the old saying goes, the mouth of a bamboo snake and the sting of a wasp are both non-venomous. Midorioske looked shocked. The guy with a crew cut also looked at Satsuki Momoi in shock. Is it too late for me to find another goddess now? But seeing Satsuki's pitiful look, the buzz cut guy softened his heart. Mito, just help Satsuki. At most, I'll treat you to a meal. Mito-kun, if you help me, I'll treat you to a meal for a month. Satsuki Momoi saw the sudden flash of surprise on Midoriosuke's face and quickly spoke. Go, tell me where Aomine is. Is breaking one leg enough? Of course, if you add another month, I can break his other leg too. But, let me make this clear, you are the mastermind, so if you get caught you will be responsible for paying the compensation. Midorioske's eyes brightened when he heard this. He quickly stood up, took Satsuki's hand and ran out, speaking as he ran. He couldn't believe how much money he could save on food in a month. Opening parenthesis. Pay. What to compensate? Why did Mito break Ada's legs? Satsuki was about to speak when she found that her hand had been held by the other party. A blush immediately appeared on her face and her mind went blank. At the same time, Aomine, who was still sleeping on the rooftop, suddenly shuddered. Is it that cold? I guess we can't sleep here. Aomine Daiki muttered this, then stood up and walked towards the stairs. Just as I reached the door, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out. Bang! Aomine Daiki flew backwards several meters at that moment. Just before he fell unconscious, he used all his strength to say one sentence. What brand of truck can drive onto the rooftop? ... Mito-san, is Dada okay? Shish, I'm taking your pulse, don't talk. There's an old saying in Longguo. Those who know the times, know, it's Huxia medicine that emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Satsuki Momoi shut up immediately after hearing that, but her eyes were still fixed on the slender fingers of Midorioske on Aomine's wrist. Advertisement. From time to time, he would look at the other person's expression that occasionally showed constipation, as well as the other hand that touched Aomine's breath from time to time. 15 minutes later, if I'm not mistaken, he just fainted. Midorioske nodded seriously, then slowly stood up. Then when will Ada wake up? Mito-san, where are you going? Momoi looked at Aomine Daiki for a few seconds, then turned and asked. That Satsuki classmate, there's a saying in Dragon Country, there are 3 urgent things. Midorioske, who was standing at the door with his back bent and on tiptoe, straightened up immediately after hearing this, turned around and smiled awkwardly. He had already realized that it was a misunderstanding, and in order to avoid paying compensation, he had no choice but to use that trick again. Who am I? Where am I? At this moment, Aomine's weak voice was heard. Satsuki Momoi and Midorioske were delighted and said in unison. Ha, not dead. Ada, wake up. Satsuki Momoi. Aomine Daiki. Ding ling ling. The school bell rang. No fight. Ryosuke-kun, how about 3 months of meals? I'll cook them for you myself. Satsuki Momoi by Tuo Dao. Yeah, seeing this, Aomine Daiki broke out in a cold sweat, but in order to fight the opponent, he also gave it his all. Otherwise, I would completely lose interest in basketball. Really? 3 months? Morning, noon, and night? Midorioske slowly moved his face closer to Satsuki, his tone questioning. I guess I was so impressed by the other party's conditions that I forgot something important. But, who cares? Eating is the most important thing in the world. If you don't make money when you have it, you're a B********. Moreover, the rice cooked by a beautiful woman must be soft and very suitable for her stomach. Make a deal. Satsuki Momoi happily stretched out her hand when she heard that, but then she thought of something and became shy again. Wait, she's got her benefits, what about yours? Midorioske ignored Satsuki and stared closely at Aomine Daiki and asked. Aomine Daiki's face was full of question marks. You have to give me $1,000 if I win a game. Midorioske held up a finger and said seriously. Advertisement, okay, as long as you can win, Aomine Daiki said confidently. Now that the bet was finalized, the three of them quickly arrived at the basketball club. Due to Akashi Seijiro's changes and Shirogane Kozo's illness, only Midorima Shintaro and some second and third tier players were practicing on the field at this time. So, they were surprised to see Aomine Daiki suddenly appear. What's even more surprising is the yellow-haired guy behind Shingui. Half a year ago, the bad boy who beat their captain into autism. To them, the boy in front of them was the reason why the originally gentle captain became what he is now. So everyone's eyes changed from surprise to anger. Mito, let's warm up first and hit a few balls. Aomine Daiki took off her coat and started warming up. Let's play 10 first. No, let's play 5 first to test the waters. Midorioske stretched out both hands, then immediately retracted one hand and said seriously. During this period of time, he had only saved a few thousand yuan, although he had not mentioned that he would pay even if he lost a game. But what if? Are these thousands of dollars money? No, it's Midorioske's life. If you don't develop a good habit of saving money, how can you return to Dragon Country when you grow up? The most important thing is that I can't find my angel, otherwise I could have scored 2 more goals. What? That delinquent boy wants to challenge Aomine in a one-on-one duel. How dare he? Who do you think will win? Isn't that nonsense? It must be Aomine. But the captain lost to him. The team depends on the captain, and the one-on-one battle depends on Aomine. The crowd clamored, and even Midorima Shintaro stepped forward and whispered, Virgo is number 1 today. I wonder what Mito-san's sign is. Ryosuke-kun, aren't you going to warm up? Satsuki Momoi said excitedly, and it was obvious that she wanted Mito to win this time. Midorioske said, oh, and moved his head left and right, making a clicking sound. He twisted his joints again, then stretched his arms. I'm fine. What the hell is this called warming up? This sentence made everyone stunned. Aomine, are you okay? FK harder and get out of here soon. Midorioske ignored the others and urged Aomine Daiki. Chapter 7 Mito Truck. The game begins. Are you sure? Midorioske looked at the basketball he had just received and said with some surprise. Bring it on. Aomine Daiki put away her smile and opened her arms in a defensive gesture. Here I come. Midorioske said, and slammed the basketball he was holding onto the ground. After a bang sound, Aomine Daiki's pupils shrank because the person in front of him disappeared. Bang. The next sound was heard before Aomine Daiki had time to turn her head. However, in his sight, Midorioske had already made a 3-step layup. Swish. Goal. 1000. Midorioske caught the falling basketball, turned around and raised a finger in Satsuki's direction and smiled. The meaning is obvious. Help me keep track of the scores. Holy crap. This guy's even faster. How did he do that? I know his weakness. What weakness? That's all he knows. But Aomine couldn't even defend against this move of his. One trick, one trick, one trick, one trick all? Midorioske, you are so strong. Aomine Daiki came back to his senses. He didn't expect that there was actually someone who could suppress him in speed on the court. Funny, ha 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 ha, so funny. At this time, he became more and more excited, a beast-like aura emanating from his body, and then he licked his lips. Again. Wild. To deal with this bad student, Aomine actually went wild? What's his zodiac sign? Midorima, Ryosuke-kun is so amazing. Satsuki Momoi exclaimed as he watched the boy jogging to the opposite side of Ida with a basketball in his hand, then continued to lower his head and write something down with a pen and paper. Here I come. Midorioske smiled excitedly, as if he saw white silver waving at him. Bang. With the sound of the foot landing, Aomine's right foot immediately left the ground, preparing to defend with the left. But before he could take any action, the next sound that made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave was bang. Swish. Goal. 2000. Midorioske continued to catch the falling basketball, turned around and raised 2 fingers in Satsuki's direction and smiled. Aomine can't react even after turning on her feral nature? What kind of monster is this? If he wins, then the age of miracles. As soon as passerby said this, the other team members fell silent. The strongest in the country? Then why can't he defeat a mere bad boy? How many powerful, wild men like this are there in soccer country that have not been discovered? Advertisement. How many are there in the world? After all, he is like a frog sitting in a well, only able to see 1/3 of the sky. In an instant, an extremely oppressive atmosphere swept across the entire basketball court. Ryosuke-kun. I don't know if it was right or wrong to ask you to come. Of course, Satsuki Momoi also felt this atmosphere. Feeling the increasingly heavy mood of the other team members, she wanted to say something, but couldn't open her mouth. However, there was one person in the basketball team who was not affected by this atmosphere. That is, Mito. Change your hair, change your hair. Aomine Daiki showed a happy and excited expression on her face and waved fiercely at Midorioske. He now really wants to try out what the opponent's defense is like. But Aomine didn't understand that he had now stepped on Midorioske's weak spot. What? Change hair? No, you just want to steal my money. How dare you, you brat. Boom. A heart-pounding aura suddenly emanated from Midorioske's body. This breath is like a demon reaping lives. Everyone present, including Aomine, was paralyzed by the aura and couldn't move. Anime, must be Chunibyo, yay. Devil. Monster. At this moment, these 4 words are the only ones in their hearts. I understand. I'll grab the ball myself. Aomine's words had barely fallen. The mysterious aura immediately dissipated, and Midorioske smiled. So I'm here? You really are. Aomine Daiki gave a wry smile and once again took defensive stance, staring intently at the opponent. Before Midorioske showed up, he always thought that he was the only one who could defeat him. But this person who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and had no interest in basketball was so strong that he could not be defended. Is the price of becoming stronger to lose interest in basketball? At this moment, Aomine Daiki was even more confused. Bang. Midorioske didn't care what the other person was thinking at the moment. All he saw were numbers. A mathematical jump from 2,000 to 3,000. As soon as the ball hit the rim, Huang Jin. No, Aomine Daiki immediately turned around and ran towards the basket. Since you can't see the other person clearly, use your experience to guess what the other person is. He was betting on Midorioske's gun. Or not, it was just that this was the only move he knew. Very lucky. He made the right bet. Aomine, who had just reached the basket, immediately heard the second bang. Then his eyes blurred and a figure appeared beside him. Great, I caught up, I said. Aomine's speed is the most trustworthy. The first 2 times should be. Build it. The other team members shouted excitedly, as if Aomine was themselves. Even Satsuki Momoi, who was standing next to her, was happy for Aomine. No, Aomine was just gambling, but she won. Advertisement. Midorima Shintaro frowned. Really, Mito, if this is all you know, you lose. Aomine took a step forward, leapt forward, and blocked the ball lane with both hands. Since 3-step layups generally don't require jumping too high, Aomine Daiki had enough time. Just when everyone thought the shot was going to be blocked, Midorioske suddenly grabbed the ball with the 5 fingers of his right hand and twisted it behind him in an instant. With a slight force of fingers, the basketball came to the left hand, and then the left hand slightly hooked. Swish. Goal. With this kind of coordination, is he still human? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's just a delinquent boy, he. 3-0. We won't be shut out, will we? How is that possible? He's Aomine. 3,000. Ignoring what the others said, Midorioske happily picked up the ball with one hand, and then made an, okay, gesture to Satsuki, who was still in a daze. Are you okay? After turning around, he saw Aomine Daiki, who had already started to breathe heavily, and asked with concern. Aomine Daiki took a deep breath and forced a smile. Hearing this, Midorioske finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that Aomine would stop fighting. Only 3,000 yuan. Isn't this physical fitness too poor? It seems that we need to score a few more goals before the opponent is exhausted. After all, he hadn't finished watching the anime, so he didn't know that it took a lot of physical strength to activate the wildness. He didn't even know that the other party was under the pressure he was emitting. Are you coming? Come. Bang. This time, Aomine ran to the right side of the basket a second before the ball fell. Bang. When the second ball sounded, he was already in front of Midorioske. This time, both of them jumped up at the same time. Of course, bodies collided. Bang. Aomine Daiki flew backwards again. Huh? Why did you say again? Then he fell silent with the words, Mito brand, 4,000. Aomine. Ada, Aomine. Then, Midorioske had just picked up the ball and finished speaking when he saw a group of people running towards him, shouting Aomine's name. In an instant, he ran past himself, who was full of question marks on his face. Chapter 8. You should transfer to another school, he hit me. At the door of the infirmary, Midorioske argued loudly to Midorima Shintaro and Satsuki Momoi. Ryosuke-kun, we know it's not your fault. Satsuki Momoi said something comforting and then turned his gaze to the door of the infirmary. Her eyes were filled with worry. That's good, I'm going to the bathroom now. Midorioske finally breathed a sigh of relief when he knew he didn't have to pay for it himself. Before the two of them could react, he was gone. Don't worry, Satsuki. Today's top horoscope is Virgo, Aomine will be fine. Midorima Shintaro looked towards the toilet and said soothingly. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on Ryosuke-kun fighting with Ada wouldn't have been injured. I think you did the right thing. Midorima Shintaro adjusted his glasses and said. Come in, he's fine. Just when Satsuki Momoi was about to say something, the school doctor's voice came. In fact, the second collision was not that serious, it was mainly the first one. On the other side, the men's restroom. Smoke rings rose up. Midorioske stared at the cigarette butt in his hand in a daze, looking extremely lonely. 5 minutes later, he washed his hands and walked out of the bathroom, heading towards the infirmary like a zombie. Myth. Ryosuke, let's go eat. Hearing the familiar voice, Midorioske cleared the haze in his heart, laughed out loud, and quickly ran to the three people. Then he held out his hand. Great, thank goodness you're okay. Of course, but you're really strong. Aomine Daiki laughed and patted Midoriosuke's outstretched hand. Ryosuke-kun, what's wrong with you? I've already said that this isn't your fault, and isn't Ada okay? Satsuki Momoi looked at Midorioske, who had suddenly become silent, and spoke to comfort him. Yeah, Mito, I'm fine. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Aomine Daiki also laughed out loud, and at the same time patted his chest to show that he was fine. Ken, Midorioske still kept stretching out his hand, looking as if he had lost all his soul. Not only that, the whole person exudes an extremely lonely aura. They also saw a small dark cloud suddenly appear above Midoriosuke's head, and it was raining heavily. Mito, what's wrong with you, Ryosuke-kun? For a moment, Aomine Daiki and Satsuki Momoi didn't know how to comfort her. Aomine Daiki was extremely moved. It's probably not because of Aomine. Satsuki, I want to ask you a question. What does it mean that every time Mito scores a goal, the bonus is increased by 1,000? Advertisement. Midorima Shintaro raised the frame of his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand and asked calmly. Aomine Daiki. Satsuki Momoi. Midorima Shintaro. Fatha. Ha 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 ha. Hearty laughter was heard from a barbecue restaurant. Mito, join the basketball club. Aomine Daiki smiled as she looked at the sizzling pork belly. Huh, not interested. Midorioske took out a Dragon Army water bottle, took a sip of the white wine inside, and breathed a sigh of relief. Ryosuke-kun, don't you like playing basketball? Satsuki Momoi asked as she placed a piece of freshly grilled pork belly in Midoriosuke's bowl. I like money more than basketball. Money? Aomine Daiki asked while chewing the grilled meat. You can't play basketball forever, but you can spend money forever. Midorioske took another sip of his wine, picked up the lettuce on the table and started chewing it. Hearing this, Aomine Daiki and Satsuki Momoi menensoku. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Ryosuke-kun, you're really mature. Satsuki Momoi had no choice but to give up her plan to persuade Midorioske to join the basketball team. But Aomine Daiki didn't think so. But I still want to play with you, because now you are the only one who can beat me. No problem, just give me the money. Midorioske said with a slight smile. Ryosuke-kun is really obsessed with money. Satsuki Momoi also laughed. I'm out of money. I've already given you my meal money, just fight me again. Aomine Daiki refused to give up. No money, no talk. Okay, Aomine, stop talking. It will cost you money if you continue. Midorioske saw this and quickly waved his hands, looking disgusted. Seeing this, the two of them stopped talking. The three of them simply finished their barbecue and went back home. Teiko Junior High knew, in the past 2 weeks, the news of Aomine Daiki's defeat to the bad student Midorioske has spread throughout the school. Some classmates even found out that Akashi Seijiro also lost to this bad student half a year ago. Then, the gossip mongers are going wild. Advertisement. Many people began to discuss that the Age of Miracles is not as good as Bad Boys. Some students have even started to imitate Midoriosuke's dressing style. For example, unbuttoning 2 buttons when wearing their school uniforms. Dye your hair yellow, get your ears pierced, etc. In the end, it was the school's top management who took action. So, Midorioske was interviewed by the chairman. In the chairman's office, Shaojia, uncle is not criticizing you. Didn't you say before that you would not affect other students? You see, the other shareholders are dissatisfied and want to punish you. The chairman took a sip of tea and asked unhappily. I just challenged them twice. Who knew it would get spread like this? It's not a fight, it's just a game of ball. Midorioske crossed his legs, looking absent-minded. What's with that earring? And what's with that yellow hair on your head? Besides, do you know how many teachers have complained to me about you smoking in the boys' room? The chairman suddenly put down his teacup and shouted an accusation. Stop, stop, stop. The biggest problem is that I beat those 2 students from the Age of Miracles. Who told them to be so weak? If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Midorioske also started complaining. Why didn't anyone say anything about me smoking, wearing earrings, sleeping in class? I just beat 2 people and those people kept complaining. You. The chairman was speechless for a moment and actually felt that his nephew was right. As expected, he is the offspring of big brother Mito Eikichi. Instead of blaming me, you should just resolve the issue. Seeing that his uncle was speechless, Midorioske simply spread his hands and gave him a way out. Solve it. You beat up that kid from the Akashi family before, and I haven't given that old Akashi Jinshin the explanation he wanted. If I hadn't held you back, you would have been thrown into the pond by now. The chairman became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and then he started cursing. Several teachers outside the door who originally wanted to ask for a salary increase looked at each other and then decided together, come back tomorrow. How dare you say that? If it weren't for relatives like you, I'd still be the boss of the Mito family. That red-haired boy's father is one of the 3 major chaebol, but our Mito family is not. Midorioske also slammed the table and stood up and said loudly. You're still blaming me. If I hadn't intervened, how much do you think you, a 3 or 4-year-old at the time, could have saved? You would have been devoured alive by those hungry wolves long ago. How could you still stand before me like this? Don't forget who the hell is taking care of you now. The chairman continued to speak. So what do you say we should do? Midorioske knew he was in the wrong, so he sat down and accepted his fate. You should transfer to another school. Keep a low profile until then. You'll be entering high school in a few months, and I'll choose a better one for you then. The chairman also sighed. Chapter 9 Rumors the next day. I have something to tell you guys. Midorioske from our class has transferred to another school. Now open your textbook. The teacher's words instantly shocked the students under the podium. If it was before, no one would care, but now it's different. At least those who like basketball or are in the basketball club are talking about it. You know, that's Mito who beat Akashi and Aomine in basketball. Starting from the 3rd year of junior high school, the Age of Miracles was like the sky, covering the entire junior high school basketball world. But now, a hole has been poked in this sky by an unknown pawn. After all, the Age of Miracles is not about money and it is impossible to please everyone. Then, various versions of whitewashing Midorioske are emerging one after another. Various, small essays, were flying everywhere and posted in every corner of the school. Shock. The Teiko Basketball Club has such great authority. Midorioske is such a good person. Not only does he study hard, but he is also willing to help his classmates. He was forced to transfer schools just because he beat 2 players from the basketball club. In order to divert attention, they actually magnified Mito's minor flaws. Running Midorioske. Midorioske helped an elderly person cross the street for the 287th time. Light of Teiko, Midorioske, basketball team. What bullshit. When did I use my family connections to force him to transfer schools? Are these people free to do something? Akashi Seijiro suddenly tore up the small essay in his hand and said in a deep voice. Football club. Who the hell is Midorioske? When did I get injured and he carried me 100 kilometers to the hospital? Am I so bored? Why don't I call an ambulance and let him carry it? Football player Umekawa Niku said this was outrageous. Tennis club. Damn it. Let's not even talk about who this Midorioske is. When the hell did I take a shit without toilet paper? Do I need this Midorioske to bring me chopsticks? Tennis captain Masana Nomoto said this was slander. Of course, the protagonist of these rumors had no idea that he was standing in front of a school with an angry face. What a lousy school. It's a place where poor people gather. Looking at the big words, Mako Junior High School, Midorioske said angrily. Advertisement because after watching the students entering the school for a while, he realized, none of them looked rich. What? You ask him how to tell who is rich and who is poor. Men look at shoes, women look at hairpins. Do you still need to teach this? No, Midorioske doesn't look at women. After all, if a female robber is caught and is slandered as a pervert, that would be a serious crime. Why? Midorioske sighed and walked into the school helplessly, heading towards the principal's office. Be quiet. This is our new student, Midorioske. After school. In an alley near Minguang Middle School, Midorioske grabbed his mosquito-bitten arm and stared at the intersection of the road leading to the school with bloodshot eyes. After a while, I've had enough. Midorioske withdrew his gaze, turned around, and rode on his beloved will-o-wisp, heading towards his own izakaya. If you young lovers want to date, go somewhere else. Don't be such a jerk blocking the entrance of someone else's store. The will-o'-the-wisp shone brightly, illuminating a man and a woman standing at the door of their shop. Excuse me, Ryosuke-kun, Mito-san? At this time, the two turned around and it was Satsuki Momoi and Kuroko Tetsuya. Oh, it's you guys? This isn't a dating place. Midorioske parked his car, turned off the engine, walked past the two men and opened the store door. Satsuki Momoi blushed. We are not yet. Kuroko Tetsuya said seriously. Mito-san, you have to wear a helmet when riding a bike. I see. If nothing is wrong, don't block the door. What if there are guests? Midorioske waved his hand impatiently, then walked to the bar and poured himself a cold beer. After finishing it in one puff, he lit a small cigarette. Huh, Satsuki Momoi. I asked the teacher for your address. Tetsu-kun came with me to find you. Kuroko Tetsuya. Minors are not allowed to smoke or drink. What do you want from me? Midorioske ignored the blue-haired runt and poured himself another beer. I heard you transferred to another school. Which school? Satsuki Momoi stepped forward and asked, Minguang. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of orange juice and poured it into 2 glasses. Minguang. It's a pretty good school. They're also a favorite to win the National Junior High School League this year. Satsuki Momoi took the juice, took a sip, and spoke. Minguang. Cheng's school. Advertisement Kuroko Tetsuya Contact Road. Jejun. Who is Cheng? Satsuki Momoi turned around and asked. My friend. Kuroko Tetsuya picked up the juice, took a sip, and then showed a satisfied expression. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Ignoring Kuroko Tetsuya, Midorioske looked up at Satsuki and asked. Ryosuke-kun, you really don't play basketball, but you're really good at it. Before Satsuki Momoi could finish her words, she was interrupted by Midorioske. Stop, I've heard what you said before. Satsuki Momoi was stunned. Who said that? Midorioske Tantando. Akaji Haruko. Satsuki Momoi. Who is she? Midorioske, a girl. Satsuki Momoi. Classmates from Mako school? Midorioske. No. Satsuki Momoi. Yes. Midorioske. After a long time, Midorioske finally sent the two away and then closed the door decisively. He is afraid of acquaintances, and he was an acquaintance who came here for free. After closing the door, Midorioske took a shower and went straight to bed. Because the school is far away, he needs to get up early. On the other side, after seeing off Satsuki Momoi, Kuroko Tetsuya took out her phone and typed a message. Let me tell you a secret, someone from our school transferred to your school. He's a very good basketball player. After clicking send, Kuroko Tetsuya put the phone in her pocket with a faint smile on her face. He had just taken a few steps forward when his cell phone rang. Kuroko Tetsuya was stunned for a moment, then took out her cell phone to check. Seeing that it was the other party who replied to the text message, I quickly checked it. From Shigehiro Ogiwara. Really, what's his name? Does he like playing basketball too? Then can I invite him to join the basketball club? Kuroko Tetsuya looked at the message. The smile on her face disappeared, and she sighed and replied. I'm sorry, he doesn't like playing basketball, but once you meet him, you'll know that he's actually a very easygoing person. But I think if it's Ah-Cheng, I can definitely get him to join your basketball club. After replying to the text message, Kuroko Tetsuya put away her phone and looked up at the stars in the sky. Chapter 10 Ogahara Seihiro the next day at noon. You were careless, you damn Aomine. Next time I get the chance, I'll kill you. Ever since Midorioske tasted the bento made by Satsuki Momoi, he would curse Aomine Daiki once every meal. The first time he took a bite of Satsuki's bento, tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. Then he quickly discussed with Satsuki whether he could get a discount. After being told that this was not possible, he approached Aomine Daiki and tried to sell him Satsuki bento at a very low price. The result is predictable, Aomine Daiki fled in panic. Midorioske, who was almost forced into a desperate situation, came up with another trick, which was to auction Satsuki brand bento to her dogs. Finally, Feng Jun bought it for a huge sum of 500 yuan. Under the gaze of the licking dogs, he couldn't wait to taste it. This method was simply shelved. Then, unwilling to admit defeat, Midorioske resorts to his last resort, asking for raw ingredients. Who knows what Satsuki said? Then Ryosuke-kun, I will bring the ingredients to you next time, and you can cook mine together. And then nothing happened. Even the scorching sun could not warm Midoriosuke's cold heart. Hello class, is Midorioske in this class? At this moment, he heard his name called at the door. Midorioske, adhering to the principle that male students are always up to no good, frowned. After a while, a young man with orange hair came up to him. Hello, are you Midorioske? Thundermonkey, Thundermonkey. Midorioske raised an eyebrow. The young man was stunned. Although he didn't know what the other party meant, he continued to speak politely. Hello, Mido-san. My name is Ogahara Seihiro, and I'm a good friend of Kuroko Tetsuya. Yeah, I see. I'm not familiar with him. Midorioske waved at him impatiently. Mido-san, I want to talk to you about something, if it's convenient. Before Ogahara Seihiro could finish his words, he interrupted hurriedly. It's inconvenient. Okay, it's noon now, and I'd like to invite you to have a meal and chat. Since Mido-san is busy, I'll come see you next time. Ogahara Seihiro said with a somewhat lonely expression. What did you just say? Midorioske stood up and asked. Oh, I said it was noon. Ogahara Seihiro, who looked confused, was obviously frightened by the other party's sudden action and even stuttered when he spoke. Not this one, but the one before it. Mido-san, is that convenient? I want to. Convenient, haha, it's so damn convenient. Where to eat? Walking. Shigehiro Ogawara. Advertisement, in the cafeteria. You want me to join the basketball club? Midorioske asked while eating a chicken drumstick. Yes. Kuroko said you're amazing. Ogawara Narihiro said honestly. What's the benefit? Midorioske asked as he swallowed the food in his mouth. Benefit? Ogahara Seihiro was a little confused, then he thought. He must be asking what are the benefits of joining the basketball team. Oh, I remember now, Kuroko said he doesn't like playing basketball. Oh, of course there are benefits, Mido-san, look. If you are good at playing basketball, many girls will like you. And playing basketball is actually very happy. Think back to the first time you played basketball, were you happy? Haha, not happy, and I don't like younger girls, unless she is always 18. Midorioske continued eating without even looking up. Do you like older sister types? Ogawara Seihiro asked honestly. Midorioske suddenly raised his head, looked at the other person as if he was a fool, and sneered twice. So, did you enjoy playing basketball for the second time, Mido-san? Ogawara Shigehiro's immortal spiritual way. Hearing this, Midorioske didn't want to answer these stupid questions. But there's nothing you can do about it, you have to be soft-hearted, right? So he could only recall the second time he played basketball since arriving in this world. In an instant, the image of Aomine Daiki appeared in my mind. That's not exaggerating, it's really fun, Midorioske nodded and said. What about the third time? Ogiwara Shigehiroichi stepping stones. There won't be a third time, you've only played basketball twice? Midorioske nodded, then counted on his fingers. The first time was with Akashi Seijiro, the second time was with Aomine Daiki. Wow, are they Aomine Daiki and Akashi Seijiro from the Age of Miracles series in Teiko Junior High? Ogiwara Seihiro asked excitedly, what do you think? Midorioske was treating the other person like a fool at this moment. Advertisement, wow. Did you lose or win? Ogahara Narihiro said happily, then seemed to remember something and suddenly continued. I'm sorry, Mito-san. I didn't mean to expose your scars. Win. Midorioske put the last meatball into his mouth and prepared to stand up. It's okay, Mito-kun, don't take it to heart, we'll talk later. They are miracles. 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 What? One which one? They both lost to me, don't ask anymore, I'm full. Also, can you please stop being so jumpy? This is the cafeteria? Seeing the other person's expression was like the weather in June, Midorioske said a little irritably. After saying that, he turned and left. After hitting the ball twice, I gave Akashi Seijiro and Aomine Daiki. No, I need to ask Kuroko. Ogahara Seihiro quickly took out his phone and called Kuroko Tetsuya. Take a walk after dinner and you will live to be 99. Midorioske was strolling to the men's room, and he always believed in another saying. A cigarette after a meal is better than being a living god. Smoke rises and ash falls, how joyful it is, on the other side. After finishing the call, Ogahara Seihiro suddenly yelled. Mito-kun, I'm going to get you to join the basketball club. Eat faster. This classmate is crazy. What, you don't believe it? Who in their right mind would yell in the cafeteria? Didn't you see that his companions just abandoned him and ran away? After school. Basketball club. At this time, the players have not yet arrived in full force, and most of the players who arrived earlier are warming up or practicing shooting. At this moment, a figure rushed in quickly. Captain Tanagawa. I have something important to tell you. Ogiwara Narihiro hurriedly ran to Tanagawa Tomio, supported his knees with his hands, and gasped for breath. Tomio Tanagawa, captain of the Mako Junior High School basketball team. I can't find a name, so I just made it up. Height 188 centimeters, weight 78 kilogram. Those in the third year of junior high school can still grow taller. What's the matter? Speak slowly. Tomio Tanagawa looked at the other person and said with a gentle smile. Ogahara Seihiro stood up straight, took 2 deep breaths, and then spoke. I found someone who is really good at basketball. Chapter 11 Ascension Hinata. A few days later. Midorioske walked into the school, carrying his school bag in his backhand and yawning. In the past few days, that Ogiwara Narihiro was like he had taken an aphrodisiac and would not let go. You said you should give him a beating, after all, the other party treated you to a meal. You say you don't want to fight, but you feel like you're at a disadvantage. Entering the classroom, Midorioske habitually put his school bag into the drawer. His expression changed from lazy to surprise. He pulled out his school bag with a swish, and found a pink envelope fell out. Sure, Mito, I received a love letter after only being here for a few days. I'm so envious. Wu Qiansonga, who was sitting at the table next to him, saw this and quickly picked it up and shouted. It instantly attracted the attention of students in the classroom. Take. Mito-kun. Before Midorioske could finish his words, he heard the voice he least wanted to hear. That idiot is here again. Ogiwara, you haven't given up yet. We haven't even seen Mito play. What if he's lying to you? Wu Qiansong laughed. I believe in Kuroko. After Ogiwara Narihiro finished speaking, he trotted over to Midorioske and continued. Our captain asked you to go to the basketball court when you're free today. He wants to test your skills. Ogiwara, putting aside the fact that I didn't agree to join the basketball club, is this how your captain would ask for help? Midorioske snatched the love letter from Wu Qiansong's hand, threw it into the drawer and said lightly. Forget it, Ogahara. Isn't the national competition about to start? There's no point in pestering Mito every day if you don't train hard. Besides, we will graduate in less than half a year, right? Wu Qiansong sat back in his seat and said calmly. Mito, I won't give up, just like I won't give up basketball. When Ogiwara Narihiro heard the bell for class, he hurriedly left after saying something. Why are you suddenly acting like a middle school student again? Midorioske muttered softly. Mito, are you really not going to join the basketball club? Actually, I think you can give it a try. You know what? I envy you. I also like playing basketball, but I was born with a curved spine, and the doctor said I can't participate in strenuous sports in the future. Wu Qiansonga suddenly spoke, but before he could finish his words. So we are also patients. Midorioske strikes the dead end. You too, almost. The doctor said my stomach is not in good condition and I can only eat soft food from now on. Get out. Mito UB******. D. On the other side, Kuroko, I need your help. Advertisement. Instead of going to class, Ogiwara Seihiro hid on the rooftop and made a phone call. After school, students like Midorioske who didn't join any clubs would leave early. When he came near his beloved will-o'-the-wisp, he found that several people were already surrounding his scooter. That's a nice car, Asuka. A teenager wearing a baseball cap looked at a teenager with long straight black hair, about 17 or 18 years old, and smiled. The young man had waist-length hair and his entire left arm was covered with tattoos. He is tall and has a sunny and handsome appearance. Takizawa, how about we tear him apart? Asuka Hinata grinned at the will-o'-the-wisp. They are all bikers, so they are very interested in brands or modified motorcycles. Ding ding. At this time, the ghost fire issued 2 alarm sounds, which scared several people. The man wearing a baseball cap was called Sirota Takizawa. He had a cruel look in his eyes, put his hands in his pockets and kicked the ghost fire head on. Just as his feet were about to touch the ghost fire, he felt a piercing pain in his right arm. The next second, bang, he flew several meters away. Takizawa. Sirota-san. Several bikers reacted quickly and turned to look at Midorioske, who had not yet retracted his foot. Boy, are you looking for death? Away, don't do it. There are too many people here. The others gathered around Midorioske. Asuka Hinata's face darkened as he looked at the man in his junior high school uniform. He approached him step by step and said, Boy, do you know who we are? Looking at how shabby you guys are dressed, you must be either delinquents or biker gangs. Midorioske directly rode on the willow fire and looked at Asuka Hinata and others and said, We are the Kawasaki Bosozoku. A younger brother spoke with pride. I'm the spirit boy Aomine Daiki. This is my will-o'-the-wisp. If you don't agree, come find me in Teiko. Midorioske yelled, then suddenly stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Stop, damn it, don't let him get away, Aomine Daiki. Don't let us catch up to you, or you'll be dead. Seeing this, the Kawasaki bikers hurriedly got on their motorcycles and chased after the will-o'-the-wisp. But it wasn't long before the Kawasaki bikers gave up. Advertisement because it is the peak time for school dismissal. There are too many cars on the road and they are afraid of accidents. After all, most Bosozoku only dare to go out racing at night. Asuka, should we go to Teiko to look for this grandson? Sirota Takizawa asked angrily. He was kicked by a junior high school brat and his face was completely gone. Teiko is in Tokyo. That kid's school uniform is from Kanagawa. Asuka Hinata said with narrowed eyes, but the place he went to was Tokyo. Sirota Takizawa said while looking ahead. I guess he's coming to Kanagawa to study. Ask the other brothers to pay attention to which school his uniform belongs to. Aomine Daiki. Probably just an idiotic name. That's definitely not his name. After saying this, Hinata Asuka turned the car around and drove away. Seeing this, the others followed suit. I have to take the train tomorrow, or I won't be able to afford gas. Inside Jinkwan Izakaya, Midorioske put a 1,000 yuan note into the piggy bank, then looked at the only 600 yuan in his wallet and fell into deep thought. The next day, sure enough, Ogiwara Narihiro came again. But this time, he was clearly confident. Ogiwara, I've already told you that you can't persuade Mito. A forced melon won't be sweet. Wu Qiansong glanced at the person who came, then lowered his head and spoke while copying homework. I have confidence this time. Ogiwara Narihiro finished speaking, then confidently approached Midorioske, shielding his mouth with his right hand. Mito-san, if you can join the basketball club, I'll give you 60,000 yen a month, how about that? Midorioske, who originally had a look of disgust on his face, suddenly brightened up when he heard this. After school, in front of the basketball court. Just fight that guy named Tanagawa Tomio, right? Midorioske looked at Ogiwara Narihiro and confirmed it again. Yes, if we win, I might even be a substitute for the first team. Ogiwara Seiku Kishinfendo. No, I'm the one playing one-on-one. Why are you so excited? Midorioske glanced at Ogiwara Seihiro and shook his head helplessly. Then he walked onto the court. Seeing this, Ogahara Narihiro hurriedly followed. Chapter 12 successfully joined the basketball team. Are you Midorioske, the basketball player that Ogahara mentioned? Tomio Tanagawa asked as he looked at the boy in front of him with yellow and black hair. Since Midoriosuke's hair was black when it grew out, and he was too lazy to dye it again, the current yellow and black color is there. It's me. I heard that if I beat you, I can join the basketball club. Midorioske said lightly, then raised his head slightly and looked at the black-haired man who was a head taller than him. I complained in my heart. Are all kids nowadays injected with hormones? Yes, but, then let's get started. You set the rules. Single up rules, 5 balls, change of serve. Although his words were interrupted by the other party, Tomio Tanagawa was not angry, but walked into the 3-point line with the ball. Who is this guy? Why would the captain challenge him in a one-on-one duel? I know this guy. Ogiwara is his follower now, ha 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 ha. That Mito that Ogahara said was great at basketball, right? I heard it was transferred from Teiko. Seeing that there was something exciting to watch, everyone gathered around. You attack first. Tomio Tanagawa threw the basketball to Midorioske and said. Bang. Midorioske blocked the ball with one hand, then transformed his 5 fingers into claws, instantly gripping the basketball tightly in his hands. Okay, then I'll do it. Bring it on. Tomio Tanagawa took a defensive stance, his eyes fixed on the basketball in the opponent's hand. Bang. Midorioske threw the basketball to the ground with his backhand, and a heavy sound of the ball was heard. His originally upright body bent instantly, and with a push of his toes, he leapt to the right like a bullet. Seeing this, Tomio Tanagawa's pupils dilated and he looked incredulous. Because the person who was supposed to be in front of him has disappeared. Bang. The second ball sounded like a firecracker behind him. Tanagawa Tomio was startled and turned his head sharply, only to see that the opponent had already completed the layup. Swish. Goal. It's your turn. Midorioske had an expressionless face as he slapped the falling basketball onto the chest of Tomio Tanagawa, who was stunned by surprise. His muscles reacted and he caught the ball. Monster. Abnormal. It was strangely quiet all around, and everyone was staring at the basketball in their captain's hands, their faces filled with shock. Mito is amazing. In the quiet stadium, Ogihara Seihiro's loud shout was heard. Advertisement. Everyone then reacted. One step past the opponent, then a 3-step layup. What kind of leaping power is this? He's so fast. This person is horrible. Captain, you won't lose, right? Quote. The game continues. At this time, Tomio Tanagawa adjusted his mentality. Bang bang, bang bang bang. Tomio Tanagawa dribbled the ball slowly, not because he didn't want to attack, but because he didn't dare. Although Midorioske did not make any defensive gesture at this time, he just stood there straight. But Tomio Tanagawa felt tremendous pressure. He had no doubt that if he chose to break through, he would lose the ball. The two looked at each other in silence, and the only sound on the court was the sound of dribbling. Question mark. Is he addicted to dribbling? Midorioske waited for a while, but saw no action from the other party, and his heart was full of doubts. What he didn't know was that the other party already had the ability to foresee the future. Tomio Tanagawa went through the process countless times in his mind, but no matter which angle or how he passed the ball, it would be intercepted. Cold sweat had soaked his back. Finally, he gritted his teeth, jumped up suddenly, and without caring about anything else, shot towards the basket. What's wrong with you, Captain? There's no way a sudden shot like that will go in. The captain must have let us go. Didn't you hear what they said before? Only the other team can join our basketball club if they win. Oh, I think you're right. It turns out the captain just voted for this guy because he liked him. Quote. The noise of the crowd rose again. In fact, if the shot didn't go in, the ball could have been changed, and Midorioske wouldn't have needed to defend. The rules of a one-on-one matchup. If the shot is intercepted, blocked, or if the shot doesn't go in, the ball will almost always be changed. But, ding, Midorioske stomped his feet on the ground and then jumped high into the air. Although the ball had already left his hand, a huge figure appeared in front of Tomio Tanagawa. How is that possible? Looking at the figure in front of him jumping higher and higher, his cognition was about to be fed to the dogs. Bang. Covered. Only. Others use their hands to block the shot, but Midorioske is now using his face. Question mark. Exclamation mark. Advertisement. Is this still a human? I ask you, is this a human? Seeing this, one of the players grabbed the clothes of his teammate next to him with both hands, shook him hard, and asked loudly. This bounce is too scary. That's amazing. Ogiwara Narihiro looked at the safe and sound Midorioske and murmured excitedly. Kuroko really didn't lie to me. Mito, with you joining, I believe Mingguang will definitely get that position. Unlike the noisy crowd present, Midorioske looked at the system panel with a horrified heart. Host. Midorioske. Age. 15. Height. 175 centimeters. Weight. 69 kilograms. Physical strength. Unparalleled in the world, 6%. Skills. Sixth sense, top coordination, top perfect driving, chef-level cooking. The trouble system is ongoing. Impossible. Even if the system had modified his body, it was impossible for him to not be able to adapt to his own body. Is there something fishy going on? So this is the problem with this world, superpower basketball. Suddenly, Midorioske seemed to remember something, the corners of his mouth rose, and he murmured. Because the noise at the scene was too loud, only he could hear the murmur. Continue. Raising his hand to wipe his nose and finding that there was no nosebleed, Midorioske bent down to pick up the basketball, stood up and asked. I can't beat them. I can't beat them at all. How could I possibly defeat this monster? Even though he looks like a layman, his physical fitness is terrifying. Tomio Tanagawa did not answer because his heart was in turmoil. But with so many people watching, he could only bite the bullet and say, no need, I give up. Welcome to join the Mingguang basketball team. That's great, Mito. I knew you could do it. Upon hearing this, Ogihara Chenghao immediately rushed over and said excitedly. Etc. Midorioske looked past Ogiwara Narihiro, stared straight at Tanagawa Tomio, and said, I've approved your request. Now, shall I state my request? Dusk. The sun sets. Tomio Tanagawa stood in the sunset. He was standing blankly at the school gate, ignoring his classmates' goodbyes. Because, his mind is now full of Mito's request. I don't participate in group training, I train on my own. Also, in this national competition, I will only play in the finals. If you don't even have the confidence to make it to the finals, then forget it. If you don't think it's possible, then I'll quit. Chapter 13 National Competition. 2 months have passed since Midorioske joined the basketball team, and of course, he became a substitute player for the Mingguang basketball team. For the past 2 months, he has been practicing the techniques on the videotape on his own. Videotape is the NBA game of this world. Midorioske relies on his strong body and top-notch coordination. In just 2 months, he had almost mastered the skills of several NBA star players. The national qualifiers were held last month, and everyone on the team attended except Midorioske. One reason is that it's just the qualifying round, and there's no need for me as a substitute to go along. The second reason is that he also needs to train. Fortunately, Mingguang Middle School performed quite well and successfully won a place in the national competition after overcoming all obstacles. For this reason, their coach, Shota Toby, specially invited all the team members to celebrate. However, today, the basketball team has a day off, because they will all go to Tokyo tomorrow to attend the opening ceremony of the All-Daxia competition. Sure enough, when you turn your favorite hobby into a job, that hobby becomes the thing you hate the most. Midorioske was wandering the streets at dusk, complaining. In his previous life before he traveled through time, he loved playing games as a child, and when he grew up, he used that game to make money. Growing up, he loved drinking, until he became a breathalyzer. His friend likes playing basketball and later became a teacher of children's basketball training. My childhood friend later became obsessed with King of Glory, and was eventually tricked into becoming a power leveler by him. As he was walking, Midorioske saw a familiar figure. So he walked into the convenience store. Welcome, Mito, what brings you here? The young man standing behind the counter was visibly stunned when he saw the person coming. Ogihara, why are you here? Midorioske said in surprise. Hey, part-time job, today is the last day. Ogiwara Seihiro was obviously a little flustered, then scratched his head and said embarrassedly. How much is the salary? Midorioske clearly understood that the idiot in front of him was working part-time at the convenience store just to earn him 60,000 yuan a month. He is not like those men in the female novels of his previous life who don't ask questions and rely on guessing. 1,000 yuan an hour. Although Ogiwara Narihiro was a little confused, he still spoke honestly. Nani, 24 hours a day is 24,000 yuan, so the money you earn in 3 days is enough to support me for a month. Midorioske was shocked and secretly cursed himself for not getting a part-time job earlier. 15 years, 24,000 a day, 1 plus 4 equals 4, 2 plus 4 equals 6, March 8th, Women's Day. The total loss is 131,400,000 over 130 million yen. Mito-san, that's not how it's calculated. I only work part-time for 4 to 5 hours every day after school. Besides, it's impossible for people to work 24 hours a day, right? Quote. Ogiwara Seihiro is still a little confused. Why does this teammate in front of him always talk nonsense? Advertisement. Oh, that seems to be true, but it costs 1,000 yuan per hour, about 60 yuan in Longguo currency. The highest number of people working on the death line at Longguo's factory is only 16 after the agent selection. Oh my god, I still missed out on millions and millions. Upon hearing this, Midorioske instantly, aged 10 years. Mito, are you okay? Seeing Midorioske suddenly become depressed, Ogiwara Narihiro expressed his concern. Food and lodging included, Midorioske asked while eating ramen, instant noodles. Ogiwara Narihiro also replied while eating ramen. I have one last question. Midorioske asked while chewing his ramen. You ask. Ogiwara Seihiro's face looked heavy. If I don't live with you, can I get a discount on the accommodation fee? Quote. By the way, I heard that recently, there have been a lot of bad boys hanging around our school gate. I heard they were looking for someone. Ogiwara Seihiro changed the subject. What does it have to do with me? It's not me you're looking for. My only concern now is whether I can get a discount on my accommodation fee. Midorioske took a sip of the noodle soup and said. Shigehiro Ogiwara, The next day, Tokyo. Opening ceremony of the National Middle School competition. Mingguang Junior High School stood in the second seat on the right. Except for the dazed Midorioske, everyone else was listening attentively to the opening ceremony's promotional speech. Tiko Junior High stands in the middle. After the opening ceremony, the first game was announced. Tiko Junior High vs Dojima Junior High School. The other middle schools all looked at Tiko Junior High School intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone except those from Dojima Junior High School breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Age of Miracles has already daunted many teams. Then, most of the 8 teams present stayed to watch Tiko's game. Midorioske did not stay with Mingguang and the others, but chose to collect rent first and then buy a mobile phone. Over the past 3 months, he has saved enough money for a cell phone from the rent and the salary that Ogihara Seihiro gave him. After buying a mobile phone, of course I go home and have a good nap. As for the competition, advertisement. Anyway, I have finished the training I needed to do, and after the competition I will prepare to go to high school. So Midorioske doesn't care about winning or losing the game. Because all the girls in high school are JKs. Dusk. The pedestrians on the road are in a hurry and bustling about, and their tired figures are gradually moving away in the sunset. Kinsen Izakaya, Tiko and the others are so strong. Ogiwara Narihiro's face was full of excitement, but then he remembered something and looked lonely again. What's wrong? You look like you've shrunk. Midorioske asked while eating the hot dog bun that Ogiwara Seihiro bought. I saw Kuroko start, but it looked like he wasn't happy. Ogihara Seihiro thought of Tiko's match in the afternoon, and his eyes looked a little confused. Maybe he's heartbroken. Broken heart. I haven't heard Kuroko say that she has someone she likes. Who are you going to fight tomorrow? Midorioske didn't want to go into the topic further, so he changed the subject. Shangchi Middle School, Ogiwara Seihiro said a little excitedly. New. Mito-san isn't going to participate this time either. Did you make it to the finals? Midorioske took out a pack of cigarettes from under the wine cabinet, took out one, and put it in his mouth and asked. Not yet, but, Ogiwara Narihiro wanted to say something, but when he saw Midorioske smoking, he chose to shut his mouth. A few days later, in a gymnasium in Tokyo. Mingguang Middle School vs Shangchi Middle School. Before the game started, the stands were almost full of people. Because this is the last semifinal of the All-Daxia League. As Mingguang Middle School entered the stadium, cheers came from the audience. This is normal because Mingguang Middle School is also a favorite to win the championship. Mingguang. Come on, Ogiwara-san. Tanagawa, you're the best. Quote. Listening to the noise in the audience, Midorioske, who was walking at the end, sighed. I didn't expect there would be so many spectators at a junior high school competition in Sakura Country. Unlike Dragon Country. That's right, Midorioske finally agreed to participate in the competition. Chapter 14 First Appearance. Mito, this is your first time competing, so just watch it. Tobi Shota said lightly while looking at Midorioske, who was sitting on the stool and yawning. Although he knew from many people that this person was very powerful, as a coach, he really disliked people like this the most. If it weren't for special circumstances, he really had no intention of letting the other party play. Okay. Midorioske didn't mind what the middle-aged man said at all. He yawned and closed his eyes for a nap. Players from both sides also started warming up at this time. After a while, the players from both teams gathered together and shouted in unison, please give us your guidance. And the game officially began. Because Inoue was beaten into autism by Aomine Daiki last year. Although the number of people this year is not bad, it is still very difficult for Mingguang Middle School. With the coordinated attack of Seihiro Ogihara and Tomio Tanagawa, the whistle for the end of the first quarter soon sounded. Mingguang Middle School leads by 7 points with 24-17. Good performance, keep it up in the next quarter. Tobi Shota looked at the players leaving the field and nodded with satisfaction. Mito, can you still sleep in this situation? Ogiwara Narihiro walked over to the seat next to him and sat down. After taking a few sips of water, he complained. It's over. Let's go then. Midorioske sounded a little confused after being awakened. It's only the end of the first quarter, and we're leading for now. Tomio Tanagawa also walked up to him and spoke. Come on. Midorioske said perfunctorily and continued to close his eyes. Soon, the second quarter began. Because the opponent changed their tactics, the score was reversed twice. But when the final whistle blew, there was still a 2-point deficit. The third quarter just began. As soon as Ogihara Seihiro received the pass, the opponent's small forward immediately came over to defend. He looked serious and stared at Ogihara Narihiro. After 2 rounds of competition, he naturally knew the strength of this person. Bang, 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 bang. Ogihara Seihiro clapped his hands on the basketball and suddenly smiled. Are you here? Hearing this, the small forward's face suddenly turned ugly, because the kid on the opposite side often said this before every breakthrough. The next second, Ogihara Seihiro broke through the opponent's defense in an instant. But he did not choose to attack the inside, but instead took a jump shot near the free throw line. Swish. Goal. Wow, Mingguang, the number 7, scored again. His name is Ogihara Seihiro, and he's Mingguang's trump card. Quote. The spectators in the stadium also became excited. This kind of game where the score is not too big is the most exciting. Advertisement. Well done Ogiwara, keep it up. Tomio Tanagawa ran to Narihiro Ogiwara, put his arms around his neck and smiled. Well done, Ogihara. The point guard also ran over and smiled. Don't be too happy too soon, the game isn't over yet. Ogiwara Narihiro gently hit Tanagawa Tomio's chest and chuckled. Beep. As the whistle sounded at the end of the third quarter, the score was fixed at 64-47. Soon, the fourth quarter began. Because they were leading by 17 points, Shota Tobi asked Tomio Tanagawa and Narihiro Ogiwara to come down and rest. Time passes. Soon, there were only 5 minutes left in the game. The score is 82-75. Mito, warm up. Tobi Shota turned to Midorioske who was chatting and spoke. That's great, Mito-kun. Ogihara Seihiro was stunned for a moment, then said happily. What's so good about that? You and Tanagawa should also prepare and have a perfect ending later. Yes. Beep. Mingguang requests a substitution. It was Midorioske's first time playing, and he wasn't as nervous as others who were playing for the first time. Instead, he was adjusting his jersey with a lazy expression. The one with number 13 is a new face. His position is small forward. He should be the backup for the previous guy. Look, number 7 is on the court. Quote. The game continues, Mingguang serves. After dribbling across half court, Ogihara Seihiro passed the ball to Midorioske. Mito-kun, let me see what you've accomplished in this time. Ogiwara Shigehiro laughs. As soon as Midorioske received the ball, Tobi Shota also narrowed his eyes. Then let's have some fun. Bang. Bang bang, bang 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 bang. Midorioske chuckled as he dribbled the ball. Next moment. He put away his smile, made a behind-the-back move with his right hand, and broke through the person defending him in an instant. Seeing this, two players from Shangchi immediately came up to defend. Bang. Midorioske quickly dribbled the ball between his legs and broke through directly. Before the two men could react, he had already appeared behind them. Advertisement. Can number 13 teleport? What a fast speed. Who just said this as a substitute? There were waves of incredible discussions from the audience. Midorioske dribbled past two players and rushed straight to the basket. Then he exerted force on his feet and jumped up suddenly. Seeing this, the center on the opposing team rushed up and jumped up. He wanted to stop this arrogant man. Jumping from the free throw line. What does he want to do? Don't even think about it. Center Shang-Chi shouted and raised his hands desperately to block the basketball. Can. The next moment. Bang. The sound of an explosion resounded throughout the venue. Click, click. The basketball hoop began to shake violently, making a wailing sound. Center Shang-Chi also flew backwards and fell to the ground after hitting the basket. Midorioske, on the other hand, had blue frames hanging on his hands and looked down at the other person. Nani, what's up with number 13? He actually dunked over the opposing center. Did Mingguang, number 13, drink fake wine? What's this guy's name? Why haven't I seen him before? The audience on stage went crazy. Jungyi, come with me to interview Mingguang after the game. In the audience, a tall and plump woman was looking at Midorioske's back excitedly. But, my sister, don't we still have to interview Tico? The young man next to her, who was a head shorter than her and had a bowl cover hairstyle, was stunned. They are reporters affiliated with the editorial department of Basketball Weekly. Jungyi, you have to know that a qualified reporter must have eyes that can discover wealth. Mutome said seriously. She is someone who is willing to sacrifice her rest time and travel back and forth to major competition venues in order to witness the competitions with her own eyes and obtain first-hand information. Is this the monster you're talking about? On the Mingguang bench, Tobi Shota also looked at Midorioske and murmured. Unfortunately, I picked up this treasure too late. If he had picked it up 2 years earlier, he would be sure that Mingguang would have been the absolute overlord in the past 2 years. Even the current Tico might not be able to stop it. On the court. Beep. Shang-Chi requests a timeout. That number 13 is too strong. I can't defend him. Shang-Chi's small forward said helplessly. Noda, you and Taro will jointly defend the number 13 on the opposite side. Everyone, the game isn't over yet. It's just begun. Shang-Chi's coach began to cheer up the players. Chapter 15 Finals coming. Beep. The game is over. As the referee's voice sounded, silence fell in the audience. Because they haven't come to their senses yet. 124-75. Shang-Chi and others were also looking at the score in despair. You know, Mingguang scored 42 points on them in just 5 minutes. In these 5 minutes, not only did they not score a single point, but several key players were also injured. That number 13, he is a monster. Desperate. Helpless. Last year, Tico took root in the hearts of Shang-Chi and others, and this year, Mingguang made them sprout. Mito, come sit here. In the lounge, Tobi Shota patted the stool next to him with a flattering look on his face. If you have to fart, do it now. Midorioske said as he changed his clothes. Where are you going? Tobi Shota asked. We'll definitely leave after the fight, what else? Midorioske rolled his eyes at the other person. It is impossible for him to work overtime since he was a slave in his previous life. People can be late, but they can never leave late. Let's have lunch together at noon. If you're free in the afternoon, you can go to the game with us. Now we know who we will be facing in tomorrow's final. Tobu Shota was not angry at all, but smiled. Because the butterfly flapped its wings, the final was postponed to tomorrow. Yeah Mito, aren't you looking forward to our next opponent? Ogihara Seihiro also walked forward and asked with a smile. The others were even more eagerly awaiting Midoriosuke's answer. They may have had some ulterior motives in the past, but they only realized it after seeing each other's performance today. This is called a sense of security. I'm not looking forward to it. If there's nothing else, I'll go back. Etc. Tobi Shota stopped Midorioske and continued. Mito, have you decided where to go to high school? I have a good friend who is a coach at a private high school. Although this school has only been open for a year, don't worry. Okay, you know how my grades are. I can go to any high school if I want to. With your level of learning, I can easily handle it. Midorioske finished speaking and walked out slamming the door without looking back. This level of elegance really made the poor students in the basketball team admire him. After a while, as Mito-san doing well academically, Hubu Shota finally came to his senses and asked everyone who was also confused. Mito is from the class next to mine. I heard that his total score in the last mock exam was only 49. Advertisement. The defender scratched his head and said uncertainly. That's impossible, my total score is over 100. But when Mito was so confident just now, I would have believed him if you said he was admitted to Kyoto University. Passerby B. Zongfeng spoke. This kid. Upon hearing this, Hubu Shota touched his mustache and said helplessly. Hello, We are reporters from Basketball Weekly. Do you have time for an interview? A poor student will always be a poor student. Even if you are a poor student in Daxia, this is no exception. Obviously, Midorioske is such a poor student. Otherwise, he would not have been an ox or a horse in his previous life. After leaving the gymnasium, Midorioske rode on his will-o'-the-wisp and shuttled through the streets. After a while, we returned to Jinkwan Izakaya. Fortunately, I didn't finish cooking last night, I really miss the days when we had takeout. Midorioske complained as he washed the vegetables. A good nap can restore your energy for the day, provided you are not woken up. Ogiwara, I hope you have something big to say. Midorioske, with messy hair, looked fiercely at Ogiwara Narihiro who had nothing in his hands. Kuroko is injured, but their captain won't let me see him. Ogiwara Narihiro spoke somewhat dejectedly. Since you didn't bring any gifts, I don't really want to welcome you. Mito was very angry. It was fine that he disturbed her nap. Who goes to someone else's house empty-handed? Ogiwara Seihiro started to feel confused again. Is it really because I didn't bring any gifts? So that's how it is. But after hearing what Midorioske said, his sadness dissipated a lot. The Tiko match is over. We'll be playing Tiko tomorrow. Ogiwara Narihiro walked past Midorioske and went straight in. No, did I let you in? Don't treat this place like your own home. Midorioske angrily closed the door and quickly ran up to the second floor. Just take a rest down there. I'll take a nap. Ogiwara Seihiro did not answer, but sat on the stool. All he could think about was Akashi Seijuro's words. The opponent in the final. It's a pity that Tetsuya won't be able to play in the next game. Although the result will not change, I hope you will fight to the end. Night fell, and when Midorioske woke up, Ogiwara Narihiro was gone. Not only that, the hygiene is also much cleaner. Advertisement. Looking at the bowl of vegetarian noodles on the counter, Midorioske muttered, this idiot. After dinner, not only do I have to smoke, I also have to go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. As his life has improved, Midorioske no longer needs to go to the market to buy cheap ingredients. Of course, he couldn't bear to buy something that was too expensive. Aomine Daiki, I've been looking for you for a long time. When he finished buying the ingredients and was about to return to the izakaya, several figures blocked his way. The next day, at the gymnasium. Today is the day of the All Daxia League Finals. The venue was packed with people and every seat was occupied. Even many high school coaches and players came to watch. Of course, their purpose is also very simple, Taobao. Scout for high school bound players with potential. Tiko's here. Tiko, Aomine. No, Akashi. Tiko champion. As the players from Tiko Junior High entered the field, the cheers from the audience instantly resounded throughout the stadium. As soon as Kozo Shirogane walked into the stadium with the Age of Miracles, he brought an extremely shocking aura to the entire audience. Satsuki Momoi was absent. She was staying with Kuroko Tetsuya in the hospital room. Aomine and the others looked absent-minded, and Atsushi Murasakibara looked like he had not yet woken up. As Tiko Junior High entered the stage, the noise from the stage grew louder and louder. Certainly, none of them are as wild as him. Where have you been? The game has started. Toby Shota made dozens of calls in a row before the other party finally answered. So he no longer endured it and started yelling into the phone. What did Mito say? Seeing the coach hang up the phone, Tanagawa Tomio asked hurriedly. This idiot said he just woke up and is coming over now. Forget it, let's go in first. Toby Shota rubbed his temples and suppressed his anger. The other side, Mito Ryota jumped out of bed after hanging up the phone, then quickly brushed his teeth, washed his face, and looked for clothes, complaining all the time. It's late. It's all because of those idiots last night. The game on this side has already begun. Both sides prepare to fight for the ball. The referee walked between Atsushi Murasakibara and center Mingguang and threw the ball into the air. Seeing this, the two men jumped up suddenly. But despite Mingguang's center trying his best, Atsushi Murasakibara easily won the jump ball. Chapter 16 Mito is parking his car. Aomine Daiki caught the basketball and immediately started attacking the opponent's basket. Ogihara Narihiro rushed forward to defend. Aomine Daiki's expression didn't change at all, and she easily passed the opponent with a behind-the-back dribble. Seeing this, Mingguang's forward immediately intercepted his attack route. Come if you can defend it. Aomine Daiki looked at the opponent's striker with disdain. With a back turn, he easily passed Mingguang's forward. So fast. Mingguang Vanguard was shocked and said in disbelief. After Aomine Daiki passed the Mingguang forward, there was no one under the basket. He jumped high, swung his arms in a big circle, and then slammed the basketball into the opponent's basket. Bang. Goal. Aomine. Tiko will win. The Age of Miracles is so terrifying that no one in the country can stop them. After the ball went in, there was silence in the audience for a few seconds before loud applause and cheers were heard. Amazing. The game has just begun. Mingguang Middle School and others cheered each other on under the basket. The game continues. As soon as Ogihara Seihiro dribbled across half court, Aomine Daiki came towards him. Facing Aomine Daiki, Ogihara Narihiro tried several times, but when he found that he couldn't get past the opponent, he passed the ball to Tanagawa Tomio with a back pass. Midorima Shintaro just opened his arms, and Tanagawa Tomio immediately felt a huge pressure coming at him. Good opportunity. In an instant, he saw that the power forward was not defended, and after a crotch dribble, he swung his right hand violently. The basketball passed from Midorima Shintaro's crotch and flew towards the power forward. Bang! Suddenly, a hand intercepted the ball. How is that possible? Just as Ming Guang and the others reacted, they saw Akashi Seijiro score a 3-step layup. Wow, when did that number 4 show up there? What number 4? That's Tiko's captain, Akashi Seijiro. Tiko will win. Tiko will win. There was cheering in the audience. Next, Aomine Daiki de formless shot. Kai's Ryota scored consecutive breakthroughs. Akashi Seijiro's crazy steal and ankle stopper. Atsushi Murasakibara's rebound and dunk. There is also Midorima Shintaro's unreasonable 3 points. Advertisement. The aura emanating from the Age of Miracles deeply overwhelmed the inner defenses of Ming Guang and others. At this time, Ming Guang's Tomio Tanagawa was holding a basketball and breathing heavily. The others were also very angry. We can't beat them, they're all monsters. At this time, the center said with lifeless eyes. The others also showed expressions of agreement, as if they wanted to give up the competition. The game isn't over yet, don't give up. Ogihara Seihiro spoke to the group. What are you talking about? We can't win, Ogiwara. Yes, the result of the game is obvious. Yes, Tiko and the others were impeccable in both attack and defense. We were not on the same level as the other side. Is there really any hope facing such an opponent? Listening to his teammates' words, Ogihara Narihiro gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to speak. Beep, Mingguang Middle School calls a timeout. At this moment, Tobi Shota quickly called a timeout. He wanted to give some stimulants to this group of depressed players. There are 4 minutes left in the second quarter. I want you to do your best to keep the score low within these 4 minutes. As soon as they came off the field, they heard the coaches shout. Coach, the score is too far away. The center was clearly driven into isolation by Atsushi Murasakibara, and he was looking at the score in despair. 66-4. I know that no matter what tactics I use next, you won't be able to win. Hubu Shota murmured and was silent for a while before continuing, but I have good news for you. Mito-san is parking the car. Hiss. Everyone gasped when they heard this. Yeah, haha, we still have that monster Mito. There are still 2 quarters left, there's still a chance. Since the 5 opponents are monsters, let the monsters deal with them. Seeing the low breaths from the crowd disappear, Hubu Jungtai clapped his hands fiercely and struck while the iron was hot, saying, so don't let the score get too far apart. Tanagawa, you and Ogihara, keep a close eye on the opposing no. 7. It's better to lose 2 points than 3. Yes. Tanagawa Tomiro a Ogiwara Shigehiro Yiko Tong Sheng Dao. The other side. Let's go have some barbecue after we win. Kai's Ryota suggested. Good. Atsushi Murasakibara agreed immediately. That's fine with me. Aomine Daiki raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. Midorima, are you going? Let's talk after the fight. Advertisement. That's coming soon. The atmosphere at Tiko Junior High was extremely relaxed, with people talking and laughing. Beep. The game begins. With the referee's whistle, the 2 teams came on the court again. But when Shirogane Kozo saw the fighting spirit in the eyes of the Mingguang Middle School players, he was stunned. Why do I have a bad feeling? How could that be? If they weren't playing, the score would have already exceeded 100. The teaching assistant interjected. I hope I'm overthinking. Shirogane Kozo muttered. On the playing field, it's quite impressive. Aomine Daiki looked at Ogihara Seihiro dribbling the ball in front of her, and said with a curl of her lips. He likes players who don't give up easily. I hope you can still laugh in the second half. After Ogiwara Seihiro finished speaking, he took advantage of the moment when Aomine Daiki was stunned and immediately passed the ball to Tanagawa Tomio. When Tomio Tanagawa received the ball, he did not rush to attack. He also calmly glanced at Akashi's position and continued dribbling. Are they stalling for time? Shirogane Kozo looked at the situation on the field and frowned. I guess they don't want to lose too much. The teaching assistant at the side spoke up. No, if that's the case, there's no way that Hubu kid would laugh like that. Hearing this, the assistant coach also looked towards the bench of Mingguang Middle School. I don't feel right either. When he saw Tobi Shota's confident smile, he also frowned. On the court, when the violation is about to happen, the point guard simply throws the ball out of the court. Seeing this, Mingguang players immediately returned to defense. Not only did they have to delay time, but they also had to conserve their energy to assist Midorioske in the second half. Huh, what's going on, Mingguang? Are you giving up? I think so, otherwise how could we play like this? There's no point. Maya, why don't you leave? Wait a minute, why didn't Mingguang's number 13 play yesterday? There were voices of discussion in the audience. Tiko has the ball. As soon as Akashi Seijiro dribbled across half court, Tanagawa Tomio and Ogihara Shota immediately closed in on Midorima Shintaro. I don't know why you're suddenly trying to delay, but this is just a futile struggle. After Akashi Seijiro finished speaking, he made a fake move to knock his opponent down again and passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara. After receiving the ball, Atsushi Murasakibara jumped up and dunked. Although center Mingguang wanted to stop it, he was powerless and could only watch himself being dunked on. FK, the score difference is so big. Just as Hubu Shota glanced at the time from time to time and stamped his feet from time to time. A lazy voice came from behind him, which made him extremely excited. Chapter 17. The Light of Tiko. Huh, you finally showed up. You said you're in your 40s, why are you still acting like a nagging little woman? Midorioske said with disdain as he looked at Toby Shota, who was staring at him with resentment on his face. I don't care, you are responsible. Speak human language. Seeing the other person coming right at him, Midorioske resisted the urge to slap him. What else could it be? The score. Toby Shota pointed at the scoring screen, his eyes full of resentment. Seeing this, the substitute from Mingguang Middle School could fit a goose egg in his mouth. Is this still our decisive coach? How come he changed since the one-on-one interview yesterday? On Mingguang's side, due to the arrival of Midorioske, no one was paying attention to the situation on the field. At this time, there was 1 minute left in the second quarter. Even though Mingguang and the others tried their best to delay the game, the score was still getting bigger and bigger. 78-4. I really don't understand, what's the point of you delaying like this? Aomine Daiki asked, staring at Ogihara Narihiro. Although they have many ways to steal the ball, they also want to see what tricks the other side is playing. As for losing, sorry, Tiko never thought about losing. See you in the second half. Ogihara Seihiro didn't answer directly, but glanced at the bench and smiled, then quickly threw the ball out of bounds before committing a violation. Even a clay man can get angry, and of course he is no exception. No one can stand such a frustrating game. Tiko has the ball. What's going on with them? The behavior is giving up, but what about the momentum to win? Tiko et al. Are not Sister Lee. Bang. Atsushi Murasakibara's slam dunk rings out again. But this time, there was no cheering. Because the atmosphere of the entire stadium was shrouded in a sense of weirdness. Enjoy the upcoming matches. I'll show you the real Mingguang. Tomio Tanagawa smiled at Midorima Shintaro and quickly threw the ball out of bounds. 15 seconds left. Tiko has the ball. At this time, the score had reached 84. Lao Jung, you guys are really good at having fun. Midorioske looked at the situation on the court, then turned to look at the coach with dissatisfaction. There's nothing we can do, Mito, without you here, they can't even score on offense. I might as well save some energy to help you, Hubu Jungtai said helplessly. Advertisement. If we play normally, the score will only widen further. Beep. The whistle blew to end the second quarter and players from both teams left the court. What's going on with them? Don't they want to lose badly? Aomine Daiki said with an unhappy look on her face. I don't think it's that simple, Akashi Seijuro said with a gloomy face. After all, his second personality was more sensitive and also smelled that unusual scent. Do your best and wait for fate, Midorima Shintaro said, picked up the water bottle and drank the water. There were also whispers in the audience. This match was so frustrating to watch, and it was the finals. Isn't it? Mingguang is clearly no match for him. It would be better to just send all the substitutes and admit defeat. I feel the same way. I used to think Mingguang was persistent, but now I'm starting to feel like I came here for nothing. Mingguang Middle School. Mito-kun, Mito-san, you're finally here. The 5 main players stepped forward and said with a smile. Hee 4 points. Do you guys want to tire me to death? Midorioske Xiaoma Dao. Okay, for the second half, Kono, small forward, you take a break first, Mito will come on. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Hubu Jungtai began to make arrangements. The second half, third quarter, begins. Mingguang has the ball. As soon as the players from both teams came on the court, the audience exclaimed. It's number 13. What number 13? Mingguang, number 13, is the boy who dunked from the free throw line yesterday. Oh, I was wondering why he didn't play. Turns out he's a secret weapon, but isn't it too late to play now? Yeah, a 76-point difference basically declares Tiko the winner. What the hell? That's the light of Tiko. Isn't he from Mingguang Middle School? No, he is the light of our Tiko. Too bad, he lost to the Zaibatsu in the end. Quote. Myth. Aomine Daiki and Huanglai Ryota looked at the familiar figure in surprise. Atsushi Murasakibara narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Midorima Shintaro simply adjusted his glasses with his hand. Akashi Seijuro stared at Midorioske with a vicious look. Hey, long time no see. Midorioske rolled his eyes and quickly passed the ball to his point guard, then raised his hand to greet Tiko and others. Advertisement. Bang, 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 bang. He dribbled slowly across half court before Ryota came up to defend him. Your name is Huanglai, right? I didn't expect you to know me, Mito-san. Huanglai Ryota smiled and said. Okay, let's talk about old times later. You guys have really damaged my school. Midorioske's smile faded, and before the other party could speak, he continued, are you here? Hearing this, Huanglai Ryota put away his nonchalant look and immediately took a defensive stance. He could play with others, but the person in front of him easily defeated the person he could never defeat. This oppressive feeling, damn it, they were just playing. After feeling the people in front of them, Mingguang Middle School and others realized that the other party had just let go. Bang! The familiar sound of a ball hitting another ball was heard. Everyone was stunned before Midorioske appeared behind Huanglai Ryota. Nani, what a fast speed. How did he do that? The light of Tico. The light of Tico. Huanglai Ryota ignored the students who turned against him in the audience and just stood there in a daze. Before, he was just an outsider, but now after facing Midorioske head-on, he realized how terrifying the opponent is. What a terrifying sudden acceleration. What a terrifying speed. Mito, come on. If you can pass it, you will. Seeing this, Aomine Daiki no longer paid attention to Ogihara Narihiro, but immediately stepped forward to provide defense. Before he could finish his words, Midoriosuke's voice came from behind him. Xiao Qingqing, your reaction ability is still as slow as ever. How is that possible? He's getting faster. When Aomine Daiki turned around, she saw Midorioske leaping high and slamming his entire body towards the basket. Snort. Atsushi Murasakibara snorted coldly, took 2 steps forward, and then jumped high to block Midorioske. The next second, the two collided with each other. Bang! The loud sound of a slam dunk going into the basket was heard. Atsushi Murasakibara was knocked away and fell under the basket. Nani, how is that possible? Yesterday's scene. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the audience opened their eyes wide and looked at the figure hanging on the basket in surprise. How strong does this guy have to be able to knock over Atsushi Murasakibara? Ha 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 ha. On the bench, Tobi Shota saw this scene and laughed heartily, all the resentment from the first half swept away. Are all your Tico rare monsters? Then what are my Mito? Chapter 18 Monsters vs. Monsters. Crush you. After Midorioske jumped down, he looked down at Atsushi Murasakibara and chuckled. Then jogged back to defense. He also holds a grudge because someone once blocked his way to the toilet. Atsushi Murasakibara's pupils shrank suddenly, staring at Midoriosuke's back. I'll crush you. I didn't expect you to become so strong after just a few months of not seeing you. Aomine Daiki also looked towards the figure in Mingguang's direction, her tone somewhat excited. Is this still the boy who could only break through on the right and do a 3-step layup a few months ago? Ryota looked shocked. How is that possible? That number 13 is your secret weapon, right? Ministry of Revenue. Shirogane Kozo looked at Mingguang's bench and muttered. Murasakibara, are you okay? Instead of a fast break, all Tico players ran to the basket to check on Atsushi Murasakibara's injury. Fine. Atsushi Murasakibara took the hand extended by Aomine Daiki, stood up and his expression changed. My chest hurts. Tico serves. Akashi Seijuro received the ball and started to advance, but just after crossing the halfway mark, Midorioske was already standing in front of him. Get out of here, Akashi Seijuro said with a cold look in his eyes, then started dribbling at high speed. The next moment, idiot, Midorioske said, and suddenly took off running, passing the opponent while grabbing the ball. Bang bang, bang bang bang. There is no one under the basket on the opposite side. Akashi Seijuro also came to his senses at this moment, turned his head sharply, and saw this scene. When the opponent dribbled to the 3-point line, he stopped suddenly, holding the ball with both hands and jumped on the spot. Akashi Seijuro stopped moving his hands to move the air, and showed an expression of disbelief on his face. There's no way this ball can go in. Shirogane Kozo's pupils suddenly dilated. If you run with the ball quickly and shoot immediately after stopping, you don't have time to aim. No one's guarding. Mito, why are you in such a hurry? Even Tobi Shota didn't believe that the ball could go in. Swish. The basketball drew a perfect arc and went into the goal. Nani, look, I said Mingguang's number 13 drank fake wine. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Guess. There were also bursts of cheers from the audience. Number 13 from Mingguang Middle School, I want all his information. If he is a third-year student, I will reserve this person for Kaijo. Quote. Who is number 13? Quote, comma, quote. Advertisement. In addition, many universities have also begun to send people to investigate. Sister Mai, Mito is so amazing. Hot cut hair. Duan Mujungi said in surprise, but after a while, there was no response. He immediately turned his head and saw Muto Mai whose eyes had turned into a heart shape. Beep. Tico Jr. High is requesting a timeout. Hey, why did you pause? I was really enjoying it. Wow, this is Tico's first time calling a timeout, right? Ha ha ha, Tico is anxious. What are you laughing at? Aren't you Tico's? What do you know? I may be in Tico, but my heart is always toward the light of Tico. Quote, comma, quote. The score is 80-9. Tico bench. Aomine, Huanglai, you two will double guard the opposing no. 13. Akashi, pass to Midorima when there's an opening. We want to make the score bigger. Shirogane Kozo explained that he actually began to feel that the gap of 70 points was too small. When faced with an unstable factor, we must be on the safe side. Can you pass the ball to me? Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly spoke at this time. Everyone was stunned and looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, whose eyes were full of fighting spirit. But he didn't say anything else, instead he looked at Akashi Seijuro seriously. I see. Akashi Seijuro Dian too. On the other side, Mingguang was on the bench. Hey, Mito, come and drink some water. Amidst everyone's incredulous expressions, Toby Shota handed over Mito's water bottle and said with a smile. It'll be the same for a while. Captain, you and Xiao Didi keep an eye on that green-haired turtle. Leave the rest to me. Midorioske said after taking 2 sips of water. What's that Ogi-chan? Call me Ogihara. Ogiwara Seiko Fumando. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. The atmosphere was completely different from when Midorioske was not there. Mito, don't throw that kind of ball again. It hurts your knees. Tanagawa Tomio head after road. It's okay. Aren't I cleaning up your A now? I have to race against time, right? Midorioske put the water bottle away and habitually tried to take out a cigarette from his pocket, but came up empty-handed. Since his shorts have no pockets, he had to leave his 3 treasures lighter, wallet, and cell phone in the lounge. As for the cigarettes, they were placed in his cabinet and not taken out. Beep. The game continues. As the whistle sounded, the 2 teams arrived at their respective positions. After Akashi Seijuro got the ball, he just dribbled across half-court and saw Atsushi Murasakibara had squeezed Mingguang Zongfeng behind him. Midorima Shintaro is surrounded by Ogihara Narihiro and Tanagawa Tomio. Advertisement. Aomine Daiki saw this and stepped forward to block Midorioske for him. Pick and roll. Akashi Seijuro did not hesitate any longer and quickly passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara. Xiao Qingqing, you are a little annoying. At this moment, a voice sounded in Aomine Daiki's ears. He had a bad thought and turned around quickly, but it was too late. This side. Atsushi Murasakibara received the ball and hit it hard. Then he exerted force with his body and instantly pushed Mingguang Zongfeng back a step. The next second, he jumped up with his back to the basket like a giant beast. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly twisted his body, rotated 180 degrees in the air, and threw the basketball towards the basket with both hands. Get out of the way. Mingguang Zongfeng was just about to grit his teeth and jump when a voice came to his ears. Immediately afterwards, he was pulled apart by a strange force and fell to the ground. The next moment, Mingguang Zongfeng saw the owner of the voice leaping high into the sky. Bang! Midorioske held the basketball tightly with one hand in the air. Ah! Seeing this, Atsushi Murasakibara roared and increased the strength of his hands. Will shouting help? Midorioske said this softly, and then he exerted force with his right hand. Snap! The basketball was snatched away forcibly, and then he slapped the ball with both hands, and it fell heavily to the ground. Atsushi Murasakibara was almost knocked down by the sudden force. Crush you. Bang, bang, bang 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 bang. Midorioske didn't pass the ball. After saying this, he dribbled towards the opponent's basket. Return to defense. Aomine Daiki and Huanglai Ryota reacted and immediately chased after him. Can't catch up. Seeing the figure getting farther and farther away, Aomine Daiki no longer held back and sprinted with all her might. A Black Panther's eye even appeared behind him. Fortunately. Stop him. Don't think about the past. Akashi Seijuro had already stood in front of Midorioske, taking a defensive stance. Midorioske didn't answer, but continued to dribble the ball at high speed towards the opponent. Akashi Seijuro's pupils shrank, and he reached out and hit the basketball in the other person's hand. Bang! Midorioske pressed down with his right hand, and the ball landed even faster, then bounced back to his left hand, avoiding the opponent's block in one go. Bang! The sound of the ball hitting the target was heard again, and Midorioske's speed suddenly burst out, and his body left a gap to the right with an afterimage. Nani? Akashi Seijuro's eyes widened in disbelief. Advertisement Chapter 19. Mito is my brother. This is. Shirogane Kozo suddenly stood up, as if the pain was suddenly not so painful. Not only him, many experienced people in the field all stood up, staring at Mingguang's number 13. Don't even think about scoring. Just as Midorioske passed Akashi Seijuro and reached the 3-point line, a figure quickly blocked his way. Aomine Daiki. So I said, Xiao Qingqing, you are so annoying. Midorioske made a sudden stop and then held the ball with both hands. With his right foot as the center of gravity, he turned backwards and instantly pulled Aomine Daiki out of his reach. It's not that easy. Aomine Daiki quickly moved sideways to block, but Midorioske spun back and made a jump shot. You wish. Aomine Daiki was thrown into confusion by the opponent's 2 kicks and quickly jumped up to defend. When he saw the other person smile, he thought to himself, it's over. As expected, Midorioske quickly pulled back his outstretched hand and turned around suddenly. Then he went around to the side of the jumping Aomine Daiki and made a quick jump shot. Swish. 3 points into the net. The score is 80-12. How is that possible? What kind of footwork is that? It looks amazing. The light of Tico. The light of Tico. No, what's the name of your Tico light? Hee hee. The audience immediately asked Tico's student nearby. Midorioske. Jungyi. We'll go to Mingguang's locker room and guard him in the last 2 minutes of the 4th quarter. Sister Mai, why don't you finish reading it? Duanmu Jungyi asked doubtfully. No matter who wins or loses this game, the name Midorioske will definitely be on every basketball weekly. Mutome said with a serious expression. She already saw a star rising. Dreamlike. Footsteps and a pull-up jumper. This monster. Quote. Shirogane Kozo showed an expression of disbelief on his face and uttered these words tremblingly. Coach, what are you talking about? One of the substitutes asked. Dream steps and pull-up jump shots are the signature moves of top NBA players like Hakeem Olajuwon and Tracy McGrady. The fantasy footwork is a combination of fake moves and high-frequency rotations that can make the opponent unable to defend against it. McGrady's pull-up jump shot is to dribble past the opponent and then quickly jump up and shoot. And this Mingguang small forward can actually integrate it all. Is he really a junior high school student? Shirogane Kozo took a deep breath and explained. On the other side, advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Mito, you really are my brother. Toby Shota suddenly laughed out loud, scaring the players nearby so much that they moved away. On the playing field, Aomine Daiki looked at Midoriosche's back as he returned to defense and smiled broadly. Mito, you're the only one worthy of my full effort. Aomine Daiki felt like her blood was about to burst out. A flash of blue lightning flashed in his eyes. Aomine. Looking at Aomine Daiki, who was full of fighting spirit, Huanglai Ryota suddenly felt his blood boiling. He thought back to Midoriosche's steps and was suddenly surprised to find that he couldn't seem to imitate them. After all, he can't open a zone at this time. What kind of monster is this? When I think about the next 3 years, if this guy continues to play basketball. Huanglai Ryota suddenly felt a chill spread throughout his body. Tiko has the ball. Akashi Seijuro had just dribbled across half-court when he saw Aomine Daiki, whose eyes were full of fighting spirit, asking for the ball. So, he immediately passed it to Aomine Daiki. Since Ogiwara Narihiro and Tanagawa Tomio were guarding Midorima Shintaro, Midorioske naturally came over to provide backup defense. Mito, from now on, I'm going to be serious. Midorioske was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, 68 points. Aomine Daiki was stunned, then suddenly laughed. A second later, the smile disappeared. He took a deep breath, and the blue lightning in his eyes reappeared. Zone. Shirogane Kozo showed another puzzled expression. Huh, again. Coach, what is a zone? The substitute asked. It is almost impossible for athletes to give 100% of their ability in a competition. Even a top-notch player who is very focused can only perform at 80% at best. But zone will make that impossible 100% possible. Shirogane Kozo explained. Hearing this, everyone looked at Aomine Daiki on the field with excitement. I wonder how you would respond to such an Aomine Daiki. Shirogane Kozo muttered something and looked towards Mingguang's bench. Hubu Shota's behavior at this moment made him slap his forehead. Brother, get him for me, ha 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 ha. At this time, Toby Shota was waving his water bottle and cheering crazily with his teammates. Are you coming? After Aomine Daiki filled up his status, he said to Midorioske. Come on. Midorioske simply responded. He really couldn't get excited about these people with middle school syndrome. It was like in a past life, when my nephew was frantically showing off to me that he had just won a cigarette card. Advertisement. I can't join in at all. Hearing this, Aomine Daiki suddenly accelerated, and her whole body was like a flash of lightning. The shoes under her feet made a harsh friction sound against the wooden floor. He chose to break through on the right side, but the next second, Midorioske appeared in front of him again. Ha 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 ha, it's you, Mito. Aomine Daiki showed an excited expression again. He felt very comfortable at the moment. It's been a long time since I fought with all my strength. He finally understood what Midorioske's defense was like. Everyone on the field was looking at the two nervously. Aomine Daiki continued to dribble and fake the ball to break through. Midorioske focused on the basketball and played defense. After a while, Aomine Daiki tried all kinds of fake moves and post-ups, but still couldn't break through the opponent's defense. Sixth senses. Midorioske actually didn't take it too seriously, but relied entirely on his powerful sixth sense to defend himself. Finally, with 2 seconds left before a violation, Aomine Daiki suddenly jumped up and tilted her body to the side. With his eyes fixed on the basket, he swung with all his strength. Formless shot. Pity. A big hand blocked the path to the fairway accurately and precisely. Bang. Midorioske didn't slap the ball away, but held the ball tightly in his hand, then clapped his hands and dropped it heavily to the ground. Before Aomine Daiki could react, he rushed directly to the opponent's basket. Oh my god. That's too powerful. That's the formless shot. The light of Tiko. The light of Tiko. Why do I feel like the game has just started? As the audience was instantly excited, Midorioske ignored Aomine Daiki, who was chasing him closely. Jump from the free throw line again, but this time he used a two-handed windmill dunk. Bang. Goal. This is so fake. Is this really a technique a middle school student can use? What the brother just said was right, he definitely drank fake wine. Mingguang's number 13 is so cool. The light of Tiko. The light of Tiko. Seeing this, the audience burst into enthusiastic cheers again. The light of Tiko. The light of Tiko. No, coach, why are you calling me that? Mito is from Mingguang Middle School. On this side, the substitute players looked at Toby Shota, who stood up and shouted, and were speechless. The following time was simply Midorioske's personal show. He was able to neutralize Tiko's ball handler's attack by just one person, and his attack was unstoppable. Facing Midorima Shintaro's unreasonable three-pointer, he jumped up and blocked the shot in an instant. Facing the double-team defense of Huanglai Ryota and Aomine Daiki, who opened the zone, he still broke through and rushed into the inside. Then he dunked over Atsushi Murasakibara. And then there's this sentence. Crush you. Chapter 20 Mito the Vengeful. Soon, the score came to 80-43. Beep. Tiko Jr. High is calling for a timeout. Seeing this, Shirogane Kozo had to suspend the game again to prepare new tactics. There's no way, he scored 39 points in just 7 minutes. And we haven't scored a single point. What kind of monster is that number 13? The important thing is that the other party is not physically exhausted at all. At most, I just started to breathe heavily. On the other hand, Aomine doesn't seem to be doing well. The aftereffects of the zone had set in, and he was now slumped on the stool, gasping for breath. Sweat kept pouring out of my body like in a sauna, and even when I was sitting, my legs were shaking uncontrollably. Huang-Lai Ryota was not much better. Although he couldn't open the zone, he had been speeding up to chase Midorioske and his physical strength could not keep up. Even Aomine who opened a zone is no match for me. Shirogane Kozo murmured something, his tone somewhat weak. In the next game, Aomine, you and Huang-Lai should take a break. Passerby A, passerby B, you take their place. Upon hearing this, the two were reluctant but had no choice. Huang-Lai Ryota still wanted to fight for it, but Shirogane said, can you still keep up in the fourth quarter? And then sat down to rest. There are 3 minutes left in the third quarter. On the other side, Mingguang Middle School bench. Mito, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Tobi Shota handed the water bottle to Midorioske and smiled, under the surprised gazes of Ogiwara Narihiro and others. Coach, the game isn't over yet. Ogihara Narihiro complained, but who knew he would suffer an unexpected disaster? How dare you say that? I get angry when you talk about this. Before my Mito came, you guys beat me 80-4. I can even beat you guys with my feet. What, didn't you always say basketball isn't a one-person sport? Why are you just a runner-up now? Can't you be a little more useful? Look how tired my Mito is. After Tobi Shota finished speaking, he reached out and pressed Midoriosuke's shoulders a few times. Hee. Coach, drink some water. Ogiwara Seihiro was spitting all over his face, and his IQ immediately took over. He quickly ran to get the coach's water bottle and brought it over. He felt that now was not the best time to refute the coach. HMPH. Tobi Shota took the water bottle and snorted proudly. Mito, do you want to take a break? Don't worry, we will keep the score low. When Tomio Tanagawa saw that the other person had his eyes closed and was enjoying the coach's exclusive shoulder massage service, he walked up to him and asked with a smile. In the previous game, he and Ogihara Narihiro were hardly tired. In fact, at the end, before they had time to run, Midorioske scored a goal. 37 points left. Midorioske didn't answer him, and said in a flat tone. Advertisement. Beep. The game continues. In the remaining 3 minutes, Tiko was unable to stop Midorioske's attack after he was missing Aomine Daiki and Huang-Lai Ryota. Midorioske also stopped attacking the inside and instead shot 3-pointers. Even though they studied at Mingguang Middle School before, they still wanted to delay time. But with Midorioske's abnormal speed, he could only watch with hatred as the opponent scored 3 points. As the third quarter whistle fell, the score was fixed at 80-79. Mingguang, number 13, is so amazing. Yeah, now the competition is like his personal show. Ha ha ha. Tiko was still trying to stall for time, now you're confused. The light of Tiko. The light of Tiko. What a shame. If it weren't for Mingguang, number 13, Tiko Junior High would have won their third consecutive championship. Quote. In the audience, more and more people supported Mingguang Middle School. Meanwhile, Satsuki Momoi was in the corridor of the infirmary, covering her mouth and staring at the TV mounted on the wall in disbelief. Ryosuke. After both teams left the field for a break, Satsuki Momoi walked back to Kuroko Tetsuya's ward like a lost soul. How did the game go? Kuroko Tetsuya asked hurriedly when she saw Satsuki Momoi coming back. The fourth quarter has just begun. Satsuki Momoi said absent-mindedly. What's the score? Not much difference. Facing the anxious Kuroko Tetsuya, Satsuki Momoi was still absent-minded. All she could think about was the boy with yellow and black hair. This was the first time she had seen a match that could put Tiko in such an awkward position. I'll go take a look. Seeing the other person's behavior, Kuroko Tetsuya immediately had bad thoughts in her mind. Then he quickly got up and got out of bed. You can't get up yet, J-kun. Satsuki Momoi quickly stopped him. At least, I want to see the result of the game with my own eyes. Kuroko Tetsuya said seriously. Looking at Kuroko Tetsuya like this, Satsuki Momoi sighed inwardly and could only accompany him to the corridor. This is. As the two looked up at the TV, they saw Midorioske dunking alone under the Tiko basket on the screen. What on earth is going on in this game? Kuroko Tetsuya asked in disbelief. At this time, the Tiko people looked breathlessly at the figure guarding outside the half-court, the figure that made them feel powerless. With this score, we lost. Advertisement. Satsuki Momoi muttered as if he was troubled. Score. 82-102. These 2 points were scored by Aomine Daiki using an unfixed shot after the zone opened. However, within 2 minutes, he went downstairs to rest again. Akashi Seijuro also went off the court to rest due to exhaustion. Although his emperor eye can see the future, his own speed cannot keep up, and coupled with Mito's abnormal coordination, he can avoid his interceptions many times. And now Midorima Shintaro has not yet grasped the three-pointer in the whole court. Even if he could, there's nothing he can do, as Ogiwara Seihiro and Tanagawa Tomio are marking him throughout the entire court. Of course, this was proposed by Midorioske, and with the strong support of Tobi Shota, Ogiwara Narihiro and Tanagawa Tomio had no choice but to compromise. A feeling of powerless despair hung over everyone in Tiko. There are 2 minutes left in the game. Everyone. Seeing this, Kuroko Tetsuya hurried to the field. Classmate Az. Satsuki Momoi hurried to catch up. At the same time, on the playing field. Which high school do you want to go to? Midorioske asked as he looked at Huang Lai, who was dribbling the ball across from him. Isn't it too early to start chatting now? Huang Lai Ryota narrowed his eyes and said. Then you go ahead. I've had enough fun and now I feel a little tired. After Midorioske finished speaking, he stood up straight, took a step to the left, and made a gesture with his right hand saying, Welcome, please come in. Wow, what's number 13 doing? Did he release the ball? What the hell is going on? Is this a friendly match? I like No 13's strength, but I really don't like his current actions. There was a sigh from the audience. Coach, what is Mito doing? Don't you care? Mingguang's small forward quickly looked at Tobi Shota. The next moment, he was heartbroken by his own coach. Stop meddling in Mito's business. What are you doing? Huang Lai Ryota did not choose to attack immediately, but dribbled slowly and asked with a cold face. Don't you all like playing games? I happen to like it too. Midorioske shrugged. Hearing this, Tiko and the others clenched their fists. Gentlemen, excuse me for the statistic. Do you want a female lead or not? There are female protagonists, click here. No female lead, click here. If you are neutral, please click on the gift column. Doghead. Chapter 21, the end of the game. Problem teenager. It is a headache for every teacher. However, every problem teenager surprisingly makes every teacher love and hate him. This is how Tobi Shota feels towards Midorioske now. On the court, if you don't vote, the time will come. Midorioske curled his lips as he looked at Huang Lai Ryota, who was dribbling slowly. He knew the personalities of the protagonists of these anime, and he also wanted to suppress their pride. Otherwise, I would be letting myself down for the training I have put in day and night over the past few months. I don't know how many shots I made just by practicing shooting. Of course, it all depends on the body being fed by the system. Basically, after making a shot, it becomes muscle memory, and from then on, whenever I shoot from that position, 80% of the time I will make the shot. Huang Lai Ryota didn't answer, but snorted coldly and passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara. This scene, not only Atsushi Murasakibara was confused, but even Mingguang's Nakamine was confused. Atsushi Murasakibara. Then should I still vote? Mingguang Zongfeng. Then should I still defend myself? In the end, Atsushi Murasakibara's symbolic slam dunk and Mingguang Zongfeng's symbolic defense ended. 84. 102. No one cheered for this goal and the atmosphere was terribly heavy. At this time, everyone knew in their hearts that there would be no surprises in the game. Jungyi, get ready. We need to go to Mingguang's lounge now. Otherwise, we won't be ranked first. In the audience, Mutome suddenly turned around and spoke to Duanmu Jungyi. She just noticed that several magazine reporters were exclaiming in amazement after Midorioske scored a goal, and then taking pictures while plotting something. It's not that exaggerated, is it? This is just a competition between middle school students. Duanmu Jungyi comforted her, but the next moment, he saw Mutome's dangerous eyes and simply shut his mouth. What do you know? This is the intuition a reporter needs. Besides, have you ever seen any junior high school student be so exaggerated? You are still too young, Duanmu. Yes, Sister Mai. Muto Mai frowned and immediately pulled Duanmu Jungyi towards the Mingguang lounge. I'm not going to give you Midorioske's virginity. As they spoke, the two of them quickened their pace again. On the court, there were only 50 seconds left until the end of the game. Mingguang has the ball. Since Midorioske scored another goal just now, the current score is 86, 102. Bang. 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 Midorioske dribbled the ball slowly and slowly crossed half court. Kai's Ryota immediately stepped forward to provide backup defense. You have to watch this ball carefully. What? Advertisement. Because, with this one shot, I put a regretful end to your junior high school basketball career. Midorioske said, and suddenly rushed to the left. Huang Lai Ryota's pupils shrank and he immediately followed. Sudden, Midorioske slammed the ball to the right side of his back with his left hand, and then quickly broke through to the right. Huang Lai Ryota suppressed the sudden awkwardness in his body and quickly moved to the right to defend. Bang! Midorioske smiled when he saw this, and then he quickly slammed the ball in his right hand towards his left hand. As soon as the ball touched his left hand, he quickly broke through to the left again. Huang Lai Ryota secretly said that it was not good, his brain was trying to catch up. But his feet didn't listen to him. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Before Tiko's teammates could come up to defend, Midorioske made an abrupt stop and took a pull-up jump shot. Swish. Goal. That move, no way. Shirogane Kozo looked at the figure slowly landing on the ground in disbelief and surprise. Wow. Send him for testing. What? What kind of move is this? The light of Tico. The light of Tico. The entire venue instantly became boiling, and the cheers were deafening. The reporters in the venue also quickly raised their cameras and kept taking pictures. Coach, what do you think of this goal? Tico's supporting actor is back on stage. This is a behind-the-back change of direction, and even in the NBA, there are only a handful of people who can do it. And the one who is best at using this trick. It's K-Lu. Quote. Shirogane Kozo explained with an incredulous look on his face. The other side. I'm going to apply for a high school basketball coaching position. Hubu Shota couldn't sit still again and stood up suddenly. His eyes were full of passion at this moment. That is the passion for basketball, and even more so for Midorioske. The players next to them gently moved their stools again. There are 30 seconds left in the game. But everyone had already decided on the outcome of this match, even Tico and the others. Mingguang, who possesses such a monster, is an unsolvable existence in this country. 30 seconds, 18 minutes. Even my shike can't do it. Comma. Beep. The game is over. Ah, advertisement. As the referee announced the end of the game, the audience cheered. We won. We actually won the Age of Miracles. The players of Mingguang Middle School hugged each other excitedly. Idiot, it's not you who won, it's him who won. Looking at the members of the Mingguang team hugging each other, Toby Shota looked at Midoriosuke's figure and murmured. We lost the game. Next time, I will definitely beat you. Aomine Daiki clenched her fists tightly, then sighed and stood up from her seat. Everyone line up. Following the instructions of the coaches from both sides, the players from the two schools lined up and shook hands with each other. However, everyone in Tico Junior High turned their attention to Midorioske, who was shaking hands with Aomine Daiki. I will definitely beat you next time. Aomine Daiki said with a smile. It's not your fault this time, your teammates are too weak. After you left, I didn't want to play anymore. Especially the one with purple hair, he fell down when he was touched, I thought he was here to scam people. Midorioske laughed. After saying this, Aomine Daiki secretly thought that something was wrong. As expected, several sharp gazes filled with murderous intent looked over in an instant. What did you say? Atsushi Murasakibara became furious upon hearing this. Ah, it hurts. Murasakibara-san, please let go first. I didn't say those words. Mingguang Zongfeng looked at his hand being held by the other party and shouted in pain. What? Can't you hear clearly? If you have the guts, ask Aomine to treat you to barbecue later, and I'll compete with you in something else. Midorioske put his hands on his hips and looked at the other person with a cocky look on his face. Murasakibara, don't be impulsive. Seeing this, Aomine Daiki rushed over and hugged Atsushi Murasakibara who was walking over. But, Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly stopped and looked down at Aomine Daiki. Shingzai, where are we going to eat? Aomine Daiki. When did I say I'd treat you to a barbecue? Slander. He slandered me. Seeing Aomine Daiki's murderous look, Midorioske scratched his head and pretended not to see it. Seeing Midorioske acting like a rogue, Aomine Daiki could only appease Atsushi Murasakibara and said through gritted teeth. I'll send you the location later. Comma. Is it over? After a while, Kuroko Tetsuya looked at the situation in the field with a look of disbelief. Wait a minute. Satsuki Momoi also arrived late. Chapter 22 The Secret to Playing Basketball Well. The passage outside Mingguang Lounge. When a group of anxious reporters arrived, they already saw Mudome and Duan Mujungi waiting there. So they bent over, panted, and regretted being a step slower. Sister Mai, you are so amazing. Seeing this scene, Duan Mujungi swallowed his saliva. The people from Mingguang Middle School are here. At this moment, the Mingguang basketball team and others were walking towards them. Mito, you really won't go back to Kanagawa with us? Ogiwara Seihiro asked with some disappointment. I live in Tokyo, and don't I have to go to school tomorrow? Midorioske rolled his eyes at the other party and said. Are you kidding? I'll accompany you to Kanagawa for a meal and then come back. How bored must I be to take a high-speed train for over an hour round trip just to have a meal with you guys? Just when Ogihara Seihiro was still trying to fight for it. Hello Miss Mai, we meet again. At this time, Hoob Shota, who was walking in front, spoke. But Mudome didn't answer him. Instead, she walked in front of Midorioske and quickly extended the microphone. Hello, Midorioske. I'm Mudome, a reporter for Basketball Weekly. I'd like to interview you. What are you doing? Midorioske frowned and blocked the microphone that was about to hit his mouth, and said speechlessly. Excuse me, Mito-san, what are your thoughts on this game? They're all nice to me. Midorioske said awkwardly that although it was his first time being interviewed, he didn't want to waste time. Because now he just wants to smoke a cigarette and then go home and take a shower. Finally, I lay on the sofa and played video games. Muto Mai was a little speechless, but she continued to ask for the sake of professional ethics. How would you rate your performance in this match? Basic operation, don't be stupid. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Why is this person so irrelevant? What kind of answers are they giving? But Muto Mai is a professional reporter after all, and she can handle Midoriosuke's random answer. Haha, I didn't expect that Mito-san not only has amazing ball skills, but also an amazing sense of humor. So, Mito, You're such a great basketball player, what's your secret? Hearing this, everyone present became curious. It mainly depends on talent. In one sentence, the curious team members are no longer curious. Let the expectant reporters no longer have any expectations. Playing basketball, it mainly depends on talent. Advertisement. This answer is really, really, hot. Even Mito-me, who has rich interview experience, was a little confused at this moment. Haha, Mito-kun is really humorous. So, what do you want to say to the readers of Basketball Weekly? Mito-me took a deep breath and asked again. Read more books, read more Basketball Weekly, eat less snacks, and get more sleep. He's pointing at me. Atsushi Murasakibara, who had just walked out of the lounge, heard this and looked angrily at Midorioske, who was answering the interview. Murasakibara, calm down, he's not talking about you. Aomine Daiki quickly patted the other person on the back and said. In front of the barbecue restaurant. No, why are you here too? Aomine Daiki asked with a frown as he looked at Huanglai Ryota and Midorima Shintaro who followed him. Little Aomine, it's more fun when there are more people. It's a pity that little Akashi doesn't want to come. I haven't had barbecue in a long time. Huanglai Ryota said coquettishly to Aomine Daiki, while Midorima Shintaro held a baseball bat in his left hand and adjusted his glasses with his right hand. Then you guys pay for yourselves, I don't have that much money. Aomine Daiki looked at the two of them warily and said, suddenly, he seemed to have forgotten something. Meanwhile, outside the gymnasium. What, you said that Ada and Ryosuke-kun went to eat barbecue? Satsuki Momoi repeated with an expression of disbelief. Kuroko Tetsuya was saying goodbye to Ogihara Narihiro in front of the bus at the door. In a barbecue restaurant, several people chose a seat and sat down. After ordering from the menu, Aomine Daiki looked up and asked. Mito, I haven't seen you for a few months. How come you've become so powerful? Everyone pricked up their ears when they heard this. Talent. It's okay if you don't want to say it, I will defeat you one day anyway. Aomine Daiki said with high morale. The others nodded inwardly as well. Apart from looking at the purple-haired guy drooling over the barbecue at the next table. Soon after, everything they ordered was served. Looking at the ingredients on the table, Midorioske was the first to stand up and slam the table. Who can eat this little food? If the people at the next table saw this, they would think that we couldn't afford Aomine Daiki. Waiter, please give us a few portions of everything on the table. There are several of us, one for each of us. Advertisement. Atsushi Murasakibara, who was originally looking at the ingredients on the table, suddenly had his eyes light up. In an instant, his head was like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, Mito is right. From this moment on, Midoriosuke's image has become taller in his heart. You idiot, shut up. Hearing this, Aomine Daiki broke out in a cold sweat. She stood up and covered Midoriosuke's mouth, then looked at the proprietress with an apologetic look. Smith Marseille, I have no money left. After releasing her hand, Aomine Daiki whispered to the others. Tisk, it's just money. If you don't have money, you can ask Huanglai for help. Midorioske snorted and sat down. Why are you looking for me? Why not little Midorima and little Murasakibara? Huanglai Ryota pointed at himself and asked. I guess all of little green hair's money was spent on so-called mascots. Murasakibara probably doesn't have enough money to buy snacks. Besides, aren't you a model? What about the money? Don't say you don't have any. Then you should ask yourself why you don't work harder to get more advertising. Shuizi, I think you are right. Listening to Midoriosuke's analysis, Atsushi Murasakibara was the first to support him. Mito, I have no objection if you ask him to treat me, but my name is not Little Green Hair. Midorima Shintaro protested. FKU, Little Murasakibara, which side are you from? Huanglai Ryota turned his head in disbelief and looked at Atsushi Murasakibara. Don't ask, he's helping the truth. Shut up Mito. I just think Shuizi is right. Murasakibara muttered softly. In the end, Ryota took charge of everything and ordered one for everyone. Looking at the food in front of him, he sighed inwardly. Didn't I come here to eat for free? Why did I end up paying the bill? Mito, why are you still drinking? Midorima Shintaro asked in surprise, because when Midorioske opened the military canteen, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Shish, since you've discovered me, I'll just have to tell you honestly, why I'm so good at basketball. Midorioske immediately covered Midorima Shintaro's mouth, then looked around before speaking softly. Hearing this, the four of them fell silent. If you want to be good at basketball, you have to smoke, drink, and perm your hair. Hee, I'll do it. Mito, you be asterisk 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 D. I just baked that, spit it out. Aomine Daiki was stunned, and then when he found that his meat was clamped in the other party's mouth, he suddenly stood up and grabbed Midoriosuke's shoulders and shook him. It's not over yet. At this moment, a sinful hand also quietly reached into the bowl of Aomine Daiki. Murasakibara, don't touch my grilled meat. Chapter 23 My destiny is in my hands. Soon after, the dishes were served. Mito drank the last drop of liquor in the kettle and frowned. Would you like to go to the next game? Let me show you my cooking skills. It's late, and we're not delinquents. As soon as Huanglai Ryota finished speaking, Aomine Daiki immediately covered his mouth. Huang-Lai Ryota seemed to remember something and looked at Midorioske awkwardly. Note: minors who do not return home too late will be considered delinquents in Sakura National Park. At this time, two young men were sitting at a table not far away. Which of them do you say is Midorioske? The shortest one, the one who speaks in a loud voice. Yeah, I remember. Shuizai, is the food you cook delicious? Atsushi Murasakibara finished his last bite of meat and looked up. Hey, remove the word, ma. You guys wait, I'm going to the bathroom first, and I'll come back to take you there, it's not far away. Midorioske finished speaking and staggered towards the door without waiting for the four people to respond. As soon as he turned the corner, he immediately became much more clear-headed, and walked to the counter to pay the bill. Bought it alone. Who bought it? At the counter, Huang-Lai Ryota, who was about to pay the bill, was surprised. I bought it, let's go. Midorioske waved his hand impatiently and said loudly. Mito, how can this be so embarrassing? Although Huang-Lai Ryota said this, he still walked forward with a big laugh and put his arm around the other person's shoulders. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients later. You pay for it. Okay, but I can't eat anymore. Midorima Shintaro raised his glasses and said. Then watch me eat. Atsushi Murasakibara immediately took over. So, the five people left the barbecue restaurant in a noisy manner. But what they don't know is that there are several little tails following them. At the entrance of Jinkwan Izakaya. Mito, we are underage and cannot come to the izakaya. Yeah, and this place is not open either. What are you talking about? Midorioske inserted the key into the hole, unlocked the door, and turned around to ask. It's okay. Mito, did you drive this? Aomine Daiki and the others asked in surprise. Come in, find a seat and wait for me. I'll treat you to a late-night dinner, free of charge. Mito said, carrying the ingredients he had just bought and went into the kitchen. In the huge izakaya, only 4 people were left staring at each other in a daze. Huang-Lai Ryota. I wonder why Mito loves drinking so much. Atsushi Murasakibara found a seat and sat down. What I care more about is whether the food made by Shuizi is delicious. Advertisement. Midorima Shintaro. Murasakibara, can you still eat? Aomine Daiki. I can eat anything as long as it doesn't taste like Satsuki's. After a while, young masters, the food is served. Midorioske walked out of the kitchen carrying a tray, placed the dishes in the middle of the table, and then poured 4 large glasses of frozen juice. Finally, he took out a case of beer from the freezer. Mito, what are these? Roasted eggplant, mapo tofu, cold pig ears, hand-smashed cucumbers, braised beef from last night, and fried peanuts. Try these, they are delicious and filling, you can eat them even if you just had dinner. Midorioske finished his introductions, then opened a bottle of beer, poured it into the same sized cups as theirs, and raised his glass. Let me first find a reason to toast. Come, let us wish Xiao Qingqing a happy birthday in advance. Everyone. Aomine Daiki. My birthday has already passed. Midorioske. Then celebrate next year's birthday in advance. The other 3 people. Is this okay? So, everyone raised their glasses and said, Happy birthday to Aomine me. Tons of tons. Everyone drank half a cup in one gulp and breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Aomine Daiki's birthday party officially begins. In fact, the reason why they can be like Midorioske is entirely because of their mentality. It's like drinking alcohol. If you can drink about the same as the other person, you will say, let's fight to the death tonight. This is a, hey, I'm locking my legs. This is the key, hey, I lost it. But, if you use up all your alcohol and can only make the other person slightly drunk, then you'll be like, hey bro, I'm telling you, I know a super drinker. What? You don't believe me? Next time, I'll arrange a drinking competition and let you guys compete. Mito, your cooking is so delicious. Hey, Murasakibara, why did you take away the pig ears and beef? Mito, what's your zodiac sign? Midorima Shintaro gracefully put a piece of cucumber into his mouth, chewed it twice and swallowed it, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the juice. Finally, he took out another tissue and wiped his mouth before asking. Oh, I'm a shooter. Midorioske opened the last bottle of beer and answered with hazy eyes. Today's Sagittarius horoscope is number 3. Seeing Midorima Shintaro muttering, Midorioske immediately became unwilling. Little green hair, I hate it most when you always say things like leaving it to fate. Have you ever heard the saying, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God? My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Midorima Shintaro Lang Xian Dao. Yes, listen to me first. As a human being, you must have the courage to ask the heavens. Just like me. I have never cared about life and death, and I have always gone against God. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. I want to be a devil, not a god. The Sakura country knows no immortals, only gods. Midorioske suddenly stood up, waving his arms and posing. Advertisement. Good. Aomine Daiki and Huang-Lai Ryota suddenly turned into supporting actors and quickly applauded. The All Daxia competition has ended for a month. Everyone has returned to the stage of crazy tutoring. The day of going to college is getting closer and closer. It is worth mentioning that each of the 5 members of the Age of Miracles received invitations from many universities. Apart from Midorioske, because he thought these people were human traffickers, so he bullied them. After all, Ogiwara Shigehiro stopped supporting him after he finished playing in the national tournament. 2 months later, Mingguang Middle School basketball team. Mito, which high school do you want to go to? Ogiwara Narihiro asked as he packed his clothes. Upon hearing this, Hubu Shota leaned over and pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. I don't know yet. Midorioske stretched and said lazily. Ahem. Mito, if you don't know which high school to go to, coach has a few good options. Toby Shota pretended to cough twice and said, Coach, didn't you say you came here today to assess the next captain? Why are you staying in the lounge all the time? Quote. Ogiwara Narihiro asked in confusion. If you have questions, read a book. If you can't find the answer, ask your teacher, not the basketball team coach. Toby Shota glanced at the other person and said loudly. Midorioske did not answer. He was concentrating on looking at the panel. Host. Midorioske. Age. 15. Height. 178. Weight. 73 kilograms. Physical strength. Unparalleled in the world, 9%. Skills. Sixth sense, top coordination, top weapon mastery, elementary, perfect driving, chef level cooking. The trouble system is ongoing. Advanced prediction, advanced explanation may be deleted. I'm already catching up on Kuroko's basketball. But, you need to be a member. There is no other way, I can only watch the explanation from the small video. Then I will interpret each character according to my personal understanding. If there is anything wrong, please feel free to speak out. Anyway, I don't listen, just a little bit. I can order the 998-foot massage, but the 30 yuan video membership. I'm sorry, I can't do this. Degree. Also, this is my first time writing, dog head, so please be gentle with your comments. Chapter 24. Will-O-Wisp Boy. The bell rang. Hubu Shota suddenly became quiet. Because this was the ringtone of his son Mito's cell phone, he also made a silence gesture to Ogihara Narihiro. Seihiro Ogihara. Coach, you have changed. You used to call me the ace. Mexi. Midorioske packed his clothes and turned on the speakerphone. Ryosuke, do you have an ideal university? Chairman Tiko's voice came from the other end of the line. Whatever, just don't stray too far from home. After all, I have to go back to open the shop at night. Midorioske Amidanato. Okay, it's good enough that you don't lose money on your shabby shop. Not only are there no customers, but there probably isn't enough wine for you to drink. Old man, are you teaching me how to do things? I'm your uncle. By the way, the chairman of Yosenhai asked me to ask if you're interested in studying there. He will provide you with food and lodging. Hearing this, Toby Shota and Ogiwara Narihiro exchanged a glance. My goodness. How far is it from Tokyo? Midorioske packed his things, put on his backpack, picked up his phone, turned off the audio guide and said. Akita Prefecture is about 450 kilometers from Tokyo. In the office, the chairman thought for a moment and said. Then, his phone then made a beep, beep, beep sound. Bakayaro, how dare you hang up on me? The chairman held up his phone high, then took a deep breath and slowly put it down. After thinking for a while, he made a phone call. The call just got through. That B************ D thought it was too far from home, so he probably refused. Midorioske was sitting in a parking space on a speeding train. Since he was still using a flip phone, he was looking down at a book. He reads beauty magazines. To be precise, I was just reading the words on the magazine. Because for someone like Midorioske, who even took his cell phone with him when he took a shit before traveling through time, everyone understands. Have you chosen a college? Well, I'm planning on attending Suzerain High School. At this moment, the conversation between the two students opposite entered Midorioske's ears. Suzerain High School, what's going on that makes me so excited all of a sudden? Hearing this familiar name, Midorioske also looked at the two curiously. Hello classmate, may I ask where Suzerain High School is? In Osaka. Okay, thanks. Classmate, you too. Oh, no, just kidding, Osaka is farther from Tokyo. Advertisement. 50 minutes later, Midorioske returned to Jinkwan Izakaya. As soon as he reached the door, he discovered an unexpected guest. Powdery hair, Satsuki Momoi. Why didn't you call me when you came over? Midorioske walked up behind her and called out. Ah, Ryosuke-kun, are you walking without making any sound? Satsuki Momoi was obviously startled, but she was relieved when she turned around and saw that it was Midorioske. Then he patted his chest and said angrily. Is it my fault? Midorioske pointed at himself and said in surprise. You mean that I had to train so no one was there to go shopping with you, and you came to my place for some reason? In front of the izakaya, Midorioske had his hands in his pockets, looking like he was still sleepy. Right, Satsuki Momoi stuck out her tongue. Then you go find Brother Kun. No, little Kuroko. Midorioske said with a yawn. Zhejian said he's not free either. Hearing this, Satsuki Momoi's expression became a little lonely. Come on, I'll take you out to play, but dinner is on you. Midorioske felt a little reluctant. After all, the other party was. That was a waste. So, he regretted it. Also, I don't want to walk. I'll drive. Ryosuke-kun, are we really going to take this car? Satsuki Momoi looked at the will-o'-the-wisp, then frowned at Midorioske, who was looking for a spare helmet in the utility room. If you don't sit, I won't go. Midorioske took out a white helmet from the utility room and walked out, pretending to be impatient. On the road, ghost fire was spreading all the way. At this time, Midorioske finally understood the secret of will-o'-the-wisp. He must catch the girl. As the speed increased, Satsuki Momoi went from pinching the corners of her clothes at first to hugging her waist and screaming in the end. A coffee shop. What? Have you never ridden a motorcycle before? Looking at the angry and pouting Satsuki, Midorioske laughed. Then no one drives as fast as Gia-kun. Satsuki Momoi turned her head away and said angrily. But when she turned her head, a blush flashed across her cheeks. In fact, regardless of nationality, for a good girl like her, the handsome and cool Midorioske was indeed very attractive to her. At first, she was indeed scared. But, when she felt that Midorioske had great cycling skills, she felt a surge of excitement in her heart. This feeling is something that Aomine Daiki and Kuroko Tetsuya cannot give you. It's okay, I'm quite skilled. By the way, Satsuki. Advertisement. What's wrong? Seeing that the other party did not continue speaking, Satsuki Momoi quickly turned around and asked. I've always had a question for you. You ask. When Satsuki Momoi saw Midorioske's serious face, she started to get nervous and started biting the straw in her mouth unconsciously. Do you like basketball? I like it. Satsuki Momoi was startled and replied. But why don't you play basketball yourself instead of watching others play? I like basketball, but that doesn't mean I want to play basketball. At first, it was Da who liked it. Midorioske just listened to Satsuki Momoi's explanation without interrupting. After a while, Gia-jun, I actually have a question for you. Satsuki lowered his head and said as he stirred his coffee, the kind you get in milk tea shops with a straw. You say, do you want to go to 2 with me in Ada? Night falls. A ghost fire, flashing with colorful lights, was speeding on the road. Midorioske ultimately did not answer Satsuki Momoi's question. Perhaps he was craving alcohol, and on the way back, he accidentally walked into a biker gang competition. Result. To Satsuki Momoi's surprise, the will-o'-wisp was far ahead. That was a close call. I thought they were going to kill us. At the entrance of Jinkwan Izakaya. As soon as he got off the car, Satsuki Momoi patted his chest and said in fear. Haha, it's okay, they can't catch up with my will-o'-the-wisp. Satsuki Momoi asked in confusion, why do you call it will-o'-the-wisp? Midorioske took off his helmet and posed like a cocky guy, because I'm a spirited young man now. Satsuki Momoi continued to ask, what is a spirit boy? He's just a very handsome boy. Jejin, you are so narcissistic, haha. The night began to deepen. 2 figures were walking down the street. Jejin, the cold chicken feet you made are so delicious. Satsuki Momoi Kaimido, I'll get it for you next time. Midorioske said with his hands in his pockets. Since he had just had a few drinks, he was worried that it would be unsafe for a girl to go home alone at night, so Midorioske had to walk her home. Satsuki Momoi on the side would occasionally peek at his profile, thinking, is this considered a date? Bang, 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 swish. Just as the two were passing by a baseball field, the sound of a basketball was heard from inside. Chapter 25 Takaichi Kawamura. Yo, looks like I don't need to go that far. Looking at the familiar figure on the court, Midorioske turned and smiled at Satsuki Momoi. Ah, the evening breeze blew up pink memories. No, it was my hair. Satsuki Momoi was startled and looked towards the sound of basketball. Da. In the dark night, Aomine Daiki looked so lonely as she shot basketball alone. Then I'm leaving. Midorioske turned his head and looked at Satsuki Momoi, with a nice smile on his face. Jejin, didn't you say you would take me home? Satsuki Momoi hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and said seriously. Quote question mark quote. I don't want to disturb Ada's practice. After sending Satsuki Momoi home, Midorioske also returned to the izakaya. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz luxury car was parked at the door. Why are you back so late? The chairman of Tico Jr. High got out of the car and complained. Old man, you control everything, but do you care what time I go home? I'm your uncle, who knows? As soon as the two met, they started arguing again, which made the driver hiding in the car laugh secretly. This uncle and nephew have not changed. Hello, Midorioske-kun. At this time, another middle-aged man got out from another part of the car. The middle-aged man was wearing a custom-made suit and looked like a man of status. Who is he? Midorioske noticed that there were outsiders and asked Tico's chairman. What is it? Do you think this is a place to chat? Why don't you open the door quickly? Are you still doing business? Quote. Chairman Tico said unhappily. Midorioske. Well, God has the final say. Hurry up. Get 6 or 7 or 8 of our friends some snacks to go with the drinks, and then serve us 5 bottles of Shengchuan and 2 cases of beer. As soon as we sat down, Chairman Tico urged. Just as the middle-aged man next to him was about to say something, he interrupted him with a look. Midorioske. Old man, I. Before he could finish his words, his uncle interrupted him. Give me money this time. Okay, please wait a moment, my 2 guests. Midorioske changed his expression in an instant and served the 2 with a smile. Advertisement. Ryuta, what do you mean? The middle-aged man saw Midorioske leaving and stared at Chairman Tico and asked. What else? Why don't you just say your name is Kawamura Ryuiki? He just ignores you. But if you have yuan, then it's easy. Although this guy is AB ********D, he said something well. Some embarrassing things are easier to talk about after drinking. Mito Ryota glanced towards the kitchen and spoke earnestly. Doesn't he like playing basketball? Kawamura Ryuiki asked with some confusion. Who told you that? Mito Ryuta was also surprised. But isn't he on the basketball team? He even won the All-Daxia League Championship this time. Although he didn't win the MVP award, that was because he only played in 2 games. Kawamura Ryuiki was silent for a moment, then spoke. You don't know my nephew well. Xingping told me that a kid invited him to join the basketball club. If I'm not mistaken, Ryosuke treats playing basketball as a job. Mito Ryuta handed the other person a cigarette and smiled. As a job, does he know how talented he is at basketball? What's more, how much can you help him now that he is in this state? If he wants to live a better life in the future, basketball is the only way. Kawamura Ryuiki slammed the table, looking somewhat disappointed. This, I'll keep you in suspense for now. You'll know once you try his cooking. I can only say that my nephew will definitely have no future. I just don't know which path I'll choose. Mito Ryuta lit a cigarette and spoke mysteriously, but his tone was somewhat proud. Hearing this, Kawamura Takashi was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, Midorioske brought out a grilled fish, a dish of snail and duck feet stew, and a dish of braised beef in soy sauce. Of course, there are also fried peanuts and pickled cucumbers. After a while, all the dishes and wine were served. Both guests, please come up. Midorioske stood in front of the table, smiling broadly. Well, then you go down. Mito Ryota waved his hand. By the way, this fish doesn't have any bones, so feel free to eat it. Midorioske continued serving. It's okay, I've eaten, you can go and get busy. Advertisement. Mito Ryuta poured a glass of sake for the 2 of them and spoke. Well, if you don't drink the beer now, it won't be cold enough later. It's okay, I'll let you change to frozen ones later. Dear guest, this is your first time here, so you may not know what this dish is. Can I introduce it to you? Mito Ryosuke suddenly turned around and said to Kawamura Ryuiki. The other party was stunned. Why do I have anything to do with it? But looking at Mito Ryosuke, whose eyes kept shooting stars at him, he still said, how about Ryosuke-san also eat something? Okay. Upon hearing this, Mito Ryosuke sat down immediately and then took a bottle of beer. He took Mito Ryuta's lighter and pried open the beer cap with a bang. Hey, put out the lighter. Mito Ryuta frowned as he looked at Mito Ryosuke, who naturally put the lighter he had just stolen from the wine back into his pocket. This kid wants to steal the lighter again. Smith. I thought it was mine, ha ha ha. Mito Ryosuke, who was exposed, laughed and said to Kawamura Ryuiki. What's the boss's name? At this moment, the still confused Kawamura Ryuiki came back to his senses and revealed a mysterious smile. Kawamura Ryuiki. Oh, hello, this is grilled fish, and this is called duck feet and snail casserole. Looking at Mito Ryosuke, who was introducing the dishes to him, Kawamura Yang was a little surprised. He doesn't even know me. Ha 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 ha, I said this brat doesn't know you. Ryosuke, let me introduce you. This is Ryuiki Kawamura, the chairman of Yosen High. Mito Ryuta couldn't stand it anymore, so he laughed and introduced himself. Oh, I've heard so much about you. Ryuiki Kawamura. Ryosuke, stop it. Kawamura used to be the top guard on the national basketball team. Mito Ryuta couldn't stand it anymore and blew out a smoke ring and said. Okay, I get it. Come on, everything is in the wine. I'll drink it first, you can do whatever you want. After taking a bite of the grilled fish, Mito Ryosuke raised the beer in his hand, clinked it with Kawamura Ryuiki's glass, and started drinking it. Ryuiki Kawamura was completely confused. Shouldn't he be excited? After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Mito Ryosuke went to smoke a cigarette under the pretext of going to the restroom. Kawamura, how is it? Mito Ryuta asked as he picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth. Are you a bit nervous? Who asked you to judge others? I asked you to judge his cooking skills. Kawamura Ryuiki finally reacted and spoke quickly. Delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food in Sakura country. Chapter 26 Graduation Season. You said he won't study anymore. Is being a chef a good option for him? Mito Ryota's laughing path, too. At this point in the conversation, he certainly knew what the other party meant. Besides, my nephew is more than that. His motorcycle skills are also top-notch. Even the most powerful biker gang today probably can't beat him. Besides, before Mito Ryuta could finish, Kawamura Ryuiki interrupted him and asked seriously. Ryuta, what could possibly impress him? He decided that no matter what the cost, he would defeat the other party. You on? Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. He likes money. Sogasinian. As the two middle-aged men were chatting furtively, Midorioske, who had just finished smoking, came up behind them. Are you guys in a relationship? Your mouths are almost kissing. Get lost. I didn't expect you to have such a low alcohol tolerance. Did you vomit it back? Mito Ryota's great shout out. Bullshit. Come on, rock, paper, scissors, one bottle at a time. I can't get you drunk to death, old man. Mito Ryosuke heard this, put one foot on the stool, and pointed at the other person's nose. Bakayalu. I'm your uncle. That Ryosuke. Kawamura Takashi was interrupted by two people who said in unison. Shut up, comma. After a while, what did you say? Mito Ryosuke asked in disbelief. I said, I want to invite you to join our school's basketball team. Annual salary of 10 million. About 500,000 Dragon Country currency. Kawamura, you're really willing to spend so much. This is almost as much as the annual salary of the national basketball team. Mito Ryota chuckled and took a sip of sake. After saying that, they both looked at Mito Ryosuke, who was already stunned. Today is a good day. It is also the graduation season for the third year of junior high school. Teiko Junior High New Year's Eve. The huge gymnasium was already full of students. Today, Teiko Junior High School welcomes its annual graduation season. On behalf of the school, let me wish the graduates to go to their dream universities after graduation. Congratulations to all the graduating third graders today. After Mito Ryota finished speaking, the audience burst into applause. Advertisement. Next, the farewell words. Student representative, Takasaka Isetsuna. Seniors, congratulations on your graduation. Listening to the farewell speech of her junior, Satsuki Momoi, who was standing behind the stage, felt a little nervous but more moved. Because she is about to give a speech. This scene is being played out in every middle school in Sakura country. At the same time, the basketball team played on the court. The Age of Miracles stands in contrast. From now on, we are each other's enemies. See you next time on the national stage of high school basketball. Akashi Seijiro spoke first. That being said, there's no need to draw a line so quickly. Kai's Ryota said with a bit of discomfort in his heart. It's just a coincidence that we separated. Atsushi Murasakibara also spoke. Accidentally? No, there aren't many schools that can be called powerful, but has anyone ever considered going to the same school? After Akashi Seijiro finished speaking, everyone was a little surprised and looked at him. After all, we don't like being collectively referred to as the Age of Miracles. Hearing this, several people looked at Akashi Seijiro with serious expressions. He curled his lips and continued, once we compete, we'll definitely see who's better. No one will admit that he is inferior to others, to prove it. But before he could finish his words, Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly spoke up. Then why don't you continue to defeat Mito Ryosuke together? The other four. Of course he must be defeated, but I don't think you would want to defeat him in the name of the Age of Miracles, right? Akashi Seijiro said, putting away his smile. Well, that's true. Kai's Ryota said. That's it, there's no denying it. Aomine Daiki also spoke. But, Heizai probably wouldn't think so, right? Atsushi Murasakibara Awatamichi. No, although our goals are completely different, Tetsuya will definitely participate in this battle. The answer is not yet completely clear, but even so. He seems determined to play his own style of basketball. Akashi Seijiro said, his smile returning. That's right. After all, Ryosuke is just like us. We all think basketball is a one-person sport. Aomine Daiki spoke. Then let's go our separate ways. The next time we meet, we'll be rivals. Akashi Seijiro finished speaking, and the five of them turned around and headed in different directions. Mako Junior High School. Advertisement, where's Mito? He didn't come. Where did he go on such a special day like today? Did he answer the phone? Mito Ryosuke, who was being looked for not only by the class but also by everyone in the basketball club, was currently sitting on the balcony in a daze. After glancing at his phone, which had been muted for a long time but kept receiving calls, he looked into the distance again. That day, Kawamura Ryuichi's words lingered in his mind. Not only that, as long as you come, I will not only help you redecorate your shop. You can also find someone to manage your business. I will pay their salary and the money earned will be yours. How? It's hard not to be tempted by these conditions. Mito Ryosuke muttered as he looked into the distance. He originally wanted to attend the youth college which was closest to his home, but then because of what Satsuki Momoi said, he also had some thoughts about to college. But, Yosen High gave too much. I am not an international student and this is not Dragon Country. What qualifications do I have to enjoy such treatment? So, he lit a cigarette. The curl of smoke slowly rises into the sky. After graduation season, it's vacation time. Mito Ryosuke completely tanked during the holidays. While the shop was being renovated, I moved back to the detached villa left to me by my parents. So he basically partied every night. He had evicted the previous tenant. As for the compensation for the contract, yes, Kawamura Ryuiki is there to cover it. Early in the morning, Mito Ryosuke drowsily answered the phone that had been ringing for a long time. As soon as the phone was connected, a sweet voice came. Jejin, do you want to go shopping? Nail polish remover. Who? I'm Satsuki. Have you moved? I just went to Jinkwan Izakaya, and the workers who were renovating there said you don't live there anymore. I'm not going. Hearing the other person's sleepy voice, Satsuki Momoi, who was standing at the Izakaya intersection with breakfast in her hand, suddenly felt sad. But she still took a breath and asked softly, can I come to your house to play? I bought you breakfast. Well, I don't live there anymore. I live now. Listening to the other party's nonsensical words, the sadness on Satsuki Momoi's face turned into a smile, and then he silently wrote down the address the other party had just said. Then I'll come find you now. Remember to open the door later. Beep, beep, beep. Although the call was disconnected, Midorioske continued to ask with his eyes closed. Did you buy breakfast? Are you sure you didn't do it? Chapter 27. Blessings to single gentlemen. Happy Valentine's Day. Mito family villa. Midorioske was still talking to himself on his cell phone. After a long time, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Jia-kun. Ding dong. Jia-kun. The doorbell rang along with the girl's voice and reached the ears of Midorioske, who was talking to himself with his eyes closed and holding his cell phone. Jia-kun, you didn't fall asleep again. Satsuki Momoi muttered and took out her cell phone. FKU. Midorioske was startled by the sudden ringing of a phone in his head, and immediately threw the phone in his hand away. With a pop, the mobile phone was gloriously sacrificed. After a while, Midorioske, who had been struggling on the bed for a long time, finally left the warm bed reluctantly. I saw him climbing out of the bed with difficulty as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and then walking downstairs like a zombie with his eyes closed. Why are you here? Midorioske asked with hazy eyes and a messy hair. I really want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Looking at Satsuki, who had pink hair and was wearing a light red dress and a dark red scarf, I sighed. Jia-kun, it's time for breakfast. Satsuki Momoi laughed when she saw Midorioske's look, then changed into his slippers and walked into the house. Wow, Jia-kun, your house is so big, is there any porridge? Coming into the living room, Midorioske yawned and asked. Wine in the early morning and porridge in the morning. This is the best way to keep healthy. I didn't buy any porridge. If you want some, Jia-jun, I'll make it for you now. Satsuki Momoi finished speaking and began to roll up his sleeves. Jia-jun, where's the kitchen? Kitchen? What kitchen? I don't have a kitchen at home. Hearing the other party's words, Midorioske, who was originally very sleepy, woke up immediately and waved his hands hurriedly. What brings you here today? Seeing that Satsuki Momoi wanted to speak again, he quickly changed the subject. It's nothing. I just think that a holiday should feel like a holiday. Just sit here for a while. I'll go take a shower and change clothes and come down. Okay. Satsuki Momoi responded obediently, came to the sofa and sat down. Midorioske yawned and went upstairs to wash up. Advertisement. Jijun's house is so big, but why does he always seem to be short of money? Satsuki Momoi muttered after admiring the hall's decorations for a while. This movie is really good. In the afternoon, the two came out of the cinema and Midorioske stretched and said. Jia-jun, you were sleeping the whole time. Satsuki Momoi said unhappily. It was you who said we wanted to watch a movie. How can I sleep without watching a movie? After walking out of the mall, Midorioske turned to look at Satsuki and said with a guilty conscience. Where are we going later? Let's go back to school and take a look. It's too far. I don't want to go. Stupid Jia-kun, I was talking about Teiko. Oh, that's fine. After deciding on their destination, the two headed towards Teiko Junior High School. The warm sun shone on the faces of the two people, causing the photography enthusiasts not far away to raise their cameras and unconsciously take pictures of the two people. Bang bang, bang bang bang. Jia-kun, wait. While passing a baseball field, Satsuki Momoi suddenly froze in place. What's wrong? Midorioske asked, turning his head to look at the other person. However, Satsuki Momoi did not answer, but instead stared at the blue-haired boy in a sports shirt on the baseball field. Why is Jejun here? Want to go over and say hello? Good. After that, the two walked towards Kuroko Tetsuya. What Satsuki Momoi didn't know was that Midorioske, who was walking behind her, suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and revealed an intriguing smile. He quickly took out his cell phone and his fingers danced on the keys. J-kun. Satsuki Momoi approached, waving his hands violently and shouting. Yi, Mito Tong Shui, Satsuki. Why are you here? Kuroko Tetsuya held the basketball and turned to look at the two of them. Just as the two were about to talk, Midoriosuke's cell phone rang. Mexi. Nani, okay. I'll go over now. After hanging up the phone, Midorioske said apologetically. Smith, something happened in the store, I have to go back. Advertisement brother Kun, please help me accompany Satsuki. After saying that, before the two could react, Midoriosuke's feet started to smoke, and with a whoosh sound, he quickly moved away from their sight. Mito-san is still as fast as ever. Kuroko Tetsuya turned her head and looked at Satsuki Momoi, who was also confused and asked. But who is Kun? Satsuki, do you know? Also, why is his ringtone the same as my alarm clock? On the other side, run to the alley at the corner not far away. Midorioske finally peeked out and looked behind him, then breathed a sigh of relief. Free at last. Aomine Daiki, I finally found you. You were really good at playing. Several ferocious-looking young men looked at the somewhat sleazy figure in front of them and said. You are a group of deformed bikers. Midorioske heard the voice behind him, then turned around and looked at the tattooed young man with an Elvis Presley hairstyle in surprise. We are the Kawasaki biker gang, several people said in unison. Okay, I know. I already know that you are from the Kawasaki biker gang. You can leave now. Midorioske waved his hand impatiently. HMPH, I'm glad you know. Don't call me the wrong name next time. After those people finished speaking, they turned around and wanted to leave. Then, you think we're just too bored to correct you? We're here to teach you a lesson. Those people suddenly reacted and turned around and yelled at Midorioske again. The leader gave the others a look, and they understood and slowly moved towards Midorioske. After a while, all the directions he could escape were blocked. You want to blackmail me? Boy, I don't care what your name is, but today, remember, my name is Asuka Hinata. The leader looked at Midorioske's calm appearance and said angrily when he got angry. Seeing this, the others immediately took out iron rods from their arms and rushed towards the other party. The next second, the passers-by outside were startled by the pig slaughtering sound coming from the alley. After a while, he was about to shout when he saw Hinata Asuka staggering out of the alley with blood all over his face. A hand suddenly grabbed his hair and pulled him back into the alley. Brother, you succeeded in making me remember your name. Midorioske grabbed the other person's hair at the back of his head with his left hand, with a sunny smile on his face. But this smile made Asuka Hinata feel as if she was falling into an icy cave. As for the others, he had already fallen to the ground with a swollen face and lay motionless. Chapter 28 Dragon Countries, National Essence. Who are you? As soon as Hinata Asuka opened her mouth, blood began to flow from the corners of her mouth. It looks very ferocious. What kind of monster is he? I just used up all my strength, and with one blow. As a result, the iron rod was bent, but the opponent's arm was not hurt at all. As soon as Midorioske let go, Asuka Hinata fell to the ground like a weak shrimp. Then he turned around, ignoring the bikers behind him, and spoke as he walked. Me? Don't you know that? My name is Aomine Daiki. At the same time, Achu, Summer, do I have a cold? Aomine Daiki, who was queuing to buy Horikitami's photos, suddenly sneezed. A month later, pink cherry blossoms fall slowly in the wind. It fell to the ground, onto the buildings, and onto the students of Yosen High. On campus, many senior students are working hard to promote the bright future of their own clubs. On the campus, a student wearing sunglasses was lying on the benches on both sides of the path. He looked through his sunglasses, admiring the long legs of different girls, although they were wearing the same style of JK. From time to time, he would reveal a sleazy smile. The girls in the third year of high school have grown up. Yosen High Chairman's office. Chairman, what do you want to talk to me about? A beautiful woman in a black uniform and with long straight black hair knocked on the door and came in. Masako, this is the person I was telling you about. Seeing the other person sit down, Kawamura Ryuichi pushed over a photo he had secretly taken that night. It doesn't look like that, and you even drank with him? Masako Araki looks at the photo. Midorioske pointed at Chairman Taiko's nose. He frowned and said, don't worry about the details. You just need to know one thing. We paid for him and we can't let him leave the basketball team. Kawamura Ryuichi Yansu Dao. If he hadn't d me off. Before Araki Masako could finish her words, she was interrupted by the chairman. Even if he offends you, you can't chase him away. Who is this person? You should know that this year, there is more than just Atsushi Murasakibara, one of the Miracle Era players, joining the basketball team. The other one is a scorer we invited from abroad. What if they come into conflict? When Masako Araki heard Ryuichi Kawamura say this, she had no choice but to remind him in a roundabout way. Forget about an age of miracles. Even if all the ages of miracles came together, they wouldn't be as good as just one. Ryuichi Kawamura stared into the other person's eyes and said, of course he knew what the other person was thinking. Advertisement. Who is he? Masako Araki was surprised and asked, who is the person who is valued so much by the former first guard of the national basketball team? The back of the photo. Ryuichi Kawamura proposes the awakening of the path. Upon hearing this, Araki Masako turned the photo over and looked at the words on it, her pupils widening. Name. Midorioske. Height, about 1.8 meters. Why'd I feel a little cold? Midorioske, who was lying on the bench, felt a sudden chill all over his body. He quickly stood up, straightened his school uniform and muttered. So he changed his position and continued lying there. Since the new students enter the school in the morning, the entire university will also hold a mobilization ceremony and personal introductions of the class. It is only in the afternoon that they report to the club. Basketball team, gym. Okay, are all the first graders here? At this time, a second grade passerby asked loudly. Is that our coach? I heard she was a national player before. But she looks so fierce. The freshman looked at Masako Araki, who was holding a sujun stick. A stick used for kendo practice, and had a look of keep away from strangers on her face and whispered to each other. Wouldn't it be easy to tell if everyone is here by calling the roll? Araki Misako raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Since she was in a particularly good mood today, she only planned to take attendance and have a competition. As for the testing of the team members, we will talk about it tomorrow. Good coach. A giant, over 2 meters tall, took out a stack of forms and began to read the names. Takagi Hirohei. Passerby A. Passerby B. Atsushi Murasakibara. When he just read the name, there was an uproar. Is it Atsushi Murasakibara, the strongest center forward from the Age of Miracles? He's so tall. Wow, Atsushi Murasakibara, we might win this year. Don't you know that the Age of Miracles went to different schools? You are all out of touch with the times. Have you ever heard of the Light of Teiko? Quiet. If you make any more noise, I'll throw you into the sinking pond. Masako Araki swung the vibrator and threatened the old team member. When everyone heard this, they immediately shut up because they all knew how scary their coach was when he was angry. Advertisement, and the most important thing is that the coach has too many subordinates, and they are also afraid of being beaten. Coach, everyone is here. After a while, Lu Wei finished reading the last form and turned to the coach. Wait, is there anyone else whose name hasn't been read? Masako Araki asked coldly as she glanced at the people in line. No one answered. Although she had seen the photo, the one that Goheken secretly took was her side profile. Is there anyone named Midorioske? Araki Misako asked again in a deep voice, and at this time her murderous aura had already condensed into shape. Upon hearing the name, Atsushi Murasakibara, who was dozing off, suddenly looked up. His expression instantly became serious, and he thought to himself, Shuazai is attending the same university as me? Who is Midorioske? I don't know. It seems that this person is not on the list that the captain read. What's going on? You ask me? Yes, who the hell should I ask then? The crowd below became noisy again. Just when Araki Misako was about to run wild, a lazy voice came from the door. Excuse me, classmate, is this the basketball club? Gianni, go and bring me the person asking questions at the door. Yes, coach. Kenichi Okamura immediately trotted out the door. After a while, a student with yellow and black hair came in. The next moment, Midorioske, wearing earrings and with yellow and black hair, appeared in front of everyone. Who is he? No, it's just. Before the two seniors finished their words, the freshmen burst into cheers. The Light of Teiko? Ha ha ha, it really is the Light of Teiko. An Age of Miracles plus the Light of Teiko, oh my goodness. I'm almost certain that starting from this year, for the next 3 years, the championship will definitely be ours. Ha ha ha, I can already imagine the desperate expressions on my former teammates' faces if they were to face our school. Listening to the noise of the first graders, the seniors looked confused. Are you Midorioske? Hello, my name is Lu Wei, an international student from Dragon Country. Seeing Midorioske approaching, Lu Wei took the lead to step forward and introduce himself. After all, he was someone who had watched the All-Daxia League match. Unexpectedly, that monster Ming Guang would become his teammate. International students from Dragon Country? Yes. Looking at the other person's suspicious eyes, Lu Wei was stunned for a moment. Midorioske narrowed his eyes, stared at Lu Wei for a while, and then asked in a questioning tone. What the hell? Chapter 29. Lin Bei's surname is Lu. FKU. Lu Wei instantly transformed into a professional mage, threw the form away, and immediately rushed towards Midorioske. Seeing this, Okamura Kenichi quickly hugged Lu Wei and asked, what's wrong? Everyone present didn't know what was going on. The two of them spoke a similar foreign language, and Senior Lu Wei looked like he was going to kill someone. How about Fat C? Everyone is not Sister Lee. Senior Yang Wei, I just wanted to see if you were truly from Dragon Country. Why are you so angry? Midorioske scratched his head and said helplessly. Yang Ni Ma, Lin Bei, my last name is Lu. Lu Wei exploded again, and even Okamura Kenichi couldn't stop him. He thought to himself. Why didn't I realize that Lu Wei was so powerful before? You guys, speak Sakura Mandarin, Araki Misako said as she hit the ground hard with the vibrator. Although she didn't understand what the two people were saying, she could guess something with her toes. After hearing this, Lu Wei calmed down. Yes, the people on the other side are from the Sakura country. I guess I don't know who taught him the Dragon Mandarin, and he himself doesn't know what it means. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately calmed down and ran to pick up the form on the ground. Murasakibara, what's wrong with you? At this time, Takagi Hirohei turned his head and saw Atsushi Murasakibara with a worried look on his face and asked. Fine. Atsushi Murasakibara replied calmly, thinking. What to do? The man we all agreed to defeat on our own has now become my teammate. Ouch, so annoying. Is it too late to transfer schools now? Ha ha ha, I'm glad you're okay. From now on, with you and Mito around, we Yosen will be invincible. Takagi Hirohei laughed. But Atsushi Murasakibara did not answer, but looked at Midorioske with a complicated look. In order to protect them, Akashi Seijiro also said that if they encounter other miracle errors in their first year of high school matches, none of them should play. What should I do if I encounter it at that time? Even if I don't go on stage, what if Shuizi goes? Atsushi Murasakibara just felt that his head was very big now. Are you Midorioske? At this time, Masako Araki walked over, looked at the lazy boy in front of her and asked. Midorioske heard this and turned to look at the person who came. After a glance, his eyes instantly brightened up. A date? Advertisement. As soon as the words fell, the vibrator in Midorioske's eyes grew bigger and bigger. After a while, let me go, Araki Misako said a little shyly. Because at this moment she and Midorioske were doing a weird posture. Her vibrator was grasped by the opponent's left hand and pushed backwards, and she almost fell backwards due to her unstable center of gravity. Fortunately, Midorioske's right hand quickly wrapped around her waist. When Misako Araki raised her left foot, time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The entire basketball court was silent, and all the players looked at the two in surprise. The most incredible thing was that circles of pink appeared around the two of them. Then you must promise not to do anything. Midorioske pulled up the corners of his mouth and said, condescendingly, while looking into Araki Misako's eyes. Okay. Upon hearing this, Midorioske straightened the opponent, and with smoke coming out of his feet, he slid out of the basketball court with a whoosh. I'll come back tomorrow, I have something to do today. This B********. D. Seeing this, Misako Araki cursed and turned to look at the freshman. Newborn. Laosheng. There's going to be a good show. Misako, this is what the chairman asked me to give you, let me show you. At this time, a male teacher walked into the basketball court and handed over a CD. Let's go and take a look together. Misako Araki took a deep breath and spoke to everyone. There's nothing I can do. I originally wanted to see the strength of the freshman, but the one dressed like a delinquent ran away. It can only be tomorrow. The words fell. Senior student. Great, no need to train today. Freshman. Why are the seniors so excited? Screening room. Look, that's me. How about I be on camera? That's just the camera hitting you. You're so excited. Look, the one drinking the soda is me. Quiet. Misako Araki maintained order and looked towards the TV. This game is the final of the All-Daxia League, Teiko Junior High vs Mako Junior High School. After a while, many senior students lay down on the table and dozed off. Advertisement. After all, this game was too one-sided. You guys are going to watch this kind of game? An old student asked the two freshmen who were on camera just now. The first half was certainly not good, but senior, guess who won in the end? One of the freshmen asked mysteriously. Of course, it must be the emperor. But before he could finish his words, Lu Wei interrupted him. It's Aru from Minguang Middle School. What? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Misako Araki was also stunned. She was just thinking that how could Kawamura let her watch such a game? So, she turned to look at the purple-haired man who was eating potato chips and asked, Murasakibara, did you really lose this game? There is no way. The score is now 72-4, and it is obvious that Minguang is already slacking off. Misako Araki didn't know about the match because the back of the photo only had information about Midorioske's living habits and personal information written on it. Yes, when Shuizi came on in the second half, he scared us pretty good. Atsushi Murasakibara said this while chewing potato chips and recalling the past. Okamura, hurry up and move on to the second half. Misako Araki immediately gave the order. She began to become curious. How can we catch up with such a huge score gap? After Kenichi Okamura agreed, he quickly pressed the fast-forward button. After a while, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Minguang number 13. As soon as he came on stage, the originally lazy Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly looked fierce. I saw him crush the potato chips in his hand into crumbs, and then swallowed the crumbs angrily. On TV, Midorioske suddenly accelerated his dribbling and passed Huang Lai Ryota from the right. But Huang Lai Ryota didn't react at all. Next up is Aomine Daiki. Finally, Atsushi Murasakibara appeared in the camera. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly jumped up. Then he was knocked away by Midorioske, who was dunking from the free throw line. Bang! The sound of this slam dunk not only shocked everyone in the audience, but also shocked the members of the Yosen basketball team in front of the screen. Hiss! Oh my god, this is a monster. I think what the passerby said just now was right. This person must have drunk fake wine. With this height, is it true that he has such terrifying jumping ability? He's incredibly fast. No wonder he disappeared just a moment ago. After a while of noise, everyone looked at Atsushi Murasakibara with sympathy. At this time, all the potato chips in Atsushi Murasakibara's hand had been crushed by him. At this time, he was eating the potato chip crumbs inside the bag with his mouth. Chapter 30. The new teaching assistant. After a while, the freshmen walked out of the screening room with excitement, while the seniors walked out with shock. Fortunately, there is no competition scheduled for today. If this is really arranged, won't these kids at home be beaten into autism? Oh, that's not right. Now that monster is also ours. Free throw line slam dunk, two-handed windmill slam dunk, dream step, pull-up jump shot, fadeaway three-pointer, fadeaway jump shot. Oh my god, am I lucky? But this kid is really annoying. But Misako Araki, who was walking at the end, thought about it with some fear, and then became more and more excited. Hello, I'm the new assistant coach, my name is Tobishoda. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked up to Misako Araki, who was secretly happy, with a smile and extended his hand. Wow, isn't that the coach from Minguang Middle School? Why is he our assistant coach? How should I know? Hello, I'm Misako Araki. Hearing the players' discussions, Misako Araki quickly reached out and shook their hands. Meanwhile, Midorioske has returned to where he lives. It is a Japanese-style single-family house very close to the school. The next day, Midorioske was still the last person to arrive at the stadium. But he just walked onto the court. Hey, Mito-san, you're here. Your earrings look so cool today. Mito, your clothes look really nice today. Looking at a group of strange classmates, Midorioske quickly took a few steps back, then took a look at the building, and only walked in after making sure that he was in the right place. Did these people's brains get eaten collectively last night? Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic towards me? And the guy who just praised my clothes, doesn't he have a school uniform? Mito, long time no see. At this moment, a familiar voice came into the ears of the confused Midorioske. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Tobi Shoda waving his hand with a smile on his face. Hey, coach. Why are you here? Were you fired by Ming Guang? Upon hearing this, Hubu Shoda's face darkened and the joy of reunion disappeared in an instant. Alright, come gather together, freshmen stand on the left, seniors stand on the right. Advertisement Araki Misako's voice rang out, and at this time, she had replaced the vibrator with a wooden sword. Because she was afraid that someone would block the stick with one hand again today. But if you change to a wooden sword, it's fine. Even if the opponent can grab the sword with bare hands, you still need two hands. Soon, everyone was in position. Okay, now, freshmen, from left to right, please report your name, height, weight, and position of expertise. After Araki Misako finished speaking, the first person on the left said loudly. I'm just a passerby. Height 186 centimeters, weight 73 kilograms, best position is power forward. Well, next one, Araki Misako shouted. I'm passerby B. After each team member is introduced, Lu Wei will record their information in the notebook. Next, my name is Midorioske. I'm 183 centimeters tall, weigh 76 kilograms, and my best position is center. Next. That's not right. What position did you say you're good at? Araki Misako's face darkened and she stared at Midorioske and asked. Even Lu Wei, who was taking notes on the side, frowned and looked helplessly at the word, center, that had just been written on the notebook. On the other side, Tobi Shoda slapped his forehead with a paw sound. Ha 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 ha. If you're a center, then what am I? A point guard. Ha ha ha. Okamura Kenichi laughed. However, the next second, Misako Araki turned her head and gave Kenichi Okamura a weird smile. I think I can play center, Midorioske said seriously. He is not stupid. According to his nature, he will definitely organize some competition to test the waters of the new product. Center, for me, is the easiest one. Okay, I'll let you try it later. Next. Misako Araki was speechless. There was nothing she could do since the other party was now the team's favorite. My name is Atsushi Murasakibara. I'm 208 centimeters tall and weigh 99 kilograms. My preferred position is center forward. Atsushi Murasakibara replied lazily. Okay, freshmen, you need to train hard from now on. I believe you will become starters soon. Araki Misako finished speaking, then looked at the old student and continued. You guys should introduce yourselves too. Hello everyone, I'm Kenichi Okamura, captain of the basketball team, and I play power forward. A very old man stepped forward and spoke. My name is Kensuke Fukui. I'm also the vice captain and play point guard. A man with golden hair and dead fish eyes spoke. My name is Lu Wei, and I play small forward. Lu Wei closed the notebook and spoke. I am. After all the basketball players were introduced, Misako Araki and Shoda Tobi looked at each other and nodded. Advertisement, then we'll have a scrimmage match, with Murasakibara joining the senior squad. Okay, let's change and warm up. Araki Misako spoke. After a while, everyone finished warming up and gathered. Now I will announce the lineup of senior students. Shooting guard, Kensuke Fukui. Power forward, Lu Wei. Nakafen, Atsushi Murasakibara. Small forward, passerby. Point guard, Kenichi Okamura. As soon as Araki Misako finished her assignment, Okamura Kenichi immediately said, Coach, why am I a point guard? Isn't I a power forward? Didn't you just say you were a point guard? Ha ha ha. When everyone heard this, they also started laughing. So, Kenichi Okamura stood at the point guard position with a dull look on his face. The game begins. Both parties are in position. Midorioske and Atsushi Murasakibara were in the jump ball position. Beep. As soon as the basketball was thrown up by the player acting as the referee, Atsushi Murasakibara jumped straight up and put the ball into the hands of Kenichi Okamura. At this moment, everyone, including Atsushi Murasakibara who had just landed, was stunned, because Midorioske did not jump at all. He just yawned and then ran to his own basket. At the same time, he hooked his finger at Atsushi Murasakibara. You, come here. What's going on? Why doesn't he jump? I don't know. Why isn't the captain dribbling? I don't know either. At this moment, Kenichi Okamura stared at the basketball in his hand in disbelief. Am I really a point guard? Okamura, why are you standing there like an idiot? At this time, Lu Wei shouted. Upon hearing this, Kenichi Okamura responded with an, oh, and then started dribbling the ball. As soon as he crossed half court, he immediately threw the ball to Lu Wei and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that this year it would be my turn to teach the newbie a lesson. Lu Wei held the ball and muttered to himself as he looked at the person opposite him. On the other side, Midorioske was chatting with Atsushi Murasakibara under the basket. Xiao Zizi, what are you planning to eat tonight? Meal. What kind of meal? White rice. Oh, what about food? Eat. Chapter 31. Turnaround Fader, why do you keep squeezing me? Midorioske asked as he felt the other party starting to squeeze him harder. Atsushi Murasakibara didn't say anything, but tried hard secretly, but was surprised to find that he couldn't push it. How is that possible? Helplessly, he could only use his right foot as the axis, turn around and step in front of Midorioske. He won't pass it on to you. Midorioske looked at Atsushi Murasakibara in front of him and said lazily. As expected. Lu Wei dribbled past the freshman forward and made a jump shot on the spot. Swish. Goal. Ball possession changes. After the freshman point guard brought the ball across half court, he began to observe the positions of his teammates. Although he wanted to pass the ball to Midorioske, he was being held back by Atsushi Murasakibara. Would you like more gourmet bars or more potato chips? I like them all. I'm different from you. I don't like snacks. Bang. While the two were chatting, the freshman point guard was blocked by Kenichi Okamura. The ball suddenly came into Lu Wei's hands, and he immediately started a fast break. After passing the freshman forward under the basket, he suddenly jumped up and slammed the ball. Bang. Goal. 4-0, is Midorioske's training usually like this? Masako Araki asked as she looked at the figure running slowly. No, he never participates in group training, Tobi Shoda replied. Why? Masako Araki was a little surprised. If I'm not mistaken, he probably can't take his teammates seriously. Tobi Shoda thought for a while before speaking. Yeah? Masako Araki was skeptical, then lowered her head and thought for a while. On the court, as the freshman forward was intercepted, the basketball was in the hands of Kenichi Okamura. At this time, he saw that Atsushi Murasakibara had blocked Midorioske, so he passed the ball to him. After all, he really couldn't take this group of freshmen seriously. Murasakibara received the ball and turned his back to Midorioske. Then I tried to play from behind, but found that I couldn't hit the opponent at all. How could this happen? Atsushi Murasakibara was a little angry. He turned right, raised the ball from the side with his left hand, and shot the basketball with a hook shot. Swish. Goal. Advertisement. After scoring the goal, Atsushi Murasakibara lowered his head and returned to defense, as if something was on his mind. Mito, what's wrong with you? At this time, the point guard came over and asked. Nothing, I just thought they were interesting. Midorioske smiled as he looked at the seniors who were already in a defensive posture. He found that the opponent's offense was too weak and only their defense was okay. Since Kuroko's basketball became popular, Mito had been a slave for a long time in his previous life. So, he didn't watch it. A few years later, he was unemployed and was working as a bricklayer at home playing games. I haven't watched the show yet. I only watched it once, so I only remember the general idea of many things and characters. I say, it's just a competition, is there any need to take it so seriously? Midorioske rolled his eyes and squeezed Atsushi Murasakibara and said. Because we agreed to defeat you. Atsushi Murasakibara pushed the person in horse stance in front of him with all his strength and said through gritted teeth. You are so stingy. Midorioske said calmly, then reached out to take the basketball passed to him by the point guard. Bang, 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 bang. Seeing Midorioske start to dribble and post up, the others became nervous. After all, Midorioske in yesterday's video gave them a huge shock. As expected, as long as the opponent is Shuazai, I don't have to restrain myself. Atsushi Murasakibara was the one suffering the most now, as he struggled to withstand the opponent's heavy back punches. After realizing that he was really not as strong as his opponent, he used his height advantage and slapped the basketball with his right hand. Midorioske saw this and a smile appeared on his face. He suddenly turned quickly to the left, then held the ball with both hands and made a shooting gesture. At this time, Atsushi Murasakibara's center of gravity was too small to jump, so he could only step forward and raise his hands to block. Seeing this, Midorioske smiled, took a step back and made a fadeaway jump shot. Bang, whoosh, hit the backboard to score a goal. The score is 6-2. Ministry of Housing, this is. Masako Araki turned her head in surprise and looked at Shota Tobi, who nodded slightly to her. Hey, is this really the level a first grader can achieve? Kensuke Fukui cannot be trusted, he's not serious yet. Lu Wei walked over and said, isn't it that strong even if I'm not serious? Kenichi Okamura was also surprised. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the stadium. He has a handsome poker face, which makes the female students passing by take a few more glances at him. It looks like there's a game going on inside, the man muttered as he listened to the sounds in the gym. On the court, the seniors have the ball. Shuizi, what was that thing you just called? Turn around and fade away jump shot. Advertisement. Oh, that's impressive. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Under the basket, the chatting duo is online again. Forget it, it's too troublesome. Before Atsushi Murasakibara could finish his words, Midorioske interrupted him and said, forget it, you can't learn it. I can't learn. You don't dare to teach me? Atsushi Murasakibara was obviously provoked and immediately changed his words. What a clumsy way of provoking someone, but I agree. Midorioske Ching Xiao Dao, off the court. Hello, coach. I'm Himuro Tatsuya. I'm here to report today. The handsome man with a poker face walked up to Masako Araki and said, "Are you Himuro Tatsuya?" Araki Masako turned her gaze to the man and asked, and Tobishoda also looked at the man. Yes. Himuro Tatsuya laughs, then you should stay and watch the game too. After she finished speaking, she turned her attention back to the field. Because of the sudden appearance of Midorioske, Araki Masako almost forgot that they had recruited a great scorer from the United States. Okay. After Himuro Tatsuya finished speaking, he also looked at the field with interest. On the court, Midorioske got the ball again. Bang. Atsushi Murasakibara only felt a huge force coming and his body took a step back. This guy. Anger flashed across Atsushi Murasakibara's face, and a violent aura instantly swept over him. This momentum. Is he going to be serious? Masako Araki was also shocked by this momentum. What a terrifying aura, Himuro Tatsuya beside him said in surprise. Bang. The sound of the ball rang out again, and Atsushi Murasakibara immediately felt the impact of that strange force again, but he was now holding his breath. This time, he did not take a step back, but kept his center of gravity on the other party. Sudden, at this moment, Midorioske suddenly turned right, then put the ball in his hands and made a fadeaway jump shot. Swish. Goal. However, Atsushi Murasakibara lost his balance and without the support of the other person's body, he fell straight down. When he turned over, he saw a hand reaching out to him. It's quite strong. It can withstand 20% of my strength. I just used Kazunari to resist. Atsushi Murasakibara said this and took the other person's hand. Midorioske pulled the unyielding purple-haired man up and smiled. Okay, I actually used 60% of my strength just now. Then I only used 50%. Chapter 32 I see. These two are so strong. Himuro Tatsuya muttered as he looked at Midorioske and Atsushi Murasakibara. Next, the old actor also started to exert his strength. On the freshman side, Midorioske was slacking off, so the score couldn't go up. He shoots because the ball is passed to him. As for grabbing the ball, what does it have to do with me, the center? The seniors also knew this, so they rarely passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara, and basically they all shot from the outside. And to steal the ball passed to Midorioske. So, Midorioske and Atsushi Murasakibara kept chatting back and forth between the baskets on both sides. The competition only lasts 15 minutes, so time passed quickly. The score was fixed at 43-18, you win, Midorioske Kyoshito. You didn't take it seriously, so this game doesn't count. Atsushi Murasakibara said unhappily. Xiaozizi, let me tell you something. This isn't a competition, why are you risking your life? I know, but I'm still unhappy, then I'll treat you to dinner tonight and I'll cook for you myself. Atsushi Murasakibara heard this, and countless golden stars flashed in his eyes. Mizukin, I'm happy. That's something Shueichin cooked, and it seems to be much more delicious than snacks. Gather. At this time, Araki Masako's voice sounded. Everyone gathered quickly. Let me introduce a new team member to you, please introduce yourself. Hello everyone, I'm Himuro Tatsuya. Himuro Tatsuya stepped forward and said. What are your measurements? My measurements are. Himuro Tatsuya was stunned, then continued in a daze. Araki Masako saw this and immediately stopped him. Mito, shut up. Seeing this, Hubu Shoda slapped his forehead again. Saren Hai, Kuroko Tatsuya met Kagami Taiga yesterday. We also played a freshman competition today. At this time, Kuroko Tatsuya and Kagami Taiga were walking on the street after their chance encounter at McDonald's. How powerful was that, Age of Miracles, what will happen if I fight them now? Kagami Taiga suddenly asked. Advertisement because after he came to Japan, everyone was talking about the Age of Miracles. Of course, there is also the Light of Teiko, that transcends the Age of Miracles. They will kill him instantly, Kuroko said calmly while sipping his drink with a blank expression. After he finished speaking, the symbol, hash, appeared on Kagami Taiga's head. Don't you have any nicer words to say? Even these 5 geniuses were admitted to different prestigious basketball schools this year. What is certain is that they all have to rely on their own strength to defeat that man. Is that the Teiko light? Yes. Ha 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 ha. Great, my fighting spirit is burning. I've decided, I'm going to defeat all of them, become number 1 in Japan. Kagami Taiga laughing way. Hearing this, Kuroko Tatsuya did not speak, but sipped his drink and looked quietly at the red-haired man in front of him. After a while, he spoke. I don't think it's possible. When Kagami Taiga heard this, hash, appeared in his head again. What? If you just look at potential ability, I don't know. However, your current abilities are far from their level. Kuroko Tatsuya took 2 quick steps, crossed the zebra crossing, and continued, it's impossible for one person to do it. I've made up my mind. Ah, Kagami Taiga looked at the other person in confusion. I am shadow. However, the stronger the light, the darker the shadow. Let the brightness of the light shine brighter. As the shadow of your light, I will help you become the best in Japan. Kuroko Tatsuya was silent for a while, as if she had made some decision, before she continued. Kagami Taiga heard the other party's words, raised the corners of his mouth, hummed, and chuckled. How dare you say that? It's up to you, I'll do my best. Kuroko Tetsuya also smiled. On the other side, Midoriosuke's residence. Xiaozizi, you drink juice and raise fish? I can use the leftovers to wash my underwear? Midorioske pointed at the little juice in Atsushi Murasakibara's cup. Shueichin, let's have a meal together, and the loser gets to have a barbecue. Atsushi Murasakibara replied incoherently with his mouth full of grilled meat. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Why aren't you stuffed to death? If you don't drink liquid when playing rock paper scissors, you have no soul. Midorioske said as he opened a bottle of beer with meat tongs. But, Shueichin, the barbecue you made is so delicious. Advertisement. Atsushi Murasakibara put all the freshly grilled meat into the bowl, then he picked up a piece and dipped it in the secret sauce made by Midorioske. Then he stuffed it back into his mouth, and an extremely happy expression immediately appeared on his face. It's okay, I'll treat you next time. Midorioske looked at Atsushi Murasakibara with a doting look. There is no chef who doesn't like diners to praise his cooking skills. The greatest compliment is to eat up all the food prepared by the chef. Really, Atsushi Murasakibara's eyes are full of stars. Of course, as long as you're responsible for buying the ingredients and washing the dishes. After a while, it was the same as usual. Midorioske came to the classroom, early, put down his school bag, and continued to take a nap. Then after class, I went home and waited for training to finish before buying ingredients for Atsushi Murasakibara. As for training, with Tobishoda covering for him, Araki Misako could only turn a blind eye to him. However, she also has a request, which is to let Mito single out Yosen's main force, excluding Murasakibara, once. The result is predictable. Kenichi Okamura and others were all shut out. However, during this time, Mito would occasionally appear at the court and take Atsushi Murasakibara to practice shooting. In his words, if you want to learn how to turn around and fade away, you must first improve your shooting rate. Yosen High, after training. Atsushi Murasakibara walked towards the school gate while looking at the words on the notebook. Looking at Atsushi Murasakibara, whose face was filled with a happy smile, Himuro Tatsuya hurriedly chased after him with a bag of potato chips. Atsushi, do you want some potato chips? Oh, okay. No, I won't eat it. I want to save my stomach for the saliva chicken that my sweetheart made tonight. Atsushi Murasakibara withdrew his outstretched hand with a conflicted look on his face and said firmly. Himuro Tatsuya was stunned. Is Mito's food so delicious? Even Atsushi Murasakibara, who can't live without snacks in class, would refuse snacks. What's written in the notebook? Why are you grinning at it? Oh, these are the ingredients Shueichin asked me to buy. Atsushi Murasakibara replied dully. Can I go with you then? I'll buy the ingredients this time. Himuro Tatsuya couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. During this period, he was more familiar with Atsushi Murasakibara. The opponent played very well, and even he found it difficult to score under his defense. As for Mito, haha, apart from the last time he shut me out, there didn't seem to be anything special. Then I want to ask Shueichin. Atsushi Murasakibara spoke without hesitation, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Midorioske. There is no way, my pocket money has shrunk significantly during this period. Hey, Shueichin, I'm going to buy some food now. Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. After a while, Atsushi Murasakibara hung up the phone, turned around and said to Himuro Tatsuya. Mizan agreed, but he asked you to buy 2 more cases of beer. Chapter 33 Distributing Jerseys, Mito, no wonder Atsushi comes to you every day. Your cooking skills are as good as those of the great chefs. Himuro Tatsuya's eyes lit up after he ate a piece of chicken. Eat quickly, we'll play poker later. Midorioske urged, taking a sip of beer. Shueichin, play rock paper scissors with Bingzi. Atsushi Murasakibara expressed no interest in gaming. Mito, does the coach know that you drink every day? And Sakura country doesn't allow minors to drink, right? Himuro Tatsuya said he didn't want to play either, so he changed the subject. Besides, I just went to many places to buy wine and finally found it in a hidden alley. He also lied to his boss. I bought it for my dad. It's no secret that Midorioske smokes, drinks, and perms his hair. But there's nothing we can do about it, because this guy makes his teammates feel so safe when he plays. It is exactly what Misako Araki said, it makes people love and hate it. Do you have a master? Midorioske didn't want to talk about these meaningless topics, so he also changed the subject. How do you know? Himuro Tatsuya was surprised. He had a master, but he had never mentioned it to anyone else. How did the other party know about it? How about I be your master? Huh, Mito, my master is much bigger than you. That's just right, I don't like underage girls either. You're underage too, right? Don't worry about the details. My master is not easy to pursue, there are many people. Before Himuro Tatsuya could finish, Midorioske interrupted him. I never use any tricks to chase girls, you'll know when the time comes. But my master is not in the Sakura country, she is in the beautiful country. Himuro Tatsuya insisted that he didn't want a person of the same age to be his master. This half-immortal calculated with his fingers that she will soon arrive in Sakura country. Midorioske mystical path. Although he didn't remember much of the plot, he still recognized all the female characters. Anyway, there are only 4 female characters with names. Atsushi Murasakibara, who was eating, listened to what the two of them said, kept his head down and ate his food without raising his head. You guys talk more. Actually, if you don't want me to be your master, then play rock paper scissors with me, whoever loses drinks half a cup. Midorioske saw that the time was right and said quickly. I don't drink. Himuro Tatsuya refused, advertisement. So, Midorioske stood up and took out 5 large bottles of Coke from the refrigerator. Just drink Coke. Final, Himuro Tatsuya drank soda until he vomited. The night began to deepen. Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya also left after cleaning up. After taking a look at the drawer, Midorioske took out his phone and made a call. I'm running out of food. Where are you? Soon, the other party's voice came. Brother, I am in Beijo now. Go buy some good stuff now and wait for me. After knowing the location, Mito hung up the phone and went out. After a while, Midorioske arrived at a late-night restaurant called Kitazu. The store was clean and tidy, and what caught his eye the most was the poster on the wall with the words, Akita Beauty, printed on it. There are only 3 sweet-looking girls on the poster. There was also a young man with a crew cut who was staring at the poster and eating at the same time. Yamashita, where is what I want? Mito asked as he walked over to the young man and sat down next to him. Brother, I'm here. The young man quickly handed over a black plastic bag and said with an apologetic smile. His name is Yamashiro Jiro, a bad boy from Akita, who met Midorioske during a bullying incident. As a result, he was not only counter-bullied by the other party, but also became the other party's younger brother. How come I've never seen these beautiful Akita girls? Midorioske asked, pointing at the poster on the wall, after taking a look at the 5 cartons of cigarettes in the plastic bag. They are not amateurs. Yamashiro scratched his head and said. Really? Yes. The next day, basketball team. Midorioske came to the basketball club today because he received a call yesterday. Ahem, after everyone arrived, Hubu Jungtai took out a form, coughed twice, and said. I called you together today to tell you 2 things. The first one is for the freshmen. Your uniforms are ready. Please click on your name to receive them. After saying that, Kensuke Fukui walked forward holding a cardboard box. After putting it down, a brand new jersey was revealed inside. Number 1 baseball uniform, Midorioske. Kensuke Fukui read the list in his hand. After the words fell, everyone was surprised. When did our team have a number 1 jersey? Advertisement, you ask me again? The captain is number 4, this number 1 is something special. Nonsense, he's Mito after all. Mito, go up and get your uniform. At this time, Himuro Tatsuya elbowed Midorioske, who was daydreaming, and said. The latter said, oh, twice and went up to get the jersey. Size 9 baseball uniform, Atsushi Murasakibara. After seeing Midorioske receive the jersey, Lu Wei continued. 12 Hao Chu Fu. Bing Shi Da Yi. After a while, when all the freshmen who didn't have uniforms had received them, Tobi Shota said, you guys should stand over there too. Next, let's talk about the second thing. The schedule for the preliminary and elimination rounds of this year's national competition has been released. It's an elimination tournament from the beginning, and if you lose one game you have no chance. So you have to try your best in every game. The Tokyo preliminaries are divided into 4 groups from A to D. Only the first place in each group can advance to the decisive league. Only the top 3 teams in the decisive league can participate in the National High School League. Only 3 were selected from more than 300 participating schools. Only the 1% of high school students who are selected can stand on the dream stage. This is the National High School League. You only have 2 short weeks to prepare. In 2 weeks, we will be heading to Tokyo to compete. After Tobi Shota finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Misako Araki beside him, as if asking if she had anything to add. Freshmen who received their jerseys, you have 2 minutes to put them away, then gather for training. Araki Misako waved her wooden sword, her eyes cold, and then looked at Midorioske. Mito, come here, I have something to tell you. What do you want from me, coach? Midorioske asked lazily, carrying his school bag. You're not attending training. Misako Araki looked at his school bag and knew that as soon as she finished speaking, the other party would definitely run away. Didn't I tell you before? You were going on a date with me while I was doing group training. It was you who refused in the first place. Midorioske crossed his hands behind his head and said with an indifferent look. I looked at the opponents we were grouped with this time, and the strongest opponent is Rikuzen High. Araki Misako said seriously. Well, then, come on, be serious. From what I've heard, they have Akashi Seijiro, the captain of Age of Miracles, joining them this year. Seeing that the other party was still nonchalant, Misako Araki's blood pressure suddenly rose. Chapter 34 Opening Ceremony, Oh Chenhei, what next? Midorioske asked with a yawn. What Chenhei? Who is he? Araki Misako asked. It's little Chichi. Isn't it normal for him to go to high school? Do you want him to stop studying and go home to inherit the family property? Be serious. Araki Misako could no longer bear it, so she suddenly raised her wooden sword and chopped towards Midorioske. Okay, go ahead. Midorioske took a step to the right and dodged the wooden sword. Rikuzen High has won numerous championships since its opening, and in recent years has swept all 3 major competitions for 5 consecutive years, earning it the nickname, the King of Pioneering. And now, we have 1 Miracle Era, and 3 uncrowned 5 generals. Seeing Araki Misako's serious expression, Mito's expression darkened. So, you have no confidence in me? I know you once defeated the Age of Miracles, but we don't know how much they've improved in strength over the past year. And you have never trained before. Araki Masako's tone gradually became louder. She is actually right. Others have been training all the time, but you have stagnated. Hard work and talent are both indispensable, but what she didn't know was that Midorioske didn't need to work hard, he was a man with a cheat. Don't worry, no one I've defeated can possibly defeat me. Midorioske turned and walked away, then raised his hand and waved. This stinky little brat. Looking at the other person's back, Araki Masako cursed. But he always makes us feel safe, doesn't he? Tobi Shota suddenly appeared behind her and smiled. That's true, but I still want him to lose once, otherwise he won't play seriously. Masako Araki turned around and looked at Shota Tobi and said, will there be another Midorioske in high school? Tobi Shota said meaningfully, then turned and walked towards the basketball hall. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this kind of monster in all these years. Araki Masako turned around, looked in the direction Midorioske left, and murmured. Time flies, more than a month later. During this period, Yosun won the qualifiers and semifinals solely with Himuro, who occasionally played. Starting tomorrow, the finals of the national competition will begin. And Yosun also faced the first school in the finals, Yamana Commercial, from Ueda. Advertisement Saren on this side was also because of the loss to 2. Kagami Taiga was injured and Kuroko's heart was broken. They lost to Mingcheng and Shenzhen High School successively, so they missed the national competition. Tokyo, Yosun Dedicated Lounge. Where's Mito? He went home just after arriving in Tokyo 2 weeks ago. You haven't come back yet? Yes. Damn it, call him quickly, the opening ceremony is tomorrow. After everyone finished speaking, they all looked at Atsushi Murasakibara who was eating snacks. Atsushi Murasakibara tied to. After a while, he hung up the phone. Seeing this, the others quickly gathered around him. Murasakibara, what did Mito say? Yeah. Will he come tomorrow? Oh, Shueichin said he knows. He will come tomorrow. Atsushi Murasakibara took a bite of the corn cob and said lightly. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Even they couldn't tell when it started, but as long as Midorioske was there, they wouldn't panic no matter what opponent they faced. Even if it was just Mito showing up, even though Midorioske hadn't been to a single game since the preliminaries began. The next day, Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. There were crowds of people both inside and outside the venue. Next, the National College Basketball Finals officially begins. Inside the venue, the 50 selected schools stood neatly in their respective seats and listened to the broadcast. After the opening ceremony. It's amazing. The fields at the Junior High School League are great, but the fields here are even bigger. Yes, and here. Everywhere you look, you'll find the famous and strong schools that I've read about in books and magazines. Are we really going to race against these monsters? Several freshmen exclaimed in amazement as they looked at the various schools present in the huge venue. Idiot, don't forget that we at Yosun are also known as a strong basketball school. Kenichi Okamura said after slapping the freshmen on the back of their heads. Yeah, and if we're talking about monsters, who can compare to him, Uru? After Lu Wei finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to Midorioske who was whispering with Atsushi Murasakibara behind him. Shueichin, where are you going later? Advertisement. Atsushi Murasakibara asked as he ate the white rice cakes from the south of Dragon Country, that Midorioske made for him. And you? Me? I want to watch the fight between Qingzai and Kai's. Shueichin, do you want to go with me? Okay, I'll go with you, and then we'll buy some groceries and go home. Midorioske raised the corner of his mouth. You too, you want to act alone at noon again? Masako Araki, who was walking in front, turned around and yelled. Coach, it's not 2, it's 3. At this time, Himuro Tatsuya raised his right hand and said embarrassedly. Are you kidding? Since I have eaten Mito's food, do you still think I will go with you to eat those mediocre dishes? Forget it. You and Murasakibara remember to come back for the meeting after dinner. Masako Araki stared at Himuro Tatsuya for a long time, then sighed. Yes. Next, there were no surprises, even if Midorioske, Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsu were not on the court, Yamana Commercial could not resist. In the end, the score was fixed at 102-86. When Midorioske and Atsushi Murasakibara arrived at the court, 2 Academy and Kaijo High also entered. And Himuro Tatsuya had been tricked by the 2 into buying ingredients first. Since I have to go to work in the morning and right after get off work, I can only watch the anime while watching it, TT. But my brain is spinning. Himuro Tatsuya should have come after the national competition, but never mind, it's already been posted, there's nothing I can do about it. As for my explanation to you gentlemen, it's also very simple. The butterfly flapped its wings again. It's so lively, there are more people than in our competition. Midorioske said lazily. Of course, Shueichin, this is a match between Qingzi and Kai's. Atsushi Murasakibara said as if it was a matter of course. Okay, let's find a spot, preferably close to the exit. I know, Mizu-kun. This makes it easier for you to go smoke, right? After Atsushi Murasakibara finished speaking, he took Midorioske to look for a location. Wow. Look, the one with purple hair is so tall. Look at the uniform, it's from Yosun High. Really, aren't they having a competition? Why are they here too? They've already finished competing. I just got here, Yosen won. Listening to everyone's discussion, Kuroko Tetsuya turned around suddenly, and her originally calm expression gradually turned into shock. Chapter 35 Monsters Among Monsters, Why is he here? Hearing Tetsuya's words, everyone in Saren turned around. That is, Atsushi Murasakibara, Ida Riko also blurted out in surprise. Hearing this, Kagami Dahuo was also a little surprised. This guy is the center of Miracle Era, Murasakibara. I didn't expect that person to join Yosen, Kuroko Tetsuya said in disbelief. Kuroko, are you talking about the yellow-haired guy next to Murasakibara? Who is he? Ida Riko wondered, because it was no longer a secret that Atsushi Murasakibara had joined Yosen High. But the person who can make Kuroko Tetsuya show such an expression must be no simple person. Yeah, Kuroko, do you know the guy next to Murasakibara? Kagami Taiga was the most interested because it was also the first time he saw Kuroko make such an expression. Even when meeting Aomine Daiki and others, Kuroko remained calm. He shouts Midorioske. Kuroko Tetsuya looked at everyone and returned to her original dull expression and said, Midorioske? Never heard of him. Ida Riko thought for a moment and said, Yeah, Kuroko, who is he? Everyone nodded. He is the light of Teiko. Kuroko Tetsuya began to explain. The light of Teiko? The light of Teiko? Is this the monster who single-handedly overthrew Age of Miracles? When everyone in Saren heard this, they were instantly petrified. After a moment, Hinata Junpei swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. Kuroko. You mean, that Midorioske is the one who defeated the light of Teiko in the Age of Miracles? Kuroko Tetsuya nodded. It's over. An era of miracles has made us give up all our cards. Now, something even more terrifying than the Age of Miracles has appeared, the light of Teiko. Murasakibara plus Mito, with this lineup, is Yosen going to fly? How can people play like this? Upon hearing this, everyone in Saren suddenly felt a sense of despair. What are you afraid of? I will defeat them all when the time comes. When everyone's heart was extremely heavy, Kagami Taiga suddenly said. Kagami is right. Even though the opponent is very strong, we won't give up easily. Ida Riko came to her senses and quickly cheered him up. You're right. By the time the Winter Cup comes, we'll be even stronger. Hinata Junpei heard what the two said and smiled with relief. If it were you, maybe you could really do it. Advertisement Kuroko Tetsuya looked at this group of teammates who refused to admit defeat and smiled. On the field, the players are already warming up. I won't lose to you this time, Zhao King. Kai's Ryota walked up to Aomine Daiki and spoke. Hey, Kai's, you look quite impressive today, but you haven't defeated me once so far. Aomine Daiki chuckled. I will win this time, because I don't want to lose to you again, Zhao King. Kai's Ryota said seriously. If you can beat me today, I will marry you, Zhao King. The only person who can marry me is Murasakibara from my family, because I love him. Impossible. Murasakibara only likes snacks, you picked it, idle. Shuizi, what nonsense are you talking about again? Atsushi Murasakibara glanced at Midorioske, who was talking to himself in two voices beside him, and said in a somewhat angry tone. I'm not kidding, that's what they said. I told you I could read lips, but you didn't believe me. Midorioske said, and turned his head away with a tisk. Next up is the second match of the semifinals. Kaijo High vs 2 Academy, the game is about to begin. On the radio, a voice was heard that excited the audience. The next moment, 3,000. No, thunderous applause. After a while, the game began. Kobori Hiroshi and Wakamatsu Takashi Fukai Shitiao Chu. The game is over. The score was fixed at 110 to 98. 2 Academy wins. Teppei Kiyoshi. I have once again confirmed that this is the Age of Miracles. Yi Uejun. Winter is going to face these guys again. Did we win? Hinata Junpei. No, we must win. Muji Tieping. Having said that, the gap is still too big at the moment. If we want to win the game, we must be stronger than we are now. All the team members on Saren's side were communicating with their minds. There's no time to sit here and do nothing. Let's get back and start practicing. Ida Riko suddenly stood up and said, are you going back? Aren't there other Age of Miracles that will appear in this competition? And most importantly, I want to see that Teiko no Hikari fight once. Kagami Taiga said in surprise. If possible, I would like to see it to the end. Ida Riko put her hands on her hips and said in a somewhat impatient tone. Advertisement, well, then. Let's find a hotel nearby. Before Kagami Taiga could finish his words, Hinata Junpei instantly stood up, adjusted his glasses and echoed. Yeah, find a hotel, Kagami. Then he immediately put his 2 thumbs into Kagami Taiga's mouth and pulled it out. We better have this money. Are you a young master? Actually, you are a young master with a little money, right? Winter is here so fast, let's get back to practicing. Muji Teppei spoke. Everyone. Okay. Meanwhile, Midorima Shintaro, wearing sunglasses, walked in the corridor with mixed feelings. This game is really exciting, Xiaojen. Takao Kazunari leaned against the door, crossed his arms over his chest, and said with his eyes closed. Huh? How did you know I was here? Midorima Shintaro asked in surprise. I thought you would come, after all. Don't think people can't tell you're wearing half-assed casual clothes like this. You don't need to meddle in other people's business. After saying this, Midorima Shintaro turned and left. Seeing this, Gao Wei and Cheng hurriedly followed. Kai's and Aomine, they're both monsters, Takao Kazunari exclaimed. Do I need to tell you this? And there's another monster right in front of you? Midorima Shintaro said, adjusting his sunglasses with his hand. Just as Gao Wei and Cheng were stunned for a moment and wanted to say something, two voices came into their ears. Hey, isn't this the little green-haired boy? Oh, it's Green Boy? Midorima Shintaro was immediately shocked, and looked at the two figures walking in front of him in disbelief, especially the boy with yellow and black hair, and the school uniform he was wearing. Atsushi Murasakibara, Takao and Chengjin Midorima had strange expressions on their faces, and immediately looked in the direction he was looking, also showing surprise. How many times have I told you my name is not Little Green Hair? After a while, Midorima Shintaro calmed down and adjusted his sunglasses. However, his hand holding up his sunglasses was shaking a little. Okay, Little Green Hair, let's have a meal together? Midorioske said with a smile. No, I have to go back to the team for training later. Midorima Shintaro refused. Forget it, Xiao's easy, let's go back and cook. Okay, water dear, bye green. Watching the two people leave, Gao Wei and Cheng asked curiously. Xiao Zhen, who is that person who looks like a delinquent boy? Midorima Shintaro took a breath and walked away. He's a monster among monsters. Chapter 36 The Angry Coach. When Midorioske and Atsushi Murasakibara returned to the villa, Himuro Tatsuya had already washed the vegetables. Hey, your keys are on the table. Oh, and the coach is here too. Himuro said as he saw the two of them coming back. Hey, did she pay? Did she bring any gifts? Do you have the nerve to come here and lick a coin face? Midorioske said as he changed his shoes. I can hear you. At this moment, Araki Masako's cold voice came from the sofa. I was afraid you couldn't hear me. Midorioske wu suo wei dao. Shueichin, I'm going to play the game console first. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Midorioske, who walked into the kitchen and said blankly. After a while, wow, Mito, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Masako Araki stuffed a piece of braised pork into her mouth, and her eyes suddenly sparkled. Who asked you to touch my wine? Midorioske said, rolling his eyes. I'm fine. I don't have any games this afternoon, don't worry. I don't care if you're okay or not. I'm asking why you drank my wine. Did you drink it after I paid you? Looking at the two people making noise again, Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya also tacitly ignored what was happening outside and concentrated on eating. Since there was no game in the afternoon and the weather was good, Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro went out to play. Midorioske and Araki Masako had drunk some wine at noon, so they were now sleeping, one in the room and the other on the sofa. On the other side, Shutoku High School. In the huge court, a figure was shooting tirelessly. There was another figure with him, Takao Kazunari. After a while, Takao Kazunari stopped training and looked at Midorima Shintaro, who was still shooting basketball, and asked. Xiao Zhen, why are you suddenly training so recklessly again? Is that person really that powerful? The only answer he got was the sound of Midorima Shintaro shooting. Dusk. Two figures strolled in the sunset. I'm telling you, if there's something you can't just tell me at home, why do you have to drag me along to the meeting? Aren't you just taking off your pants to fart? It's unnecessary. Midorioske put his hands in his pockets, walked behind Araki Masako with an unwilling look on his face and complained. Can it be the same? Why is it different? They're all different. You are different. Before Midorioske could utter that word, he was interrupted by a voice. Sister Araki? Advertisement. As soon as those words were spoken, more than a dozen figures immediately surrounded Araki Masako. It's Fei Nayo. It's been a long time since we last met. You've grown so big. Masako Araki looked at everyone with relief. Sister, we missed you so much. At this moment, Asuka Hinata and the others were like a group of tadpoles who had finally found their mother. Okay, you're still like this at your age. Stop scaring my students. Araki Masako said in a deep voice that although she knew Midorioske was a B*****D, he was only in the first year of high school after all. If you encounter these tattooed bosozoku, you will probably be scared. At this time, Hinata, Asuka and others all turned their eyes to the figure behind Masako Araki. Then, with faces filled with shock, they collectively bowed and then shouted in unison, Hello, big brother. Araki Masako. Midorioske looked at everyone, the corner of his mouth curled up. Hey, long time no see. So after being educated by Mito with love a few times, you accepted him as your big brother? After listening to the explanation of her younger brother's younger brother, Masako Araki finally understood the whole story. It turns out that Asuka has called people to cause trouble for Midorioske several times, but not only did he not get revenge, he was also blackmailed for a lot of money by the other party. Not only that, big sister, we even made a racing bet with big brother. Asuka Hinata scratched her head a little embarrassedly and said awkwardly. And you all lost? Masako Araki cannot place faith in anything. Big brother is so awesome, and big sister, your record has been surpassed by big brother. Hinata Asuka looked at the bushes beside her with admiration, and seemed to be able to see Midorioske smoking through the bushes. Oh, how much more? Upon hearing this, Araki Masako asked unconvincedly. You know, that was her record during her peak period. A full 47 seconds, isn't that awesome, bro? Asuka Hinata said proudly. But what greeted him was more than just, are you happy that big sister lost? And a beating. Half a month later, Akita Yosen's opponent in the quarterfinals is Kumamoto's Senba. What? That B******* D Mito's reason for today was to go with Murasakibara to collect information on the opponent? He collects damn information. Araki Masako's roar was heard from the Yosen lounge. Coach, that's what Mito said. Okamura Kenichi is weak. Call him and tell him to come back to me right away with Murasakibara. After a while, coach, he answered, but he said. Kenichi Okamura looked like he couldn't say anything. What did that B****** D say? Advertisement. Masako Araki patiently prepared to clear the road. Himuro Tatsuya on the side also looked over curiously. He said, the number you dialed is turned off. Beep, beep, beep. After dubbing, he hung up the phone. However, he forgot to say that English sentence. As soon as Kenichi Okamura finished speaking, there was a bang, and the table in front of Masako Araki was instantly split in two by the wooden sword. Shueichin, aren't we going to collect information? Atsushi Murasakibara, carrying snacks, followed Midorioske around various game stores. However, Atsushi Murasakibara was not allowed in. Although he was a little curious about how Mito could come out with some money shortly after entering. But he wouldn't ask because the other party bought him snacks. Yes, I went to collect the information, Midorioske said as he shook the brand new banknotes in his hand. Sui-kun, this is not information. Let's go, I can buy you snacks again. Shueichin, you've worked hard collecting information. Here, I'll give you a delicious stick. I don't want to eat it, you eat it. Just as the two were walking on the streets of Tokyo, suddenly, it got dark. After a while, it started to rain heavily. There was no choice but for the two to jog to the nearest convenience store to take shelter from the rain. Shueichin, where are we going? In front of the convenience store, Atsushi Murasakibara was holding a large bag of snacks in his arms. He asked while eating corn on the cob, looking at the pedestrians holding umbrellas on the street. Just wait until the rain stops. It's hard to get a taxi from this location, and it's hard to hold an umbrella in your condition. Midorioske said after seeing Atsushi Murasakibara finish his corn on the cob. He tore off a delicious stick and stuffed it into his mouth. Then Shueichin, can you hold the umbrella for me? No, you're too tall. I'll get tired if I keep my hands up. Oh, it seems so. Huh, Mizuki, that looks like Satsuki. Following Atsushi Murasakibara's gaze, Midorioske also saw Satsuki Momoi running in the rain, holding an umbrella and wearing a red t-shirt with a teddy bear on it. Xiaozizi, wait for me. Seeing this, Midorioske immediately went into the convenience store, bought 2 raincoats and walked out. Mizukin, where are we going? Atsushi Murasakibara asked while wearing a raincoat. Eat melon. Midorioske, also wearing a raincoat, smiled mysteriously. But, isn't it sold inside the watermelon? It's not watermelon, just follow me. Okay, Chapter 37, Final 4 Saren High Ideographic Period, Azi. At this time, everyone who had just returned to the gymnasium and had not had time to change clothes saw a girl rushing towards them screaming. Mr. Bear. Hinata Junpei looked at the bear pattern that kept shaking on the girl's clothes and said in surprise. Momoi-san. Kuroko Tetsuya saw who was coming and just as she opened her mouth, she was tackled by the other person. In short, Kuroko, die. Looking at the scene in front of them, the two resentful singles cursed in their hearts. What happened, Momoi-san? Kuroko Tetsuya asked after handing the other person a can of coffee. Satsuki Momoi thanked him and then said, what should I do, Azi? I think Aomine-kun hates me. Looking at the other person's aggrieved look, Kuroko Tetsuya didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Satsuki Momoi continued, Aomine-kun hasn't been to the competitions these past few days. That's his style, but why? Hinata Junpei asked. Injuries, mainly to the elbow. Satsuki said with a worried look on his face. I think I understand. The reason is from the match with Huang Lai, right? Ida Riko said, holding her chin. Yeah, it's really good, it's obviously B. Satsuki Momoi stared at her chest seriously. What does this have to do with anything? You little BCH. Ida Riko quickly crossed her arms, covered her chest and cursed. If the 5 members of Age of Miracles have weaknesses. That is, the talent is too outstanding, but the body is not fully developed. Their bodies can't keep up with that talent, or they'll be overwhelmed. Kuroko Tetsuya Jia Shidao. Aomine-kun was already messing around when he was fighting Kai's-kun. So I asked the coach to let him not participate in future competitions. However, Aomine got very angry, but the coach still excluded him from the starting lineup halfway through. But just now Aomine-kun found out and had a big fight with me. She also told me to mind my own business and called me an ugly woman. That's the way it is. Satsuki Momoi lost road. By the way, don't you like Kuroko? You don't mind Aomine's dislike for you, right? Kagami Taiga finished off the opponent. Advertisement. That's right, isn't that the problem? It's not the kind of liking that Ajay has. He makes me feel uneasy just looking at him. Anyway, I just can't ignore it. After saying that, Satsuki Momoi covered her eyes with her hands half clenched into fists and cried. Huh? I'm sorry. Kagami Taiga waved his hands and quickly apologized. "Ah, you made me cry." Everyone looked at Kagami Taiga and said in unison. "It's okay, Momoe-san. Aomine wouldn't hate you for something like this." He already knew how worried Momoe-san was about him. "Go back, Aomine must be looking for you." Kuroko Tetsuya rubbed Satsuki Momoe's head to comfort her. Azzy, with tears in her eyes, Satsuki Momoe immediately threw herself into Kuroko Tetsuya's arms. "Excuse me, I have something else to ask you." Ida Riko spoke. "I know Aomine has no reason to participate in the national competition, but those two." Before Ida Riko finished speaking, Satsuki Momoe said, "I guess Murasakibara-kun only listens to Akashi-kun, and he only wants to fight Akashi-kun. Not Akashi." Ida Riko interrupted. Hearing this, Satsuki Momoe was stunned for a moment, and Kuroko Tetsuya beside her added, "She wants to ask about Midorioske. Gia-kun, don't you know, Midorioske, the Light of Teiko, has already joined Yosen High." Ida Riko was surprised. She doesn't know either? "What? Gia-kun? He joined Yosen High?" Satsuki Momoe became emotional and looked incredulous. "Yes, Momoe-san, we saw with our own eyes that both he and Murasakibara were wearing Yosen's school uniforms. As for whether he joined Yosen's basketball team, I think he has, otherwise he wouldn't be on the court with Murasakibara." Kuroko Tetsuya said expressionlessly. "If that's true, then the champion of this year's national competition must be Yosen." "How can you be so sure?" Ida Riko asked, looking at Satsuki Momoe's sure look. Is the man who can make Satsuki Momoe make a decision immediately after hearing his name really that strong? It seems that all 6 people from Teiko Junior High are monsters. Kagami Taiga thought to himself. "Yeah, sure." Satsuki Momoe nodded, and the image of the yellow-haired, earring-wearing, nonchalant boy emerged in his mind. "So, did he go to Yosen? Excuse me, I have to take Momoe home first." Seeing Satsuki Momoe looking distracted at the moment, Kuroko Tetsuya spoke. "Advertisement. Shueichin, when you say eating melons, do you mean eavesdropping?" At the entrance of Saren High, Atsushi Murasakibara asked while eating potato chips and looking at the 2 figures getting farther and farther away. "Didn't you eat this melon? Didn't you hear Satsuki say she liked Brother-kun? Besides, they all seem quite interested in me. As for the first melon, we all know this. As for the second melon that Shueichin mentioned, well, if you weren't my teammate, I would be just as interested in you as they are. I will think about how to seek revenge on you." Atsushi Murasakibara thought for a moment and said seriously. Midorioske stamped out his cigarette and walked in the direction the 2 had left. "But I have no interest in them at all. They're all too weak." Atsushi Murasakibara's originally lazy expression changed when he heard this, and he looked at Midorioske's back quietly. "Shueichin, wait for me." The next moment, he returned to his lazy look and trotted after her. On the other side, Kuroko Tetsuya and Satsuki Momoe came to the baseball field. Finally, the top 4 of the national competition were born. Today is the first game of the semifinals, Yosen High vs Kurosaki Daiichi. On match day, the entire Tokyo Gymnasium was packed with people, and the stands were already full. There are so many people here today. Look, Aomine Daiki from 2 Academy is here too. Shutoku de Midorima Shintaro. Why are they all here? I think he's here to see Atsushi Murasakibara. The first to enter was Yosen High. Led by Masako Araki. Everyone in Yosen is so tall. Yeah, a few of them are over 2 meters tall, right? As expected, it's the strongest, Shield. Himuro Tatsuya is so handsome. Aw. You girls are so noisy. Huh? The one with purple hair is carrying someone on his back? The one with purple hair is the center forward from Age of Miracles, Atsushi Murasakibara. But that guy had the audacity to sleep on Atsushi Murasakibara's back. Who the hell is he? I can't see your face clearly, so I can't answer you. As soon as Yosen and his group entered, the audience became noisy. Chapter 38 Kurosaki first. Done. Will you be on stage later? On the bench, Himuro Tatsuya bumped into Atsushi Murasakibara and asked. I promised Shao Kai that I wouldn't play in the national competition this time. But if you want to go, be careful with them. Atsushi Murasakibara spoke in a low voice, as if he was afraid of waking up the person next to him. Are they powerful? Himuro Tatsuya was a little surprised. They are dangerous and I hate them. Atsushi Murasakibara seemed to have remembered something, and his tone was a little angry. Murasakibara is right, since the start of this national competition. Any team that plays against Kurosaki Daiichi will generally have a few players injured and leave the field. Masako Araki knocked the ground with her wooden sword and said seriously. That's Hanamiya Makoto's style, he's been like this since junior high. That's why we all hate him. Atsushi Murasakibara Shuodo. Hanamiya Makoto, the 5 uncrowned generals. His playing style was notoriously dirty in junior high and high school. Whenever he is in the game, the opposing team will have one player injured. Especially the ace and main players, so you have to be careful, now go warm up. Araki Masako said in a deep voice, after a while. Tobi Shota looked at the court with a smile on his face, as his players were warming up with smiles on their faces. The next moment, his smile disappeared, his face darkened, and he turned to look in the direction of Kurosaki Daiichi and muttered. It's best if you just finish this game quietly, otherwise I will give up my private money to make you regret it for the rest of your life. Beep. Both sides assemble. As the referee blew the whistle, players from both teams stood on both sides of the center line. Please give me your guidance. As the words fell, it was announced that the game had begun. Beep. As the basketball was thrown high into the air, centers Yosen and Kurosaki jumped at the same time. Due to his height advantage, center Yosen hit the ball into the hands of Kensuke Fukui. Kensuke Fukui dribbled the ball quickly across half-court and then dribbled past Kurosaki's point guard with a between-the-legs dribble. Then he quickly passed the ball to Himuro Tatsuya. After receiving the ball, the latter made a fake move to pass Kurosaki's small forward and shot directly. The basketball drew a beautiful arc. Swish, goal. 2-0. Yosen. 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 Advertisement. This goal immediately ignited the hearts of the audience supporting Yosen. That number 12 is very difficult to deal with, and that monster Atsushi Murasakibara hasn't even started yet. Yosen is truly powerful. Haha, so what? Hanamiya Makoto smiled slyly and glanced at Himuro Tatsuya before continuing. I always say, whether you're a genius or a scholar. If it's broken, it's just a pile of junk. It's really pitiful. The harder they try, the more brutal the consequences will be. Kurosaki's small forward said calmly. Kurosaki has the ball. As Hanamiya Shin dribbled the ball across half-court, Kurosaki Daiichi's shooting guard quickly ran to the three-point line on the right. Seeing this, Himuro Tatsuya immediately followed. Before he could run 2 steps, he was blocked by Kurosaki's power forward, Seto Kentaro. He bumped into him. Pick and roll. Such a rough pick and roll isn't considered a foul? Himuro Tatsuya felt a pain in his chest and thought to himself. At this time, Hanamiya Makoto had already passed the ball, and Kurosaki, the shooting guard, took the ball and shot directly. Swish. Goal. Ball possession changes. Kensuke Fukui dribbled across half-court again and began to observe the positions of his teammates. Kenichi Okamura was constantly blocked by Kentaro Seto, who kept hitting his calves with his knees while blocking him. Kenichi Okamura was furious and was about to charge back when his teammate had already fallen down. Center forward Yosen suddenly felt a pain in his knee and half-crouched down. What the hell is the referee doing? Is he just messing around? Yosen's substitute passerby said angrily. The other team deliberately didn't let the referee see it. In a way, their technique is good. Araki Masako also said with a sullen face, on the court. Rebound. When Liu Wei was shooting, the opponent stepped on his toes, making him unable to jump. Under the basket, center Kurosaki stepped on center Yosen's foot to grab the rebound. What? It wasn't over yet. When center Kurosaki caught the ball and came down, his elbow hit center Yosen's face. Bang. Beep. The game is suspended. Seeing this, everyone in Yosen ran forward to check. Center forward Yosen was lying there motionless, seemingly unconscious. You've gone too far. Fukui Kensuke Kaiko Ideographic period advertisement. You are so despicable, you are just such a scumbag. Liu Wei rushed to center Kurosaki and yelled. Excuse me, how'd I know why he didn't jump? It was an accident. Accident. Center forward Kurosaki spread his hands and said innocently. Atsushi Murasakibara, can you come on? Masako Araki looked at the center who was carried off the court motionlessly, then clenched her fists and asked. But I promised Akashi. Atsushi Murasakibara said with some hesitation that he really wanted to go on the court and crush those people of Kurosaki. Passerby, you go ahead, be careful. Seeing this, Masako Araki sighed, did not force it, and then started to make arrangements. In the following games, Kurosaki Daiichi constantly used small tricks to interfere with the players of Yosen High. As a result, all of Yosen's teammates were injured to varying degrees. Even Himuro Tatsuya was elbowed in the abdomen. Fortunately, they all persisted. The score was also very close, 26-29. The referee was like a blind man and his whistle was like a broken one. Yosen is on the bench. Watching the game on the field, Tobi Shota's face became darker and darker, but he was struggling in his heart. When Liu Wei and Seto Kentaro were fighting for the rebound, they were constantly elbowed and hit by the opponent's Seto Kentaro and center. Then he screamed and half knelt down. The referee finally blew the whistle, but it was a game suspended whistle. Murasakibara, can you take care of Liu Wei for a while? At this time, Liu Wei was being carried to the infirmary. 3 parts of indifference and 7 parts of pain appeared on Tobi Shota's face. Oh, okay. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at the teaching assistant who had a serious look on his face, and then followed Liu Wei and the others away. Why did you let him go? What if passerby be? Masako Araki frowned and asked. Although he was a coach, he would also give face to the other party. After all, Tobi Shota is Mito's first coach. Trust me, and follow my instructions from now on, okay? I am not a gentleman, so revenge must be taken immediately. After Tobi Shota finished speaking, he looked at the injured team member and continued, if you want revenge, just follow my instructions. Good. Looking at Tobi Shota with a scary expression on his face, Araki Masako frowned and agreed. The other team members also endured the pain and nodded. The next moment, everyone saw Tobi Shota suddenly come in front of Midorioske. Looking at the person sleeping soundly in front of him, Tobi Shota took a deep breath, then grabbed Midorioske's collar and lifted him up, saying heartbreakingly. Mito, hurry up and get up, Murasakibara is dying. He was hit by the opponent and sent to the infirmary. The doctor said Murasakibara might not be able to play basketball anymore. Chapter 39. Bad Boy. Midorioske Yosen everyone. Nani. What happened to my purple-haired cat? Hearing this, Midorioske suddenly woke up, grabbed Tobishota's collar and asked. The other team played too dirty, either stepping on shoes or elbowing us, and many of us got hurt. Look at your partner in front of you. Tobishota pointed at the team members and said. Midorioske took a quick glance and saw that they were indeed all injured. Murasakibara he, seeing that the time had come, Tobishota continued. Yosen everyone. 6. He's injured too. I'll go check it out. Midorioske had calmed down by now. After all, the shock of being awakened had passed. No, I'm going to give you a task now. Hubu Jungtai sighed heavily. Is it still impossible to deceive in the end? Then there is only. I'll go first. Before Midorioske could finish his words, Tobishota interrupted him. I'll give you 1 million. Kill those little bastards from Kurosaki. Is this the legendary? Hiring a killer? You must never disobey your teaching assistant from now on. Hearing this, not only were the people at Yosen stunned, but even Araki Misako, the coach and the big sister, was stunned. This Lao Deng is definitely not a good person. Make a deal. Midoriosuke's eyes lit up and he quickly shook Tobishota's hand and said. After a while, Midoriosuke understood the whole story. Isn't this a simplified version of Kung Fu soccer? Mito, you have to be careful too. If you commit 4 fouls, you'll be out. Araki Misako warned. You just sit here and wait for the victory whistle. Leave the rest to me. It's so easy to deal with those who play dirty. After all, I am. Bad boy. Midorioske finished speaking and walked onto the stage slowly. I said this kid is very safe, right? Hubu looked at the other person's back, with an expression of 3 parts relief and 7 parts pain on his face. Will he be okay? Misako Araki was still worried. As Midorioske walked onto the court, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to him. It's him. Advertisement, Xiaojen, that monster is here. Kazunari, what kind of monster is this? Yosen, the number 1? On Shutoku's side, Midorima Shintaro remained silent, his eyes only focused on Midorioske. Ada, look, it's a G. Like Midorima Shintaro, Aomine Daiki's eyes were also transformed into a backdrop by the entire crowd. They clenched their fists simultaneously. Has Yosen changed people? Who is this person? I also feel that it looks familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. Do you think he looks like that man? Which one? That monster from Minguang Middle School last year. The audience, whether they recognized Midorioske or not, all looked at him. There's no other reason, it's just because they think he looks like number 13 from Minguang Middle School. Beep, the game continues. Kurosaki has the ball. After passing 2 players, Hanamiya Shin scored a layup. Before they could retreat to defense, Midorioske arrived in front of them. He walked up to Hanamiya Makoto with a disdainful expression on his face. Are you Hanamiya Makoto? Hanamiya was stunned and was about to reply when Mito shrugged and interrupted. It doesn't matter, just enjoy your last chance to play. His voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of the Kurosaki players very naturally. Hanamiya, do you hear who's talking? Seto Kentaro ran his hands through his hair and smiled. I didn't hear anything, maybe someone's dog wasn't tied up properly. Ha ha ha. Kurosaki Daiichi's teammates didn't care at all and returned to the field with a smile. You guys, don't pass it to me later. If I want the ball, I'll grab it myself. Also, you are not allowed to make any shots, Midorioske said with an intriguing smile. In the audience, Mito, I wonder what you would do to someone who is so unscrupulous. Aomine Daiki muttered. On the court, Himuro Tatsuya got the ball, dribbled it with a leaning forward move, and after passing 2 people left and right, he was stopped by Seto Kentaro. Himuro Tatsuya frowned, then jumped up quickly and shot. No, this shot is too forced. Did he do it on purpose? Aomine Daiki muttered as she looked at Himuro. At this time, Center Kurosaki and Midorioske had already run to the basket to grab the rebound. Hit. Pink hair. Forget about stepping on my foot, I'll return this elbow to you. Advertisement, so you'd better spit out the gum in your mouth. Midorioske, who felt an elbow hit his abdomen, whispered in the ear of the Kurosaki center. How is that possible? Center forward Kurosaki felt his entire arm was numb, as if his elbow had hit a steel plate. Clang. Due to Midoriosuke's instructions, Himuro Tatsuya deliberately missed the shot. Rebound. As the players on both sides shouted, Center Kurosaki found that he couldn't jump up. It turned out that it was Midorioske who pulled his clothes and took advantage of the other party standing on tiptoe to quickly pull his foot away. Then he jumped high and said, thank you to your teammates for blocking the referee for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Midorioske, who had grabbed the rebound, landed heavily and shouted in Dragon Country dialect, elbow. Boom. Everyone saw Midorioske's elbow hit the top of Kurosaki's head hard. Center forward Kurosaki heard a sound of bones breaking, and then his eyes went black. He just lay back straight up and fell to the ground with a bang. Scarlet blood was flowing out from the top of his head. Oh, what happened? Beep, the game is suspended. What's going on? Is that man dead? I'd like to know what the phrase, elbow comes, means. The audience immediately became noisy. Quick, call a doctor. After a while, Center Kurosaki was carried off the field by the doctor for emergency treatment. Bang! Midorioske threw the ball up, and when it fell, he slapped it with both palms, instantly scaring the stunned Kurosaki people. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I thought he was going to rebound with me. Midorioske loosened his grip, and the basketball fell to the ground with a bang, bouncing a few times. You be ******D. You're killing people. Hanamiya Makoto looked at Midoriosuke's innocent look, raised an eyebrow, and pulled his teammate back. Okay, this is just an accident. Then, when returning to defense, he gave Midorioske a deep look and said, I remember that. On the bench. Cool, Shogo laughed, then looked around and quickly covered his mouth with his hands. Try not to laugh out loud. On the court, Kensuke Fukui was dribbling the ball, his mind racing. Midorioske told him to pass the ball to him later, but high up. Midorioske ran towards Seto Kentaro, and as he passed by Hanamiya Makoto, he whispered. First one, don't worry, you're the last one. Really? I'm honored. Dong-gen had a grim expression and licked his lips with his tongue. Chapter 40. Evildoers will be punished by their own evildoers. Hanamiya Shin finished speaking and then gave a look to Seto Kentaro, who nodded in understanding. Your hair wax is pretty good. What brand is it? Midorioske asked with a raised lip when he came in front of Seto Kentaro. None of your business. Midorioske spread his hands and said, you have a very bad temper. But since this is your last time playing, I won't bother with you. I give you the same words. Seto Kentaro gritted his teeth. Swish. At this moment, Kensuke Fukui's pass was flying above the two of them. Seeing this, Midorioske hurriedly stepped on Seto Kentaro's foot and then pushed him back with his shoulder. This guy has so much strength. The latter looked incredulous. Since his lower body couldn't move, his upper body could only lean back as well. Fukui, where are you spreading this? At this moment, Midorioske shouted and jumped up to catch the ball. Then when you fall, quickly shift your center of gravity onto your buttocks. Bang. Snap. Ah, Seto Kentaro instantly let out a scream. Beep. The game is suspended. What happened? Why did another accident happen? What the hell? Hiss. After the people in the audience saw what was happening, they all gasped like the people on the field. Everyone ignored Midorioske, who was lying on the ground. Their eyes were drawn to Seto Kentaro's right calf. As we all know, a person's shins can only kick their own buttocks. But now Seto Kentaro's calves can kick his own crotch. Oh, my leg. My leg is broken. Seto Kentaro looked at his broken leg at the knee, his face turned pale, he screamed in pain, and fainted. The pile of white bones suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Some people even began to feel unwell and wretched. Doctor. Call a doctor. As this scene appeared, the field suddenly became chaotic. Team Yosen watched this scene and swallowed unconsciously, looking at Midorioske, who was struggling to get up. You're committing murder. Kurosaki's shooting guard stepped forward, pointed at Midorioske and shouted. Me? Midorioske pointed at himself and said with a surprised expression. Stop playing innocent, it's you. Kurosaki, the shooting guard, yelled. Hanamiya Makoto, can you please pull your dog over? This was clearly an accident, wasn't it? Advertisement. When Hanamiya really wanted to say something in rebuttal, he suddenly met Midorioske's eyes and was speechless. What's that look in his eyes? It's like the look a wild beast gives its prey when hunting. Next. Who will be next? No, I want to leave. His moves aren't like ours, they're just small fights. He's going to. Meeting, he really wanted to kill me. As soon as he thought of this, Hanamiya Makoto's originally angry expression instantly turned into fear. But, Seto's revenge. Hanamiya thought about this and looked up at Midorioske. I was a little confused when I found that the other person was making a, gesture at me. Until you can see the other person's mouth shape clearly, the second one. A sudden fear quickly spread throughout his body. Then, Hanamiya sincerely said, I'm sorry Seto, I can't do this. Because the game was suspended, everyone on Kurosaki's first bench was in a state of panic. Because they just received bad news, the center's skull was fractured. Even if it is cured, you will still drool in the future. This time, they finally remembered when Midorioske first came on the scene. What did he mean by, just enjoy your last time playing basketball? How long has it been? I haven't even taken 2 shots, and one of my players is already clueless, and one has a broken leg. What's next? An atmosphere of depression and uneasiness enveloped everyone in Kurosaki Daiichi. On Yosen's side, the referee's view was blocked by a Kurosaki player. He could only warn Midorioske not to move too much and then left. At this time, 2 figures were squatting in the corner of the bench. Mito, cool, but isn't that a bit harsh? Shogo gave Midorioske a thumbs up. If a person is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. Don't worry, even if they check the surveillance, they will only find that it was just an accident. I have experience in this matter. Midorioske's confidence rode. Don't mess around when we continue the game, just be careful. Just get a few more, otherwise you will be detained and investigated. By the way, don't worry about one thing, the school will compensate you. Shogo said in a low voice. That's great, hee. Right? I think this school is good too, hee. What are they talking about? I don't know, but why'd I feel cold all over? Team member Yosen was looking at the two people squatting in the corner and making, hee sounds with surprise. Ada, a G. He's so scary. Advertisement in the audience. Satsuki Momoi said this while covering her mouth with her hollow palm. Then she thought back to the figure who broke the backboard in junior high school. Aomine Daiki seemed not to hear Satsuki's words. He looked in Yosen's direction and thought to himself, how cruel. Satsuki, let me see the information about Yosen number 1. Jin Jishong raised his glasses with his fingers and said seriously. Xiaojian, this. I'm starting to feel sorry for those two people. They won't be able to play basketball anymore. Takao Kazunari said with some sympathy. Evildoers will be punished by evildoers. This is retribution. Midorima Shintaro's lenses turned white, and his tone was indifferent. Just when everyone on all sides was thinking about other things, the whistle sounded. Beep. The game continues. Soon, both teams came to their respective baskets. Just play normally, try a few balls first. Midorioske finished speaking and then came to the half-court. In front of the horrified expressions on the faces of Kurosaki Daiichi and others. He stretched out his fingers and counted the number of people on Kurosaki's bench. What is he doing? He seems to be counting something. Wrong. Hanamiya was surprised, then looked at his teammates with a half-crying expression. He's counting how many substitutes we have. Although their behavior is not good, they're just high school students after all. I would still be afraid if I met a really cruel delinquent like Midorioske. Bang bang, bang bang bang, as the sound of dribbling rang out, everyone in Kurosaki was startled. After Kensuke Fukui dribbled the ball past Kurosaki's shooting guard, his face was full of confusion. This? Not only the shooting guard, but the rest of the people just stood there without any signs of defense. Swish. Goal. Bang, bang 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 bang. It wasn't until the sound of the basketball hitting the ground died down that everyone started to react. What is Kurosaki Daiichi doing? Give up. I think he was scared silly. It's only been a short while since the second quarter started. There was a sudden burst of boos from the audience. What's wrong with them? Kensuke Fukui returned to the basket with a face full of question marks. He must have been scared by Mito. Himuro Tatsuya finally smiled and said, after all, he played so poorly in the first quarter. The ball has changed and Kurosaki has the ball. As soon as Hanamiya Shin crossed half court, he quickly passed the ball to the shooting guard as if the ball in his hand was a hot potato. Seeing the other party's panic, Midorioske showed his white teeth. You don't need to be so scared. I told you, you were the last one. 2M Chapter 41 Don't come over here. When Kurosaki's shooting guard got the ball, he saw Midorioske running towards him, which scared him so much that he quickly passed the ball to the power forward. Afraid of being a second late, Midorioske, team member Yosen. Kurosaki power forward. After power forward Kurosaki got the ball, he looked at Midorioske's position and didn't break through, but just shot from where he was. But when this guy shot the ball, he also glanced at Midorioske's position. I breathed a sigh of relief when I found that the other person was still standing there. Of course, such a shot will not go in. Center Yosen quickly passed the ball to Kensuke Fukui as soon as he grabbed the rebound. Don't come over here. Just as he dribbled past half court, he heard Hanamiya Makoto shout. I saw Midorioske chasing the opponent and defending him. And Hanamiya Makoto had already been frightened by the scene with Seto Kentaro before. As soon as he saw Kensuke Fukui holding the ball, he saw Ryosuke Mito running towards him. He immediately ran towards Kensuke Fukui. I'll guard him. Hanamiya Makoto pushed away the shooting guard next to him and said. He's so powerful, Hanamiya, let's defend him together. Yes, this dead fisheye is the key scorer, we must guard him well. I'll help you too. So, Kensuke Fukui looked at the 5 people in front of him who were in a defensive posture, and thought to himself. Am I really that powerful? Huh? Did I miss something? Why is Mizuki on stage? And why are all the people like Kurosaki going to defend Fukui? Atsushi Murasakibara, who had just returned to the bench, looked confused. Not only him, but everyone in the entire stadium was amazed by the show. Why are you back? Hubu Shoda quickly took action. Midorioske was also a little confused, and then looked at the bench, wanting to ask Tobi Shoda whether he wanted to activate Plan B. The next second, he saw Shoda Tobi trying to use his huge body to block the thin Atsushi Murasakibara. Then, their eyes met instantly. Midorioske. Tobi Shoda. You didn't see it, you didn't see it, you didn't see it, right? On this side, Kensuke Fukui passed the ball directly to Tatsuya Himuro. There was no way, he didn't think he could get past 5 people. It's that sharpshooter. Damn it, what a despicable pass. Go. Don't let him shoot. Yosen's number 12, please don't underestimate the bond between us. Looking at the 5 people screaming and rushing towards him, Himuro Tatsuya frowned. These guys, are they crazy? He didn't dare to shoot, for fear that the opponent would do something while he was shooting. Advertisement then, he shouted, Mito, and threw the ball over. Midorioske wasn't watching the game, his eyes were fixed on Tobi Shoda who looked embarrassed. Careful. The basketball was getting closer and closer, and just when everyone thought it would hit his head. Midorioske still didn't turn his head, but raised his left hand, and with a bang, he grabbed the basketball tightly in his hand. Damn it, I don't have the energy to run anymore. Me too, Damn it, is it really impossible to defend this ball? Team Yosen listened to what Team Kurosaki said, then looked at Midorioske who was still in the middle of the field. A flock of crows flew over my head, call for timeout. Midorioske ignored the others and stared at his own bench. Hubu Jungtai pretended not to see it, turned his face away quickly and whistled. I won't let you come and cause trouble for me. Seeing the other party's action, Midorioske instantly became angry. He felt like he had been cheated, he was actually outsmarted by this old man. You're not going to call a timeout, are you? Okay, I'll do it myself. Then, Midorioske turned around and looked at everyone. Team member Kurosaki was startled, and fear swept through him once again. Faced with each other's angry eyes, they collectively swallowed their saliva. Did he discover our intentions? Impossible. My acting was so good just now, I must be the center. Yes, he was exposed. Bang. The sound of a ball being smashed was heard, and Midorioske was seen dribbling the ball slowly towards Kurosaki's basket. He must be trying to pass the ball to number 12. Seeing this, the shooting guard looked around and found that Himuro Tatsuya was the farthest away, so he quickly spoke. I think he's going to pass it to number 4, I'm going to see the center. Number 5, definitely number 5. Upon seeing this, Kurosaki team members quickly ran to their respective targets. But Zhongfeng was left stunned. How come you have chosen everyone? What should I do then? Looking at Midoriosuke's fierce expression and his increasingly rapid speed, Kurosaki gritted his teeth. You can't defend against their sharpshooter alone, let me help you. Yosen has become numb to everyone. What is Kurosaki doing? They are joking. Do they think we are fools? This is outrageous. Isn't it just 2 accidents? So they're all defeated? There were also voices of contempt from the audience. Advertisement bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Midorioske dribbled faster and faster, still taking off from the free throw line. He grabbed the basketball with one hand and slammed the ball into the basket. Bang. 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 The glass on the basketball hoop shattered directly. It's not over yet. Crunch. Crunch. The basketball hoop kept shaking, as if making a painful sound. Midorioske landed slowly and turned to look at everyone. Devil. Monster. I don't want to fight anymore. Mom, I want to go home. This single blow completely killed the anxious hearts of everyone in Kurosaki. The backboard was shaking more and more violently, as if it was struggling to survive. Mito, be careful. Danger. Run. Yosen's pupils trembled continuously, and they shouted hurriedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the basketball hoop that was shaking violently collapsed. Ah. Myth. Seeing the basket fall towards Midorioske, who was still standing underneath, many people in the audience covered their eyes and dared not watch anymore. Bang. The huge sound shocked everyone who dared to open their eyes. In their trembling pupils, Midorioske raised his right hand to block the backboard that was hitting him. He didn't even raise his head, and his eyes were always fixed in that direction. Monster. Is he still human? This scene, the whole stadium was suddenly silent, and everyone looked at the figure who was holding the edge of the backboard with one hand in disbelief. Strange. Monster. In the audience, Jin Jishong stuttered as he looked at the figure in the field. Aji, is he okay? Satsuki Momoe's cherry mouth can now fit a goose egg. Xiao Zhen. You're right, he really is a monster among monsters. Gao Weicheng said with horror. He knew that the other party was a monster, but he didn't expect it to be so scary. Hanamiya Makoto looked at Midorioske with fear in his eyes. A breath of death rushed towards him, and he murmured with trembling lips. What kind of pervert is this number 1 from Yosen? You can't fight anymore, you will really die if you continue. I want to quit, yes, I want to quit. Chapter 42, Fork Out. Beep. The game is suspended. The referee looked at Midorioske with resentment before blowing the whistle. Very good. Just when everyone in Kurosaki breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the whistle, a bang made their hearts jump again. Everyone looked and saw that it was Midorioske who took a step forward and then let go of his hand. The basketball backboard lost its support and fell straight to the ground. Murasakibara, I'm going to the bathroom. You don't have to wait for me when I'm done. After watching Shota Tobi walking towards the bench, he thought to himself that something was wrong, and then gave instructions to Atsushi Murasakibara. When Atsushi Murasakibara reacted, Tobi Shota had already left. In the audience. Are you kidding me? Dunking a basketball hoop with one hand? Are you sure this is a high school student? I think the scarier thing is that he can catch a basketball hoop with one hand, right? Ada. Where are you going? Satsuki Momoe looked at Aomine Daiki who had stood up and asked. Go back to training. Aomine Daiki turned and left. Everyone in 2 looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he hurried to follow. On the other side, Midorima also stood up. Xiao Zhen, don't you want to watch it anymore? Takao Kazunari asked. Kurosaki has given up, let's get back to training. After saying this, Midorima Shintaro turned and left. Yosen bench. Shuichen, what's wrong with you? Atsushi Murasakibara asked softly, looking at Midorioske who had a curse on his face. There was no way, the aura emanating from the other party was too creepy. Children shouldn't ask too much about adult matters. Midorioske felt as if there was ice in his throat. Huh, Looking at Mito, who was 2 heads shorter than him, Atsushi Murasakibara was stunned. Midorioske was also in no mood. At this moment, he was looking at the panel to receive the reward. Host. Midorioske. Age. 16. Height. 184. Weight. 79 kg. Physical strength. Unparalleled in the world, 19%. Skills. Sixth sense, top coordination, top weapon mastery, intermediate, perfect driving, chef-level cooking. The trouble system is ongoing. Soon, the game continued as staff urgently pulled a basketball hoop from the court next door. Only, advertisement as Midorima Shintaro said, Kurosaki Daiichi had already given up the game, and the players who played were all substitutes. There are no stars at night. Kinsen Izakaya. As soon as Midorioske pushed the door open, a bunny girl came forward and said, "Welcome to Jin." The bunny girl looked at the boy in school uniform in front of her and quickly changed her tone. "Sorry, classmate, minors are not allowed to enter here." Midorioske. The bar manager saw this and quickly came over. "Excuse me, boss. This is our new employee, Masaru Asakura." "Asakura, this is our boss, Midorioske." "Boss? You are the boss?" Masahiro Asakura couldn't believe it. "It's okay. Ignorance is not a crime. There have been quite a lot of changes here." Midorioske finished speaking and sighed at the interior decoration of the store. "Is this Sakura culture? Sogasinian?" Hearing this, Midorioske had an expression that said, "This is Sakura." He even began to imagine. After entering the private room, he asked the bunny girl, "You don't want to lose your job, do you?" He. Just when Midorioske why? "Boss, everything has been ordered from above. We have reserved a special box for you. Since you're attending the game today, you have a chance to get a free meal." The manager said with a smile, then waved to Masaru Asakura, who understood and hurried away. I'm a boss and I have to pay money? Is there still law? Is there still law? Above? Who is up there? Oh, it's that guy?" Thinking of this, the appearance of Kawamura Ryuichi appeared in Midoriosuke's mind. Just as he was being taken to the private box by his manager, a graceful figure was following behind him. Inside the private room on the second floor, a whole wall of one-way glass allows you to have a panoramic view of the bar downstairs. A set of golden high-end sofas faces the huge display screen. The table in front of the sofa is filled with instructions and methods for playing various games. A beautiful girl in uniform was standing next to the karaoke machine. The ambient lighting on the ceiling is even more colorful, showing its simplicity. Certainly, the only fly in the ointment is, 3 walls are covered in Yosenhai advertisements. "Boss, do you need a free meal tonight?" Looking at the flattering manager, Midorioske asked. "The price for free food is that I have to attend the game?" "Well, to be precise, it's to allow you to participate in the official competition." Advertisement. "One last question, can I replace this thing on the wall?" "I'm sorry, boss, this can't be exchanged." "Well, it's free tonight, you can go down." Midorioske finished speaking and sat on the sofa. "Boss, what would you like to drink?" At this time, the beautiful woman in uniform hurriedly came forward with the menu and asked. This damn capitalist life. Although Midorioske's face was full of smiles, he was cursing in his heart. "Let me go. I'm your boss's friend." Just as Midorioske ordered his drinks, a female voice came from outside the house. After a while, a bodyguard in a suit walked in and said, "Boss, there's a woman outside who claims to be your friend. Do you want to let her in?" "My friend? Woman? Could it be Satsuki? Let her in?" Midorioske thought it was Satsuki Momoi and said calmly, "Yes." The bodyguard retreated immediately. After a while, a super beauty about 1.8 meters tall walked into the box. Midorioske looked at the strange blonde beauty in front of him. She was wearing red-rimmed glasses, a green fur-collared top and black over the knee boots. Both her appearance and figure are top-notch. "What's your name, friend?" Looking at the beauty in front of him, Midorioske was stunned for half a second, then the corners of his mouth rose. "Alex Garcia." "Fork it out," Midorioske said coldly as soon as the blonde finished introducing herself. "Yes, boss." Seeing this, the bodyguard immediately made a gesture of invitation to Alex. "I'm Himuro Tatsuya's master." Seeing that the other party did not play by the rules, Alex quickly spoke. "Wait, you guys go down." Midorioske heard this and waved to the bodyguard. The latter nodded and left the box. At this time, the beautiful woman in uniform came up with wine. 3 bottles of black and white Spade Ace limited edition and 4 dozen Asahi beers. "Are you Himuro's master?" Midorioske asked as he opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Alex. Hey, kid, that's not very polite." Alex looked at the other party who opened the Ace of Spades but only gave him beer, and he immediately felt unhappy. "I ask you questions, and you answer them. If you don't, please go out and turn right. Thank you." After Midorioske finished speaking, he took a sip of Ace of Spades, his face full of happiness. "It's worthy of being a wine worth tens of thousands of dollars. Original price, it's so delicious." "Yes." Alex looked at the little brat in front of him, gritted his teeth and endured it. "Measurements. No, I heard you're a kissing freak? Great. This is the first blade I've received from this book. Yang Jiahao, classmate, I'll remember you, he. Chapter 43. Come live at my house, huh? You know Kagami too?" Alex was surprised. As far as she knew, Yosun hadn't played against Cheng Lin yet. Besides, Himuro is such a well-behaved kid, he would definitely not say that he is a kissing maniac. No, do you know me? Midorioske asked, raising an eyebrow. I don't know, but I just saw your bag at the door. It's the basketball team's bag. Alex asked, pointing to the bag. Then why are you here? After asking this question, Midorioske suddenly remembered that the other person seemed to be an alcoholic as well. Don't you know? Alex took the wine glass handed to him and said in surprise. You think I should know? Golden Spring Izakaya is very famous now? Alex took a sip of the ace of spades, showing a satisfied expression. He then stood up and walked towards the glass wall, and continued. I heard that the previous owner didn't know how to run a business and ended up having no customers. Now that we have a new boss, that is you, here we go. Look, the seats are packed. Midorioske. I seem to be the former boss you mentioned. So, he was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Then why did you come to me? Because you have your own private room and you can drink for free tonight. Alex looked at the bright lights and feasting below and spoke. Is it free? Midorioske murmured. It seems that the next free meal will be the day after tomorrow? It is unknown whether the opponent is Rikuzen High or Dainto High School. After all, the two schools won't decide the winner until tomorrow. What's your name? Alex was halfway through his speech when he was attracted by the gigolo in the audience. The gigolo with six-pack abs was holding a lollipop in his mouth and approaching a girl in black clothes. The girl raised the corners of her mouth, raised her jaw slightly, and bit the stick with her mouth. Seeing this, the girl's best friends immediately followed suit. Until Alex saw the gigolo holding the girl's hand and stroking his abdominal muscles. She turned around and looked at Midorioske's pale, sickly-looking handsome face. That cynical look seemed a bit ruffian. This boy is much more handsome than the gigolo below, but unfortunately, he is too young. Thinking of this, Alex asked with a crescent shape on his lips. I haven't asked your name yet, do you need to know my name? Advertisement. Midorioske smiled back, then picked up his glass, slowly stood up, walked towards Alex and asked. Of course, after all, you bought me a drink, Midorioske. Midorioske walked up to Alex, also looking down, and said lightly. Are you a basketball player too? Alex asked knowingly. I fight occasionally. Midorioske took a sip of his wine and spoke in a flat tone. Would you like me to teach you a few tricks? I used to be very good at it. Alex said, showing her white teeth, and then the next moment, her smile turned into surprise. Why are you smoking? Do you smoke? Midorioske took a cigarette from the box and put it in his mouth, then took out another one and handed it to the other person with a chuckle. I don't smoke. Alex took it and waved his hand. Aren't you going down and ordering 2 gigolos? Midorioske took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then exhaled the smoke. You're not the best at choosing them. Alex leaned closer to Midorioske, stretched out his slender fingers and hooked his chin, teasing him. Then how much does Purple Tisk plan to pay? Midorioske raised the corner of his mouth and leaned closer to ask. 1 centimeter is the distance between 2 people. Alex was stunned for 2 seconds, and when he smelled the scent of youth, a blush flashed across his face. She took a step back, took the initiative to break the ambiguous gesture, and changed the subject. Mito-san, how can you play the game if you're drunk? She had just heard the manager talk about playing a game, so she was a little curious. The game is the day after tomorrow. How about you go watch Himuro's game? Midorioske said, then walked back to the sofa and sat down. Is that okay? Then I'll go. Alex said happily that she also wanted to meet Himuro Tatsuya. Then I'll take you there the day after tomorrow. By the way, do you have a place to stay now? It's the hotel next door. Come to my house. Huh? What did you say? Alex's face was full of rejection. Although she was open, it was only to people she was familiar with. Although the kid in front of me is good looking and is also a classmate of Chen, he should have a good figure if he plays basketball. What are you thinking? The hotel next door costs over 20,000 a night, right? You might as well give it to me. I just happen to have a room available there. Midorioske put out his cigarette and said with a smile. Having experienced the loss of all his family wealth, he naturally would not miss any opportunity to make money. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Advertisement. As for investing? That's mind-numbing and depends on luck. Okay, but I've already paid for today. I'll come back to you tomorrow. Alex thought about it for a moment and agreed. The next day. Yesterday's match between Yosun High and Kurosaki Daiichi suddenly swept through the entire soccer high school basketball world like a Force 10 typhoon. The news that Yosun High's mysterious number 1 appeared on the court, causing injuries to Kurosaki's first and second players, and that he shattered the basketball hoop with a one-handed dunk from the free throw line, quickly spread to other high schools. Not only that, famous magazines such as Basketball Weekly and Basketball Monthly have also reported on it. The truth soon came to light. The mysterious number 1 of Yosun High is actually number 13 of Minguang Junior High School. That is, in junior high school, he single-handedly defeated the monster of the Age of Miracles, Midorioske. For a time, the basketball clubs of all the universities paid close attention to Yosun's basketball team. Chenglin High School basketball team. At this time, Cheng Lin was training on the beach. They are all practicing hard for the winter trials. At this moment, Ida Riko, who had just gone out to answer a phone call, came back. What's wrong with the coach? Why does he look so listless after just one outing? Muji Tepe asked. Ida Riko didn't say anything, but looked at everyone with a troubled expression. What's wrong? Hinata Junpei also expressed his concern. Why are you so different even though we both have the same last name, Mito? Ida Riko sighed and pointed at a usually quiet team member. Why are you bringing this up on me again? Mitobi Ryunosuke pointed at himself helplessly. Ida Riko sighed, then took out a few magazines in her hand and said, take a look at them all. Kaijo High. Everyone is training as usual. At this time, a fat figure entered the stadium. This person is Kaijo's coach, Takeuchi Genta. His expression was serious at the moment. He walked to the center of the court and shouted to the people who were still practicing. Gather. Rikuzen High, in the sports room, Akashi Seijiro was swaying profusely as he persisted on the treadmill. Next to him were the 5 uncrowned generals, Reo Sanebuchi, Kotaro Kaneyama, and Eikichi Nebutani. At this time, the team manager came running over with several magazines in his hands. Akashi, a monster, appeared in this national competition. Chapter 44 Defeat Midorioske, 4:30 in the afternoon. Alex walked into the villa with the name, Mito, on the door. Like everyone else, I was shocked at first, and then complained about the rich. You can stay in the guest room on the far right. Once you've packed your luggage, come down and prepare to eat. Midorioske said calmly as he sat on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, playing his video game. An hour later. Your bathroom is so big, and the bathtub is so comfortable. Alex came down in a white bathrobe with disheveled hair, and plopped down next to Midorioske. Remember to clean up after use. Yes, Alex stuck out his tongue playfully. The next second, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Here you are, go change your clothes. Midorioske put down the game console, stubbed out his cigarette, and urged Alex, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Yes, Mito-kun, you're so long-winded. When Alex stood up, Midorioske had already opened the door. Water dear, Mito, we're here. The voices of Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya were heard from the door. Hearing the familiar voice, Alex, who was about to run upstairs quickly, was stunned and then turned his head. He looked at the 3 people who had just come in. In an instant, her pupils shrank. Teacher, Tatsuya. The 2 of them said this in unison, and then Alex trotted over to Himuro Tatsuya and put his arms around his neck. I miss you so much, you scared me. When did you return to Sakura country? Himuro Tatsuya said with a smile. Atsushi Murasakibara. Mizuki has a girlfriend. But why is she so affectionate with Bingzi? Could it be? Love triangle. Trojan horse. Just when Alex was about to kiss Himuro Tatsuya on the lips, he skillfully stretched out a finger to block her lips. No, Alex. You can't kiss casually in the land of Sakura. What? That's so cold. Alex pouted. Advertisement. Mizukin, I almost forgot. Look, Coach Toby asked me to give this to you. Atsushi Murasakibara on the side remembered something and handed an envelope to Midorioske. Midorioske took the envelope, shook it, found it had some weight, and opened it. Wow. That's a lot of money. Alex, who was hugging Himuro Tatsuya's neck, said in surprise. Inside the envelope was a stack of 10,000 yuan in bills. No more, no less, exactly 100. This old dang is quite sensible. Midorioske's mouth corners were harder to suppress than act at this time. On the other side, in Yosen's private meeting room, Tobi Shota checked the time, took a few deep breaths, and dialed Midoriosuke's number. Hey, Mito, it's me, Tobi Shota. Midoriosuke. If you have something to say, tell me. After a while, the call was connected. Hubu Jungtai heard the normal tone of the other party and knew that he was no longer angry after receiving the money. So he continued, look, tomorrow's results are out, we're against Rikuzen High. Midoriosuke. Is that so, Tobi Shota? I want you to play. Midoriosuke. Okay, but I'll only play one section. You can arrange it, that's it. Beep, beep, beep. When Tobi Shota heard this, he was ecstatic, but he still suppressed his excitement and did not put down the phone, even though the other party had hung up. Well, this is my order, but considering that you were a little tired yesterday, I will make an exception and let you play only one quarter. You're welcome. Who made me your coach? Okay, I'm hanging up. After saying this, Hubu Jungtai hung up the phone with a smug look on his face, then looked at the person opposite him with an expression that seemed to say, I'll do it, it's easy. Tobi is amazing, he deserves to be Mito's first coach. Masako Araki, who was sitting opposite him, gave him a thumbs up. It's a small matter, but this kid does have a bad temper. I'll talk to him again some other time when I have the chance. Tobi Shota sat down, picked up the teacup that Araki Masako had just handed over and said with a smile. Meanwhile, inside Mito's villa, the 4 of them were sitting at the table eating dinner. Since Midorioske had a new drinking buddy, he let go of Himuro Tatsuya. Watching the 2 people playing finger-guessing games, Himuro Tatsuya and Atsushi Murasakibara ate their meals in tacit understanding. Soon, after 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. People who drink alcohol will naturally talk more. Tatsuya, how's your basketball team? Did you become the ace? Did you embarrass me, your master? Advertisement, Mito, Adun, this is my master, Alex Garcia, who was once the state champion of the American College Basketball League. Then I played in the WNBA, Women's NBA. Faced with Alex's three soul-searching questions, Himuro Tatsuya quickly changed the subject. He knew his own strength, and he couldn't win against these two men, each one more monstrous than the other. Due to Axe's wings, he hasn't learned Sunshot yet. Oh, that was all in the past. Due to illness, my eyesight has deteriorated significantly, so I've retired now. I am currently teaching basketball at a club in the United States. Alex took a sip of wine and said with a hint of pride. Zamao, eat this, it's delicious. Oh, thank you Shueichin. Are you listening to me? Alex yelled as he looked at the two people, showing affection, in front of him. Oh, I see. Then what? Midorioske put a piece of fish into Atsushi Murasakibara's bowl and said lightly. Thank you, Mizuki-kun. But Murasakibara is really big, he must be great at basketball, right? I wonder if he can beat my Tatsuya? Alex looked at Atsushi Murasakibara who was eating with his head down and said with a smile. Master, not only can I not beat Atsushi, I can't beat Mito-san either. Himuro Tatsuya said honestly, how is that possible? That's the truth. Looking at Alex who was so surprised that he spoke English, Himuro Tatsuya smiled bitterly. He used to look down on the basketball in the soccer country, but after witnessing the Age of Miracles, he realized that there are always people better than you. As for Midorioske, sorry, he's not human, after all. Facing the Age of Miracles, I still have the confidence to catch up, but if I were to face Midorioske. Thinking of this, Himuro Tatsuya sighed in frustration. Tatsuya, don't lose heart. After you finish your match tomorrow, I'll teach you a special move that will definitely make you beat Mito. Alex patted his chest, looking as if it was all up to him. Puff. Ha 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 ha, Murasakibara, what are you laughing at? Don't you believe it? Alex said angrily. No, my purple-haired one has been professionally trained. Normally he won't laugh unless he can't help it. Midorioske quickly explained. But it's better if I don't explain it, once I explain it. Ha ha ha. Bingzi, your master is so funny, she said you can defeat Mizuki. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 45. The finals begin the next day. Today is the day of the high school national competition finals. Outside the Tokyo Gymnasium, all kinds of monsters and demons gathered. Shutoku, Kaijo, Tu, Saren and so on. What a nice day, I didn't expect Aomine to come with us to watch the finals. Is it going to rain red? Amayoshi Shong put his hands in his pockets, looked at Aomine Daiki behind him and smiled. You're so noisy. Aomine Daiki frowned. I wonder if Jia-kun will be on stage today. Satsuki Momoi, who was walking behind Aomine Daiki, spoke. It's 2, I didn't expect that even Aomine is here. Is it going to rain red? Walking not far away, Gao Wai-chun spoke. I wonder if Akashi and Mito will play today. Midorima Shintaro, who was standing beside him, adjusted his glasses and said. I do know Akashi, that's the Midorioske you guys were talking about. Is he really that strong? Taisuke Otsubo, who has a spiky haircut, spoke. Senior Dapping, please remove the word, ma. Takao Kazunari said, holding the back of his head with his hands crossed. After a while, the two teams met. Oh, it's from Shutoku. Hello. Amayoshi Shoichi looked at Shutoku and the others and greeted them. Amayoshi? Last time was in winter, right? It's been a while. However, we both lost. The yellow-haired Miyagi Kiyoshi spoke. What a coincidence. Kaijo, you guys are here too. We felt that today's game would be exciting, so we came. Haikawa Mitsuhiro Shing Fendao. Come on, it's obviously the coach who forced you to do this. Kobori Hiroshi's voice is a small thing. As he spoke, everyone from Kaijo came forward to greet him. Oh, I didn't expect Mito to join Yosen. Murasakibara is such a jerk for not even telling me. We had agreed before that we would defeat the other party through our own efforts. Aomine Daiki said as she walked slowly forward, looking at the ground. There must be a story in it that we don't know about. Midorima Shintaro Dan Dao. Hey, which team do you think will win today? Kai's Ryota asked as he walked over to them. We don't know if they're all going to play, so we have to come and see for ourselves, right? Aomine Daiki said lazily. Aomine is right, advertisement. Not only these few schools, but almost all the strong high school basketball schools that can be found have entered the field one after another today. Inside the gymnasium. Yosen bench. She's Himuro's master, she's so pretty. And she's a former WNBA player. I feel like she's even better than Coach Araki. But why is he here with Mito? Shut up, Masako Araki yelled at the team members who were talking among themselves. The next moment, he turned around and looked at Alex. Hello, Araki Masako. Alex Garcia. Just sit here and watch the game later. Araki Masako pointed to the seat next to her and then walked up to Atsushi Murasakibara and asked. Murasakibara, can you play today? Me? I don't know. If Xiaoxi plays, I will. Atsushi Murasakibara replied dully. Upon hearing this, Araki Masako shook her hair. In that case, our starting lineup is confirmed. Point guard, Kensuke Fukui. Power forward, Kenichi Okamura. Center, Passerby. Small forward, Liu Wei. Shooting guard, Himuro Tatsuya. Mito, honestly, what is your relationship? After making the arrangements, Kensuke Fukui walked up to Midorioske and asked in a low voice. When these words were spoken, everyone in Yosen pricked up their ears. It's nothing, we just live together. Midorioske yawned and said lazily. Hearing this, everyone's mind flashed with a bolt from the blue. They were all stunned. Oh no, Mito is the first one in our team to be single. Why the hell? He's only in the first grade. I haven't even spoken to a girl yet. Mito is actually living with a girl. If the basketball team is very popular, is that all fake? Kenichi Okamura cried out with his jaw cracked. Is this your motivation for joining the basketball team? The other team members thought to themselves. Seeing this, Fukui Kensuke quickly stepped forward to comfort him. That's not the case. Whether you play basketball or not, you're not welcome. Everyone. That's too much. Certainly, the team members were not the only ones surprised. There is also Masako Araki and advertisement. Mito, you can do this? When will the wedding candy be distributed? Tobi Shoda walked up to Midorioske and asked with a smug look on his face. Midorioske. At this moment, a broadcast voice sounded. Rikuzen High, Yosen High, both teams please come on the court for warm-up. The next moment, there was a shout from the audience. Okay, let's go warm up. Upon hearing this, Masako Araki immediately gave orders to everyone. On the other side, the Rikuzen High bench, what surprised Yosen was that Akashi Seijiro actually came on the stage. Murasakibara, why don't you go warm up too? Masako Araki quickly looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and asked. All right. Seeing this, Murasakibara couldn't refuse anymore. Therefore, Yosen's center consciously withdrew from the starting lineup. Oh, you're quite good at that. Shenyi said before that soccer country's basketball is very good, but I didn't believe it. It seems that he has a point, Alex said as he looked at the Rikuzen players warming up on the field. Well, they were just passing the ball and dribbling to the basket, but they were able to maintain the same rhythm and they didn't miss a single shot. Araki Masako interjected. Yes, the layup is the most successful basic shot, but no matter how strong a team is, I've never seen a team that can score 100% of the time. This is no longer a level with a solid foundation. They must have practiced countless times to develop such a deep-seated terror. Tobi Shoda added, as expected of Rikuzen High, known as the Emperor of Development. Araki Masako nodded, but what's with you guys looking so calm? Alex looked at the two people with calm faces and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, shouldn't they be nervous when facing such a strong opponent? And judging by the cheers from the audience, it's clear that Rakuzan's supporters are much larger than Yosen's. Because we have your boyfriend, Tobi Shoda suddenly turned his head and gave Alex a playful smile. Looking at the greasy uncle who was still acting cute at this age, Alex was speechless. But she still looked at Midorioske who was dozing in the chair, with a serious expression on her face, thinking. Did Yosen's calm courage come from this impolite brat? I'm really looking forward to seeing you play, on the court. Burp, you've been hiccuping for way too long. Is this the longest hiccup ever? Mibuchi Ryo looked at Nedekia Eikichi with dissatisfaction. That's because my opponent today is the center from Age of Miracles. My whole body is filled with strength without me even realizing it. Genbuya Yongji stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist tightly. Chapter 46, Ball Stand Terminator. Where's Sister Lingyang? Kotaro Hayama looked at Ryo Mibuchi who was sighing and asked. The one I'm guarding is Himuro Tatsuya. Although I don't know his true strength, I will still love him well. After Mibuchi Ryo finished speaking, Himuro Tatsu who was not far away also felt a chill. But the person you were guarding is the giant named Lu Wei, right? Mibuchi Ryo continued. Yeah, it's not good, right? But I'll definitely find a way. After all, basketball isn't just about height. Kotaro Hayama was playing with the ball with a smile on his face. You're still as careless as ever, but luckily, that monster Yosen didn't show up. Mibuchi Ryo said helplessly. Don't worry, I'll completely widen the gap before that monster even comes on the court. Kotaro Hayama held the basketball on his head and instantly revealed a beast-like aura. Akashi, you'll be starting today too, right? Nedekia Eikichi walked up to Akashi Seijiro and asked. The latter closed his eyes and replied calmly, of course, they're very strong, Rikuzen can't lose. So you must not be careless, but I will definitely not lose again. And this time, at this point, Akashi Seijiro suddenly opened his eyes, revealing his diamond-shaped pupils. Rikuzen will win. Our basketball is absolute. After a while, the players who were warming up left the field, and the announcement sounded again. Before the game begins, let me introduce the two teams. First up is Rikuzen High in white jerseys. Coach, Shirage Nagaharu. Next, let's introduce the starting players. Number 8, Gentake Nagayoshi. Number 7, Kaneyama Kotaro. Number 6, Ryo Mibuchi. Number 5, Dai Chihiro. 4 Hao, Dui Zhang. Akashi Seijiro. Wow, the captain of the Age of Miracles and the 5 without a crown. This lineup looks unstoppable. That's right, the lineup alone is half the battle. Rikuzen. 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 There was a roar of applause from the audience. At this point, the broadcast continues. Next up is Yosen High, wearing purple vertical striped jerseys. The team leader is Shota Tobi. Coach, Masako Araki. Next, let's introduce the starting players. Number 5, Fukui Kensuke. Number 11, Lu Wei. Advertisement number 12, Himuro Tatsuya. Number 9, Atsushi Murasakibara. Number 4, Captain, Kenichi Okamura. The Yosen team members are all so tall. Why do people always mention this? Are you new here? I came to see Teiko no Hikari, why isn't he on stage? Brother, what a coincidence. Me too. Yosen, Yosen, Yosen. Cheers came from the audience again. The broadcast continued. Then next up is the National High School Basketball Tournament Finals. The match between Rikuzen High and Yosen High has officially begun. The referee took the ball and walked between the two teams in the middle of the field. Salute both sides. Please give me your guidance, the game begins. Atsushi Murasakibara and Gen Goya Nagakichi stood in the center line. As the referee threw the ball into the air, the next moment, the two centers jumped up at the same time and reached for the basketball in the air. Although Gen Gatani Yongji has strong muscles, his height and arm span are shortcomings. The result is predictable. Atsushi Murasakibara easily hooked the ball into the hands of Kensuke Fukui. After getting the ball, Kensuke Fukui made a quick pass and the ball landed in the hands of Tatsuya Himuro, who was rushing towards the opponent's basket. The next moment, he went straight for the layup. Ta-da-da-da. At this moment, a hand appeared behind him and quickly reached for the ball. Bang! The basketball was hit out of bounds. That number 6 is so fast. On the Yosen bench, Alex said in disbelief. Reo Mibuchi, known as Yasha, is Rakuzan's sharpshooter. I didn't expect him to be so fast. Araki Misako was also surprised. That was a close call, you almost scored. After landing, Mibuchi Ryo looked at Himuro Tatsuya with a smile on his face. The latter snorted coldly, picked up the basketball and walked outside the line. The next second, the ball came into the hands of Atsushi Murasakibara, who was positioning himself under the basket. As soon as he got the ball, he slapped it with one hand. Akashi Seijiro felt that what he hit was not a ball, but a piece of steel plate, which caused his palm to ache. He forgot one thing. When Atsushi Murasakibara held the ball with both hands, he had no chance to steal the ball from him, unless he was dribbling. Sneak attack. Advertisement. Atsushi Murasakibara was instantly angry when he saw Akashi Seijiro being so unsportsmanlike. The next second, he was carrying Gen Goku Yongji on his back, and circles of white gas appeared under his feet. Suddenly, he jumped up and his body turned 180 degrees in the air. The strong impact made Gen Wuji Yongji take a step back, and then, in his eyes, the purple-haired monster had already jumped high. Collapse. Click, click. The blue frame kept shaking and made a painful sound. Atsushi Murasakibara slowly landed on the ground and looked down at Gengoya Yongji. Crush you. Looking at Atsushi Murasakibara with a fierce look in his eyes, the latter frowned and thought. I didn't expect that after training my muscles for so long, I still couldn't withstand this monster? At this moment, the other players on the field suddenly shouted at the two of them. Run. Upon hearing this, Gen Wuji Yongji immediately walked on his buttocks and crawled backwards madly and quickly. Atsushi Murasakibara silently took a few steps back. Crunch. Boom. Finally, the basketball hoop collapsed after shaking for a while, hitting the ground with a loud noise. After a few seconds of silence, could that be the legendary Destruction Hammer? Oh my god, is Yosen the basketball hoop Terminator? I also want to ask, we killed one yesterday and another today? But it's amazing. Yesterday Yosen was number 1, today he's number 9. I think from now on, whenever there's a Yosen competition, the organizers will have to prepare 10 or 8 basketball hoops. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. I didn't expect Murasakibara to be so formidable. Even in the national team, there are only a handful of centers with this level of ability, right? Judgment based on the strength of this world. Alex exclaimed. I really underestimated the basketball of soccer country. Does poor Chen Yi encounter such monsters every time he comes back? But fortunately, this monster is his teammate. Well, it's true. Murasakibara's ability is not an exaggeration to call him the best center in soccer high school. Even in college, there are few who can compare to him. Araki Misako agreed. Oh my, he really is a freak. No wonder he and Xiaojung are collectively referred to as the Age of Miracles. Mibuchi Ryo shrugged and said, that's amazing. Kotaro Hayama sighed as he looked at Atsushi Murasakibara's back. Oh my god, I was scared to death just now. At this time, Gen Wuji Yongji climbed up and looked at the fallen basketball hoop with fear. Beep. The game is suspended. After the referee blew the whistle, he looked towards Yosen with resentment, then ran to the referee's seat to discuss the matter. Chapter 47. Against Rikuzen. 1. After a while, the referee appeared on the Yosen bench. Next time you break the basketball hoop, you'll have to pay for it. Yes, I'm sorry. Misako Araki and Shota Tobi on the opposite side bowed apologetically. Murasakibara. After sending the referee away, the two men yelled at Atsushi Murasakibara. Huh? Atsushi Murasakibara turned his head with an innocent look. Why didn't you say anything to Mizuki when he broke the basketball hoop yesterday? After what happened yesterday, the organizers have gained experience. Soon after, a brand new basketball hoop appeared on the court. After the staff skillfully replaced the broken basketball hoop, the game continued. Where's Mito? Misako Araki, who was watching the game continue on the field, suddenly turned her head and asked. The other two also turned to look at the place where Midorioske had just taken a nap. Coach, Mito just said he had a stomachache and went back to the lounge to get some toilet paper. A substitute said quickly. 3 people. This kid is smoking again. On the court. Rikuzen has the ball. After Akashi Seijiro crossed half court, he passed the ball to Hayama Kotaro. The next moment, Kotaro Hayama held the ball and faced Liu Wei's defense. Although he kept testing his opponent, facing Liu Wei's terrifying arm span, the 180 centimeters tall Kotaro Hayama was very troubled. Because he not only has to find a breakthrough, but also prevent the opponent from stealing the ball. It seems that I need 4 to deal with you. 4? Liu Wei was surprised. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of Kotaro Hayama dribbling suddenly became piercingly loud. What? The dribbling sound was so loud that even the audience in the stands covered their ears. You can imagine how loud it was. Anyway, this is what anime is like. I am also quite confused. When it comes to dribbling, the greater the force, the faster the ball goes and the harder it is to steal. Himuro Tatsuya, who was not far away, thought to himself, but after a second, the corners of his mouth rose. What a pity, this voice is far worse than mine. This noise is too loud, what a pity. Fukui Kensuke scratched his ears and said. Upon hearing this, Akashi Seijiro on the opposite side showed a shocked expression. The next second, Kotaro Yayama turned into a shadow and passed by Liu Wei in an instant. Advertisement, breakthrough, what a great dribble. What a fast speed, did the dribble just disappear? This guy is so fast, he's Kotaro Hayama, known as the Thunder Beast. This is his special move, the Thunder Dribble. Soga Private Sticky. Just as everyone in the audience was surprised, a big hand appeared in an instant and slapped the basketball out of the Thunder Beast's hand. What? Kotaro Hayama was shocked and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. I heard you once lost to my Mito. I wonder how your teammates' dribbling skills compared to my Mito's. Whose is louder? Who's faster? Fukui Kensuke smiled at Akashi Seijiro, turned around and started to attack. Swish! Liu Wei quickly swung the basketball towards the opponent's basket, and the basketball fell straight into the hands of Himuro Tatsuya. He just took a few steps, walked to the 3-point line, raised the basketball and shot. Swish! Goal! When did he get to that position? Really? Did he run over when Kotaro used Thunder Dribble? But how could he be sure that the tall guy could steal the ball? Mibuchi Ryo looked at Himuro Tatsuya in surprise. But the next second, Akashi Seijiro gave them the answer. Kotaro's Thunder Dribble is good, but it's far inferior to that monster. What? Everyone was surprised. Nothing surprising. That monster also knew this move. No, that was the only move he knew back then. But he's faster and stronger. Akashi Seijiro recalled the difficult past and said lightly. Upon hearing this, Hayama Kotaro's expression suddenly fell. No wonder the tall guy was able to easily intercept his ball. Kotaro's Thunder Dribble is indeed powerful, but it encountered Mito's Yosen. Aomine Daiki whispered. Yeah, the gap is huge. Kai's Ryota continued. This year's Yosen is so strong. Amayoshi Shoichi said as he looked in the direction of Team Yosen. On the other side, Yosen's private lounge. Oh, looks like we don't have to be as tired today as we were in Mingguang? But if Yosen scores higher, just talk to that red-haired guy and let him spend a few million to buy a championship. Hearing the cheers of Yosen from the audience, Midorioske stopped playing the game console and muttered while flicking the ash from his cigarette. Advertisement anyway, for me, honor, achievements, haha. Of course, none of them are as important as money. It's just like the video I saw in my previous life. 8 million in an admission letter from Peking University or Tsinghua University, which one would you choose? Still need to think. Any hesitation is wrong. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he frowned. Really? Speak of the devil, and he'll appear. Beep. The first quarter is over. As the whistle sounded, the score was fixed at 29-21. Yosen leads by 8 points. Yosen bench. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Akashi Seijiro hasn't made a move yet. Masako Araki scolded the starting lineup as they were laughing and taking a rest. After he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. Yes, the most difficult opponent has not made a move so far. Yes, Shizai hasn't used his eyes yet. After Atsushi Murasakibara finished speaking, he picked up the water bottle and drank the water. I also feel that they haven't yet unleashed their full potential, so the true battle for victory is only just beginning. Bing Shiqian Yi Zan Tong Dao Ideographic period. If Shizai is serious, his abilities will be different from usual. He would disable all abilities, whether offensive or defensive, like foreseeing the future. Atsushi Murasakibara lowered his head and muttered. When everyone heard this, they all showed an incredible expression. Alex didn't pester Tatsuya this time, but was thinking about something. At this time, Araki Masako stood up, exchanged glances with Tobishoda, and spoke to everyone. Murasakibara and Himuro are right, we must not take this lightly. Okay, just in case. Next, arrange the tactics for the second game. On the other side, Atsushi Murasakibara is indeed a difficult person to deal with. Nedekiya Yongji said while drinking water. You're fine, I really have no way to deal with that guy named Liu Wei. Kotaro Hayama looked a little lonely. I was completely defeated by the other party. If you say so, that Himuro Tatsuya's fake moves are giving me a headache too. Mibuchi Ryo also spoke. Indeed, everyone in Yosen nowadays is not simple. Even the 5 uncrowned generals would be hard to stop. Kotaro, I'll be the one to deal with Lu Wei in the next match. And you guys, it's time to show some strength, right? Akashi Seijiro looked at everyone and said in a calm tone. Hearing this, the four of them showed a relaxed expression. Chapter 48. Rikuzen, 2, hot debut. Forgot today is Monday. I should have ordered it for the weekend. Degree ideographic period. Beep. The second quarter begins. Yosen has the ball. What? You can't beat Lu Wei, so you come to me? After dribbling the ball across half court, Ryosuke Fukui looked at Kotaro Hayama in front of him and smiled. Kotaro Hayama didn't say anything, his eyes full of fighting spirit as he looked at the basketball. After Fukui Ryosuke tried to break through from both sides without success, he quickly passed the ball to Himuro Tatsuya. Himuro Tatsuya made a quick jump shot. Pity, Ryo Mibuchi jumped quickly and lightly touched the basketball with her middle finger. Bang. Rebound. Nagayoshi Netakiya and Lu Wei jumped at the same time, but in the end the ball was headed into the net by Kenichi Okamura. Swish. Goal. These guys are really hard to deal with. Genwutani Yongji looked at the three tall figures opposite and smiled bitterly. Due to the height issues of Dai Chihiro and Akashi Seijiro, they can't help at all in rebounding. So all the pressure of rebounding was placed on Nagayoshi Gentakiya. Rikuzen has the ball. Dai Chihiro quickly served the ball and threw it into the hands of Kotaro Hayama in front of her. What a fast break. Everyone in Yosen was stunned and quickly returned to defend. As soon as Kotaro Hayama reached the three-point line, Atsushi Murasakibara appeared in front of him. For a moment, huge pressure came towards Kotaro Hayama like a tide. Nice fast break, but sorry, it's useless no matter how fast it is. Even if Murasakibara is the only one under the basket, the entire area within the three-point line is within his defense range. Masako Araki said as she stared at the situation on the field. Kotaro Hayama frowned and tried to break through twice, but when he saw that he couldn't, he quickly passed the ball back to Akashi Seijiro. The latter quickly passed the ball to Ryo Mibuchi who was already outside the three-point line. You're very difficult. He looked at Himuro Tatsuya who had an icy face in front of him and smiled slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryo Mibuchi jumped up instantly. Seeing this, Himuro Tatsuya also jumped up hurriedly, trying to block the opponent's three-pointer. Suddenly, Himuro Tatsuya's pupils shrank slightly, and he thought to himself, fake move? Oh no. Mibuchi Ryo smiled as he watched Himuro Tatsuya leap up, and just as the other was falling, he suddenly jumped up. Mibuchi Ryo threw the ball out only when it touched Himuro Tatsuya. Swish. Goal. Shooting a three-pointer can also cause a foul, right? Himuro Tatsuya was a little surprised. Don't look at me like this, I'm actually very greedy. Mibuchi Ryo said with a smile. Beep. Yosen number 12 fouled, three-pointer valid, 1 free throw. The referee also blew the whistle at this time. Advertisement. A three-pointer counts as a win and there's an extra free throw? Really? This ball is worth 4 points. Is this Yasha's ultimate move, Earth? Rikuzen. 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 There were exclamations from the audience. On the court. Yeah, Genbuya Eikichi suddenly appeared behind Mibuchi Ryo, shouted, and then clapped his hands. Unfortunately, Mibuchi Ryo dodged it. Your hit hurts, I don't want it. Hey, Ling Yang's sister, you should have fought like this from the beginning. Kotaro Hayama said in a somewhat blaming tone. I told you, this isn't a move you can use at any time. Mibuchi Ryo shook his hands and walked towards the free throw line. Swish. The ball goes in. The next time, with a sudden burst of strength from Ryo Mibuchi, the score was quickly tied. 33-33, Yosen has the ball. Kensuke Fukui slowed down the tempo, dribbled the ball across half court, and then passed it to Lu Wei. Lu Wei just received the ball. Then he met Akashi Seijiro's pair of heterochromatic eyes. Lu Wei looked at the other person's height and then looked at his own position. Very good. He jumped up and shot the ball in an instant. Just shoot without fakes? Kai's Ryota in the audience exclaimed in surprise. That number 11 thought the opponent couldn't block him, after all, he had the height advantage. Aomine Daiki analyzed. Can. Lu Wei was suddenly surprised as he looked at Akashi Seijiro's eyes that were flashing with red circles. Because, the ball in his hand was intercepted by the opponent as he was jumping. Isn't this ridiculous? He actually stole the ball before jumping. His reaction was too quick. Yosen and the others were collectively surprised. Akashi Seijiro stole the ball and dribbled quickly towards the opponent's basket. As soon as he reached the three-point line, he ran into Atsushi Murasakibara. Come on, Murasakibara. Akashi Seijiro stopped and looked calmly at the figure in front of him. This scene made the audience nervous. Shao Kai is facing Shao Zi. Satsuki Momoi Kaiko Dao ideographic period. A duel in the age of miracles? A one-on-one between the two teams' aces. Who will win? Advertisement on the court. Remember our previous duel? Murasakibara, you can't beat me. Akashi Seidaro said, and instantly accelerated his dribbling. Atsushi Murasakibara didn't say anything, but narrowed his eyes and defended seriously. But, while dribbling at super high speed, Atsushi Murasakibara felt his ankle twisted and he fell to the ground. Who do you think is leading the age of miracles? Ignoring the fallen Atsushi Murasakibara, Akashi Seijiro slowly moved the ball past him and continued. Even in your age of miracles, there's no way to disobey my orders. After that, a layup. Swish, goal. There was a burst of warm applause and cheers from the audience. The expressions of Aomine Daiki and others were extremely solemn. Emperor I, as long as Shao Kai has these eyes, it will be difficult to make him lose now. Satsuki Momoi whispered. Upon hearing this, Jinji Shong and others showed incredible expressions. The next game. It's basically a Rikuzen show. Akashi's ankle shot ended it, and Cuckoo scored a layup. Mibuchi Ryo's, Earth, and Void, left Himuro Tatsuya completely helpless. And Daichihiro's weird and unpredictable passes gave Yosen and his team a lot of headaches. Finally, the first half ended. The score was fixed at 58-38. 20 points behind. Kasumatsu Yukio said with a look of disbelief. From the second quarter on, Rikuzen treated Yosen like a child. This is Akashi Seijiro. Jin Jishong felt as if there was a huge rock blocking his chest. Halftime break. On the Rikuzen bench. Okay, let's keep going at this pace. Kotaro Hayama said with full enthusiasm. I don't know who it was, but the thunder dribble ended before it even started. Mibuchi Ryo said sarcastically. Sister Lingyang, you can't be so sarcastic. Kotaro Hayama instantly looked like a wilted eggplant. When did I say you could let go? Akashi Seijiro said expressionlessly. Akashi. The three of them looked at the serious Akashi Seijiro and put away their smiles. Is this small difference worth your happiness? The three were stunned when they heard this. Such a small difference? Akashi's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his body exuded a powerful aura, suppressing the four people so much that they dared not breathe. Have you forgotten that Yosen is in a cage right now? There's a monster locked up there. Chapter 49. Against Rikuzen, 3. Yosen sighed. Hey, Murasakibara, what did you just say? Fukui Kensuke asked angrily as he looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, who had half of his face covered with a towel. I said, that's it, I don't want to play anymore, please replace me. Atsushi Murasakibara said in a serious tone, do you know what you're talking about? The other team members also stepped forward and asked angrily. Because the game has become boring. Atsushi Murasakibara answered naturally. Help me get my wooden sword, I want to kill this man. Masako Araki glanced calmly at the substitute next to her and said. Substitute. If we replace you now, we will not be able to win. Do you think it doesn't matter if you lose? Kenichi Okamura stood in front of him and asked through gritted teeth. Yes, because no one can stop Shao Kai. Atsushi Murasakibara returned to his lazy look and spoke lazily. Hi, two beautiful ladies, after watching the game, would you like to have some coffee and chat? Just then, Midoriosche's voice came from above them. Everyone looked over. Midorioske was seen raising his eyebrows and chatting with the two girls sitting in the front row. Don't take the wooden sword, please help me find a kitchen knife. Before I kill Murasakibara, I'm going to go chop up Mito first. Masako Araki spoke in a very calm tone, however, murderous intent is spreading. How did Mito get there? But he is really, we lost by so many points, but he is still so relaxed. Lu Wei was also stunned, but isn't his girlfriend sitting right here? Before Fukui Kensuke could finish his words, Tobishoda beside him quickly covered his mouth and signaled him with his eyes not to talk nonsense. Hearing that familiar voice, Atsushi Murasakibara's eyes suddenly changed. Seeing this, Himuro Tatsuya swallowed what he was about to say. Hey, Masako-chan. Atsushi Murasakibara pulled off the towel covering his face and slowly stood up. Didn't I tell you to call me coach? Masako Araki, holding a wooden sword, stopped and was about to rush into the audience, turned around and said coldly. Could you please give me a scrunchie? Beep, the second half of the game begins. The whistle blew and the game continued. Advertisement. Oh, their momentum has changed. Kotaro Hayama looked at Yosen's team members in surprise. They're getting serious now. Mibuchi Ryo looked at Atsushi Murasakibara with his hair tied up and put away his smile. It seems that this is indeed a bit tricky. Nedekiya Eikichi frowned and said this after looking at the aura emanating from Atsushi Murasakibara. It doesn't matter, we will definitely be the winners in the end. Akashi Seijiro looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and smiled faintly. The game begins. Yosen has the ball. Kensuke Fukui dribbled the ball carefully across half-court, and Kotaro Hayama quickly stepped forward to defend. And Mibuchi Ryo also faced Himuro Tatsuya. The next moment, Genwutani Yongji thought something was wrong. Stop them. I saw Kenichi Okamura standing on the right side of Ryo Mibuchi. And Himuro Tatsuya had already run to the left. Seeing this, Kensuke Fukui immediately passed the ball to Tatsuya Himuro. As soon as he got the ball, Dai Chinshun came over to provide backup defense. Himuro Tatsuya had a blank expression on his face. He used a fake move to break through Daichihiro's defense, then jumped up and shot under the opponent's basket. At this time, Genwutani Yongji rushed over and jumped high as well. Seeing this, Himuro Tatsuya quickly threw the basketball down. Bang! After the basketball hit the ground, it bounced straight towards Atsushi Murasakibara. Good to pass. Alex saw Chen Yi's pass and exclaimed in admiration, but before she could finish her words. Bang! Akashi Seijiro was already blocking the pass's path and intercepted it with one hand. Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya's pupils trembled as they looked at each other in disbelief. I've already said that no one can disobey my orders. As soon as he finished speaking, Akashi Seijiro scored a layup in a fast break 3-step. Ball drop. Everyone in Yosen looked at the red-haired figure under their own basket in surprise. Most of your current scoring methods rely on Murasakibara, right? But with me here, you can't get the ball to him at the rim. Akashi Seijiro looked at everyone in Yosen and said as he walked back to the field. What a terrifying ability. Himuro Tatsuya's dark path. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Akashi Seijiro without saying a word, but clenched his fists tightly. Next, no matter how cautious Yosen played or how careful he passed the ball, would be intercepted by Akashi Seijiro and passed to Atsushi Murasakibara. Advertisement after all, Atsushi Murasakibara was no threat to them if he didn't get the ball inside the three-point line. On Yosen's side, not only did he have to play very carefully every time, but he also had to assign an extra person to watch over Mibuchi Ryo when defending. It seems extremely difficult. Beep, Yosen requests a timeout. When the score was fixed at 70-46, Masako Araki finally couldn't help but pause. There were less than 3 minutes left until the end of the third quarter. But everyone is out. Atsushi Murasakibara was still standing there. Although his back was facing Rikuzen, he kept glancing at Rikuzen out of the corner of his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly, and a flash of purple lightning flashed in the corner of his eyes. In the next 3 minutes, I don't ask you to score any points, but you must keep the score difference within 30 points. Tobi Shota, who had been quiet the whole time, looked at everyone and spoke. After the words fell, everyone showed an unwilling expression. The atmosphere was suddenly filled with oppression. Even Masako Araki gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. Alex didn't say anything either. She knew it was inappropriate for her to say anything in this situation because the other party was too strong, so strong that he didn't seem like a high school student at all. The team members didn't say a word. Tobi Shota's words simply told everyone. They had already lost. If we continue to insist on our own way and the score widens, we will truly lose. Although Tobi Shota was very confident in Midorioske, he knew that he would never lose to the red-haired kid. But now that red-haired kid is obviously more powerful than when he was in junior high school. If we compare, if Akashi in junior high school was like a basin of water, then Akashi now is more like a pond. Coach Hubu, although what you said is correct, I still want to give it another try. Fukui Kensuke gritted his teeth and his eyes began to mist over. Me too. Liu Wei looked dissatisfied, as Akashi had already stolen the ball from him many times. Liu. Looking at his junior who matched his height, Kenichi Okamura took a breath and continued, Coach, we haven't given up yet. Tobi Shota didn't say anything, but looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya. The time is not up yet, and we haven't lost yet. Atsushi Murasakibara spoke for the first time. Hearing Atsushi Murasakibara's words, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Tobi Shota's face. And Masako Araki also saw the other person's hands behind his back, giving her a thumbs up. Her heart immediately calmed down. Atsushi Murasakibara's words stunned Himuro Tatsuya, who looked incredulous. Just when he wanted to say something, a lazy voice came. If my purple-haired boy wants to play, then let him, it's just a club activity. After he finished speaking, everyone looked over. Midorioske came over with a white rabbit-shaped lollipop. Chapter 50 Atsushi Murasakibara's Zone. The game continues. Looking at the players coming on the field, Tobi Shota turned around and asked. How did you get this? This? The two young ladies gave it to me just now. Midorioske spat out the saliva-stained white rabbit lollipop and said, then held it in front of Araki Masako and continued. Are you 7? Roll, okay, on the court. Luigi, give it to me. When Liu Wei was about to serve, Atsushi Murasakibara came to him and asked for the ball. This scene shocked everyone. Done, are you serious? Liu Wei saw Atsushi Murasakibara's sharp eyes and finally didn't finish his words and passed the ball to him directly. Bang. 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 Atsushi Murasakibara's eyes flashed with purple lightning. He was as fast as lightning and reached the half-court in the blink of an eye. Zone. Unexpectedly, Murasakibara also entered that state. In the audience, Aomine Daiki thought to herself. Monster. Alex on the bench was also surprised. Akashi Seijiro frowned as he watched Atsushi Murasakibara rushing towards the three-point line. He took a deep breath, and his orange-red pupils changed slightly. Wild. A golden rim surrounded the pupils, keeping an eye on Atsushi Murasakibara's movements. When the opponent just entered the three-point line. There is a flaw. In an instant, Akashi Seijiro made his move. At this moment, Atsushi Murasakibara's eyes, which were emitting purple electric snakes, seemed to sense something. He suddenly clasped the ball with both hands and held it to his waist. He took 2 big steps towards the basket like a rhinoceros in heat. The next second, Akashi Seijiro's face suddenly twisted as he quickly dodged Atsushi Murasakibara, who had already jumped towards him. There was no way. If he didn't dodge, the opponent would indeed be called for an offensive foul. His body definitely couldn't withstand this blow. Atsushi Murasakibara had already leapt towards the basket, his body emitting a ferocious aura. I saw him holding the basketball high in his right hand, then dunking it into the basket. Bang. Goal. Wow. Yosen. 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 Aomine Daiki, who was outside the court, stared at Atsushi Murasakibara on the court and said excitedly. Murasakibara actually, not only entered the zone, but also awakened? Midorima Shintaro looked at Atsushi Murasakibara on the field and clenched his fists with a depressed look. After Atsushi Murasakibara landed, he didn't speak or stay. Advertisement I saw him rushing towards the basket on his side. To others, Atsushi Murasakibara seemed to cross the entire court in just a few steps. Yosen and the others finally reacted and rushed back to defend. Ball possession changes. But Akashi Seijiro did not take any action after receiving the ball, and he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He, along with Aomine Daiki, Midorima Shintaro, who were in the audience, and Kai's Ryota, who was in training, suddenly heard a voice. That was the sound of the door opening, and Aomine Daiki was very familiar with this voice. The next second, the four of them saw Atsushi Murasakibara push open the door with great violence. Xiaojung. Looking at the dazed Akashi Seijiro, Mibuchi Ryo called out. It's okay, I'll leave Atsushi Murasakibara to me later. Akashi Seijiro regained his original calm expression and said calmly. After saying that, he slowly dribbled the ball across half court. At this time, Kensuke Fukui rushed forward to defend. Get out of here. After he finished speaking, Fukui Kensuke sat down on the ground again, with a frightened expression on his face again. When Akashi Seijiro wanted to continue to break through, his pupils trembled. A huge figure appeared in front of him. Looking at Atsushi Murasakibara in front of him, just when he was about to take the next step, Atsushi Murasakibara actually moved. That's ridiculous. He actually has no flaws. In the audience. I didn't expect Murasakibara to reach that point so quickly. Aomine Daiki grinned. What step? Jin Jishong turned his head and looked to the side and asked. When he entered the zone, his wild nature was awakened. It's comparable to a real beast, Aomine Daiki explains. On the field, damn it, Akashi couldn't attack for so long. Kotaro Hayama thought to himself as he watched Akashi Seijiro dribbling the ball in place. The next moment, Akashi Seijiro took the shot and pushed the ball hard to the left. The ball actually turned a corner and landed in the hands of Nagayoshi Gentakiya. Huh? The ball will turn? How is that possible? Am I dazzled? Impossible? There were a lot of doubters in the audience. Isn't this Kuroko's pass? That number 5. Aomine Daiki was surprised. After receiving the ball, Nagayoshi Gentakiya jumped up instantly, raised the ball with both hands, and smashed it towards the basket. Bang! Advertisement Atsushi Murasakibara came to his side in an instant, jumped up suddenly, and slapped the ball into Lu Wei's hand. How is that possible? When did he come here? But the only thing that answered Nedakiya Eikichi was Atsushi Murasakibara's eyes flashing with purple lightning. As soon as he landed, Atsushi Murasakibara took off suddenly and rushed towards the opponent's basket. Seeing this, Lu Wei quickly made a long pass. Bang! However, the ball was intercepted by Akashi Seijiro again. Then he suddenly made a fast break, but just when he was about to make a layup, he felt an inexplicable murderous aura behind him. Atsushi Murasakibara, how could he be so fast? Then Akashi Seijiro had no choice but to give up the layup and pass the ball to Ryo Mibuchi. Kotaro Hayama instantly blocked Imuro Tatsuya, who was trying to make up for the defense. The three of them were out of position, and Ryo Mibuchi faced Kensuke Fukui, who was originally defending Kotaro Hayama. Bang! 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 Ryo Mibuchi dribbled the ball between her legs several times, then immediately took a step back and made a shooting motion. Kensuke Fukui quickly jumped up to block the shot. But as soon as he jumped in, he regretted it, because he saw Mibuchi Ryo's smile. Sure enough, the next second, Ryo Mibuchi then jumped up and collided with Kensuke Fukui in the air before throwing the basketball. Swish. Goal. Beep. Yosen number 5, blocking foul, score valid, 1 free throw. The referee's voice then sounded, it's Earth, again. Good shot, Lingyang-san. Kotaro Hayama waved his fist and laughed. There were no surprises on the free throws. Goal. Over the next minute and a half, even with Atsushi Murasakibara in the zone, he could only manage to close the gap a little. 78-60, beep. The third quarter is over, the whistle sounded. Atsushi Murasakibara returned to the bench and sat down on it, breathing heavily. Murasakibara, you should take a break. Masako Araki walked up to Atsushi Murasakibara, handed him the water bottle and said. Atsushi Murasakibara took the bottle of water, nodded, and then began to drink it in big gulps. Even with his current state, he can't last long if he activates Zone and Feral at the same time. Just as Yosen's players slumped on the bench, drinking water and trying to recover their strength. Dirty figure quietly approached Midorioske, who was biting a lollipop stick and taking a nap. I saw Tobishoda gently nudge the other person with his elbow. 18 points. Chapter 51. Tobishoda's Tactics host, Midorioske. Age. 16. Height. 187. Weight. 87 kg physical strength. Unparalleled in the world, 23%. Skills. Sixth Sense, Top Coordination, Top Weapon Mastery, Intermediate, Perfect Driving, Chef-level Cooking. The trouble system is ongoing. Yeah, okay. Midorioske, who was looking at the panel, came back to his senses and responded. The next moment, he crushed the lollipop in one bite, then walked over to Atsushi Murasakibara and handed him a lollipop with a bear pattern. Hey, the lady gave it to me just now. I don't really like sweet things. Mito, do you want to avenge Murasakibara later? Tobishoda asked. If the other side doesn't play dirty, I won't play either. Midorioske refused. I have a tactic that would suit you very well. Would you like to try it? Okay, if you lose, it's yours. After Midorioske finished speaking, he opened the plastic bag of the lollipop in his hand, regardless of whether Atsushi Murasakibara was willing or not. He held a lollipop in his left hand, opened his mouth with his right hand, and stuffed the lollipop in. Everyone. 6. After a while, in the last quarter, let me talk about the tactics. Tobishoda exchanged a glance with Araki Misako, and after seeing the latter nod, he spoke. After saying that, he took out the tactical board and continued. Next, I'm going to teach that red-haired brat a lesson. What you need to do in a while is to lock him, because whether he's passing or shooting, Rakuzan's offense is driven by him. As soon as Tobishoda finished speaking, Misako, Araki and Alex came over curiously and looked at the round card on the tactical board. Since 2 people can't defend him, so, Liu Wei, Kenichi Okamura, Kensuke Fukui and Tatsuya Himuro, the 4 of you stand at these 4 positions under the basket. This forms a joint defense in a small area. If he breaks through from the front, the 4 of you will immediately surround him. Hubu Shoda said this, then surrounded the red round plate with 4 purple round plates, and his expression changed. Block all his actions. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 women frowned. Because this tactic has a fatal flaw, but they still remained silent. Can someone, Okamoto Kenichi, couldn't help but ask hurriedly. Coach Hubu, if 4 of us lock him down, won't the perimeter be open? Tobishoda nodded. Yeah, advertisement. Everyone was stunned. Huh? Don't worry, he's 1 against 4, and we have someone who can fight 1 against 4 too. I just want to blast him to death. Let's see who has better physical strength. And Mito, your main task is to guard their 3-point shooter, Mibuchi Reo. After taking a look at Atsushi Murasakibara, who was eating candy obediently on the bench, Tobishoda's face darkened and he spoke. But coach, that's the periphery. Even if Mito is very powerful, he can't possibly defend against everything, right? Fukui Kensuke T-Wen Dao, hearing this, Tobishoda did not answer him, but raised his head, looked at Midorioske and asked, can you defend against it? After saying that, everyone looked at Midorioske. You can try. He said it was okay. Hu Bu Zhang Taikon Shang Fu Jing Jian Jia Ren Zhen Dao. Midorioske. Everyone. Kensuke Fukui. Damn it, I can't even refute it. Atsushi Murasakibara. This candy is so sweet. Just kidding, I just watched it. Their 3-point shooting is only good at Michibuchi, Ryo and Akashi. The other 2 like to go inside the lane, but no matter where they dribble the ball in from, the person in your position just needs to step forward to block them. Maybe you will feel uncomfortable before the opponent scores the first goal, but once that person scores the first goal, you will get used to it. Of course, the most important thing is that Akashi is disgusting. Didn't he say that he could see the future? Then I want to see how he cracks it. Looking at the dazed team members in front of him, Tobishoda smiled. What if he cracks it? Himuro Tatsuya asked. It's cracked, you guys are just like when we attacked earlier. At all costs, pass the ball to Mito, but when you pass the ball, make sure you pass it higher. Beep. The game begins. As soon as Hubu Shoda finished speaking, a whistle sounded. Araki Misako waved the wooden sword in her hand and said to everyone, okay, go on stage. If you win the championship, I'll treat you tonight. Several people. Oh, on the field, everyone's eyes were looking at the figure who had just entered the field. Satsuki Momoi. Oh da, look, it's Daiki Aomine Daiki. He really did make an appearance. Amayoshi Shoichi. The monster is out of the cage. Takao Kazunari. Will he be like the last time he fought Kirasaki? Midorima Shintaro. He won't. Yosen, number 1, is on the court. Advertisement. What number 1? That's our Teiko Light. What is Teiko Light? Didn't you watch the All-Daxia basketball tournament last year? No, I was a sophomore in high school and went to watch Shutoku and Masakuni's practice match. Oh, then you'll have to watch carefully later. Oh, are you still keeping me in suspense? Come on, come on, come on. In the audience, as the players came on the court, cheers suddenly rang out. What is coming will come. Akashi Seijiro muttered to himself as he looked at Midorioske leaning against the basketball hoop with a serious expression on his face. I'll deal with him for a while, but if he gets past me, you guys need to come up and back up the defense. Akashi Seijiro turned around and looked at his teammates and gave them instructions. Akashi. It was the first time that the 3 of them saw Akashi Seijiro with such a serious expression. Is that guy really that strong? Hayama Kotaro. Is that guy who can also dribble with thunder coming here? Nemuya Eikichi. Has the opponent that Akashi can take seriously finally arrived? Don't worry, he won't pass the ball. Beep, the game begins. Rikuzen has the ball. When Akashi Seijiro dribbled across half court, he was surprised to find that the person defending him was not Midorioske. You think too highly of me, don't you? Mibuchi Ryo looked at Midorioske in front of her and smiled. Midorioske didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at the other person for a long time before asking sincerely, are you a sissy? Ryo Sanebuchi. Hash bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Akashi Seijiro breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Midorioske not defending him, but the next second, as he stepped into the three-point line. The four people originally in the four corners quickly surrounded him. This scene left everyone puzzled. Leave the outside line open? Shirogane Yongzi said in surprise, but even more surprised than him was Akashi Seijiro. Although he could briefly see the future, he was now surrounded by four people, guarding him closely, and there were also two tall men. He can't even dribble at high speed now, no space. Helplessly, Akashi Seijiro could only quickly calm his fluctuating heart and search for a breakthrough with his eyes. Although now he can pass the ball to Reo Mibuchi for a three-pointer. But he knew that once the ball was passed, there would be only two outcomes. Either it would be intercepted or it would be blocked. Chapter 52. He is so bad, because the man was standing in front of Ryo Mibuchi, even though he was not in any defensive posture at the moment. Without time to think, he could only pass the ball to the left. As soon as Dai Chihiro received the ball, she hit it hard and the ball fell into the hands of Hayama Kotaro. As soon as Kotaro Hayama entered the inside, Liu Wei came up to defend. Takao Kazunari exclaimed in surprise, "What a quick backup." Midorima Shintaro explained, "Of course, number 11 is tall, and that's a short distance, so he can reach it in 2 or 3 steps." Kotaro Hayama looked at Liu Wei in front of him with a serious expression, and glanced at Nagaki Nedekiya not far away. When he found that the opponent was not defending, he immediately passed the ball. As soon as Nagayoshi Nedekiya got the ball, Kenichi Okamura was already in front of him. "This defense can be called an iron wall," Satsuki Momoi in the audience exclaimed. "Your tactics are indeed good, but there is a loophole." Genwutani Yongji was not at all panicked and grinned. Although Kenichi Okamura was a little confused, he still stared at the basketball in the other person's hand. "Our three-point shooter isn't just Reo Mibuchi." After saying that, Genwutani Yongji instantly threw the basketball away. Dai Chinshun took the basketball expressionlessly, steadied herself for a moment, and then jumped to shoot. Swish. Goal. The score is 81-60. Wow. Is that number 5's three-pointer also that accurate? Huh? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have realized they had a number 5. You're not alone, Bakayaro. You're not a human. Discussion began in the audience. That number 5's weakness is actually starting to diminish. You knew how to deal with him all along, didn't you? Masako Araki looked at Shota Tobi with his back to her in disbelief and surprise. I was just figuring it out randomly, Tobi Shota said with a faint smile on his face. When the shadow becomes light, then his fragility disappears. So in this respect, the number 5 will never be able to compare to Kuroko. Aomine Daiki spoke. Yosen has the ball. After Fukui Kensu crossed half-court, he immediately passed the ball to Midorioske outside the three-point line. As soon as Midorioske got the ball, he glanced at Akashi Seijiro in front of him, curled his lips and started to shoot. The latter's pupils shrank, and he remained unmoved. Seeing this, Midorioske lowered his left hand, grabbed the ball with his right hand and held it in front of him. How is that possible? How could he dodge? Akashi Seijiro saw the future. No matter from which angle he tried to grab the basketball that was right in front of him, he would be teased by the opponent like a monkey. Advertisement. How can you tolerate that provocation from Yosen's number 1? Why don't you grab the ball? I just can't help it. Is he scared? He doesn't even want the ball when it's in front of him? What's going on? Someone tell me. There was a burst of boos in the field. Not only the audience were confused, but also the players in the game. Why isn't Akashi moving? What the hell is that idiot Mito doing? Is he passing the ball? But what's wrong with the opponent? Everyone was watching the two people on the court in silence. Mito grabbed the ball and held it horizontally in front of Akashi Seijiro. What is he doing? Alex turned his head and looked at the two of them, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Masako Araki also turned to look at Shota Tobi, and her expression also said, "I don't understand it either, can you tell me?" Ahem. Mito, this kid, just loves to play, ha ha ha. Hubu Jungtai said in confusion. You ask me, then who the hell should I ask? He's not sure. At this time, Atsushi Murasakibara, who had pulled the lollipop out of his mouth, spoke. After he finished speaking, the three of them looked at him like curious babies. Akashi isn't sure he can grab the ball, so he won't shoot. Atsushi Murasakibara continued to explain, on the field. Midorioske waited for a few seconds, and when he saw that the other party had no intention of snatching it, he put away his smile and said, how boring. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang, and the sound of a ball hitting the ground was heard. Oh, that's so loud, even louder than the sound of Rikuzen dribbling the ball just now. Are you an international student from Korea? How do you know? Guess. Hearing the sound of the ball hitting the ground, the other 4 members of Rikuzen showed shocked expressions. Especially Hayama Kotaro. How is this possible? Bang. When the second sound came, Akashi Seijiro narrowed his eyes and quickly moved to the right to defend. Bang. Midorioske dribbled the ball behind his back, changed direction instantly, and broke through to his left. Seeing this, Akashi Seijiro gritted his teeth and rushed to the left. The next moment, bang. Midorioske dribbled between his legs and came to his right again. When Akashi Seijiro just reacted, his pupils trembled violently. Because his ankle twisted and he fell to the left. Although he saw the future, he couldn't keep up with the speed. Bang. Bang. Bang bang bang. However, to everyone's surprise, Midorioske did not shoot or continue attacking, but dribbled the ball in place, as if waiting for something. Advertisement he. Waiting for Akashi. Many people reacted and showed expressions of, this is absolutely impossible. That's it, Midorioske said calmly as he looked at the fallen Akashi Seijiro. How is that possible? How could I possibly fall? Impossible. Then I'll vote. Seeing that the other party had no intention of getting up, Midorioske said lightly. Then he put the ball together with both hands and made a shooting motion. Kick. Suddenly, Mibuchi Ryo quickly came to Midorioske's right side and jumped high. Don't be so arrogant. What a fast speed. Can it be covered? Now, even if someone stabbed Aomine Daiki and others in the heart with a knife, they would not die. Because their hearts were in their throats. Oh. Midorioske looked at Mibuchi Ryo who was leaping above him and said a word calmly. Then he quickly pulled the basketball back with his right hand tightly, looking expressionlessly at Ryo Mibuchi who jumped, to the left in front of him. How is that possible? Mibuchi Ryo looked down in disbelief. Midorioske, who had lowered his left hand, held the basketball tightly with his right hand and put it to his right side, looked at himself. How is this possible? This. Ha ha ha, this is our Teiko light. The light of Teiko. The light of Teiko. The light of Teiko. The light of Teiko? That number 1 from Yosen? Is it that famous? Please go buy a basketball magazine about Sakura High School, please. What a strong grip. This kid is a real monster. Alex on the bench was so surprised when she saw this that she stood up. Her small mouth was big enough to fit his fist. Masako Araki on the side also had a stunned expression, then turned to look at Shota Tobi. While Tobi Shota had a nonchalant look on his face, he was thinking in his heart, oh my god, how could Mito have such a trick? I don't know. Damn it, are you kidding me? After jumping over the ball, Ryo Mibuchi quickly turned around and tried to continue grabbing the ball. Midorioske blocked him with his body, holding the basketball in his right hand behind his back. The next moment, he raised it above his head again. No matter how hard Ryo Buchi tried, she couldn't touch the basketball. Seeing this scene, laughter came from the audience. Ha 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 ha, it's cruel, but I just want to laugh. Brother, you are not alone. This is just like how I tease my newborn baby. This Yosen number 1 is so mean. He's so bad, but I like him so much. Chapter 53 I really hold a grudge. Starting next month, I will try to update 3 times. I'll update during the day from now on. I won't let you guys stay up late. Strange. Monster. Taisuke Otsubo of Shutoku High was surprised. That yaksha from the 5 uncrowned generals is like a baby in front of that monster. 2 Sakurai Ryoya looked at the scene on the court in surprise. Jia-kun, you are getting stronger and stronger. Satsuki Momoi held a small notebook and murmured while looking at Midoriosuke's figure. As expected of you, Mito. Ryosuke, Aomine Daiki said this with a fighting spirit radiating from her entire body. I can imagine if I faced this monster in the Winter Cup. Amayoshi Shong was halfway through his words when he turned around to look at Aomine Daiki who was full of fighting spirit, and then smiled bitterly. Thank goodness I have you, Aomine. On the court. Midorioske had a faint smile on his face. He raised the basketball high and then stretched it behind his back. The audience laughed along with him. Suddenly, a white figure appeared behind him. Stop it, you first-year brat. Midorioske quickly raised the basketball high and turned sharply to the left. After dodging the attacker, he quickly turned back and casually threw the ball towards the basket with one hand. He didn't look at the ball, but turned to look at Dai Chinshun who had just attacked. What did you say just now? Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball went in. Ah. The light of Teiko. This number 1 is amazing. Isn't this your formless shot, Aomine? And it's a 3-pointer? Amayoshi Shong looked at Aomine Daiki and said in surprise. Aomine Daiki didn't answer, he was hard, his fist was hard. Behind the back crossover, the dream step, and that casual shot. I have to say, this kid is the most talented high school basketball student I have ever seen. No one. Alex exclaimed as he looked at the boy with yellow and black hair walking towards Akashi Seijiro on the field. Well, you made my purple-haired boy fall down before, so I'll let you fall down too. After all, I really hold a grudge, Midorioske said as he looked at Akashi Seijiro who was still sitting on the ground, then turned and jogged towards his own basket. Akashi, Ryo-san, are you all okay? Seeing that the 2 men looked a little strange, Kotaro Yama quickly stepped forward and asked. Can we really defeat that monster? Mibuchi Ryo spoke first, but her tone was full of frustration, and there was a hint of anger that she couldn't muster up. Just now, in front of so many people, he was being teased like a child by the other party. Advertisement and, just now, when that B***** D was playing tricks on me, he actually stabbed me in the ear. Bro, you smell so good. Upon hearing this, except for Nemiya Nagaki and Hayama Kotaro, the other 3 people looked a little lonely. Beep. Rikuzen requests a timeout. Seeing this, Shirogane Yongzi quickly called a timeout. What's wrong with you? As soon as he arrived at the scene, Yikai Kotaro asked loudly to the 2 distracted people. The next second, he turned his head and yelled at Mibuchi Ryo. Sister Lingyang, isn't it just a goal? The two men didn't speak. At this time, Shirogane Eiji walked up to the two of them and said calmly, once you give up, the game is over. Upon hearing this, Akashi Seijiro and Mibuchi Ryo both looked up, and the light in their eyes that was about to go out seemed to brighten a little. Zamao, do you want to play on the court later? Midorioske asked as he sat down next to Atsushi Murasakibara with a water bottle. If Mizuki-kun needs me, I can play, Atsushi Murasakibara said seriously while biting the lollipop stick. Tobi Shota, who had overheard this, said with a smile, then I'll arrange a strategy for you too. Why are you everywhere? Midorioske glanced at Tobi Shota behind him and said impatiently. It would be a shame if Lao Deng didn't become a paparazzi. Hey, am I not worried that Murasakibara is too tired? Mito, can you take over from Kensuke Fukui and play the point guard position? Hubu Shota asked with a lewd smile. Midorioske spread his hands. I can't. Well, all of you come around. Tobi Shota hummed and spoke to everyone. Seeing that several people gathered around, he continued. Fukui, take a break for a while. Mito will take over. Midorioske, Liu Wei, Okamura, Himuro, you three have to work hard for a while and guard Akashi Seijiro full court. Tobi Shota showed a cruel smile and said to Akashi Seijiro who had returned to normal. Before the surprised crowd could react, he continued, Murasakibara, the defense inside the three-point line is up to you. As for beyond the three-point line, don't worry, Mito will take the shot when the time comes. Can you do that? Midorioske. Misconduct. Atsushi Murasakibara glanced at Midorioske and nodded, me neither. Okay, it's decided then, let's go, advertisement. Everyone. Beep, the game continues. Rikuzen has the ball. As soon as Ryo Mibuchi got the ball, she was stunned. Because Akashi Seijiro was surrounded by three people at this time. What's going on? Why is Yosen assigning three men to full court marking Rakuzan's number 4? Who the hell are you? You've been asking me since the start of the game. Do I know you? Just ask. Yosen wants those two to fight for. How is that possible? Bakaila, even though I'm sitting next to you, I don't even know you. People in the audience were whispering. Mibuchi Ryo had no choice but to pass the ball to Hayama Kotaro. Bang. 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 As soon as Kotaro Hayama reached the three-point line, he looked at Midorioske in front of him and thought to himself, 5 fingers. Bang. The sound of the ball hitting the ground was deafening. Bang. 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 The sound grew louder and faster with each dribble. Swish. In a flash, he broke through Midorioske and was about to score a layup when his pupils suddenly trembled. The sound of the ball hitting is still there, but Atsushi Murasakibara in front of him had a dazed expression and did not choose to defend. Why is that? Kotaro Yeshon couldn't figure it out, but the next second, he suddenly understood. What are you doing? Atsushi Murasakibara stared blankly at Kotaro Hayama who was holding up air and making a shooting gesture in front of him and was puzzled. Hearing this, Hayama Kotaro looked at his hand in shock. Where's that big basketball I just had? He didn't hear his teammates' shouts, only the sound of the ball hitting the ground farther and farther away. Bang, 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 wow, it's here. From the free throw line, Taiko's light performs a two-handed windmill slam dunk. This is so cool, he's just a little bit closer to being as good as you, my dear reader. The light of Taiko, the light of Taiko, the light of Taiko. Looking at Midorioske hanging on the backboard, cheers came from the audience. Since the posting time was changed temporarily, this chapter can be regarded as a supplement for those who have persisted and read this far. Chapter 54. Number 1 in the country, Master Yin Yuji Shing, don't you just live your life? What are you doing? Ryo Mibuchi walked behind the still-dazed Kotaro Hayama and slapped him on the back of the head. Bang! Sister Lingyang, we. Kotaro Hayama spoke with a frustrated look on his face, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ryo Mibuchi. It's just a goal, isn't it? Let's get back on defense, Akashi is still waiting for us. Don't forget, we are still leading the score now. But if you give up now, the game is over. Kotaro Hayama said nothing. He looked at Ryo Mibuchi's back and then turned to look at the score. 81-65, yeah, we're still leading by 16 points. Next, Rakuzan's ace Akashi Seijiro was completely cornered. And under the basket, Nagayoshi Netakiya had no way to deal with Atsushi Murasakibara. Mibuchi Ryo also failed to score a single point due to Midorioske's abnormal defense. Because his sky was always ruthlessly blocked by the other party. Earth couldn't fool Midorioske at all. Daichihiro made 2 3-pointers, but the rest were blocked by Midorioske and Atsushi Murasakibara respectively, and she never scored again. And Kotaro Hayama seemed to have been hit just now, his 3-point shooting percentage was terribly low. The situation was basically 2 against 4, and those 4 were defeated. In short, time came to the last 2 minutes, after Midorioske's 8th 3-pointer. The score was 87-89, overtaken, too strong, that Yosen number 1. Yeah, ever since he came on the court, that Rikuzen was overtaken after leading by more than 10 points. Yulu, that boy just now was so powerful. At this time, one of the 2 girls who was just chatted up by Midorioske, the girl with short hair, was surprised. I think Murasakibara-kun is pretty good too, he just blocked a few shots. The other one had long straight black hair and expressed her dissatisfaction with her cute little cherry mouth. When the short-haired girl heard this, an intriguing smile flashed across her face. On the field, Shirogane Eiji frowned and looked towards the Yosen bench, then used his last timeout opportunity. Beep. Rikuzen requests a timeout. Akashi, are you okay? Shirogane Eiji asked, looking at Akashi Seijiro who was gasping for air. Because 3 people locked him throughout the court, and there were 2 tall guys among them. As a result, he couldn't catch the ball at all, even though he was running very hard. But he still couldn't get rid of those 3 people. I'm fine, it's just, advertisement. Akashi Seijiro looked at the other 3 people except Nedekiya Eikichi and said. Looking at the few people, Baijin Yongzi sighed in his heart. Ever since the other party used this tactic, we have had no way to crack it. Yosen's number 1 and number 9 are too abnormal. One defends outside the 3-point line, and the other defends inside the 3-point line, and they still have energy. Especially number 1. He is so strong that he doesn't even look like a high school student. He had no doubt that if there was enough time, the score would not only be reversed but would continue to widen. Unlike the repressed Rikuzen, Yosen on the other side. Coach, what are we having for dinner tonight? Kenichi Okamura took a sip of water and smiled at Masako Araki. The game isn't over yet. Masako Araki snorted coldly and thought to herself, these kids are really getting carried away. Thinking of popping champagne at halftime? I must train more after the national competition. What are we having for dinner tonight? Midorioske picked up the water bottle and handed it to Atsushi Murasakibara and asked. Araki Masako. Let's barbecue. Kenichi Okamura. Without any surprise, after Midorioske's dunk, the basketball hoop fell to the ground. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to end the game. The score was fixed at 87-100, thanks for your advice. Oh. Yosen. 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 The light of Teiko. The light of Teiko. The light of Teiko. The audience was collectively boiling. The tearful substitutes on the Yosen bench also rushed onto the court and hugged everyone on the court. We won. We won. We are the national champions. I never thought that in my final year, I would win a trophy that none of the seniors who had already graduated could get. We, Yosen, this year, we're going to dominate the nation. On the bench, Masako Araki looked at the players on the field, secretly turned around, and wiped away the tears of excitement on her face. Even Alex covered his mouth, moved by his apprentice. But, however, there was only one figure missing from the field. To be more precise, there was an extremely wretched figure missing. Tobi Shota. Wife. The high school I just taught this year easily won first place in the country. Yeah, they can't do without me. Oh, and that pocket money. Advertisement in the toilet. A shout suddenly came from the last stall. The old man who was taking a shit next door was so frightened that he even broke his shit. Some are happy and some are sad. The other side. On the field, Akashi Seijiro raised his head, looked at the dazzling scoreboard, and stood there blankly. Did I lose again? This was the goal I had been aiming to achieve since I graduated from junior high, but in the end, I still failed? On the court, I will never lose to you again, Midorioske. None of you can possibly defeat him. The only one who can defeat him is me. Didn't he join the basketball team? Or didn't he continue his studies? Why can't I hear any news about him? Memories from Teiko's graduation season until now flashed through Akashi Seijiro's mind like a kaleidoscope. Woo 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 woo. Looking at Kotaro Hayama crying quietly in front of them, none of the 4 Rikuzen starters went to comfort him. After a while, let's go and win the Winter Cup again. Shirogane Yongzi clapped his hands and smiled helplessly. Then he led everyone from Rikuzen out of the arena and headed towards the locker room. After, sports media reporters rushed into the basketball court like mad dogs. Everyone is vying to interview the new king of Sakura High basketball, Yosen High. Excuse me, how do you feel after winning the national championship? In front of the gymnasium, everyone in Yosen gathered except Midorioske. Suichin said he was going to poop, so we'll have to wait a while. Atsushi Murasakibara said blankly as he looked at everyone who was looking at him. Impossible, unless he smoked half a pack of cigarettes. After taking a look at the time, Hubu Shota said with a look of disbelief. But just as he finished speaking, he caught sight of Midorioske from the corner of his eye and continued, Why are you so impatient? Wait a minute, what happened to Mito-san? Mito, who are they? Masako Araki asked, ignoring Shota Tobi and the group of booing team members. Because, behind Midorioske, there were 2 shy girls following him. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Lee Jongong, an international student from Dragon Country. Midorioske pointed at the short-haired girl wearing the Yosen school uniform and introduced her. Then he pointed at the girl with long black hair who was also wearing the Yosen school uniform. This is Mikami Yua. No, it's Mikami Yulu. Chapter 55. Midorioske, meticulous as dust. What? You said you were going to take them to celebrate with us. The Minister of Revenue could not believe what he said. Then he stole a glance at Alex standing next to Himuro Tatsuya, and finally leaned close to Midoriosuke's ear. What is your relationship? Oh, just an ordinary classmate. Midoriosuke said, and walked to Atsushi Murasakibara. Seeing this, the 2 girls shyly greeted everyone and walked behind them. Kinsen Izakaya, inside the boss's exclusive box. Mito, where did you find such a place? Masako Araki was surprised as she looked at the extremely luxurious decoration in the box. This is. Midorioske quickly covered Atsushi Murasakibara's mouth and said, I'm very familiar with the owner here. He'll give you a 20%. No, 20% discount on your purchase tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, he was secretly happy in his heart. Hee. It's a free order, and I'm the one who collects the money. But Mito, why are there advertisements for our yosin on the walls? Lu Wei looked at the advertisement on the wall and asked in confusion. Everyone nodded in unison. That's because, he likes, yes, he likes us, yosin hai. Ha ha ha. Midorioske explained with an awkward smile, then glanced at Lu Wei with a resentful look on his face. Puff. Alex was about to laugh when Midorioske glared at him sharply, as if to say, if you keep talking, I'll raise the rent. Then he quickly came to the two girls and changed the subject. Oh right, Zamao, you'll sit next to Yulu in a while. Jangong, come out for a moment. Huh? Atsushi Murasakibara is stunned. After a while, the waiters came up one after another with various grilled meats. Outside the door, bring it here. Midorioske looked at Li Zhangong in front of him and said coldly. Hey, take it. Li Zhangong sneered when he saw the other party like this. Then she took out her wallet from her school bag, took out 20,000 yuan, 1,000 dragon currency, from the wallet and gave it to Midorioske before continuing. Remember what you said, if Murasakibara doesn't send Yulu home, he has to return 10,000 yuan to me. Don't worry, who's the relationship between me and Zamao? If you need my help to betray your brothers next time, you have to pay more. Midorioske quickly put the money into his pocket and pushed the door open to enter the box. At this time, everyone sat at the large round table brought by the waiter. Advertisement, Shueichin. Why did you let me sit next to her? Atsushi Murasakibara asked blankly while looking at Midorioske who had just sat down next to him. When everyone heard this, they immediately shut up and looked at the two of them. Meanwhile, Yulu Mikami, who was standing by, had a red cloud on her face. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the box. Don't call me Shueichin anymore. Midorioske suddenly looked at Atsushi Murasakibara seriously and said. Why? Atsushi Murasakibara is not Sister Lee. You don't understand this, right? I'm introducing you to a girl. Do you know what you would call me if we were in Dragon Country? Midorioske bumped into Atsushi Murasakibara with an expression that said, you know what I mean. Everyone. Shueichin, I don't understand. What should I call you? Atsushi Murasakibara transforms into a curious baby. Lu Wei couldn't stand it anymore and immediately said, Godfather. Hey, Midorioske Daiseindo. FKU. Lu Wei turned into a mage again and roared, then quickly stood up and was about to rush forward to fight Midorioske. Fortunately, he was stopped by everyone. Everyone was thinking, can we play like this? Li Zhangong. Boys are so childish, but the next moment. Midorioske looked at the other person with a naive face. Senior Yang Wei, look at you, you are anxious again. Oh shit. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he used all his strength to break free from the team members who were restraining him. After struggling for a while, Lu Wei, realizing he couldn't escape from the crowd, roared. Yang Nima, let me go, I want to fight him one-on-one. As soon as he finished speaking, the teammates who had stopped him put down their hands and sat down in their seats naturally. Lu Wei. Forget it, since you behaved so well today, I'll let you off this time. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he sat down in his seat angrily. After a while, the aroma of barbecue filled the entire private room with the exhaust fan on. It smells so good, thank you for your hard work, let's get started. We were already hungry after the exercise, and now seeing the sizzling barbecue, we couldn't resist any longer. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating voraciously. Everyone enjoyed the food, except. Are you G sick? I didn't give you this so you could eat it yourself. I wanted you to give it to Yulu. Midorioske looked at Atsushi Murasakibara who was chewing grilled meat with a look of disappointment on his face and shouted softly. Ah, Kisu, this water kiss was given to me, advertisement? Midorioske. Then stand up and give Okamura's to her. Oh. Atsushi Murasakibara responded and stood up. Finally, he snatched the chopsticks from Kenichi Okamura, who looked incredulous, and the barbecue on the chopsticks. Murasakibara-san, I'll pick it up myself, thank you. Yulu Mikami looked at the chopsticks holding the meat on her plate, and smiled at Murasakibara. The other three girls, except Yuru Mikami, straight men. Midorioske. How about asking Asuka to send some sleeping pills? Never mind, that girl is so shy, I guess she can't draw a bow. When he thought of this, he let out a long sigh. The night was like a thread, entwining the four figures walking on the street. That's it, Zamao. You have to get Yulu home safely. Midorioske finished speaking, then pulled Alex, who was burping, over and walked quickly to the left. Alex. Hiccup, Atsushi Murasakibara, Yulu Mikami. Suddenly, a cool night breeze blew, and the flowers and plants beside the two people swayed gently. The night sky was filled with a light mist, making the stars above their heads appear soft. Murasakibara-san, please excuse me. Mikami Yulu blushed, looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, and spoke with some social anxiety. Atsushi Murasakibara heard this and looked at the cute girl in front of him, who was about 170 centimeters tall, with a serious expression. Then you go first, you have short legs. Yulu Mikami. Yes. It's Murasakibara, you're too tall. Mikami Yulu's face turned red, she stood on tiptoe anxiously, and hummed with a pout. Looking at Yulu Mikami, who was standing on tiptoe but still not reaching his shoulders, Atsushi Murasakibara raised his hand and pinched the other's cheek. Eh? So soft. Atsushi Murasakibara's actions made Mikami Yulu suddenly stunned, and her face turned visibly red. On the other side, you sold Murasakibara just like that? As they walked down the street, Alex looked up at Midorioske and smiled. You know nothing, as brothers, being able to do this already makes you a foster father to the other person. Midorioske stretched and said lazily, by the way, there's no beer at home. Alex suddenly stopped and said while looking at the convenience store nearby. Purchase. The juice is gone too. Buy, I'm craving some ice cream. Purchase. Chapter 56. Basketball Weekly. These 3 words. Buy, warmed Alex's heart for the whole day. The next day. A photo of the Yosenhai basketball team appeared on the covers of many sports magazines. 6 main forces. Midorioske, Atsushi Murasakibara, Himuro Tatsuya, Fukui Kensuke, Okamura Kenichi, and Liu Wei sat on the floor at the front. Standing behind Midorioske were Masako Araki, Shota Tobi, and Alex, who was invited by everyone to take a group photo together. To their left stood a few passerby as substitutes, and to their right stood a passerby B substitute holding a banner with Yosenhai printed on it. Even most of the answers to the interviews with the Yosen people appeared in the magazine. B&B, Boki Village. The Saren basketball team is massaging each other. I didn't expect beach basketball to be so effective. Yes, everyone's movements have become more flexible. That's what beach basketball is for. It hurts. You were too hard, idiot. Kagami Taiga, who was enjoying Kuroko Tetsuya's massage technique, suddenly screamed. Sorry. Kuroko Tetsuya paused and apologized. Are you worried about something? Are you thinking about the new ball route? Kagami Taiga raised his head and asked. I feel a little anxious because I haven't quite found my bearings yet. Kuroko Tetsuya said calmly with a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Kagami Taiga also stopped talking. The national champion has been announced. Ida Riko pushed the door open and walked in. Everyone stopped and guessed. Who is the champion? Looking at the coach's expression, could it be? It's Yosenhai, right? Kuroko Tetsuya turned around and said calmly. Yes, Satsuki guessed it right, but... Ida Riko glanced at Kuroko Tetsuya, then lowered her head, looking a little conflicted. Ryunosuke, did he only play the second half? Kuroko Tetsuya went ooh. No, he only played 1 quarter and scored 40 points. The final score was 100-87, a resounding victory over Rikuzen High. Check it out. Ida Riko said somewhat disappointedly, then put the Basketball Weekly in her hand on the table. She had seen many geniuses, but she had never seen such a terrifying monster. Wow, is this game so exciting? Shinji Kogane quickly picked up the magazine, turned to the page about the national competition and exclaimed in surprise. Tell me quickly, what happened? Xiaojin, hurry up and tell me. Advertisement at the urging of his teammates, Shinji Kogane continued while looking at the magazine. In this game, Yosen High School's players number 1 and number 9 both broke a basketball hoop with a dunk. How is that possible? Aren't these 2 people too scary? That's what it says above. Kogane Shinji's thoughts. Hearing this, Kagami Taiga showed a shocked expression. Let me see. Furuhata Mitsuki grabbed the magazine and said as he read it, wow, that guy didn't just break the basketball hoop with his dunk at the end. Yosen's number 1 also played tricks on Akashi Seijiro and Mibuchi Ryo. He even has a dribble that's even scarier than the Thunder dribble. Yeah, and oh, he even knocked Akashi Seijiro down. Shinji Kogane continued while looking at the magazine. With every word the 2 of them spoke, Kagami Taiga's fists clenched tighter. What? Furuhata Mitsuki suddenly shouted. Guangshu, don't be so startled, what's going on? The rest of the team asked eagerly. That, Teiko Light, and Atsushi Murasakibara were the only 2 people who completely shut down the other 4 except Akashi. Furuhata Mitsuki immediately covered the magazine like Ida Riko, looking extremely lost. Not only that, but Akashi was guarded by 3 players throughout the entire court in the final quarter and didn't score a single point. Kogane Shinji supplementary wrote. Upon hearing this, everyone looked silently at the magazine with a photo of the Yosen basketball team on the cover. To be precise, it was Midorioske, the one wearing the number 1 jersey sitting on the floor in the middle. The next day, Midorioske got up with his eyes closed and headed towards the bathroom. After a while, the sound of the dragon head sounded. Really? The game's over, why are you still practicing? He was brushing his teeth, thinking of what Alex said last night, and complained. Last night, Alex was wearing a t-shirt on top and just a pair of panties on the bottom. Mito, I won't be eating at home starting tomorrow. I'm going to give Chen Yi special training and will be back in the evening. Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell rang. Midorioske shouted, here it comes, and then took a sip of water and held it in his mouth. Coo, puff, coo, puff. Only after brushing his teeth and washing his face did he slowly walk downstairs in his pajamas and open the door. Squeak, bang. Murasakibara-san, what's wrong with Mito-san? Mikami Yulu was stunned as she looked at the door that had just opened and then quickly closed. I don't know either. Atsushi Murasakibara finished speaking, then shouted at the top of his voice. Mizukin, open the door. Today's ingredients are so heavy. After saying this, the door opened again. Mizune, did you change your clothes just now? You were so fast. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Midorioske in front of him wearing a t-shirt and jeans and said with some surprise. What's going on with you guys? Midorioske didn't answer, but looked at the plastic bags in the two people's hands and asked. On the other side, Poch Village. Kagami Taiga was also brushing his teeth, but just after he spit out the foamy water, he found Kuroko Tetsuya doing the same thing next to him. Oh, you always appear suddenly like this, you don't mean it? Kagami Taiga was startled and shouted, Good morning, Kagami. Kuroko Tetsuya is dazed. Oh, come on, your hair is messy. Kagami Taiga sighed. Kuroko Tetsuya raised her hand and adjusted her hair with a silly look on her face. At this moment, a voice was heard. But this place is really shabby, we don't really have to live in such a hellish place, do we? I always feel like there might be a ghost. Kuroko Tetsuya and Kagami Taiga turned to look at the source of the sound. Then they noticed Midorima Shintaro and Takao Kazunari walking past them. Takao, stop rambling on and on. Sudden, the two stopped and turned their heads. For a time, eye to eye, Midorima Shintaro exclusive 4 eyes. In an instant, the 3 people except Kuroko Tetsuya showed an expression of disbelief. Hello, long time no see. Kuroko Tetsuya spoke first. Why are you here? Midorima Shintaro pointed his bandaged finger at Kagami Taiga in surprise. Kagami Taiga. That's what I'm going to say, Kazunari Takao. Shutoku has always held the first team adjustment training here, it's our tradition. Midorima Shintaro. I didn't expect you guys to be on vacation here, you're so relaxed, you even got a tan. Kagami Taiga. Who's on vacation with you? You too, everyone else is already waiting for dinner. At this moment, Ida Riko's voice came from behind Midorima Shintaro. Hearing this, Midorima Shintaro and Takao Kazunari turned heads. Then the 3 of them instantly showed expressions of fear. Because within their pupils, Ida Riko, covered in blood and holding a kitchen knife, was looking at them angrily. Chapter 57 Encounter inside Mito Villa. You said you met by chance? And then you bought food for lunch and came to my house to play? Midorioske frowned and asked as he looked at the refrigerator that was packed full. Yes, water dear. Atsushi Murasakibara sat on the sofa, playing the game console. There was a bear-shaped lollipop stuffed in his mouth. Mito-san, excuse me. Mikami Yulu quickly stood up and bowed. Shueichin, Xiao Luzi said that this was her first time here and she didn't know what to buy, so she helped me buy all the ingredients for the next few days. Atsushi Murasakibara said in a calm tone. Midorioske. Huh? Yulu bought all these? Atsushi Murasakibara. Well, this bag of snacks was also bought for me by Xiao Luzi. Hey, Yulu-chan. Why are you standing? Sit down, sit down. Midorioske said with a sudden change of expression. Then he sat down next to Atsushi Murasakibara and picked up the other controller on the ground. Then I'll give you some water this time. Atsushi Murasakibara said honestly. You can't beat me even if you take it seriously. Midorioske. Come on, purple hair. Atsushi Murasakibara. Crush you. Looking at the 2 boys in front of her, Yulu Mikami burst out laughing, covering her mouth with her hands. A month after the national competition ended, it was summer vacation. Also, autumn break. The school gate, which is usually bustling, is now extremely deserted. The Sakura National Park has 3 holidays, spring break, summer break, and autumn break. I won't tell you who envied me, just say it, but today. About 20 people gathered at the gate of Yosen High School. There were not only people, but also a bus. They were all waiting for someone, or 2 people to be exact. Boom boom boom. After a while, the roar of a motorcycle was heard. The reason why the Yosen basketball team gathered here early in the morning. Ryuichi Kawamura wanted to reward everyone and also to get a good ranking in the upcoming winter trials. I paid for it out of my own pocket so that everyone could enjoy a hot spring bath first. Noboribetsu Yumoto, a guest house in Noboribetsu Onsen, known as the #1 hot spring for Sakura. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the comfortable men's bath. Aomine, you can't take a towel into the hot springs. Sakurai Ryo reminded. Ah, is that so? Aomine Daiki said with her eyes closed. Wakamatsu Kosuke. Hey, it feels so good, Yoshinori Susa. It's a rare opportunity to soak in a hot spring, especially the first hot spring. The coach was very thoughtful, he even thought of using the hot springs for relaxation. Jin Jishong said with a smile, his glasses turning white. But, when we go back tomorrow, we'll have to start training again. Advertisement Wakamatsu Kosuke said with a bitter face. Look, butterfly pose. Yoshinori Susa said happily as he swam in the hot spring. Wow, it's so big, yeah, at this time, laughter came from the women's bath next to them. It's quite lively over there. Amayoshi Shong turned his head and looked in the direction of the women's bath and said. I remember there was a group of female college students at the counter just now. Aomine Daiki said lightly. What, Susa Yoshinori's eyes suddenly lit up, but before he could finish his words, a noisy voice came from outside. Hey, hurry up. What's the rush? It's not like we're going to a mixed bathhouse. Are you just trying to make yourself look bad? Mito, what kind of lewd words are you talking about? Oh, Senior Yongwei, you use idioms very well. Suichin, why do you say that? Because whoever is younger is embarrassed. Women's bath. Hey, looking at the college sisters playing and fighting in front of her, Satsuki Momoi chose to close her eyes and enjoy it. Can I sit next to you? At this moment, a royal sister's voice came to her ears. Sure. Satsuki Momoi opened her eyes and said, but before she could finish her words. Her pupils had already dilated. A woman with a curvy figure and even fuller figure than her appeared in front of her. You were the one who sat on the Yosen bench during the national tournament. Hello, beautiful girl, my name is Alex Garcia, Satsuki Momoi. Ah, it feels so good. After Alex sat down in the hot spring, he continued with a comfortable look on his face. Do you know me? I was a former classmate of Midorioske and Atsushi Murasakibara. I saw you sitting on the Yosen bench during the national competition. What is your relationship with Aji and Kazuki? Satsuki Momoi asked curiously. Alex resisted the urge to kiss him and stretched out his arms. Oh, it's nothing, just living with Mito. Don't always say things that will cause people to misunderstand you. At this time, Araki Misako also walked in. The other side. Yosen Hai, Sakurai Ryo exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing this, Aomine Daiki, who had originally closed her eyes, quickly opened them, her pupils shrinking as she looked at the two strange yet familiar figures. Midorioske, Atsushi Murasakibara, hey, isn't this 2 Academy? Okamura Kenichi said with some surprise. Huh, Shinzai, you guys are here too? Atsushi Murasakibara came back to his senses and looked at Aomine Daiki. Advertisement, purple hair, can you give me some money? Midorioske said after taking a look at Aomine Daiki's green hair. How much do you want, Shueichin? Atsushi Murasakibara turned his head and asked. It's not much, just the price of dyeing your hair. Because I want to dye this thing green. Midorioske stretched out his hands and pinned his hair into a coxcomb style. Everyone. Atsushi Murasakibara's gaze lingered on the coxcomb for a moment, then he asked seriously, Shueichin, do you want to become a green boy too? After a while, the two teams gathered in the lobby after taking a hot spring bath. Aji, long time no see. Satsuki Momoi laughing path. Long time no see, are you guys here for vacation too? Midorioske smiled as he looked at Satsuki Momoi, who was wearing a bathrobe in front of him. Yeah, relaxing before training, what about you guys? Satsuki Momoi went oh. Upon hearing this, everyone in 2 stopped talking and pricked up their ears at the same time. After all, the man in front of me said that during the interview. Who is the biggest opponent you've ever faced? Who? Spreads hands. Although he was extremely arrogant, everyone knew it. They couldn't even defeat the Age of Miracles, let alone the Light of Teiko, which was even above the Age of Miracles. But what they didn't know was that Midoriosuke's mind was full of thoughts about finishing the interview quickly so that he could get the money. Same. After Midoriosuke finished speaking, he stuffed the peeled egg into Atsushi Murasakibara's mouth. Then he looked at Alex and Araki Misako and asked, do you want it? The latter shook his head. Would you like to play a training match with us too? Aomine Daiki suddenly stood up and said in a fighting tone. Oh, not interested. Midoriosuke unscrewed a bottle of juice and handed it to Atsushi Murasakibara and said lightly. Then he looked at the two women, who continued to shake their heads. Thank you, Mizuki-kun. Are you afraid of losing? Aomine Daiki challenged. To everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone in Yosen immediately refused to do it. They frantically signaled with their eyes that Midoriosuke should agree. Fight with you? Midoriosuke finally turned his head to look at Aomine Daiki and asked. Certainly, Aomine Daiki grinned, and Satsuki Momoi, who was watching the two of them, felt a little helpless. 1,000 per ball. Everyone. Satsuki Momoi. In the end, this battle did not take place. After daybreak, the two teams separated and each made final training preparations for the Winter Games. Chapter 58. The Escape Duo Basketball Weekly Headquarters. Ms. Muto, are you sure? The manager sitting in the manager's office asked while looking at Muto-mei, who had a big wave hairstyle in front of her. Yes, manager, I would like to apply to be a high school basketball reporter. Yosen High Gymnasium. Masako Araki is mobilizing the students for the start of training. And Tobi Shota stood beside her with a serious expression. The team members stood opposite the two of them, looking serious. Araki Misako looked at the team members standing upright in front of her and said softly with a look of satisfaction. Even though you won the national championship, don't let your guard down and slack off in training. Because, this is the game that decides the champion of high school basketball. There is not only the National High School League in the summer, but also the Winter Trials. This is the biggest competition to decide the strongest team of the year. Collectively called Winter Trials. After that, the team members became serious. Good. If I win this battle, I can graduate happily. Okamura Kenichi spoke. If you don't play well, will you have to repeat the grade? Fukui Kensu Kaiguchi wrote. Don't be too happy yet. The Winter Trials are on the same level as the High School League, Uru. Lu Wei spoke. Not only that, I heard that Saren and Shutoku are already training together this time. Araki Masako continued. Saren? That's the Rising Star team that beat Kaijo? Substitute passerby B was a little surprised. They're not exactly a rising star. Even though they were only founded last year, they have someone on their basketball team that can't be underestimated. Coach, are you talking about Teppei Kiyoshi, the Iron Heart, one of the 5 uncrowned generals? Yes, and this year they also added a kid whose basketball talent is no less than that of the Age of Miracles. Not only that, there's also that Dream 6th man. So, this year's Saren is also very strong, Masako Araki said with a cold face, then glanced at Shota Tobi. Coach Araki is right. If Teppei Kiyoshi was here this time, 2 Academy might have lost in this national league. Tobi Shota added. Yes, we played against him once last year. He is indeed a very good sender. Kenichi Okamura was obviously speaking to the first graders. By the way, there are some changes to this year's winter trials. The champion and runner-up schools of the National High School League are confirmed to participate unconditionally. But because of this, the number of places released will increase. Hubu Shota said with a somewhat smug tone. This means that in this year's Winter Cup, Yosen High and Rikuzen High can skip the preliminaries directly. Advertisement. By the way, Okamura, where are Mito and Murasakibara? Araki Masako seemed to remember something and asked. Himuro Tatsuya isn't here either. Kensuke Fukui raised his hand and started to tell tales. Himuro Tatsuya asked me for leave, saying he was training a very powerful special move. Araki Masako spoke. Well, I called Mito this morning and he said. Kenichi Okamura said with some difficulty. What did he say? Masako Araki revealed her murderous intent and spoke in a low voice. Mito told me not to worry, he said. As long as I don't say anything and he doesn't say anything, no one will know that he didn't come again. As soon as Kenichi Okamura finished speaking, a murderous aura instantly swept across the entire basketball court. Everyone was so scared that they broke out in cold sweats. The next moment, Araki Masako walked towards the outside of the museum, holding a wooden sword. Coach Hubu, today's training is up to you. I'm going to go chop that B******D down first. On the other side, Midorioske was driving on a suburban road with Atsushi Murasakibara. Shueichin, can you drive slower? It's already very slow, only 80 miles per hour. Shueichin, where are we going today? Voyeur. After a while, the two of them came to a baseball field. Bang bang bang. Swish. The sound of basketball reached their ears, and Atsushi Murasakibara was stunned for a moment. Then he looked in the direction of the basketball sound. The person who came into view was Himuro Tatsuya. At this time, Himuro Tatsuya was sweating profusely as he repeated the same shooting action. Alex sat on the stone steps nearby and watched. All the movements, key points and precautions have been taught to the other party. The rest, all that's left is repeated practice. Shueichin, are you sure we won't be discovered like this? Atsushi Murasakibara asked Midorioske, who was holding a leaf in one hand to cover his lower face and handing the same leaf to him in the other hand. Don't worry, I've studied many soap operas, and compared to those couples who can't be recognized because of a few moles on their faces. This is my best disguise. Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara took the leaf from the other person's hand, put it to his face, and asked softly. Mizan, what is a soap opera? If you want to see it, come over here openly. Don't stand there like a fool. Advertisement Alex said loudly without turning around. It's not that her myopia suddenly improved, but she is not deaf. Shueichin, it seems we have been discovered, Atsushi Murasakibara whispered. It's all your fault, you big fool, you're too tall. Hearing Midorioske's complaints, Atsushi Murasakibara muttered. This is not something I can control. What did you say? You want me to teach Murasakibara how to shoot too? On the stone steps of the baseball field, Alex looked at Atsushi Murasakibara who was chatting with Himuro Tatsuya on the field and said in surprise. Right. Midorioske Dian to ideographic period, then why don't you teach, aren't you a great shooter? Alex refused. Ka. Midorioske stood up, stretched his joints a few times, raised his head and said proudly, I can't. Then what the hell are you proud of? Alex held his forehead. I'm proud because you said I was a great shooter. Alex was choked and speechless, and just stared at Midorioske. After a while, she withdrew her gaze from the other person and sighed. The next second, he seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly, I can teach you, and I can waive 1 month's rent. No, hey, teacher, what were you and Mito talking about just now? Why did you keep sighing? Himuro Tatsuya doubt road. Alex raised his eyes, glanced at Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya standing in front of him, and sighed heavily again, ah. Both of them. At the same time, in a hidden corner not far away. Are you crazy? Midorioske answered the phone, flicked the ash from his cigarette and said in surprise. The person on the other end of the line was his uncle, Mito Ryota. Mito Ryota, you are still so rude, kid, I'm not interested. Midorioske exhaled a puff of smoke and refused. There was no one talking on the other end of the phone, but it seemed like they were discussing something. After a long pause, Mito Ryota's voice finally came. They're offering a high price. Chapter 59 Yang Yan shoots. When Midorioske returned to the basketball court, Alex was already teaching Atsushi Murasakibara how to shoot. Mito, do you want to defend me? Try out my new moves? Himuro Tatsuya said eagerly. He looks like he's showing off his new toys to other kids. Boring. Midorioske was not in the mood and waved his hand perfunctorily. If you can prevent it, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Although Himuro Tatsuya had a blank expression on his face, his tone was full of confidence. Giving money? Midorioske looked at the other person's poker face and said, okay. Alex and Atsushi Murasakibara, who were not far away, heard the noise and stopped, looking at the two curiously. Atsushi Murasakibara was curious, while Alex wanted to see if his special move could hold this monster. Bang bang. Bang bang. Let's get started. Himuro Tatsuya dribbled the ball twice and found that Midorioske in front of him was with his hands in his pockets and a bored expression on his face. Hateful. Are you being underestimated? With this thought in mind, Himuro Tatsuya made a fake move and quickly broke through to the left. After seeing Midorioske following, Himuro Tatsuya immediately put the ball together with both hands and made a quick jump shot. In an instant, Midorioske raised his right hand and quickly jumped up as well. Hooked. Himuro Tatsuya is delighted. After a while, the basketball left his hands. Atsushi Murasakibara was surprised by the basketball, while Alex was filled with pride. The ball actually passed through Midorioske's right hand and flew towards the blue frame. Success. Himuro Tatsuya was secretly happy just a second ago. The next second, his pupils shrank. Bang, Midorioske quickly retracted his right hand, swung his left hand, and slapped the basketball away. Himuro Tatsuya. Monster, Alex. How is this possible? Atsushi Murasakibara. That's exactly what I thought. Zamao. What do you want to eat tonight? Master Binshiro will pay for it. Midorioske asked after he landed and turned to look in the direction of Atsushi Murasakibara. Mizukin, I want to eat sushi tonight. Listening to Atsushi Murasakibara's answer, Midorioske raised the corners of his mouth. Okay, then sushi. You guys play first, I have something to do and will be back later. Okay, Shueichin, please ride safely. Midorioske didn't answer this time, but turned and left. Advertisement. After taking 2 steps, he raised his right hand and waved, okay. Looking at the other person's leaving figure, Himuro Tatsuya cast a helpless look at Alex. But Alex didn't notice this gaze, she was staring at Midorioske's back. Shizi, don't take it to heart, if it wasn't for Shueichin, no one else would be able to defend against it. By the way, that move you just used was really powerful, what's it called? Atsushi Murasakibara was in a good mood at the moment and actually took the initiative to comfort Himuro Tatsuya. Kagero's shot. At the same time, the Akashi family. Akashi Seijiro stayed in his room, playing shogi alone. But the atmosphere is a bit weird. Although he was playing chess, he was also talking to himself. There's no way I'll admit it, Akashi Seijiro suddenly roared, but then another gentle voice came out of his mouth. But you'll never be able to defeat Midorioske on your own, right? Shut up, you loser, Akashi Seijiro roared again as if he had eaten dynamite. After saying that, he fell silent again, but after a while, he spoke again in a gentle voice. You haven't failed either, have you? You still don't think my suggestion just now is a good one? You also know that it is impossible to succeed by yourself. Mibuchi Ryo and the others are good, but they're still far behind, aren't they? After saying that, Akashi Seijiro closed his mouth again. The room also fell completely quiet at this time. On the other side, Midorioske did not leave, but leaned on the will-o'-the-wisp and smoked a cigarette. There were already many cigarette butts at his feet. The last time he was so conflicted was the last time. In fact, he had already considered Aomine Daiki and Satsuki Momoi as friends before. Just like Atsushi Murasakibara and Alex now, can. In the end, I was defeated by the evil money. What's even more outrageous is that there are so many rich people in the world, why can't there be one more rich person like him? Thinking of this, Midorioske sighed deeply. You can't leave me, right? After stamping out the burning cigarette butt on the ground, Midorioske looked towards the baseball field and muttered. The stars in the sky draw a beautiful picture. In a sushi restaurant, Shueichin, why don't you do that? Advertisement. Atsushi Murasakibara asked while chewing his sushi. The other two also raised their heads and asked. The other person seemed to be in a bad mood and had only eaten one piece of sushi. This doesn't go well with wine. Midorioske picked up the sushi in front of him and looked at it for a while, then put it down and said. Just when they were about to say something else, Midorioske's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and apologized to the 3 people. I'm going out to answer a call. After saying that, he walked out of the store. The 3 of them looked at each other. Finally, Alex spoke up. My woman's 6th sense tells me that something must be wrong with Mito. Come down after you finish your shower and have a couple of drinks with your sister. After returning to the villa, Alex stopped Midorioske, who was about to go upstairs. Then you go wash it. I'll make 2 snacks first and then wash it. Midorioske responded and walked into the kitchen. Looking at his back, Alex thought to himself, I knew something must be wrong with this kid. If it were usual, he would definitely charge me money. She took a deep look at Chef Mito, who was busy in the kitchen, turned around and went upstairs. After a while, when Alex came down after blow-drying his hair, Midorioske had already finished his shower and was sitting at the dining table drinking alone. Seeing this, she came to the table and sat next to him. Why don't you wait for me? How many times have I told you, those are my pants? Midorioske frowned as he saw the other man wearing a pair of knee-length shorts. Please, I only have one suitcase, where did all those clothes come from? Besides, what's wrong with wearing it? Alex stuck out his tongue and poured himself a beer. Then remember to buy one for me. Midorioske took a sip of beer and picked up a peanut and said, Little brat, are you looking for death? How dare you despise me? Alex waved his fist at Midorioske. No, I'm going to sell this if you wear it. Meanwhile, Akita. In a huge villa, several girls were chattering in an empty room. What? You're going to form a support group? Mikami Yulu looked at the classmates in front of her who she was getting along well with and said in disbelief. Yeah, Yulu, do you want to join us? I heard that seniors who played basketball for more than a dozen years ago all have fan clubs. Yeah, especially one called Kaide Rukawa, his fan club is amazing. I've heard about that, too. They say their team won the national championship for 2 consecutive years, what the hell? But for some reason, such a good inheritance was not passed down. Looking at the chattering classmates in front of her, Mikami Yulu raised her hand cautiously and asked weakly. Have you guys decided who to support, Chapter 60 support team? Upon hearing this, several girls were stunned for a moment, and then turned their eyes to Mikami Yulu. Huh? What happened? Mikami Yulu looked at the people who looked like they were going to eat her, shrank her neck and asked. Yulu, I didn't expect you to be able to see the essence through phenomena. Yeah, I think Yulu is right. Whose fan club should we be? Let's start with you, the random girl. Who are you supporting? I support Passerby A, the girl said embarrassedly. Oh, your first elimination. Why? Just because he's not in the starting lineup. Yes, Yukiko is right, then it's your turn next, Xiaolon. I support Midorioske. The voice of Xiaolon became smaller and smaller, but her classmates' eyes became wider and wider. Soon, everyone had the big eyes of, Karina, Xiaolan, how dare you? Yeah, who gave you the courage? Are you going to die? But, Mito-kun is amazing, Xiaolon blushed and suddenly spoke loudly. Everyone was startled, and just when they were about to say something, Mikami Yulu opened his mouth. I think Mito is good too. Hey, Yulu, what's wrong with you? Aren't you the one most afraid of that bad boy? But after getting to know him, I think he's a pretty good person. Mikami Yulu said honestly, so you support that Midorioske too? No, I support Atsushi Murasakibara. Yulu Mikami's face instantly became like a peach, white with a hint of red, and unique. I knew it, but I support Imuro Tatsuya, I support Fukui. After a while, all the women collapsed to the ground like deflated balls. Because they support different people, how about we just be Yosen's cheerleaders? Mikami Yulu clapped her hands and suddenly realized. Yeah, Yulu, your suggestion is good, but, Xiaolon, what is it? Advertisement. Mikami Yulu looked at the shy Xiaolon and asked in confusion. But I don't want to support Okamura-senpai. Hearing this, the girls shuddered. Me too. Count me in, and me, what should we do then? In the end, these girls returned to the starting point and became entangled. At the same time, the Yosen team members were training hard in the basketball hall. Achu. Kenichi Okamura, who was about to slam dunk, suddenly sneezed loudly, spraying the face of Lu Wei, who was defending in front of him. A few days later, Okinawa Prefecture. Yosen and Izumi trained together, in the gymnasium. 2 figures, both new and familiar to Yosen, were sitting above, watching their practice match with Izumi. Jungyi, do you know which team has the best chance of advancing to the finals of the Winter Trials? A woman with big wavy hair and fashionable clothes asked. I have no idea. A boy with a bowl cut muttered, thinking to himself. Sister, just say it directly. I don't want to be like last time when I was right and you still deducted half a month's salary. The 2 people were exactly the reporters that Tobishodo was familiar with, Muto Mei and Dwanmu Jungyi. After the Junior High School National League, the 2 were transferred to cover college basketball. On the first day they were transferred back, they couldn't wait to come to Akita High School. However, the Akita basketball team was already training with Izumi in Okinawa at that time. Then they rushed to Okinawa without stopping, but the 2 of them never expected that Midorioske and Atsushi Murasakibara did not participate in the group training. First one, Kaijo High. Mei Muto looked at the people playing on the court and slowly raised a finger and said. Oh, Dwanmu Jungyi turned into a supporting actor and asked. They have the genius ace from the Age of Miracles, Kai's Ryota. But not only did they lose to a school called Chenglin, they also. Advertisement. Dwanmu Jung said as he recorded the practice match on the field. The next second, he was frightened by Muto Mei's murderous eyes and shut his mouth. They lost to the second team I'm going to talk about, 2 Academy. Because 2 has the talented player Aomine Daiki who is also from the Miracle era, this year. Seeing that the other party stopped talking, Muto Mei nodded in satisfaction and continued. The third one, Shutoku High. They also have the terrifying shooter Midorima Shintaro from the Age of Miracles. The fourth one is the captain who leads the Age of Miracles, Akashi Seijiro. Sister Mei, why don't you just say that the one with the best chance is the Age of Miracles High School? Dwanmu Jungyi lowered his head and recorded. No, there's a dark horse this time. Muto Mei shook her head and said, "Which school is it?" Upon hearing this, Duanmu Jungyi closed the notebook and asked curiously. Jorin High School. Jorin High School. I haven't heard much about it. Who are the members? Duanmu Jungyi said honestly that because he had always followed Muto Mei back and forth between junior high school, and he was also an intern at the time. Kiyoshi Teppei, one of the 5 uncrowned generals. Although he was unable to play in this national high school league due to injury. But he's back now. The captain, Junpei Hinata, is a key marksman. The point guard with eagle eyes, Izuki Shun. And then there is a newcomer who can rival the Age of Miracles, Kagami Taiga. Muto Mei finished speaking in one breath, then took a sip of water and continued. The last one is Kuroko Tetsuya, the phantom 6th man who is on par with the Age of Miracles. This is the dark horse of this Winter Cup, the Chenglin High School basketball team. After Muto Mei finished speaking, Duanmu Jungyi hurriedly asked, Sister Mei, are you saying that the champion of this Winter Cup will be one of these schools? No, Mei Muto shook her head and spoke. Who's the champion? The ones I just mentioned, they just had a chance to play a game against that championship team. Muto Mei's eyes looked expectant, and before Duanmu Jungyi was about to speak, her eyes turned into hearts, and she spoke quickly. Champions of this year's Winter Cup, Yosen High. Chapter 61. Left eye twitching brings good luck, right eye twitching brings disaster. The vacation is long, but very short for students. For example, the great devil of the author who is about to reach 1,000,000 words, Satania, Doghead. Are you going to Akita tomorrow? Alex leaned against the door of Midoriosche's room and asked as he was packing his luggage. What about you? Aren't you going back to the beautiful country? I'll go back after the Winter Cup. I've been a bit overspending lately and just found a part-time job. It's all because of a certain landlord's evil heart. Alex crossed his arms across his chest and raised his head slightly to complain. I left the spare key on the coffee table. Midorioske closed the trunk and turned around and said. Are you done packing? Come for a walk with me, Alex spoke up. Okay. Midorioske Daying Dao, some time ago, Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya participated in the basketball team's group training to hone their coordination. So Alex is very free at the moment. Midorioske has even more free time, the only difference is that the person around him has changed. On the street, the two talked and laughed. What? That be asterisk 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 Himuro can actually cook? Of course, and it tastes first rate, of course, it's not as good as yours. Hee. Aliang, your smile is so scary, it's okay, don't worry, I won't do anything to your apprentice. Alex heard this and looked at the other party's ferocious expression, and he refused to believe it in his heart. Bang. 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 When the two men walked to the other side of the street, the sound of dribbling was heard. Hey, Aliang, someone is practicing. Alex looked in the direction of the voice and saw a blue-haired boy practicing basketball. Hey, Brother Kun is practicing by himself? Midorioske saw Kuroko Tetsuya practicing and was the first to greet her. Then he walked forward with Alex. Mito-san? Kuroko Tetsuya heard the shout and turned around, a little surprised. Do you know each other? Alex was surprised. Well, he's the phantom 6th man who's as famous as the Age of Miracles. Kuroko Tetsuya. Midorioske Jia Xiao Dao, then why do you call him Brother Kun? Hearing Alex's question, Kuroko Tetsuya stopped what he was about to say because he wanted to know too. Habit. No, because he looks like an old friend, haha. Midorioske laughed awkwardly. Deceased? Kuroko Tetsuya asked. He was curious if that person really looked like him. Yeah, he plays basketball too, has a middle-parted hair, and likes to wear overalls. Advertisement okay. Let's not talk about him anymore. Why are you the only one practicing? Where's your partner? Midorioske quickly changed the subject. Kagami? He should be at home. Kuroko Tetsuya Oshido. Kagami? Is his name Kagami Taiga? Alex was surprised. Yeah, do you know Kagami too? Kuroko Tetsuya asked, turning her gaze towards Alex. Yes, he's my teammate. Are you from Chenglin too? Yes. Watching the two people asking and answering each other, Midorioske walked to a corner with boredom, then slowly squatted down. Drip, hiss. Night. Mito Villa. The area under the dining table was already filled with beer cans. What did you talk about with Brother Kun? Midorioske asked after taking a sip of beer. Do you want to know? Alex leaned in closer and whispered. You say. Midorioske wasn't panicking at all, he moved a little closer and smiled. This distance, just like when they first met. Do you know Kagami Taiga? Maybe it was because of the alcohol, this time Alex didn't dodge, but continued to speak softly. I know, your son. I'm serious. Seeing this, Alex quickly moved back and said angrily. What's so mysterious about it? It's just like Himuro, we're both your apprentices. Midorioske snorted, then continued. How do you know? Since you asked me this, how could I not know? But what if you guess wrong? What did you guess wrong? He's actually your brother, stop it. You want him to have an identity that can make me feel mysterious and surprising, besides being an apprentice, he can also be a husband or boyfriend. But I don't think you'd be tempted by a young girl, would you? Midorioske analyzed with a smile. Hey, Mito kid, I find you're really hard to bully. Alex said angrily, then suddenly reacted, grabbed the other person's collar and pulled hard. How dare you call me an old cow? You're the old cow. I'm only 26, how am I old? Distance, getting closer. Advertisement, what? What do you want to prove? Midorioske raised the corners of his mouth and said with a wicked smile. Looking at the handsome and cool boy in front of him, Alex's eyes were a little blurred and his mind short-circuited for a moment. Then, I kissed her. The next day, when Alex woke up, he saw that the room was not familiar and sat up suddenly. Then he suddenly threw back the quilt and looked for a while before he breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, I found a note next to the pillow. There is a message from Midorioske on it. I went to Akita and had breakfast in a pot. Looking at the crooked handwriting above, Alex burst out laughing. This be **************** D. Akita Basketball Club. As soon as Himuro Tatsuya received the ball, he quickly jumped up and shot. Can. The next moment, Atsushi Murasakibara waved his left hand and knocked the basketball out of Himuro Tatsuya's hand. Everyone was surprised. Wow, Murasakibara is amazing. Atsushi Murasakibara ignored everyone's surprise and walked past Himuro Tatsuya with a blank expression. I'm tired. Done. You really like to say one thing and mean another. Himuro Tatsuya smiled. Oh? Atsushi Murasakibara stopped and said in surprise. Even though you complain all the time, you're more dedicated than others when you practice. Himuro Tatsuya told the truth, but I still hate practicing. Atsushi Murasakibara wiped the sweat from his face and continued, but I hate losing even more. Oh, you want to defeat Mito too? Himuro Tatsuya suddenly became interested and asked. But before Atsushi Murasakibara could answer, Araki Masako's voice came over. Everyone stop practicing and come over to welcome our basketball consultant. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. After seeing who was coming, everyone was shocked again. Of course, the most shocked person was Himuro Tatsuya, who was still laughing just now. Hi everyone, my name is Alex Garcia. Starting today, I am the special advisor for the Yosenhai basketball team. If you have any questions, you can ask me. At this time, Alex finished speaking and winked at Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya. On the other side, Midorioske, who was smoking in the toilet, had his right eye twitching. Why do I feel like something bad is going to happen today? After muttering this, he quickly stood up, threw away the cigarette butt and walked out of the toilet. Chapter 62. The phone is actually charging. Ding-a-ling. Midorioske, who had been attending, sleeping, classes all day, had just returned to his house in Akita. Then I saw a familiar figure. FKU, why are you here? HI, long time no see, Aliong. Looking at Alex, who turned around, Midorioske's face was full of question marks. You mean, you're our team's consultant now? Midorioske asked while eating. Right. Alex gave a perfunctory response and continued eating. And you're planning to live with me again to save money? Right. You're right. This isn't Tokyo, nor is it a villa. Besides, this house is so small, how can two people live here? Midorioske slammed the dining table and said loudly. It's okay. You can just sleep on the sofa tonight and buy a bunk bed tomorrow. Alex had already thought of a solution and spoke. Bullshit. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The next day, the weather started to turn cold. You're not going to training today. At the school gate, Alex looked at Midorioske beside him and asked. So what do you think I should practice? Midorioske yawned and said lazily. Practice coordinating with teammates. When attacking, is it better to take 1 second or 2 seconds to score a goal? Midorioske finished speaking, took 2 quick steps, raised his hand and waved. Class is about to begin. This brat. Looking at his back, Alex hesitated to speak. She had to admit that unless someone who could truly restrain him showed up, there was no way this annoying brat would participate in training. The Winter Cup qualifiers are almost here. Yosen training ground. Everyone is training hard and sweating profusely. But just when everyone was about to return to Akita, Midorioske refused to go with us 2 days later because he didn't want to run back and forth. Araki Masako wanted to refuse, but Alex said she would watch Midorioske. Since they could still collect information during the preliminaries, Masako Araki didn't say anything. This day was the last day before the Yosen team members returned home, and Masako Araki allowed the players to relax and have fun for the first time. With cheers, everyone left the basketball stadium and went sightseeing in Tokyo. On the other side, Cheng Lin's first-year team members have arrived at the street basketball competition venue and are filling out the registration form. At this time, they were chatting with Jengbang's team members. On the other side, advertisement Himuro Tatsuya also came to this arena. At the same time, Midorioske finished washing up and walked down the stairs. Then I saw Alex, who was only wearing a towel and drinking milk. So, he reached for his trouser pocket as usual. Pity. Put your phone upstairs to charge. Good morning, you got up early today. Alex said with a playful smile when he saw Midorioske. Looking at that perfect figure, Midorioske raised the corners of his mouth. Next time, you can come earlier. Alex. After a while, after Alex got dressed, the two of them sat at the dining table and ate breakfast. Aren't you planning on going out today? Alex asked, looking at Midorioske, who hadn't changed his clothes yet. Why are you going out? It's so cold. Midorioske ikadredo. You're right, then I won't go out either. Alex nodded. Oh, then we. Midorioske raised his eyebrows and said, Do you have any good suggestions? Alex also looked back at the other person and blinked. After a while, they drew the curtains and sat on the sofa. Are you ready? Midorioske asked anxiously while rubbing his hands. Etc. Alex finished speaking and began to take off his coat. Is the door locked? It's locked. I also unplugged the doorbell wire. That's good. I never thought I would do something like this with you. Alex said a little nervously. It's okay. Once you do this, you'll become familiar with it. Midorioske finished speaking and the two looked at each other. Then nodded. Get on the trail. Hurry up. Midorioske dahan dao. I was killed. Ah Liang, help me get revenge, Alex yelled back. Today is finally the day of the winter trials and preliminaries. Midorioske had already been pulled out of the door by Alex and was walking down the street. Advertisement: there were 8 schools participating in the preliminary rounds this time, but only 2 were able to qualify for the winter trials. 4 schools will be selected from today's competition, and these 4 schools will participate in a round-robin tournament. The top 2 will be able to participate in the winter trials. Alex took the form and said as he looked at it, and then? Midorioske yawned loudly and said perfunctorily. Listen carefully, the participating schools this time are the top 8 from the national competition preliminaries. They are all strong schools that have performed well in national leagues. Alex looked at the information in his hand and said seriously. Their best result is the quarterfinals, right? But we at Yosen can win the championship because the season's ceiling is only the championship. Midorioske's path is awful. You better be serious. I've been training every moment for the past 6 months, and my strength is far superior to what it used to be. Alex reached out and slapped Midorioske's arm angrily. Yes, go on. Today we're going to watch the match between Sung and Saren. Alex rolled his eyes at Midorioske, who was yawning again, and said. Hey, Midorioske heard this, glanced at Alex and sneered. Since it was the preliminary round, there were not many people watching. When Midorioske and Alex walked into the arena, the game had already begun. After the two of them found an empty seat and sat down. Hey, what are you doing? Alex said angrily as he looked at Midorioske, who was using his thigh as a pillow. Just watch it, I'm not interested, I'm going to take a nap. Not long after Midorioske finished speaking, a faint snoring sound was heard. I really can't do anything about you, little brat. Alex sighed helplessly upon seeing this. Then he took off his coat and put it on Midorioske. The freshman center Cheng just joined this year is quite capable. This will be a tough opponent for Saren. At this time, Amayoshi Shangi, who had just walked into the door, stopped talking mid-sentence. What's wrong? Sakurai Ryo behind him looked at Amayoshi Shoichi, who suddenly stopped talking and asked. Isn't that the beautiful lady I met in the hot springs earlier? Jin Jishong pointed at Alex not far away and said. Hey, her name seems to be Alex. Sakurai Ryo said as he looked in the direction that Amayoshi Shoichi was pointing. There happens to be a seat next to her, let's go over there. Good. Just as the two of them came to Alex's side, his pupils shrank. Midorioske. Hello, why are you so interested in watching the game today? Jin Jishong greeted him only after he calmed down. Alex quickly turned his head, put his white finger on his lips, and said to the two of them. Lie, Chapter 63 Winter Cup preliminaries on the court. Cheng has the ball, but the next moment, their pass was intercepted by Hinata Junpei. After Hinata Junpei grabbed the ball, he quickly passed it to Kiyoshi Teppei. It seems that Cheng is not in an overwhelming advantage. Sakurai Ryo was a little surprised. Yeah, it's definitely worth coming all the way here to watch this match. Amayoshi Shang smiled and continued, look carefully, it's Cheng Lin's number 7. That guy's movements are hard to predict. After Muji Tieping got the ball, he grabbed it with one hand and jumped up quickly. Hook shot. Sakurai Ryo spoke. Seeing this, Cheng center, Ming Hai, quickly raised his hands and jumped up. Look, I'm blocking it for you. The next second, Muji Tieping flicked his wrist and the shot turned into a pass. Hinata Junpei received the pass, got into position, and made a 3-point jump shot. Swish. Goal. Indeed, Saren's number 7 held the basketball tightly with his large hands. Normally, he would have been ready to shoot, but he was still able to choose whether to pass or shoot. Alex looked at Muji Teppei on the field and nodded. He observes his opponent before deciding how to attack, possessing the ability to strike last. Amayoshi Shoichi continued, but before he could finish, Midoriosuke's muttering was heard. Doggy style? What do you mean by doggy style? Boom. Alex couldn't stand it any longer, so he raised his fist and hit him on the forehead. Go to sleep. There are mosquitoes, Midorioske mumbled with his eyes closed, and a soft snoring sound was heard again. Mito is really interesting. Jin Jishong twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a somewhat abstract expression. Ignore him. Alex frowned. Sister, what's going on with Mito? Sakurai Ryo said sweetly. As you can see, this guy refuses to train. Rather than leaving him out of sight all day, it's better to keep an eye on him. Alex said lightly. No training. We thought Mito fell asleep because of the hard training. Sakurai Ryoya had the same expression as Amayoshi Shoichi just now and said awkwardly. He, it seems, hasn't been training since junior high. Alex held his forehead. What, advertisement? How is that possible? He hasn't trained since junior high. Does that mean he was already that strong in junior high? This sentence shocked the two of them. I also asked him why he didn't train. Alex said with a frown. Upon hearing this, Amayoshi Shoichi and Sakurai Ryo turned into curious babies and looked at Alex with anticipation. But Alex didn't say anything, which made the two children beside him anxious. I don't even want to watch the game anymore. On the field, Hinata Junpei scored again. Kagami Taiga was completely furious. How dare you ask two people to stare at me? Don't go too far, you two bastards. Let me attack and shoot. Kagami, it's hopeless. This idiot can't hear. Biu. At this moment, Kuroko Tetsuya instantly flicked the wrist guard onto Kagami Taiga's face. You be asterisk 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 D. Kagami Taiga turned and looked at Kuroko Tetsuya angrily. Please stop. What did you say? Because you attract the opposing players to defend you, it makes it easier for the seniors to attack and score. Kuroko Tetsuya Kaishido. But at this time, Kagami Taiga couldn't listen at all and still looked angry. Kagami, do you see that way? Kuroko Tetsuya signaled with her eyes. Kagami Taiga looked in the direction of the other person's gaze, and instantly he felt like he was struck by lightning. Ah, Alex. Why is she here? Kagami Taiga stuttered when he saw the beautiful blonde smiling and greeting him. Kagami, I'm not talking about Alex, I'm talking about the two people next to her. Kuroko Tetsuya Jishu Dao. Those two. Or twos. No, how do you know Alex? Kagami Taiga asked after he came to his senses. The point is, they should tell Aomine about the content of today's game. So I ask you to calm down and leave the declaration of war to you. Kuroko Tetsuya said expressionlessly. There's no need to be calm about this kind of thing, right? But leave it to me, I will definitely slam dunk it. After Kagami Taiga finished speaking, the fighting spirit filled his whole body like flames. After a while, Kagami Taiga got the ball and looked at the two people in front of him who were double-teaming him. He looked at them calmly. These people have lost their determination to win. They were simply continuing their previous battles. Advertisement, no matter how many of you come, you can't stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, Kagami Taiga quickly broke through the two players and rushed to the opponent's basket while shouting, a defense that doesn't want to win can't stop me. Don't even think about passing. At this time, Chengsheng's center forward stepped forward to defend, stuck close to Kagami Taiga and shouted, how could we not want to win? Ming Hai, team member Chengsheng shouted, so there's someone like you on the team? I'm sorry. Whoever wins today. Before Kagami Taiga could finish his words, he suddenly jumped up from the free throw line, put the ball in both hands and jumped towards the basket. Walking on air, Amayoshi Shoichi and Sakurai Ryo were surprised. How is it possible for a high school student to jump so high? Center forward Cheng Sheng thought to himself with a look of disbelief. Then, in the eyes of everyone, bang, Kagami Taiga yelled and dunked the ball into the basket. Goal. At the same time, members of the Age of Miracles in various places suddenly heard a shrill voice. That's the sound of the door. The sound of the door that only a handful of overwhelming geniuses could enter being forcibly pried open. The game is over. That's amazing. Cheng Lin might be able to make it all the way to the winter finals with this momentum. Sakurai Ryo was surprised. What are you talking about? The point is what comes next. Because monsters. Jin Jishong was halfway through his words when he glanced at the person lying on Alex's lap, sighed, and changed his words. It's okay, let's go, outside the gymnasium. Saren and his group were preparing to find a place to hold a celebration party. Suddenly, they were attracted by a female voice. Taiga, I missed you so much. Just as everyone was looking at the blonde woman rushing towards Kagami Taiga in surprise. Sudden. The blonde woman was seen with her feet in the air, flipping around in midair. It looks very funny, because, in their eyes, that blonde beauty. A hand suddenly appeared from behind, grabbed his collar and lifted him into the air. I'm telling you, that's enough. An emotionless voice came from behind Alex. At this moment, everyone's surprise turned into shock, and their pupils began to tremble. Because they have already seen the owner of that hand. Chapter 64. Do you live by the sea, Midorioske? Everyone in the Joran said in surprise, except for Kuroko Tetsuya of course. At this moment, everyone's eyes were already on the young man with yellow and black hair, including Kagami Taiga, who looked eager to fight. Is that the light of Teiko, who stands above all high school players? What should I do? I really want to play a game of ball with him. As for Alex, Kagami Taiga, sorry, I'm not familiar with it. You guys are? Yo, brother Kun. Midorioske heard them calling his name, and stretched out his right hand to the right, and saw the Saren people. The moment he saw Kuroko Tetsuya, Midorioske squatted down, stretched out his left hand, and turned his palm into a knife to greet her. If you can't imagine it, you can refer to Brother Crow's doghead. Mido-san, nice to see you again, Kuroko Tetsuya responded with a smile. The Kagami family, so beautiful, Shinji Kogane shouted amid everyone's incredulous expressions. Come in. Kagami Taiga looked at the surprised crowd, completely confused. Kagami, are you living here alone? Tsuchida Satoshi said in surprise. It turns out that I live with my dad, Kagami Taiga explained. Kagami is such a nasty guy, I don't want to be your shadow anymore. Kuroko Tetsuya frowned slightly. Why? Kagami Taiga turned and looked at Kuroko, 3 parts nervous and 7 parts puzzled. Taiga, there's still no change here. Alex walked past the Saren crowd and went to the refrigerator to get 2 cans of beer. Then, swish, what are you doing? Everyone looked at the beer cans that were thrown at them and subconsciously covered their faces with their hands in fear. Bang. Midorioske, the last one in the group, reached out and caught the beer can, then opened it with a hiss sound. Then he walked past everyone and sat on the sofa very familiarly, tun tun tun. Everyone. Mito-san, why are you drinking? Mito-san, you can't drink alcohol if you're under 20. Listening to what Kogane Shinji said, Midorioske glanced at him impatiently and said in a cold tone, you live by the sea? No, I live in. There are magazines, advertisement. Yi Yuajun picked up the magazine on the ground, flipped through a few pages, and said in surprise, what is this? What's wrong? Muji Tepe also looked over. Alex Garcia, from the American College Basketball League. As soon as he finished explaining, the other members of the Chenglin team were surprised. Is this true? Isn't the WNBA the women's professional basketball team? I retired a long time ago. I used to be a coach at a basketball club in the United States. Now. Alex sat down next to Midorioske. The two looked at each other and then clinked their beer cans in tacit understanding. What's going on now? Shinji Kogane asked curiously. Alex, you're not in the basketball club anymore? Kagami Taiga asked in surprise. Well, I'm the special advisor for the Yosenhai basketball team. Alex laughed, then, tun tun tun. What, you actually became Yosen's special consultant? Hinata Junpei said in surprise, but before he could finish his words, he remembered something even more surprising. No, where's Riko? Riko? She went into the kitchen with the ingredients she bought. Kogane Shinji Kaiko Dao, everyone in Saren was shocked. This level is no less than what I saw when I saw Midorioske just now. Come in, you big-headed ghost. Have you forgotten about that in the summer? Why didn't you stop her? Everyone blamed Shinji Kogane. What happened to you? Alex looked at the state of the crowd and asked curiously. We coach. Before Hinata Junpei could finish his words, Ida Riko's voice came over. It's done. This is Riko's special sumo hot pot, which is super nutritious. Ida Riko came out wearing an apron and carrying a casserole. Finished, it's cooked. Everyone in Saren lost their color in an instant. It looks good. What's with all those expressions on your faces? Alex looked at the food in the casserole and said in surprise. It's actually normal. Seeing everyone's shocked reactions, Ida Riko crushed the potato with one hand and angrily asked, what's your reaction? Alyong, don't you want to eat? Alex and Saren turned around and asked while breaking up their disposable chopsticks. No, advertisement. Midorioske said this, stood up, and walked towards the balcony. As he passed the balcony, he glanced at the cabinet. As expected, Midorioske walked out of the balcony with an expression that said, as expected. Ever since Satsuki Mama is cooking, I've learned one thing. In this anime, women's cooking is absolutely forbidden. What a weird guy, Shinji Kogane murmured as he looked at Mito's back. After a while. Why is there a banana in the hot pot? Why are there still strawberries? It's quite delicious. Oh, it's an orange, water, peach, and cherries. 10 minutes later, hey, Midorioske, want to play a game of ball with me later? Kagami Taiga had already come to the balcony and said to Midorioske, who was lying on the balcony. Not interested. Are you afraid of losing? Kagami Taiga used provocation against Atsushi Murasakibara. 10 minutes. Midorioske ignored the other party and glanced at the time on his phone. What 10 minutes? Kuroko Tetsuya when Dao ideographic period. When did you come? Kagami Taiga Kanjei Kuroko Tetsuya Jingya Dao ideographic period. Oh, I was counting the seconds until you guys fainted. Midorioske finished speaking, looked at his phone and whispered, 11 minutes. You be ******* D. What the hell do you mean? And what's your relationship with Alex? Kagami Taiga asked excitedly. Us? I guess, we're friends. Midorioske heard this, looked at the starry sky and chuckled. Pung. Kuroko, what's wrong with you? Just when Kagami Taiga was about to ask a question, Kuroko Tetsuya suddenly fainted on Kagami Taiga. Kagami Taiga shook twice, and suddenly saw the other team members who had already fainted in the house. Everyone. How could this happen? What's going on? Could it be? Could this really be happening? It's like taking a slow-acting poison. Kagami Taiga suddenly felt dizzy, and just before he fainted, he saw Midorioske smiling at him. The other person's lips were clearly saying, 13 minutes. Chapter 65 Cheerleading Team established rumble. At this moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. After a while, the sky was crying just like the heartbroken old man now. For a long time, everyone woke up. My head hurts. I just woke up and realized it's so late. Everyone, go to bed as soon as you get home. Hinata Junpei said with narrowed eyes, I thought I was dead. Yi Yuajun said as he adjusted his clothes. You've only been unconscious for 2 hours. Midorioske murmured as he looked at the listless crowd and then at Ida Riko who was hiding in the corner, full of resentment. You little brat. Why didn't you warn me just now? Alex, who had just woken up, immediately went to settle the score with Midorioske. Leave if you're not dead, otherwise I'll leave first. Midorioske stood up and stretched. What? Did you drink all the beer in the refrigerator? No, this amount is more than just the refrigerator. Alex said in surprise as he looked at the beer cans covering the table. You didn't drink all my dad's beer, did you? Kagami Taiga was also surprised. So, this is the last bite I took. If you guys haven't woken up yet, I'll leave. Midorioske stood up and said, on the other side, in the big villa in Akita. A dozen girls in uniform were chattering. Yulu, I didn't expect you to finish the uniforms so quickly. Everyone looked at Mikami Yulu, who was wearing a white top and light purple skirt, and said happily. I don't know if you like this design. Mikami Yulu lowered her head and looked at the three words. Atsushi Murasakibara, embroidered in purple thread on the team uniform, and whispered. I like it. This way we can support the players we want to support. The girl named Shi Yuzi cheered. They came up with a solution. A way to not only support Yosen, but also support your favorite players. That is to be Yosen's cheerleader. Although the slogan was, Yosen, the names of their favorite players were embroidered on the chests of their clothes. But what was a little unbelievable to Yuru Mikami was that Tatsuya Himuro was the person with the most support. Who's our captain then? Hearing this, more than a dozen girls fell silent. To be honest, they all want to be captain, then. After half an hour of discussion, it was decided that the captain would be a random girl. Advertisement, okay, then I declare that today is the day our Yosen cheerleading team is established. The passerby girl just finished speaking, the other girls screamed, ah, excitedly. After the enthusiastic discussion just now, the 5 rules of our Yosen cheerleading team must not be forgotten. The passerby woman continued. The other girls raised their hands in response. Looking at this scene, Yulu Mikami smiled, and she smiled very happily. But, within 2 seconds, her smile disappeared when a white-haired old man walked in. The white-haired old man came to Mikami Yulu's ear and whispered. Miss, the master asked you to attend tonight no matter what. The next day, because Alex and everyone in Saren had an appointment to watch the match between Shutoku and Dairindo last night. Midorioske had a rare day off, so he slept until he woke up naturally. Then I dressed up and went out to look for food. Cook by yourself? No kidding, the food supplier is not here, and you still cook by yourself? Who washes the dishes? Who cleans up? Funny, Asuka, where are you? Many people ask which anime Asuka Hinata is from. Of course, I created it myself. Even Kawamura Ryuichi, originally I was looking for a famous basketball player from Sakura country. I think his name was Kawamura Isamu. Then I felt that it was not very useful, so I changed it to Longi. I'm in Kanagawa. Hinata Asuka's voice came from the other end of the line. Beep, beep, beep. Asuka Hinata was a little confused when the call was hung up. What happened to Asuka? At this time, the bad youth named Takizawa turned around and asked. I guess Mito missed us. Asuka Hinata finished speaking, then stared at the dozens of bikers in front of him, his expression instantly darkening. I told you, this territory belongs to us, Kawasaki. Tokyo. Brother, why are you here today? Inside the game arcade. As soon as Yamashiro Jiro came in, he saw the familiar figure. So he quickly walked forward and asked, I can't come? Midorioske, who was playing the game console, raised an eyebrow and asked. How is that possible? My brother goes wherever he wants. Advertisement just. Curious about why you came during the day. Yamashiro scratched his head and grinned foolishly. I have nothing to do, so I went to a brothel. No, I was just wandering around. Midorioske drank the remaining cola in the can in one gulp, put the cigarette in his mouth, and continued playing the game console. Seeing this, Yamashiro Jiro quickly waved his hand behind him. The younger brother behind understood and quickly ran to the beverage machine to buy the same Coke. Yamashiro took the Coke, opened it, and exchanged it with the empty can before saying, by the way, there's a game tonight. Are you interested, big brother? How much is the prize? Midorioske exhaled a puff of smoke after hearing that, picked up the Coke he had just opened and took a sip before asking. It seems like the Night Angel is making a comeback tonight, but it's not so much a comeback. It would be better to say that she was bored and wanted to have some fun. As for the prize money, it wasn't much either, because everyone thought that the first place must go to Night Angel. So it's only 100,000 yuan, Yamashiro explained. After saying this, Midorioske put out his cigarette and said calmly. What time is it? On the other side, inside the gymnasium. I thought that apart from those few Age of Miracles, the rest were just average. It seems I was wrong. Now the number 7 is on the field. Alex said with interest as he watched the players warming up on the field. That's Keisuke Kobayashi from Daninda High School, who made it to the LH semifinals last year. Izuki-jun explained. He's a tall point guard, a rarity in Sakura country. He's 188 centimeters tall. He can not only handle the ball, but he can also score. He is an all-around player. Hinata Junpei took over the conversation. Then this guy should be quite capable. Alex propped his chin up with both hands and said with interest. But his opponent today is Midorima Shintaro, the sharpshooter of the Age of Miracles. As soon as Hyuga Junpei finished speaking, Alex was frightened by the aura of Midorima Shintaro who had just entered the arena. He had only felt this level of aura from Atsushi Murasakibara and Akashi Seijiro. The game is over. The score is 109-71. Shudoku wins with a big score. When everyone left, night had already fallen. Really, no matter how many times I watch the Age of Miracles matches, I never get used to them. It's really depressing, Hinata Junpei complained. Chapter 66 Secret Training. All participating teams are strong teams selected from various counties. How could their strength be bad? However, there are teams with the Age of Miracles. The performance is indeed outstanding, the national champion. In front of them, I will be eclipsed like any other player. Listening to Muji Teppei's words, everyone in Saren is preoccupied. Even the usually lively Alex was silent at this moment, thinking, so, is the Age of Miracles really that powerful? But even as strong as the members of Age of Miracles? In front of you, I can only be teased by you like any other contestant. Midorioske, how strong are you? I'm really looking forward to seeing you play a game seriously. Okay, now the most important thing is the next game. So we have to study the information about Shoda carefully after we return. Ida Riko turned around and shouted. She didn't like the lifeless atmosphere among her teammates. Wait, excuse me, everyone. Can you lend me this guy for a while? Alex grabbed Kagami Taiga by the collar, his glasses turned white, and he looked at everyone and said. Seeing Saren and the others looking confused, she continued with a serious look, I'll make sure he catches up for the next game, please. What's wrong, Alex? Why suddenly? Kagami Taiga asked as he followed Alex to an empty baseball field. You mentioned the Age of Miracles before. To be honest, they do represent the strongest level of high school students in soccer country right now. Not only are they monsters, but even if you give your all, it would be hard to win against them, right? Alex said seriously. Kagami Taiga nodded without denying it. Even if you defeat a few of them, if you run into Yosen where Tatsuya and I are staying, you have no hope of winning. Kagami Taiga's expression changed when he heard this. Alex turned his back to Kagami Taiga, closed his eyes, and continued. Besides the fact that there is a monster among them, Chen Yi has also received my true teachings and has been honing his skills like crazy during this period. Now, he can be said to be almost on the same level as those monsters. After he finished speaking, Kagami Taiga's expression was not only shocked but also lost. And, above Tatsuya and those monsters, there's a monster among monsters, Midorioske. After taking a breath, Alex continued, I didn't want to interfere, but the current situation isn't fair to you. Although I don't know how far you can go in this period of time. However, there are still some things I haven't taught you. Advertisement, Alex. Kagami Taiga looked serious as he looked at his master intently. But the irony is that even if you really learned it in the past 2 days. But if you play against Yosen, you won't stand a chance if Alliang plays. Alex said, his mind flashing back to that time when Yosen played against Rikuzen. The figure casually holding the ball and holding it in front of Akashi Seijiro. Is Mito really that strong? Why are you all so quick to make conclusions just by hearing his name? Kagami Taiga suddenly said loudly, and after a pause, he looked a little lonely, and continued. Kuroko is also. Satsuki is also. Now even you, Alex, it's very simple. Alex said, then turned and looked at Kagami Taiga. A smile appeared on his face, because his name is Midorioske. 10 years ago, Akita had a motorcycle. As long as we are on the road, the speed reaches over 200 kilometers per hour every time. She was the leader of the largest biker gang in Akita at the time, Night Angel. He is also the fastest legend in Akita. No matter where he is, he can summon more than 100 violent leaders by himself. And today, she will appear in Tokyo. How can this not make the bikers excited? The night is getting deeper and deeper, on a deserted road in the suburbs. After a while, the sudden appearance of dazzling lights suddenly blinded the road. One after another, bikers arrived on motorcycles. Soon, both sides of the street were filled with bikers. At this time, a man wearing a tight leather jacket and a black helmet, riding a black motorcycle, slowly drove up from the middle road. Night Angel. Wow, it's a real person, everyone cheered. Wait, there's another one behind her. That car is a will-o'-the-wisp. He's the spirited young man who surpassed Night Angel's record. Hey, that's a lame name. Hearing everyone's words, the Night Angel turned around with interest and looked at the motorcycle that was slowly approaching him with dim lights shining. Why is this little devil here too? Night Angel cursed inwardly. After a while, they arrived at the starting point. The moment you take off your helmet, Midorioske looked at the Night Angel in surprise. Advertisement, is it unexpected? Are you surprised? The Night Angel held his helmet and smiled at Midorioske. Coach, you're already in your 40s, and you still have the nerve to do that. Midorioske's lips curled up when he saw the familiar figure. That's right, this person is Yosen's basketball coach, Masako Araki. You can't ride a bike at the age of 40? So, when did you join the Bosozoku? Araki Masako rolled her eyes at Midorioske and said. They actually know each other, it seems like their relationship is pretty good. Is there an affair? Bullshit, no matter how you look at it, this is still a master-disciple relationship, right? Ignoring the mixed opinions of the crowd, Midorioske said, aren't you afraid that the school will find out? Don't worry, as long as you don't say it and I don't say it, who will know? Araki Misako also raised the corners of her mouth. Huh? This sentence is so familiar. That night, hundreds of bikers were racing together. They traveled from the suburban highway to the city lanes. Finally we came to a straight coastal road, boom boom boom. They want to rush all the way to the end of this coastline. The next day, Midorioske returned to the villa with dark circles under his eyes. After entering the room, he took out the 100,000 yuan from his pocket and threw it on the bedside table. Then he lay down on the bed and fell asleep without even taking a shower. He didn't notice the sticky note Alex left on top of the shoe cabinet. On the other side, Alex was practicing dribbling with Kagami Taiga in the large square. After 3 days of preliminaries, the winning team for the Tokyo representative has also been announced. Shutoku High, Izumi Shinken High School, Suginami High School, Saren High. So far, all 50 participating schools have passed the fierce preliminaries and become teams representing their respective prefectures. They will also have to decide the winner of the second round after the opening ceremony. The team that wins the second round will be able to participate in the finals of the winter trials. Chapter 67 Takaichi Kawamura's Thoughts, Happiness 113 Great Love, Master, don't you just live your life? Surprised face? Time flies like a bullet, and the opening ceremony day has arrived in the blink of an eye. In the huge gymnasium, there were teams from 50 universities. Midorioske was leaning against Atsushi Murasakibara, taking a nap with his eyes closed. The propaganda slogans on the radio made him frown from time to time. Other colleges looked at the sleeping man from Yosen High intentionally or unintentionally. After all, now his name is too famous in the Sakura High School basketball world. Alex also looked at his bag and recalled what happened the day before departure. Advisor, the chairman wants you to go to his office. Kenichi Okamura just arrived at the basketball court and immediately came over and said, "Got it. Remember to arrange their training content later." After saying that, Alex went straight to the chairman's office. Yosen High, chairman's office. As soon as Alex entered the room, he saw two familiar figures. Masako Araki, Shota Tobi. Why are you here too? Alex asked first. We don't know what happened. The chairman just called me out of the blue and asked me to come over. Araki Masako said, I guess they want to give us a raise. Hubu Jungtai said seriously. The two women said, absolutely impossible. Is everyone here? As soon as the two women finished speaking, the door was pushed open by Ryuichi Kawamura. I have something to ask of you. As soon as Kawamura Ryuichi sat down, he spoke seriously. What's up? I plan to have Mito go to the beautiful country and play in the NCAA as a foreign player for a year. Kawamura Ryuichi, the right path. What? Araki Masako was surprised. I've already told the president of Stanford University that after the Winter Cup, I'll let him play as a foreign player for a year. Kawamura Ryuichi said in a tone that brooked no refusal. NCAA is a basketball tournament organized by the United States Collegiate Athletic Association. But Mito is only in high school. Alex spoke up, she certainly knew all the basketball games in the beautiful country. I think so, too. After all, Mito is only in his first year of high school. Wouldn't it be a bit difficult for him to play against those D1 college students from the United States? Tobi Shota pinched his chin with his hand and thought for a while before speaking. Does Mito know? Araki Masako sighed. During this period, she often secretly went to competitions with Midorioske at night, and their relationship was better than with other people. Advertisement, we've told him about it, and he said he's still thinking about it. The reason I called you here is to ask you to persuade him more. After all, in the land of Sakura, even in college basketball games, no one can force out his full strength. It would be better to throw him into a pile of monsters to fight. After Kawamura Ryuichi finished speaking, he took a sip of hot water and continued, the important thing now is. If Mito really agrees to go, then, Alex, please take good care of him in the beautiful country. Of course, salaries will also increase. Kawamura Ryuichi looked up and said to the three of them. I agree with your point of view. America doesn't value skills. Even in the NBA, the top basketball tournament, they only value talent. And Mito's talent just meets that need. Alex nodded and said after thinking for a while. Okay, that's basically what happened, I'm done. Who's for? Who's against? The memories end. The opening ceremony is over. And the first game of the afternoon, 2 Academy versus Saren High. So, after the opening ceremony of 2 Academy and Saren High, they did not leave. Other universities did not leave either. With the mentality of knowing themselves and their opponents, they all decided to watch the game between these two strong teams. Saren's here. When Ida Riko was explaining the afternoon's game arrangements to everyone, Kuroko Tetsuya's phone suddenly vibrated. He quickly took out his cell phone from the pocket of his backpack, glanced at the text message in surprise, then turned around and said, Excuse me, can I go out for a moment? Everyone turned to look at Kuroko Tetsuya. Kuroko, the competition is this afternoon, where are you going? Ida Riko said with a forced smile, No, someone asked me to go out. Kuroko Tetsuya quickly waved her hands, looking for you to go out? Muji Teppei spoke. I'm going to see Akashi. Hearing this, everyone in Saren was stunned. That's the captain of the Age of Miracles. Yi Yuajun frowned. Oh, I see. The game starts in the afternoon, so you must come back before then. Ida Riko sighed and said, Yes. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded and turned to leave. Advertisement, I'm going too, Kagami Taiga said, and wanted to follow. Alright. Ida Riko nodded. Looking at the two's backs, everyone in Saren looked worried. Yosun sighed. While everyone was sitting in the lounge chatting, Atsushi Murasakibara, who was eating snacks, was suddenly vibrated by his phone. Xiao Yazi, I need to go out for a while, Atsushi Murasakibara said as he put his phone back in his pocket. Where are you going? Masako Araki carried a wooden sword and looked at Atsushi Murasakibara with murderous intent on her face. Xiao Kai came to me and said he wanted to meet me. Atsushi Murasakibara did not hide it. He glanced at Midorioske, who was dozing on the stool, and spoke. Is that so? Then go ahead, but please come back before the game. Masako Araki was silent for a moment, and then spoke after a while. Oh, I see. After saying this, Atsushi Murasakibara left the lounge. At the same time, other Eras of Miracles also received the message. They were all heading to the same place, the exit at the back of the gymnasium. When Kuroko Tetsuya and the other person arrived, the others were already there. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Kuroko Tetsuya walked over slowly, looked at the few people and said lightly. Kagami Taiga, who was standing behind him, was looking at the scene in front of him, feeling extremely surprised. Could this be the entire Age of Miracles gathering together? What's going on? Ajay, you brought a bodyguard with you. Aomine Daiki spun the ball and said lazily, doesn't Aomine have Satsuki with her? Atsushi Murasakibara said while eating chocolate. This has nothing to do with Satsuki, a-hole. Hey, little green, let me ask you, why do you carry scissors with you? Kai's Ryota asked, glancing at Midorima Shintaro while holding his phone. Because this is my lucky charm for today, idiot. Midorima Shintaro said calmly, playing with the scissors. But this is very dangerous. Just as Kai's Ryota finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Kai's, your phone is so noisy. Is it Akashi? Aomine Daiki complained. This is. Kai's Ryota looked at his phone in surprise, then said, it's a message from a female fan, cheering me on. Aomine Daiki said angrily, go to hell, chapter 68 Akashi has something to say. Atsushi Murasakibara finished his chocolate and took out a bag of potato chips. But after he tried to tear it open twice and couldn't, he muttered, strange. But he didn't dare to use too much force, so he could only continue, hey, Midorima, lend me your scissors. My answer is no, Midorima Shintaro sighed upon hearing this. Oh, Xiao Hei, do you have scissors? Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Kuroko Tetsuya again and asked calmly. I didn't bring it. Kuroko Tetsuya Oshido. Why does the atmosphere of their conversation feel so heavy? Kagami Taiga looked at the few people with a frown. I'm sorry, I'm late. At this moment, a voice came from behind everyone. Is this the captain of the Age of Miracles? Kagami Taiga was surprised in his heart. Akashi glanced at everyone present before speaking. Aomine, Kai's, Midorima, Murasakibara, Kuroko, I'm so glad to see you all again, and it's so emotional to be here together like this. As the butterfly is ready to fly, so Akashi Seijiro is not as aggressive as before. But he still took a look at Kagami Taiga. You're Kuroko's new find, right? You don't seem that great. Hearing this, Kagami Taiga, who had a bad temper, immediately became unhappy. What did you say? This time, I called you here, not only to say hello, but also to tell you something. Akashi Seijiro put away his smile, ignored Kagami Taiga, and began to speak with a serious expression. What is it, Akashi? Aomine Daiki asked with a slightly annoyed tone. Akashi Seijiro glanced at everyone, his expression changed, and he continued. I take back what I said before, Everyone was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Akashi Seijiro, waiting for his next words. You heard me right. I take back my words about not defeating him with the Age of Miracles. After these words were spoken, everyone was surprised. Of course they knew who the other was talking about. I think after this period of time, you all more or less know that it is impossible for any one of us to defeat him alone. Akashi Seijiro paused, then continued. Upon hearing this, everyone had their own thoughts. Akashi Seijiro was not in a hurry either, just waiting quietly. Although I really don't want to agree with Kuroko Tetsuya's idea. This is indeed the best approach at the moment. Akashi, what do you mean? You don't mean to. Advertisement Aomine Daiki asked. He really can't think of anything other than basketball. However, Satsuki Momoi, who was not far away, nodded thoughtfully. Akashi Seijiro observed everyone's expressions, and when he saw that it was almost done, he continued. You guys have a good idea, I just want us to reunite and defeat him. If you agree to transfer, I will have someone handle your paperwork for you. Everyone. Atsushi Murasakibara. I know you're all unconvinced right now, so I'll give you some time. Give you some time to face that monster. When you meet him on the court, you'll understand what I'm saying. Akashi Seijiro said, then turned and left. Huh? Are you kidding, Akashi? Did you call us out just to say these incomprehensible words? Aomine Daiki suddenly stood up and shouted at the other person. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, it seems that one of us is a teammate of this monster. Murasakibara, do you want to stay with him, or do you want us to go back to the way we were in junior high school and defeat him? Akashi Seijiro turned his head, looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and smiled. Crack. Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara crushed the potato chips in his hand instantly. The others also looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, who was stunned. Don't worry, you're just like them. I'll give you a winter cup to think about it. After Akashi Seijiro finished speaking, he really left this time. But after he left, everyone did not leave in a hurry, but stood there with their own thoughts. Yosen Lounge. Since Masako Araki received a bye in the first round, they do not have to participate in the game today. But none of them left. They were going to watch Tu and Seren's match. To be more precise, they would collect information whenever there was an Age of Miracles competition. Done. You're back? Himuro Tatsuya saw Atsushi Murasakibara coming back and walked up to him and asked. Ken. Atsushi Murasakibara did not answer. Don, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Not only Himuro Tatsuya, but all the team members noticed it. Because, Atsushi Murasakibara's face is now full of the word, worried. I'm fine, Shizi. Where's Shueichin? Atsushi Murasakibara looked around but didn't see the familiar figure. Advertisement, Alex was busy just now, and I've already gone out to talk with him. Himuro Tatsuya said honestly. Atsushi Murasakibara said, oh, and stopped talking. Instead, he lowered his head and ate potato chips. On the other side, at the passage, is this the reason you called me out? Midorioske leaned lazily against the wall, looking at Alex in front of him and said lazily. So, what do you think? Alex asked seriously. What can I think? Isn't there still time? Also, your apprentice's competition seems to be about to start, aren't you going to watch it? Midorioske stretched and said. Well, then you can accompany me to watch the game. Alex sighed. No, watching their games is a waste of time. Midorioske ukejuetou. At this time, everyone from Yosen also came over, but before they could speak, they heard Alex's angry voice. What do you mean by wasting time? Because they are all weak. Please, I'm really not interested in a game of weaklings fighting each other. Midorioske had a look that said, spare me, you. Alex was choked speechless. Midorioske's words made Atsushi Murasakibara, who had been expressionless, suddenly look up and stare at the lazy boy in front of him. Time quickly came to the afternoon. The first match of the Winter Cup, between Tu Academy and Seren High, is about to begin. All of a sudden, many passers-by also flocked into the gymnasium and sat down on the court where the two were playing. Soon, Seren's team members appeared in the passage. Here we go. Come on, Seren. Come on, come on, come on. When the audience saw the players come out, they naturally cheered. Wow, that's so exaggerated. This cheering is totally different from what I've heard before. On the first day, the auditorium was almost full. Are we actually very popular? Listening to the team members' discussion, Hinata Junpei interrupted. You idiot, how is this possible? I'm afraid the meaning of asking us to cheer up is also different. Yi Yuajun laughed. Unfortunately, most of the spectators wanted to cheer for the opponent. Muji Tieping also poured cold water on him. Chapter 69 Atsushi Murasakibara's thoughts. Wow, here I come. How many points will you get today? The new tyrant, Tu Academy. As the two team members came on stage, the audience became excited. That blue-haired girl is the scoring genius from Age of Miracles, Aomine Daiki. I imagine there are very few people who can beat that guy in a one-on-one fight, right? Of course, few people could have guessed what Amayoshi would do next. Among centers, I've never seen anyone run as well as Wakamatsu. Listening to the audience's cheers, Seren also exclaimed. This is so exaggerated, it's worthy of being Tu Academy. Don't panic, everyone knows about this kind of thing. Ida Riko opened her mouth to comfort everyone, but she swallowed the next words on the tip of her tongue. Because all of his teammates looked eager to fight. Just then, the horn sounded. Time is up, please line up the players from both schools. After a while, players from both teams came onto the court. Kagami Taiga came to Aomine Daiki and greeted her. Hi. Oh, Sakura country, language. The moment Aomine Daiki looked up, her pupils shrank. Because he found that the aura of Kagami Taiga was different. It's completely different from when we first met. You seem to be a little more presentable now, it's okay. Kagami Taiga put away his fighting spirit and replied calmly. At this time, Kuroko Tetsuya also came over and looked at Aomine Daiki. I will definitely not lose to you this time. Hey. Okay, let's put an end to it this time. Aomine Daiki smiled back. Satsuki Momoi on the two bench looked at the two players on the court with a conflicted look on his face. Thanks to Midoriosuke's appearance, the butterfly flapped its wings. Aomine Daiki here never misses a practice. Kagami Taiga over there learned the Lu Xing slam dunk and other skills in advance. Who will win or lose is still unknown. I made a typo on purpose, please forgive me. Coach, I need to go to the bathroom. In the audience, Midorioske bent over, walked slowly to Araki Masako and whispered. Go ahead, you don't like to watch it anyway. Remember, just be back before the game ends. Araki Masako rolled her eyes at Midorioske and said. Okay. This guy, Alex whispered as he watched Midorioske leave. On the court. Beep, the game begins. Advertisement. After the referee blew the whistle, he threw the basketball high into the air with a whoosh. Kiyoshi Teppei and Wakamatsu Kosuke immediately followed suit. He reached out hard for the basketball in the air. In the end, Muji Tieping was more skilled and hit the ball into Yi Yuajin's hands. As soon as he got the ball, Yi Yuajun immediately organized an attack. He kept in mind what Ida Riko had just said, while the other party is underestimating us, we must inflict a heavy blow on them from the very beginning and seize the initiative. Arriving at the opponent's basket, Yi Yuajun immediately used Eagle's Eye to observe the situation on the court. But he wanted to pass the ball, but was blocked by Amayoshi Shoichi's tight defense. Finally, he reluctantly passed it to Hinata Junpei. But Sakurai Ryo reacted quickly and intercepted the ball with a backhand shot. Then he quickly caught up with the ball and initiated a fast break. After a while, he reached the three-point line and jumped to shoot. But Hinata Junpei also returned to defense quickly. After a while, he caught up. He also jumped high, trying to touch the basketball in front of him with his fingers. Swish, the next second, the basketball was thrown, but it flew to the left side of the basket. Not a shot. Hinata Junpei thought to himself that something was wrong. Bang. The next moment, in his pupils, a black figure jumped high, then stretched out his hand and dunked the basketball into the basket. This is Aomine Daiki. Bang. Goal. Wow, alley-oop dunk. This is so cool. 2. The audience was in an uproar. Kagami Taiga arrived late after Aomine Daiki landed. If we return to defense now, isn't that too slow? Aomine Daiki turned and looked at Kagami Taiga and smiled. What a shame, we scored first, Amayoshi Shong said while looking at everyone in Saren with a smile. At the same time, in the passage, Midorioske, who had just finished smoking, had no intention of returning to the court, but walked towards the locker room. At this time, a figure blocked his path. Midorioske. You got the wrong person. It's not me. Midorioske ignored the man and walked straight past him and said calmly. Oh, excuse me. Fart, advertisement. After the man reacted, he quickly ran to the other party and pointed at Midorioske's nose and shouted. It's you, Captain. Midorioske said calmly after seeing who was coming. That's right, this person is the former captain of the Minguang basketball team, Tomio Tanagawa. I didn't expect to meet you here. Tanagawa Tomio, who was wearing the Nakamiya Minami school uniform, said in surprise. Then you see it now. Bye. Midorioske finished speaking and then slowly walked towards the lounge. Bye. No, what do you mean, Mito? Don't be so cold. Tomio Tanagawa reacted again and quickly caught up. At this moment, there was a burst of sighs on the field. The two of them stopped immediately after hearing this. On the court. Because Kagami Taiga just gave up the 1v1 with Aomine, he was collectively criticized by the audience. Beep. Saren High calls for a timeout, in the audience. That kid was criticized so badly. Takao Kazunari listened to the audience's complaints and turned his head. You seem to have noticed it too? Midorima Shintaro spoke calmly. Yeah, I can see some of it. Takao Kazunari smiled slightly. To outsiders, it would seem that Kagami just escaped temporarily. But in those few seconds, they had actually a higher dimensional offensive and defensive battle of minds. That is to predict the opponent's actions through fake moves and simulate an offensive and defensive situation that is close to the real thing. This kind of simulation can only be done by those who truly possess strength and can correctly grasp each other's power. Midorima Shintaro said seriously, Kaijo High Viewing Area. One-on-one matches are not just about testing strength, but also about the overall situation. Kagami, who had taken stock of the situation, should have realized that his attack would fail. Kasumatsu Yukio looked at the field and analyzed as well. So his surrender was a precautionary measure, Kai's Ryota suddenly realized. Yosen High Viewing Area. For Kagami, it's about accepting the unsuitable results and making calm judgments. Sometimes it's more meaningful than winning or losing. Himuro Tatsuya said lightly, it seems Taiga has indeed grown. Alex looked at Kagami Taiga on the field and felt relieved. Atsushi Murasakibara supported his head with his right hand, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. Himuro Tatsuya, who was standing by, also noticed the other party's situation. He turned around and asked. Done. What exactly happened just now? Why have you been so absent-minded since you met Akashi? Chapter 70 I won't play. Oh, I'm fine, Shizai. Atsushi Murasakibara said after reacting. On the court. When Saren came on stage again, his aura was different from before. Seeing the players come on the court, the audience cheered again. Saren has the ball. After dribbling across half-court, Izuki-shun passed the ball directly to Hinata Junpei. Is it okay for you to stand so far away? Hinata Junpei suddenly raised the corners of his mouth. Just as Sakurai Ryo was stunned, Hinata Junpei quickly took a step back. Jump and shoot. Swish, goal, 3 points. No way? That was just. Take a step back and shoot a jump shot? The speed is too fast. Sakurai Ryo was surprised. There are more people growing up than just first graders, sorry, mushroom head. Hinata Junpei struck a pose that he thought looked very handsome and said to Sakurai Ryo. Saren bench. Inviolable shot, barrier jumper. By the way, that habit has also appeared. That habit. Did he just make a noise with his neck? The captain only does that when he's in a really good situation. Kaijo Viewing Area. I didn't expect that he had learned another difficult move. Kasumatsu Yukio said in surprise, it seems we are not the only ones who have made progress. Hayakawa Mitsuha then spoke. On the field, Sakurai Ryo was not willing to give up. After Hinata Junpei made another three-pointer, he also forced a shot. Result, goal. With such a tight and quick shot, he still managed to score a goal. Yi Yuajun was surprised. Don't get me wrong, that guy wasn't in the starting lineup just because of his quick shooting. The stronger the opponent, the higher the chance of Sakurai scoring a goal. Jin Jishong explained with a twitch of his mouth. Over here, I will be the winner. Sakurai Ryo turned to look at Hinata Junpei and said after taking a deep breath. Advertisement? Because I'm a better shooter. Hinata Junpei was completely bewildered. Atsuki, you can try to pass the ball to me. Looking at Sakurai Ryo's back as he returned to defense, Hinata Junpei said with a gloomy face. Yes, you can. Are you ready to fight again? Yi Yuajun said with a helpless expression. I just find him annoying. Next, the two of them exchanged three-pointers. You score one, I score one. This is truly a three-point battle, and the game has become quite boring. Kai's Ryota closed his eyes and shook his head. They did the right thing. If they had rushed into the penalty area at this time, it would have been counterproductive. After Moriyama Yutaka finished speaking, Kasumatsu Yukio followed suit, although this is not a style of play worthy of praise. But for both Saren and Tu, retreating means losing. Beep. The first quarter is over. Wow, Saren is so amazing, he even the score at the buzzer. Come on, come on, come on, cheers and encouragement were heard from the audience. Yosen viewing area. Saren is truly remarkable, their strength doesn't seem to be a fluke. Himuro Tatsuya actually said with a smile. A battle of the strongest spears? I'm really looking forward to which one we'll face next. Kenichi Okamura is on fire. I say, can't you just be quiet? Besides, we haven't even started the first round yet. Lu Wei glanced at the captain beside him and said lightly. On the other side, on the bench outside the passage. I really didn't expect you to continue playing basketball? You know what? I was surprised when I found out you joined Yosen's basketball team. Tomio Tanagawa smiled as he looked at Midorioske who was playing the video game in front of him. I say you should pay more attention to your next opponent. Midorioske Amidanado. It's okay. As long as it's not Yosen, we'll definitely try our best. Tomio Tanagawa laughed. Don't forget, there are still those little devils. Midorioske looked up and rolled his eyes at the other person. That's okay, after all, it's not like I haven't won before when the five of them were together. Moreover, they are now scattered. After saying this, Tomio Tanagawa smiled, then raised the water and started drinking, but his hand holding the bottle was shaking a little. Yes. Midorioske attached to Wado, advertisement. Myth. After drinking the water, Tomio Tanagawa's expression suddenly became serious. Go ahead. Seeing the other party's serious look, Midorioske put down the game console helplessly, looked up at the other party's eyes and said. If, this time we are facing Yosen, can you please? Tomio Tanagawa clenched his fists tightly, as if all his strength would be drained away if he said the following words. Okay, I'm going back to watch the game. Looking at the other person's appearance, Midorioske was silent for a while, then stood up and said. After saying that, he walked towards the competition venue. Myth. Looking at the other person's back, Tanagawa Tomio murmured and laughed at himself. Sure enough, I still can't say such words. But at this moment, his pupils shrank, and Midorioske and his pupils had already raised his left hand and waved. Don't worry, Captain. If we face Jongnan Palace, I won't play. Thanks. Looking at Midorioske's back, Tanagawa Tomio clenched his fists tightly, trying hard to hold back the tears in his eyes from flowing out. Sorry Mito, please forgive my selfishness. I really like my current group of teammates. Kaijo viewing area. Why is he here? When Kobori Hiroshi saw the person who suddenly appeared beside him, he was stunned for a moment. After recognizing the other person, he turned from being stunned to being surprised. Hearing this, everyone in Kaijo looked at the figure in great surprise. Huh? Wrong way? Midorioske was playing his video game. He looked up when he heard the sound and froze. Mito, are you lost? Yosen is over there. Kai's Ryota had a conflicted expression, and in the end he could only point in the direction of the Yosen viewing area, then smiled helplessly. No, I came here because the light is good. Midorioske looked serious. Kaijo people. How much face do you care about? Wangmao, I actually came here to look for you. Midorioske saw the disbelief on the faces of the other party and others, then put down the game console and looked at Kai's Ryota and said. What do you want from me, Mito? Kai's Ryota was a little surprised and said, could it be that he really came to see me? After saying that, Midorioske fell silent, just staring at the other person. What's this inexplicable pressure? Kaijo and the others suddenly felt that this matter was not simple. Even Kai's Ryota's originally lazy expression turned serious. The atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Everyone in Kaijo watched as their eyes met, and suddenly they all found it hard to breathe. After a while, Midoriota finally spoke. I just wanted to ask you, what's the current situation of the game? Kaijo everyone. Chapter 71 done, please spare me. What are you doing? You made us nervous for so long, and this is the result. Case solved, this guy must have gotten lost. When the Kaijo people heard Midorioske's words, although they were complaining madly in their hearts, they felt relieved. Although they have never competed with each other. Can A person's shadow is the name of a tree. There is no false reputation under a great name. Nothing serious, it's just that Zhao King is serious. Kai's Ryota held his forehead and said helplessly. Oh, Midorioske Masuendo. At this moment, the audience suddenly shouted. Everyone also looked at the field curiously. Kagami Taiga shot the ball through Shinji Kogane. Even though Aomine Daiki jumped high, the ball still went in. Have the two teams' aces finally faced off? Kasumatsu Yukio said calmly as he looked at the situation on the field. On the court, now it has become a solo of Kagami Taiga and Aomine Daiki. When they face off against teams with the Age of Miracles, such a development is bound to occur. I didn't expect that this would happen with Kagami. Kasumatsu Yukio said in surprise. What an amazing competition. Even if the others wanted to help, their levels were too far behind. Kobori Hiroshi said with a serious face, but I'm afraid this balance will soon be broken. Although both of them are firing on all cylinders now, they haven't reached 100% yet. Kasumatsu Yukio continued, but even at that time, to be honest, I don't think Zhao King will lose. Kai's Ryota said calmly. On the court, the battle between Aomine Daiki and Kagami Taiga is in full swing. But, the next second, Aomine Daiki used formless shot. Kagami Taiga suddenly jumped up, stretched out his hand to the track between the basketball and the basket, and with a snap, he blocked the shot. The next moment, the audience cheered and everyone was surprised. How could this happen? Kasumatsu Yukio said in surprise. Xiao Qing attacked with all her might, but was actually blocked. Kai's Ryota opened his mouth in disbelief. Is such a thing possible? Could it be that Kagami is even more skilled than Aomine? Kaijo and the others were also surprised. Isn't it just a cap? How can these people add so much drama? It would be a waste if they didn't become commentators. Advertisement listening to the chattering of Kaijo team members in my ears. Midorioske is not sisterly playing the game console. Yosen viewing area. I see, Kagami has already met Alex. Himuro Tatsuya looked at the situation on the field and understood it instantly. Then he looked in the direction of Alex and murmured. You are really not partial, master. Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Himuro Tatsuya. After a while, he spoke. Mitsuki, do you want to compete with Shueichin as your opponent? Himuro Tatsuya. Done. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Himuro Tatsuya came back to his senses and asked. Atsushi Murasakibara's question surprised Himuro Tatsuya far more than the intensity of the confrontation between the two people on the field. Nothing, I just wanted to ask you, are you serious? Yes. Atsushi Murasakibara nodded. Please, just spare me, I don't want to face that monster again. Himuro Tatsuya said with a helpless smile. He knew very well that although he had fought Midorioske twice, those were only one-on-one duels. Even if you use your trump card for the first time, it will be ruthlessly crushed by the opponent. And the other party is still not serious, although I have never seen Mito being serious. But if I really become Mito's rival in the future. When he thought of this, Himuro Tatsuya shuddered all over. What if we really want to compete with him? Just when Himuro Tatsuya was about to say something, he suddenly saw Atsushi Murasakibara's expression was so serious that he had never seen it before. So, he put away his smile and changed the subject. Are you talking about during training, or during the actual competition? A real game, like the one right now. Atsushi Murasakibara pointed to the field and said seriously. Done. Himuro Tatsuya suddenly showed a helpless expression and continued. If I really want to be his opponent in the future. I think I might lose interest in basketball. At this moment, the voice of the radio sounded. Beep. Then it's half-time, and the third quarter of the second half will begin in 10 minutes. Kaijo viewing area. This person is really strange. Looking at Midorioske's leaving back, Moriyama Yutaka murmured. Yosen viewing area. Mito, why did it take you so long to go to the bathroom? Fukui Kensuke asked when he saw Midorioske coming back. Played games for a while. Midorioske sat down and said honestly. After saying that, he closed his eyes. Advertisement. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, the second half of the game began. 2-ball possession. As soon as Jin Jishong dribbled the ball across half-court, he began to observe the situation. Seeing this, Yi Yuajun immediately took precautions. Hey, don't look so scary. Jin Jishong smiled, but in his heart. The defense was really good, and everyone's basic abilities really improved a lot. But it has nothing to do with me. Thinking of this, he quickly passed the ball to Aomine Daiki. As soon as Aomine Daiki received the ball, cheers came from the audience. Because Kagami Taiga has also come to defend. The two faced each other with serious expressions. Behind the two of them, a black panther and a tiger appeared at the same time. Sudden, Aomine Daiki's expression hardened, and Kagami Taiga's pupils slightly widened. Swish. The next second, Aomine Daiki quickly bent down and accelerated, and when Kagami Taiga reacted. Aomine Daiki had already broken through from his right. How did he do that? Hasn't he already used all his strength? However, his speed increased again. How is this possible? Kagami Taiga dark path. At this moment, Muji Tieping hurried to make up for the defense. Too late. Just when everyone thought the ball was sure to go in. A petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Aomine Daiki. With a Bang! The figure was knocked down instantly. Beep, Black 5, charging with the ball. How is that possible? Even if you want to assist in defense after being broken through, it will be too late. Could it be that this guy has figured out Aomine's attack route? Amayoshi Xiangyi thought in surprise. If you can predict my moves, I can predict yours. I've known you, Aomine, for a long time, and we really get along well in basketball. Kuroko Tetsuya stood up with difficulty and looked at Aomine Daiki and said, "You're quite good at this, Azzy." Aomine Daiki looked at Kuroko Tetsuya in front of her and said with a smile, "Sorry, thank you so much." Kagami Taiga walked over and helped Kuroko Tetsuya up with an apologetic look on his face. Then both of them looked at Aomine Daiki's back. The next second, thanks to Kuroko Tetsuya's accelerated pass, Hyuga Junpei scored another three-pointer. So far, our plan has been going well. Although Kuroko just came on the court, this is a bit cruel to him. 2's coach, Harasawa Kid, looked at the situation on the field and said calmly. On the other side, Satsuki Momoi, who looked worried, was looking at Kuroko Tetsuya with an apologetic look on her face. Chapter 72. Fancy. Yes, Satsuki Momoi responded, thinking, I'm sorry, Azzy. On the court, 2 scored again. Saren has the ball. Just when Yi Yuajun dribbled the ball across half-court. Saren and the others were all so shocked by the scene before them that they were speechless. The person in front of Kuroko Tetsuya at this moment was none other than Amayoshi Shoichi. You know what? I heard that some things can only be seen through a mirror. Amayoshi Shoichi said to Kuroko Tetsuya, who looked incredulous. Next, due to Amayoshi Shoichi's defense, Kuroko was basically in a semi-useless state. The skills of the other Saren team members were also cracked one after another based on Satsuki Momoi's predictions and data. Then, Saren had no choice but to pass the ball to Kagami Taiga to single out Aomine Daiki. But, just when Kagami Taiga was thinking about the response, the ball was stolen by Aomine Daiki. The latter immediately chased the ball and started a fast break. I can't believe it. Although he hesitated for only a moment, it was only a very brief moment. But at this moment, Aomine caught his chance. On the bench, Ida Riko said in disbelief. At this time, Aomine Daiki was already close to Saren's basket. Suddenly, Hyuga Junpei jumped out from his right side and said, "Stop right there." Seeing this, Aomine Daiki suddenly stopped, and then, the next second, he broke through from his right side at an extremely fast speed. This isn't it, Kai's Ryota in the Kaijo viewing area said in surprise. What a fast speed. Yutaka Moriyama exclaimed. What's this? Kasumatsu Yukio asked. This is when Mito first fought Zhao King, and Mito broke through Zhao King's moves. Kai's Ryota exclaimed. On the field, since Hinata Junpei blocked Aomine Daiki for a while, Kagami Taiga caught up in time. Looking at Kagami Taiga in front of him, Aomine Daiki immediately jumped up. Don't even think about it, Kagami Taiga shouted, quickly jumping up. But just as his hand was about to block the basketball, Aomine Daiki suddenly took back the hand holding the basketball. Then he turned in the air, past Kagami Taiga, took the ball in his right hand and slammed it into the basket. Bang. Goal. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? He took off vertically and turned in midair to pass the opponent. When I saw this, I also deducted 6. Wow, what was that just now? It wasn't even a human. Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki. Advertisement. 2. The audience seats were instantly boiling with excitement. Shutoku viewing area, didn't he give his all in the first half? Takao Kazunari said in surprise, it's actually very simple. Midorima Shintaro Dan Dao. Takao Kazunari, what Kagami has learned is something called wildness. But Kagami isn't the only one with wild tendencies. Midorima Shintaro continued to explain. Yosen viewing area. Chingzai is serious now, and the score is getting bigger and bigger. Atsushi Murasakibara rested his chin on his right hand and spoke calmly. Very strong. Himuro Tatsuya didn't respond this time, but looked at Aomine Daiki's back and thought to himself. So boring, when are we leaving? At this time, Midorioske asked. When everyone heard this, 3 black lines appeared on their foreheads. Mito, don't you think Aomine's actions just now were amazing? Kenichi Okamura asked. It's all fancy talk, but it's useless. When are we leaving? Midorioske asked, holding up the game console. At this time, everyone realized that the game console in his hand had run out of battery and turned off. Team member Yosen. As expected. Shueichin, I want to see more. Can we go back later? At this time, Atsushi Murasakibara spoke. Since I came to Tokyo, I had to eat Mizuka's food for dinner, which is a good habit. Okay, then you see, I'll wait for you in the lounge. Midorioske said, then stood up and left. Okamura Kenichi looked at his departing figure and said, Mito is really Kensuke Fukui. Can he even watch such an exciting game? Lu Wei. Is it possible that this so-called wonderful game was only for us? The next game is the most exciting part. Aomine Daiki and Kagami Taiga both opened their zones, and the competition became extremely intense. The audience's shouts and cheers never stopped, finally, unexpectedly. Equally divided, since there is no overtime in soccer country, they all advanced together. However, in order to ensure that the distribution of the competition is not messed up, the organizer swapped 2 academy with the next team, Haizaki Bunri High School. In other words, the 2 teams have to play one more game. So, the next game is 2 Academy vs Wakai High School. Saren High will compete against Haizaki Bunri High School. The next day, unsurprisingly, 2 and Cheng Lin both advanced to the second round. On the other side, Yosen High also welcomed their first opponent, Yamanoi High School. Yosen's corner of the bench. Advertisement, Mito, are you going to play today too? Tobi Shota asked with a grin. Well, you can just make all the arrangements for the next games. I'll play all of them, but I'll only play 1 quarter. Midorioske said seriously while looking at the competition form. Is Mito possessed? Tobi Shota looked shocked. Ignoring the sleazy old man who was thinking about something, Midorioske was counting the number of games on his fingers. 1, 2. Only 5 times. After counting the matches, Midorioske said with a gloomy face. What 5 times? Tobi Shota asked curiously. Lao Deng, you don't understand, alas. Midorioske glanced at the other person and let out a long sigh. How can I understand if you don't tell me? The Minister of Revenue asked questions. When you get to my age, you'll understand. Upon hearing this, Tobi Shota was stunned for a second, then turned around. Then he suddenly slapped himself in the face. Why am I so despicable? After a while, at the end of the third quarter, Yosen was leading Yamanoi with a huge score difference of 103-14. Upon seeing this, Midorioske immediately clamored to play center. At last, Atsushi Murasakibara was forced to be substituted. Pity. Even if there is Midorioske, the troublemaker, on the field. On Yosen's side, even with 4 against 5, Yamanoi didn't score a single point in the fourth quarter. Because they had already surrendered and sent all the substitutes on at the end of the third quarter. The moment the whistle sounded, Midorioske left the basketball hoop he had been leaning against. Next is the third round of competition, Yosen High vs Harada Nishi High School. This scene is exciting, even if Mito rode the last section. But Masako Araki had previous experience and decisively let Atsushi Murasakibara play and replaced Kensuke Fukui with Atsushi Murasakibara. Then, Yosen defeated his opponent with a score of 75 points. When other universities learned about this feat, they were all shocked. At the same time, Saren's match against Nakamiya Minami, where Tomio Tanagawa was, also ended. Although Namjoon was ahead at the beginning, after every member of Saren had a slap mark on their face. They lost. Soon after, the third round was over. Next up is the quarterfinals. The list of final teams has also been finalized. Yosen High, Rikuzen High, Shutoku High, 2 High School, Kaijo High, Saren High, Fukuda Comprehensive High School, Azumi High School. The fourth round of the competition also kicked off at this time. 2 High School Basketball Arena. What? Our next opponent is Yosen. Chapter 73. Each with his own thoughts. There's nothing we can do about it. Even if we don't encounter it this time, we will encounter it next time. Jin Jishong pushed his glasses and said with a serious expression. But speaking of which, where's that guy Aomine? Wakamatsu Takasuke said unhappily. Aomine, I just said I was going back. Sakurai Ryo pointed to the door. Go back? I'm afraid they'll find a place to hide and practice. Jin Jishong smiled with his eyes narrowed, then looked at everyone. Let's go back and get some rest. We have a tough battle to fight soon. Yes, everyone answered, but no one left. On the other side, the baseball field, bang. A black figure rushed towards the basket quickly, then jumped up and slammed the ball. It's not enough, this is not enough. Aomine Daiki, who had landed, looked at his palm and said bitterly. You can't beat him like this. Hateful. Satsuki Momoi, who was standing by, looked at Aomine Daiki like this and swallowed the words of encouragement that were on the tip of her tongue. Yes. Aomine now has to go all out when facing Kagami. What's more, there are Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya on the opposite side. As for Aji, he will probably only play for 1 quarter. Facing the current Yosen lineup, even Satsuki Momoi sees no hope of winning. Time is running out, and the match between Yosen and 2 is about to begin. The day before the game, night, Kinsen Izakaya. Why are you coming here if you don't want to go train your apprentice? Midorioske frowned as he looked at Alex, who was, shamelessly, coming over to drink. Oh, the palms and backs of your hands are all made of flesh. Besides, I'm Yosen's advisor now, so of course I'll just go with the flow. Alex took a sip of wine and said with a relaxed look on his face. Just go with the flow, why are you following me? You're getting the free meal anyway, so it would be a waste if you don't drink the wine. As for the competition, I can't take charge of it either. Uncle Hubu is in charge of it now. Alex filled his glass again. No wonder Araki has so much free time now. Advertisement. Hey, it's good to be a hands-off manager. Midorioske Shion Mu Dao. Where are you going? None of your business. Tisk, this guy from the Ministry of Revenue has a really dirty heart. The tricks are endless and really mess with people's mentality. Alex walked to the glass, looked at the scenery below and said lightly. Why don't you go and take care of your beloved disciple and teach him a few more moves? Otherwise, if there's no accident in the next fight. It's against us, I won't let you down. Midorioske encouraged and threatened. That's his fate. Alex turned around and smiled with an expression that said, it's all your fault. Are you incompetent to teach? No way, you're still playing in the WNBA? Haha, it's a pity that your provocation is useless. But the competition is tomorrow. Why are you still drinking so much? Aren't you afraid of something unexpected happening tomorrow? Alex walked over to sit next to Midorioske and smiled. Even if I don't go, don't we still have Zamao? And isn't your beloved disciple here too? It would be hard for him to defeat one of your disciples, let alone we have an extra purple-haired one. Midorioske laughing rode. Alex didn't respond, but turned his head and looked at the ambient light outside the glass, with a look of worry on his face. The next day, afternoon, many people are looking forward to today's game. On one side are members of prestigious schools scouted from all over the country, and the ace of the Age of Miracles, Aomine Daiki. On the other side is the champion of the Summer Cup, who not only has the center of Age of Miracles, but also the light of Teiko, who is above Age of Miracles. In the audience, strong schools like Rikuzen, Kaijo, Shutoku, and Saren had already taken their seats, waiting. Saren. This number of people is even greater than when we fought too. Mitsuki Furuhata looked around the audience in surprise. Of course. After all, this Winter Cup is the first time we've encountered the Age of Miracles. Although Muji Teppei was also surprised, he quickly calmed down and spoke. Kaijo. Zhao King, are you finally going to meet him? Kai's Ryota murmured. In Rikuzen, Sister Lingyang, who do you think will win? Kaneyama Kotaro loudly asks questions. You're so noisy. Mibuchi Ryo refused to answer. Now, the players of both teams have not arrived yet. The auditorium was already packed, and there were even many people queuing outside trying to squeeze in to watch. Advertisement. There is no way, the seats are limited and the audience who come in would rather stand even if there are no seats. After a while, here I come, suddenly, someone shouted, and everyone in the audience looked towards the field. At the entrance of the passage, everyone from Yosen followed Masako Araki, who was carrying a wooden sword, and walked into the venue step by step. Why do they all look so relaxed? Did they look down on two? Maya, look, the one with purple hair is carrying number 1 again. What number 1? That's our Teiko Light, Shutoku viewing area. 2 is a very influential team after all, so why do they all look so relaxed? Takao Kazunari complained, because the person who allowed them to make that expression also came to participate in the competition. Midorima Shintaro said lightly, holding a lighter in his hand. Yosen's appearance was like a fuse, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Boom! The audience was boiling with excitement. Yosen! 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 Yoshi, if I win the championship in the winter trials, I should be popular with the girls, right? Kenichi Okamura heard the shouts from the audience, turned around and smiled at everyone. If that happens, it won't just be girls that will be looking at you, right? Fukui Kensu Kaiguchi rode. Really? Kenichi Okamura asked excitedly. Like calling you, the basketball-playing gorilla. Kensuke Fukui started using the knife, being treated as a rare animal? Okamura built a defense-breaking road at this time. In the VIP seats in the front row of the audience, more than a dozen beautiful figures in short skirts suddenly stood up. They took off their coats, revealing their uniform attire. Under the surprised gaze of everyone, he shouted. Yosen Yosen Kaoyu. Yosen Yosen fighting. Oh my god, it's them again. It's said to be Yosen's newly formed support group. Is this noisy thing going to make a comeback? The memory of the dead is attacking me? But if you look closely, some of the girls are actually pretty good looking. Yoshi. Our cheerleaders are here. Fukui Kensuke looked up and saw the girl wearing clothes with his name printed on them, and said with his teeth bared. Why isn't my name on the list? Did you forget about me? Please, I'm the captain. Kenichi Okamura looked at the girl's clothes again and found that his name was not on them, so he cried. That shouldn't be the case. Look, Himuro has 4, and even Mito has 1. Kensuke Fukui started to finish off the attack. Advertisement Chapter 74 2V's Yosen, here I come. It's the new tyrant, 2 Academy, 2. At this time, a team of people wearing black jerseys walked out of the passage again. It's 2 Academy. Harasawa Kotoku and Satsuki Momoi walked in front, with the rest of the team following closely behind. But unlike Yosen's relaxed expression, the expressions of everyone in 2 were extremely serious at this moment. During the warm-up, both teams performed quite well. Seems like the calm before the storm? After warming up, 2 was on the bench. I think everyone has a good idea of how strong our opponent is today. If we just stick to the old way of playing, it will definitely not work. Yuan Zeki looked at the starting players and said seriously. Although Aji may not play in the first 3 rounds, Murasakibara is also very strong. Now there is also Himuro Tatsuya who is not inferior to Kagami. This battle will be difficult. Satsuki Momoi also spoke. Hearing this, Team 2's expression became even more serious. Yes, they don't just have that monster. Yosen also has an Age of Miracles that is on par with Aomine. Different from 2, which has a dull atmosphere. Yosen bench. I told you not to drink so late last night. Alex slapped Midorioske's arm with a snap sound. The latter just said, twice and fell asleep again. The way 2 plays, they attack aggressively from the start. What we have to do is the same as before. Just block all attacks and show them Yosun's strength. Masako Araki looked at the calm crowd and frowned. After he finished speaking, Kenichi Okamura, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and raised the corners of his mouth. Well, everyone, come on stage. The starting players had different expressions when they heard this. Done. Are you ready to face your old teammates? Himuro Tatsuya suddenly asked. Yeah, okay. Atsushi Murasakibara spoke lightly. The starting lineups of both teams remained unchanged. After a while, the players of both teams stood on both sides of the midfield and the announcement sounded. Then next up is the second game of the Winter Trials quarterfinals. The match between Yosen High School and Tu High School. Officially started. Both sides salute. Please give me your guidance. The players from both teams bowed face to face. Please advise. Yoshinori Susa looked up and saw Kenichi Okamura in front of him, and said in surprise, so tall. Soon, advertisement the others took their positions and looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and Wakamatsu Kosuke in the middle. Swish. As the referee tossed the ball high, Atsushi Murasakibara and Wakamatsu Kosuke jumped together. So high, even though Wakamatsu Kosuke jumped very hard, the gap was still huge. Bang. Atsushi Murasakibara hit the ball hard and passed it to Kensuke Fukui. After getting the ball, Kensuke Fukui did not take any action but looked helpless. Beep. Why, how about Fat C? Everyone was surprised. Seeing this, Atsushi Murasakibara looked aggrieved and said, oh no. On the bench, Araki Masako slapped her forehead and said, really? It's happening again? White 9, jump ball violation. At this time, the referee spoke. Hey, that's enough. With a hash on his face, Kensuke Fukui said dissatisfiedly to Atsushi Murasakibara. Atsushi Murasakibara hunched over with a silly look on his face. I messed up again. You touched the ball too early. A hash also appeared on the back of Lu Wei's neck, and then he pointed at Atsushi Murasakibara and taught him a lesson. Be careful with the jump ball next time. Himuro Tatsuya looked at Atsushi Murasakibara gently. He's a habitual offender. Himuro, please stop indulging him. Kenichi Okamura said angrily with a gloomy face. I had just thrown the ball very high, but I didn't expect him to be able to touch it before it reached its highest point. The referee bit the whistle in his mouth and was surprised. Saren viewing area. Really? If you only look at the highest point he reaches, he jumps higher than Kagami. Ida Riko was shocked. How terrifying. It's truly the age of miracles. Kogane Shinji Kaijing Dao. I didn't notice it when I watched him play before. That guy is not only tall, but his arm span is also unusually long. How many centimeters is his arm span? Kagami Taiga looked at Atsushi Murasakibara on the field and was secretly surprised. His physique alone is enough to offend people, and he also has long arms and legs, unlike the people in Sakura. Ida Riko also looked at Atsushi Murasakibara with surprise on her face. On the court, Atsushi Murasakibara committed a jump ball foul, so the ball came to 2. As soon as I received the ball, Yoshiaki launched an attack. Really, there's nothing we can do about it. We can only block this ball first. Advertisement. After Kenichi Okamura finished speaking, everyone in Yosen took a defensive stance. What an amazing sense of oppression. Jin Jishong looked at the opponent's formation, and although he was smiling, his brows were furrowed. But he still passed the ball directly to his ace player, Aomine Daiki. As soon as Aomine Daiki received the ball, Kenichi Okamura came up to defend her. Facing an opponent who was a head taller than him, Aomine Daiki snorted softly and shook his shoulders slightly to test him. Kenichi Okamura did not respond. After all, when it comes to feints, he feels that no one is more skilled than Himuro Tatsuya. Seeing that the opponent was unmoved, Aomine Daiki narrowed his eyes and suddenly broke through from the right. He was extremely fast and broke through Kenichi Okamura in almost an instant. However, Kenichi Okamura reacted quickly as well. He reduced 3 steps to 2 and the next moment he was in front of Aomine Daiki again. But in just a moment, he was overtaken by Aomine Daiki again. After breaking through, Aomine Daiki didn't slow down at all and jumped up to dunk. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly appeared in front of him and also jumped high. Snort. Aomine Daiki snorted coldly, then quickly retracted the ball into her abdomen. I saw him flying out of the field. Just as the ball passed the basket, Aomine Daiki threw his right hand upwards. The basketball went straight over the backboard and fell straight into the basket. Swish. Goal. Oh wow, a goal from that place. How is that possible? There's still this kind of operation? Isn't that awesome? As expected of the ace of the Age of Miracles? 2. This goal immediately made the audience supporting 2 excited. Kaijo viewing area. I didn't expect that 2 would score first. Kasumatsu Yukio said in surprise. Yosen on the bench. I didn't expect Aomine Daiki to be so amazing. Even Atsushi Murasakibara would have a hard time defending against this kind of ball, right? Araki Masako also spoke in surprise. It's okay, he just hasn't played with that guy named Aomine in a while. He probably forgot how to defend, so give him some time. Hubu Jungtai blew on the teacup and said calmly. It seems as if everything is under his control. Saren viewing area. It's the same trick again. Kagami Taiga stared at Aomine Daiki's figure and said fiercely. This is the style of streetball, Ida Riko said with a frown. Chapter 75 Aofeng Dewi vs Atsushi Murasakibara on the court. Yosen has the ball. Looks like I'll have to use some strength. After Fukui Kensuke dribbled the ball across half-court, he looked at Amayoshi Sho in front of him and smiled. If you can. It was a rare occasion that Amayoshi Shangi didn't smile. After trying to break through twice but failing, Kensuke Fukui passed the ball to Tatsuya Himuro. Himuro Tatsuya received the ball, looked at Sakurai Ryo in front of him, and raised his hand without hesitation and made a fake move. Then he suddenly collected the ball and made a quick breakthrough. Sakurai Ryo reacted quickly and retreated to provide defense. At this time, Susa Yoshinori also stepped forward to provide defense. Seeing this, Himuro Tatsuya broke through and pulled back, and before the two of them could stand firmly, he made a jump shot. Swish. The ball goes in. Ball possession changes. Yosen hit me right back. Wow, Himuro is so handsome. Come on Yosen, fighting Himuro. As soon as Himuro Tatsuya scored a goal, the girls in the VIP positions immediately shouted their cheers in unison. Damn Himuro. When Kenichi Okamura heard the shouting, he looked at Tatsuya Himuro angrily. Swish. At this moment, Amayoshi Sho suddenly made a long pass and the ball flew towards Aomine Daiki. Before Yosen and the others could react, Aomine Daiki had already received the ball and reached the opponent's three-point line. Atsushi Murasakibara came in front of him in 2 steps. Chingzi, why did you stop? Atsushi Murasakibara kandi Aomine Daiki wendo. Oh, you're still the same. Aomine Daiki stopped dribbling the ball and looked for an opportunity. Amayoshi Shoichi looked at Atsushi Murasakibara in surprise and thought, that guy. He probably planned not to participate in the attack and just stay in his own defensive zone. If that's the case, it's really a headache. These two met. Is it going to be ace versus ace so soon? I'm curious, who will win? For a while, in the viewing area, the top 8 schools were talking about it. Fast breaks are useless against us because we have Murasakibara who has absolute defensive capabilities. Masako Araki looked at the scene on the field and said lightly. Just when everyone thought Aomine Daiki would pass the ball, he suddenly bent down and rushed directly towards Atsushi Murasakibara. Soon, in the tense eyes of the crowd, Aomine Daiki made several fake moves but failed to break through Murasakibara. Seeing that the opponent had already returned to defend, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly attacked. Atsushi Murasakibara was suddenly startled and saw the basketball in the opponent's hand disappear. Bang! By the time Atsushi Murasakibara heard the sound and reacted, it was too late. I saw the basketball bounce from his crotch to the back. The next second, Pop Aomine Daiki caught the basketball with her hands, jumped up, and dunked it with one hand. Advertisement bang. Goal. Ball possession changes. 2. So handsome Aomine. I didn't expect that he could score consecutively against that Atsushi Murasakibara. So cool. On the field, shouts were heard again. Yosen bench. That brat, he didn't even use his full strength when fighting Taiga. Alex looked at Aomine Daiki's figure and said in surprise. Mito, where are you going? Masako Araki looked at Midorioske who had just woken up and stood up suddenly and asked. The others also looked at the figure who stood up. Is he going to play? Oh my god, why am I so excited all of a sudden? The audience on the field were also excited when they saw Midorioske stand up. Even the people in 2 were looking at the figure nervously. Except for Aomine Daiki, who looked eager to fight. Aji. Satsuki Momoi also looked at Midorioske with complicated eyes. Because before this game, she had analyzed it to the whole team and it was impossible for Midorioske to appear in the first half. Therefore, from the beginning, you must put all your efforts into attacking and scoring. But, she didn't finish the second half of the sentence. In this way, the final score won't be too ugly. The current situation seemed beyond her expectations. Urgent, Midorioske said, and quickly ran towards the passage. Everyone. The game continues. Yosen has the ball. When Kensuke Fukui crossed half-court, Atsushi Murasakibara had already reached the opponent's inside line. Saren viewing area. What, Murasakibara, is he going to join the attack? Isn't he a defense specialist? Everyone started talking. Even in the age of miracles, Murasakibara was a more belligerent type. He just has no interest in basketball and hates trouble. But Murasakibara's offense is very scary because he set a record of 100 points in a single game. Kuroko Tetsuya Jia Shidao, 100 points? Everyone was surprised. As expected, whenever we encounter the Age of Miracles, you will actively participate in the attack. Masako Araki looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and murmured. On the court. Are you finally going to be serious, Murasakibara? Aomine Daiki smiled. Even if you are Chingzai, I will crush you. Advertisement. As Atsushi Murasakibara finished speaking, the ball came into his hands. In an instant, Wakamatsu Takasuke and Susa Yoshinori were already in front of him. Bang. 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 Atsushi Murasakibara directly chose to post up. This was very difficult for the 2 people who were fighting desperately behind him. With every collision, both men would take a step back. Until it reached the basket. Atsushi Murasakibara leapt up suddenly, knocking down 2 people at once, then took the ball with both hands and turned his body 180 degrees. Slammed the ball into the basket. Bang, goal, destruction hammer. Click, click. The basketball hoop let out a painful whine. But it did not fall this time. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be knocked down so easily. I thought you were scammers. After Atsushi Murasakibara landed, he looked back at the two of them and said, You've learned this sentence too? It seems that you have already made a decision. Aomine Daiki walked up to Atsushi Murasakibara and smiled with fighting eyes. Not yet, Shingzi. I plan to consider it after the Winter Cup. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Aomine Daiki and said blankly. Come on Yosen, fighting Murasakibara. In the audience, the group of girls started shouting in unison again. However, this time, it was obvious that Yulu Mikami had the loudest voice. I have to say, I'm envious, you are not alone. Bakaila, you're scolding me again, I don't. They're so noisy. Murasakibara frowned as he listened to the cheers that were cheering him on. Damn it. Murasakibara, die. Kenichi Okamura said angrily, thinking. I must dunk at least once in this quarter. On the court. 2-ball possession, but this time, after Aomine got the ball, he found that the person defending him was no longer Kenichi Okamura. But, Atsushi Murasakibara, if you can defend me, just try. After Aomine Daiki finished speaking, she began to dribble the ball continuously, and her movements became more and more chaotic. Atsushi Murasakibara had a serious expression and focused all his attention on the other person. The next second, swish, Aomine Daiki was like a flash of lightning, instantly passing through the opponent. When Atsushi Murasakibara came to his senses, Aomine Daiki had already rushed into the inside when Kenichi Okamura came up to defend. Here comes a move. Lying jump shot, swish, goal. Chapter 76. He can't pass the ball. These two are truly terrifyingly strong. Shinji Kogane was surprised as he listened to the audience's cheers. In junior high, during the Age of Miracles, they had some normal confrontations. But at that time no one would use their full strength, so the victory or defeat cannot be regarded as data. Now it's a formal competition, so it's hard to say who is better. Kuroko Tetsuya looked at the two people on the field and said lightly. Everyone in Saren. I don't think it's very sharp. After saying that, Saren and the others also looked at Aomine Daiki and Atsushi Murasakibara on the field. Although these two people are not necessarily the strongest. But one thing is certain. These two are definitely the best attackers and defenders in the Age of Miracles. On the field, Aomine Daiki got the ball again. His eyes were also fixed on Atsushi Murasakibara in front of him. Aomine's dribbling speed increased again, trying to break through the opponent. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Aomine Daiki in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and immediately took a step forward. It instantly blocked Aomine Daiki's next breakthrough. It was at this moment that Aomine Daiki felt an invisible pressure coming towards her. For Aomine Daiki, it's better to call this motivation rather than pressure. The expression on his face became more excited the next second. His movements suddenly changed, and he quickly left the ball and turned to break through to the left. This scene happened so fast that before Atsushi Murasakibara could react, the opponent had already broken through him. Atsushi Murasakibara's instinct overcame his mind at this moment. He turned around, took another step, and came to Aomine Daiki, who had already jumped to shoot. So fast, Aomine Daiki was secretly surprised, then she exerted force on her wrist and threw the ball out quickly. In an instant, a big hand suddenly appeared on the track where the basketball must pass and stretched out violently. Bang! The basketball was hit out of bounds by Atsushi Murasakibara. Murasakibara, you're quite good at this. Aomine Daiki looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and smiled. He was not frustrated by being blocked. On the contrary, the excitement in his heart grew stronger and seemed about to burst out. Chingzai, you are so fast. Atsushi Murasakibara also looked at Aomine Daiki. 2-ball possession. The next match was purely a singles match between Aomine Daiki and Atsushi Murasakibara. Aomine Daiki either made the shot or had it blocked. On the other hand, Atsushi Murasakibara never conceded a goal. Advertisement. Even with the last 3 people defending together, they couldn't stop this monster. Beep. The first quarter is over. The score is 26-20. Yosen leads by 6 points. It was too intense, those two. Yeah, it's totally a show between the two of them. 2 bench. As soon as Aomine Daiki came off the stage, she covered her head with a towel and began to adjust herself. Seeing this, the others could only helplessly walk over to the coach and say something. Because they were already used to Aomine Daiki's solitary personality. Is this Aomine guy going to be okay? Wakamatsu Takasuke already had some grievances against Aomine Daiki, so he didn't deliberately lower his voice. Don't worry, Aomine really showed her true abilities just now. But he didn't use all his skills, Jin Jishong said as soon as he opened his mouth. Did the other party use all his skills? Wakamatsu Takasuke said unconvinced. After saying that, everyone else looked towards Atsushi Murasakibara in Yosen's direction. They knew that this Age of Miracles was definitely more than just that. Aomine Daiki didn't use his full skills, but did Atsushi Murasakibara? Although they didn't say it, everyone in 2 also acknowledged what Wakamatsu Kosuke said. Don't worry, Aomine still needs to save those skills to fight the monster still locked in the cage. Amayoshi Shoichi is very confident in Aomine Daiki. He had always believed that no one except Midorioske could defeat Aomine Daiki in single combat. That's what I mean. It's so hard to have a match with Ajiya. I think Ada is now. I should be very happy, right? Satsuki Momoi looked at Aomine Daiki and said with a worried look. At the same time, Yosen bench. Coach, where's Shueichin? Atsushi Murasakibara asked after he came off the stage and didn't see Midorioske. I went to the bathroom. Masako Araki said in a resentful tone, then took a step back consciously. In the second quarter, their main attack point will still be given to Aomine. And you just need to cooperate with Murasakibara. If Murasakibara is broken through, you should provide backup defense. I don't believe I can't kill him. Tobishoda walked forward with a thermos cup and said. After finishing speaking, he blew the tea in it habitually and continued. Don't worry, he is just like Mito and can't pass the ball. But don't worry, he doesn't have Mito's strength or abnormal physical strength. Kenichi Okamura. Although this is a good idea, advertisement. But why do I feel that Coach Hubu's methods always mess with people's mentality? Lu Wei. Be more confident and get rid of your feelings. Himuro Tatsuya. I also think that Coach Tobi's tactics are dirty. Kensuke Fukui. Don't think too much, it's our blessing to have such a coach. Think about it, if Coach Hub was the coach on the other side. The other three people shuddered suddenly. That's right, Team Yosen can also communicate with their minds. 2 minutes passed quickly. On the court, 2-ball possession. As soon as Aomine Daiki got the ball, everyone in Yosen felt an inexplicable unease about the other party. Looking at Aomine at this moment, everyone in the Age of Miracles showed a surprised expression. The invincible Aomine Daiki seems to be coming back. Atsushi Murasakibara showed an extremely serious expression, opened his arms, and stared closely at the boy in front of him who had not made any movement. Call. Aomine Daiki exhaled lightly and began to dribble the ball quickly. Bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, a flash of blue lightning flashed in Aomine Daiki's pupils, and her body appeared like a flash of lightning in an instant to the right of Atsushi Murasakibara. Ah! Everyone was surprised. This guy is even faster. Himuro Tatsuya was shocked. A pair of purple eyes, with a flash of purple lightning in the pupils. The next moment, Atsushi Murasakibara caught up with Aomine Daiki's speed. Seeing this, Aomine Daiki smashed the ball, changed hands, and suddenly changed direction. Atsushi Murasakibara also took a step forward at the same time, blocking the opponent again. Then, Aomine Daiki changed hands and direction again. But, Atsushi Murasakibara, like a tracker, has been keeping a close eye on Aomine Daiki. The two of them went back and forth, equally matched. Oh my god, are they moving at the speed of a human? I'm asking you, are they human? Bakayaro. If you ask me again, I'll commit seppuku. It's understandable that Aomine is so fast, but that Atsushi Murasakibara can actually keep up. Slow it down 10 times. In the audience seats, the audience looked at the two figures competing on the field in disbelief and horror. On the field, the players from both teams looked shocked. They were of no help at all. Chapter 77 Aomine opens zone. The fight between the two continues. Two's coach and Satsuki Momoi were looking at the two of them anxiously. I didn't expect that big guy to be so flexible. Yuan Zekid said solemnly. Murasakibara's reflexes are far superior to those of ordinary people. In the previous practice match, even Ida had a hard time scoring against him. After Satsuki Momoi finished speaking, Harasawa Kotoku was a little surprised. They're all monsters. On the court. Seeing that she was about to commit a violation, Aomine Daiki rushed forward, and then suddenly retreated in front of Atsushi Murasakibara's incredulous expression. Then jumped back. Seeing this, Atsushi Murasakibara quickly jumped up as well. Aomine Daiki was now holding the ball with one hand, and with a swish, the basketball hit the right side of Atsushi Murasakibara. Atsushi Murasakibara thought to himself that something was wrong and quickly stretched out his left hand to block it. But, whoosh! The basketball passed through his fingers in an instant and hit the basket. Bang! Goal. Wow, formless shot is truly terrifying. Sir, are you an international student from Dragon Country? How do you know? Guess. As the crowd cheered, the ball came to Yosen. Good defense, but unfortunately you can't defend me. Aomine Daiki landed and said to Atsushi Murasakibara with her white teeth. Zhao King, I told you I would crush you. Atsushi Murasakibara's expression gradually became serious, and a purple, terrifying aura emanated from his body. His purple hair flew high, and he looked like a demon as he looked at Aomine Daiki. This strange monster, what a terrifying aura. Two and the others looked at Atsushi Murasakibara with shocked expressions. Really, if you can, give it a try, Aomine Daiki shrugged and said indifferently. Ball possession changes. Oh, the fight was so intense? At this time, Midorioske, who had just come back from peeing, looked at the score on the scoreboard and laughed. The score is 38-36. Yosen is ahead. Are you awake? Alex said unhappily. Yeah, I'm a little hungry. Midorioske touched his belly and said, after all, I didn't have breakfast or lunch. Advertisement, take it. Alex acted as if he knew it a long time ago, unzipped his coat, took out a chicken roll and handed it over. This is a bit dry, can't you prepare some porridge? Midorioske took it and said with some disgust, eat it if you want. Alex got furious when he heard this. Just as she was about to snatch it, a thermos cup appeared in her pupils. Mito, the best tiguanyan, would you like some? Alex. The liquor will never die well, there are 2 minutes left in the second quarter. The situation on the field has not changed. Atsushi Murasakibara's singles match with Aomine Daiki. Just after Aomine Daiki was knocked down by Atsushi Murasakibara and forced a dunk. Aomine Daiki fell silent. Really, as expected, I have to be serious when dealing with you. Tap. 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 Aomine Daiki, with a sullen face, walked up to Amayoshi Shoichi and waved for the ball. Amayoshi Shoichi looked at Aomine in surprise, as if he had discovered something. Then passed the ball decisively. As soon as he received the ball, Atsushi Murasakibara was already on guard. In the next moment, Aomine Daiki has already appeared behind Atsushi Murasakibara. Listening to the dribbling sound behind me and swish. Goal. Atsushi Murasakibara turned to look at Aomine Daiki with an expression of disbelief. Not only him, but even the main players of the strong schools on the field looked at the figure in the black jersey with surprise. Aomine, is this? Entering the zone? Midorima Shintaro Jingya Dao. This is what Aomine really looks like, Akashi Seijiro Kai Shindo. Aomine's zone, no matter how many times you watch it, you never get tired of it. Yosen bench. Zone. When Misako Araki suddenly stood up, she accidentally bumped into Midoriosuke's arm which was holding the chicken roll. What the hell? Midoriosuke stared blankly at the piece of fried chicken on the ground that he had bitten halfway and knocked off, and spoke incoherently. Zone is a place where there is absolutely no unnecessary thought or emotion. The state of extreme concentration, completely absorbed in the competition, is the ultimate realm that only 1 in 10,000 people can enter. Tobi Shoda explained. What are you talking about? Midorioske Jingya Dao. Aomine entered the competition before, but was defeated by you. Ministry of Revenue said disdainfully. Advertisement. Alex, Misako Araki, substitute. Huh? Midorioske. Old dang, are you sick? I didn't ask you these questions. Wrong. Araki, you have to compensate me for the chicken roll. Araki Misako. I just knocked off a piece. Do you know what the chicken roll tastes like if one piece is missing? It's not a complete chicken roll if one piece is missing. Okay, I'll compensate you. Thank you, coach. Misako Araki felt so angry that her nipples hurt, both of them hurt. She just wanted to lie down now, after all. Women have days when they feel uncomfortable. On the court. As soon as Kensuke Fukui dribbled across half-court, Shoichi Amayoshi came up to defend him. There was no choice but to throw the ball quickly to Atsushi Murasakibara. A figure like Blue Lightning not only stole the ball but also rushed to Yosen's basket. Oh my god, this reaction speed is too fast, Taisuke Otsubo said in disbelief. This is no joke, he's a monster, Takao and Cheng also exclaimed. Aomine's 100% strength is still uncharted territory. The speed I feel physically is probably more than double what it was before. Midorima Shintaro just finished speaking. Aomine Daiki on the court instantly passed Kenichi Okamura and Lu Wei, and then scored a slam dunk. That's ridiculous. With 2 of them defending, they can't even react? Fukui Kensuke Jingya Dao. Beep, the first half is over. Then comes halftime, and the third quarter of the second half will begin in 10 minutes. The broadcast sounded and the score was fixed at 42-49. 2 is ahead. Overtaken, that's amazing. In just 2 minutes, that Aomine Daiki scored 13 points. As expected of the Age of Miracles, the outcome is unpredictable until the very last moment. At this time, although the players had left the field to rest in the locker room, the audience was still happily discussing it. Yosen Lounge. Mito, can you play in the third quarter? At this time, Tobi Shoda came over and asked Midorioske who was playing the video game. When everyone heard this, they turned around and looked over. Forget it. Look at Zamao, he still seems unwilling to admit defeat, just let him continue playing. Midorioske said without even looking up. Atsushi Murasakibara was stunned for a moment, thought for a while, and then spoke. Shueichin, you go ahead. I think what Qingzai wants most right now is to fight you. Advertisement Chapter 78 Serious Midorioske. But I just opened this. Midorioske said reluctantly, let me help you play. Atsushi Murasakibara put down the potato chips and said blankly. Can you do it? When have you ever beaten me? This isn't a competitive game, it's okay, I'm the best at playing Snake. Everyone. Let's go, get ready to play. Mito, do you want to warm up? After a while, Araki Misako asked. He doesn't need it, let's go and play. Hubu Jungtai continued. Midorioske. Just as the game was about to begin. Atsushi Murasakibara stopped playing the game and suddenly called out to Midorioske who was about to play. Shueichin, can you fight seriously later? After he finished speaking, everyone in Yosen stopped what they were doing and looked at Midorioske. Even the Tobi Shoda who was blowing tea. It's simple, it's just because they have never seen Mito play basketball seriously. Aren't you afraid that your bond will have psychological consequences? Midorioske was a little surprised and thought, is this the bond between anime? Really cruel. Shinzai won't do that, on the contrary, he will be happy. Atsushi Murasakibara finished speaking, then lowered his head and started playing Snake for Midorioske. Okay. Midorioske agreed, but as soon as he finished speaking, the way everyone looked at him changed. From curiosity to anticipation. Okay, since Mito is playing in the third quarter, your tactics need to change. Mito replaces Murasakibara. As for you, it's the same as before. Pass the ball to Mito. After finishing the arrangements, Tobi Shota looked towards 2 and sighed deeply. Ah. On the court. As a shrill whistle sounded, in the second half, the third quarter of the game also kicked off. But a scene appeared that made everyone in the venue drop their jaws. Wow. Yosen, number 1, finally gets to play. I think he's pretty average. He was a slacker in the previous 2 games. Dude, you only watched 2 shows, right? How do you know? Mei's sister, Mito, was on stage. Suddenly, there was a loud roar in the audience. This shocked too. How did that monster appear so quickly? Yuan Zect said with a gloomy face. How could it be? Satsuki Momoi was also a little surprised. Advertisement. You're finally on stage, Mito. A faint flash of lightning flashed in Aomine Daiki's eyes. What? Do you really want to lose? Midorioske stretched and said lazily. You're still the same. You too, never like to do laundry. Aomine Daiki looked at Midorioske, who was pinching his nose, and instantly got hard again, and he was talking about his fist. The game begins. Yosen has the ball. Fukui Kensuke received the ball and without even dribbling it, he passed it directly to Midorioske, who was preparing to go to half-court at his own basket. At this time, all eyes in the stadium turned to Yosen, number 1, who had just received the ball. Even Atsushi Murasakibara stopped playing his video game and looked over. Are you so blatant in your laziness now, Midorioske Joe Dao? I'm just afraid of being intercepted. Fukui Kensuke spread his hands and pointed at Aomine Daiki, who looked like he was ready to fight. Seriously? Midorioske murmured, and then in front of everyone's surprised gaze. He grabbed the ball with one hand and made a grenade-throwing gesture. Swish. I saw the basketball flying towards the basket at a normal speed. Boom. Before everyone could react, they heard the sound of the basketball hitting the backboard. When everyone saw this, they were about to complain whether this person was crazy. But, next second, a figure leapt high under the basket, caught the rebounding basketball with his hand, and then slammed the ball into the basket with all his might. Bang. Goal. Snap, snap. The basketball hoop suddenly began to shake violently. Oh my goodness. Is this really a human? Just now I thought Aomine was inhuman, but now I admit that I'm superficial. When did he get to the basket? Haha. In ancient times people raced against time, and nowadays people race against basketball. I said he must have drunk fake wine. Come on Yosen, fighting Mito. This slam dunk not only made the audience excited. Even the Yosen fan club made the loudest noise ever. At this moment, all the frustration of being overtaken in the first half was swept away. Yosen bench. Masako Araki, how many more surprises are you going to bring me? Alex. Monster. Substitute. La, first tone, la 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 la, second tone. La 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 la, third tone, la 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 la, fourth tone. Others who are familiar with Midorioske, Kai's Ryota, as expected, even the current little Aomine is still not as fast as him. Advertisement Midorima Shintaro. Maybe he's right. My fate is in my own hands. Satsuki Momoi, Adai. Kagami Taiga, Kuroko Tetsuya, Fuhaji Mito. Akashi Seijiro, Aomine, are you desperate? Tobi Shota, small scene, bullshit. Atsushi Murasakibara lowered his head and ordered to reopen. This goal was only for 2 points, but he broke the fragile hearts of the other 2 team members. Susa Yoshinori. This. Sakurai Ryo, what a terrifying speed. Wakamatsu Kosuke, monster. Amayoshi Shangi. I don't want to play anymore, I'm leaving. The game continues. 2-ball possession. This time, Wakamatsu Kosuke did not need to go through Amayoshi Shoichi and directly passed the ball to Aomine Daiki. Everyone. Kosuke Wakamatsu. I'm still a 17-year-old kid, how could I have any bad intentions? Aomine Daiki received the ball and quickly dribbled across half-court. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, Mito. Aomine said with excitement, showing her teeth. That's a coincidence. I promised Zamao that I would be serious for the next 10 minutes. Just as Midorioske finished speaking, a flash of green light appeared. In a blink of an eye, Aomine Daiki broke through him and came to the right for a layup. Is it over? Oh my god, he actually managed to get past Mito? Could it be that Mito isn't invincible? When other strong teams were surprised. A hand suddenly appeared. Just like that, he held the ball that was about to enter the basket. Taking advantage of someone when they're not prepared is not a good thing to do. Midorioske suddenly appeared in front of Aomine Daiki and said with a forced smile. What? How is that possible? Aomine Daiki's eyes suddenly widened and she thought to herself. Bang. 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 Bang bang bang. Midorioske landed and immediately launched a quick attack. When 2's people wanted to return to defend, it was already too late. Now, their basket is empty. Even though Aomine Daiki tried her best to catch up after landing, she could never catch up. Bang! Midorioske suddenly jumped on the ground at the free throw line. Bang! Wow, that's a two-handed windmill dunk. Ah! The light of Teiko, the light of Teiko, the light of Teiko. Come on Yosen, fighting Mito. Maybe deleted, after all this time, there are still many people who agree with having a female protagonist. Also, maybe I'm just used to it, I like to leave a lot of things foreshadowing, which leads many new readers to read a few chapters, give a bad review and run away. Sigh. But old readers, don't worry, I promised you the same thing, even if this book is really bad, I will finish it. Chapter 79. Thank you all for your warm support, Trojan. Oh my goodness, Shimo I. And Lu Na of Hongyue Lingshan, did you two give out scholarships, Lychee? Gentlemen, just give me some free gifts, don't even bother to live. As expected of him being called the strongest high school basketball player in soccer country by the media, what a shame. What do you regret? It's still slightly inferior to the Hua Linglong from our dragon country's Taiwan province. This goal once again caused an uproar in the audience. On the court. Is he handsome? After Midorioske landed, he turned around and looked at Aomine Daiki who had just caught up with him and asked. You? Aomine Daiki said with a frown, 2-ball possession. Aomine. After Amayoshi Shoichi withdrew his gaze from Midorioske's back, he looked at Aomine Daiki and said. He really wanted to say, let's cooperate like Cheng Lin. But he knew that the other party would never agree. Because, now Aomine Daiki's whole body is burning with a raging fighting spirit. After receiving the ball, Aomine Daiki didn't care whether his teammates could keep up with him or not, and rushed towards Yosen's basket in an instant. But as soon as he reached half-court, Midorioske came to defend him. How could it be? Satsuki Momoi said in disbelief. What's wrong? Haizaki turned around and asked. Aji. Actually took a defensive stance. Satsuki Momoi covered her mouth with her right hand and said in surprise. Harazawa Katsunori. Even Tobi Shota, who was sitting on the Yosen bench, was shocked by this scene. I saw him suddenly press his right hand with his left hand. The guy who wanted to raise his thumb thought, Mito actually makes this gesture? Because, Midorioske's previous defensive stances never involved opening his arms. And this time, it actually opened. But such a simple action made Aomine Daiki stop as if facing a great enemy. Feeling the terrifying oppression from the other party. For the first time, he felt that his body was frantically sending out danger signals. Aomine Daiki took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. The next second, a voice that shocked Aomine Daiki reached his ears. Do you remember how many times I intercepted the ball during the All-Daxia tournament? Advertisement this time, Aomine Daiki reacted, but it was just his head. Because, at this moment, Midorioske's profile with an evil smile appeared in his pupils. Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang! By the time Aomine Daiki had fully reacted, Midorioske had already dribbled the ball towards Tu's basket. Stop him! Tu's replacement yelled. Amayoshi Sho and the other 4 had already been guarding their own basket, looking at Midorioske who was running towards them with the ball as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Midorioske just rushed to the three-point line and then suddenly stopped. Then he raised his hands and jumped high. Even though Shoichi Amayoshi and Yoshinori Susa hurried forward to jump, they were still a step too late. Swish. Goal. 3 points. What happened just now? Why was the ball intercepted? You ask me? 1 against 5, as expected of the light of Teiko? That's amazing. Ever since Yosen's number 1 came on the court, 2 has been completely helpless. The light of Teiko, the light of Teiko, the light of Teiko. Come on Yosen, fighting Mito. There was a burst of cheers from the audience. How is this possible? On 2's bench, Harasawa Kid suddenly stood up with an expression of disbelief. Hateful. It's all the chairman's fault. Why didn't he invite Mito Ryota to the massage parlor? That's right, they were all in high schools in Tokyo at the time, so naturally their coaches all went to watch the All-Daxia League game. Pity. Every person sent was rejected by Teiko's chairman, who used the excuse that, my nephew has no interest in basketball and only wants to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Shutoku. Xiaojen, even Aomine with her zone activated can't stop that monster? Takao Kazunari asked. He's gotten stronger, or rather, he's always been that strong. It's just that when we were in junior high, we couldn't force him to reach his full potential. Midorima Shintaro, having just recovered from his shock, spoke. You mean he didn't take your Age of Miracles seriously? You must be kidding? Gao Waichung was extremely surprised, although I don't want to admit it, but this is the truth. Midorima Shintaro said, holding his pants tightly with both hands. On the court, 2-ball possession, advertisement. At this time, Aomine Daiki was already gasping for air. Because he had tried many times just now, but just couldn't break through Midoriosuke's defense. He didn't dare to take the risk of shooting, as experience told him that he would only be blocked by the opponent. There's nothing wrong with eating hot pot, but the problem is that guy doesn't slap the ball away, but always holds the ball tightly in his hands every time he throws it. After landing, he immediately started a quick attack without giving the opponent a chance to breathe. Could it be? Want to pass the ball? Aomine Daiki glanced at the idle team members, feeling extremely conflicted. Just this glimpse. That disgusting voice came again. Little Qingmao, you're still dazed when you're fighting me alone? How dare you? As expected, the ball in his hand. Oops, it's gone again. This time, Aomine Daiki didn't bother to chase after him. Instead, like the other players, he stared at the figure, jumping and dunking. Beep. The third quarter is over. The whistle sounded, bringing to relief, and the score was frozen at 93-49. Oh my god, this has already taken up half of the points? 51 points in a single quarter, how can we catch up? First there was Aomine with 2 minutes and 13 points, and then there was Mito with 10 minutes and 50 points. Two didn't score a single point in this quarter. Come on Yosen, fighting Mito. There was a heated discussion in the audience, bench. The 5 team members sat on the benches like zombies. Except for Aomine Daiki, who was exhausted and drinking water frantically to restore his strength. The other 4 people all had the same expression, dazed. Because, when Midorioske scored the third goal, their coach called a timeout. Then he arranged a tactic. After Aomine was intercepted or broken through, the other 4 players would rush to provide defensive support. Result. He always shoots from the 3-point line. Do we want them to mark the entire court? Let's not talk about whether Aomine Daiki would agree or not. Even if she agreed, would she have to guard that monster throughout the entire court? I'm afraid they will collapse in a few minutes. Don't forget, there is still 1 quarter left in their game. But for everyone, this news is a double-edged sword. The monster is dead. But Atsushi Murasakibara is coming up. There was no way they could catch up to 40 points against Atsushi Murasakibara. As for Aomine Daiki, it's questionable whether he can play in 2 minutes. As soon as they thought of this, a deep feeling of powerlessness enveloped the hearts of everyone in 3M Chapter 80. Only the weak need to stick together. Kaijo viewing area. 2's current situation is beyond our ability to resolve. Kai's Ryota sighed as he looked at Aomine Daiki, who was breathing heavily with a towel covering her head. Why do you say that? Isn't Mito going to be off the court for a while? Kobori Hiroshi asked after recovering from his shock. Don't forget, Yosen isn't just about Midorioske. There's also Murasakibara, who's been resting for a long time. Li Song Sheng Nankai Kodao, Yosen bench. Hey, Mizuki. Atsushi Murasakibara handed over the game console. Why is this all the points? Midorioske frowned as he looked at the game console. Well, what do you think of Qingzai now? Looking at Midorioske, who ordered a reopening, Atsushi Murasakibara asked. Him? He's too independent. He can beat you guys, but if he beats me, he'll be 100 years too early. Listening to Midorioske's words, the others also frowned. Yes, if Aomine Daiki hadn't passed the ball just now, even Mito wouldn't have been able to score so many points. You still have the nerve to say that about others, aren't you the same kid? Alex handed over the water bottle and scolded with a smile. Different, Midorioske took the water and thought seriously for a while before speaking. After he finished speaking, others came over. After taking a sip of water, Midorioske continued, only the weak need to stick together. Everyone. Aomine is weaker than Mito, yet she still chooses to fight Mito in singles. That's not courage, that's stupidity. Tobi Shoda walked over and said with a smile. Atsushi Murasakibara didn't say anything, but kept staring at Midorioske, who was playing the game console. 2 minutes later, 2 came off the bench. Ada. Ada. Yeah, Ada. After Satsuki Momoi shouted several times, Aomine Daiki finally came back to her senses from her dazed state. He raised his head slightly and looked at the other person. What? What are you doing, you big-headed ghost? The game has begun. Everyone's on stage, didn't you hear the instructions? Satsuki Momoi turned around to look at the players coming on the field, then looked at Aomine Daiki, who lowered her head again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Aomine Daiki stood up, pulled off the towel, and walked slowly toward the court. Ah-da. Satsuki Momoi thought to herself, then her little hands tightly grasped the pen in her hand and lowered her head. This game had already been decided, and if it continued, it would be a huge blow to the players. Satsuki Momoi and Harasawa Kodaku naturally knew this. Advertisement, they have no choice. If they only use substitutes now, the score will get bigger and bigger. Don't forget, there is an Atsushi Murasakibara across the street. If the score exceeds 100 points, the player's condition can hardly be restored. On the court, Atsushi Murasakibara walked straight up to Aomine Daiki. Are you here to declare victory? Aomine Daiki had no expression on her face at this moment, neither happy nor sad. I'm here to tell you that Shueichin said you're too weak, and the weak should stick together. If you blindly attack a strong opponent, you are a fool. Atsushi Murasakibara said, and before Aomine Daiki could react, he was already running towards his own basket. Aomine Daiki was stunned and didn't respond for a long time. After a while, the light in his eyes flashed for a moment, and then he looked at Atsushi Murasakibara's figure, smiled, and murmured, "You guy." The game begins. Aomine Daiki received the ball and smiled at Atsushi Murasakibara in front of her. Then, amidst the disbelief of everyone in the audience, the ball was passed to Sakurai Ryo. The game is over. Even in the last quarter, Aomine Daiki changed a lot and his teammates recovered. However, because Aomine Daiki was too exhausted in the third quarter, 2 was unable to overtake the score when the final whistle sounded. Final, the score also froze at 118 to 101. Shudoku. Xiaojian, what should we do if we encounter Yosen next? Do you have any good plans? Takao Kazunari asked. The other team members looked at Midorima Shintaro. Doing my best. When he said this, he suddenly thought of something. After a pause, he continued, go back and train well. As the game ended, not only the players but also the audience left the venue. Apart from Saren High School. At this moment, they were being shrouded in a dark cloud of depression above their heads. Our next opponent is that monster, Furuhata Mitsuki said with trembling lips. Can we win? Even someone as strong as 2 looks like a bunch of kids who just learned to play basketball in front of him. Shinji Kogane's face is now as pale as paper. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop. After a while, what's wrong with you guys? How can you back out before the fight even starts? Ida Riko stood up, turned around and looked at everyone. Even though she was unsure, she did not forget that she was the coach and the pillar of the team. Advertisement: if you are timid, there is no hope. Riko is right. We've come this far with great difficulty, how could we possibly give up so easily? Muji Teppei also spoke. Yeah, besides, that monster might not even finish the fight, as long as... Hinata Junpei wanted to comfort everyone, but he realized he had said the wrong thing halfway through and quickly shut his mouth. Your expression is a little stiff, Hinata. Anyway, we have to face it, so when the time comes, just play happily. Muji Teppei laughed. Having said that, but everyone knows that Yosen is too powerful now. Not only is there the monster Midorioske, but there is also the Age of Miracles center Atsushi Murasakibara. Moreover, Kagami Taiga's brother, Himuro Tatsuya, is not a good person either. In the fourth quarter, almost all the points came from him. Then we can only become stronger. At this time, Kuroko Tatsuya, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Yeah, Kuroko is right. Kagami Taiga also showed a firm look. Yosen Lounge. Coach, what are we having for dinner tonight? Yeah, I looked at the guide before, there's a good barbecue restaurant there. Barbecue again. It's so cold, what should we eat if not barbecue? Looking at the noisy teammates in front of her, Masako Araki held her forehead, speechless. But to her surprise, this time Atsushi Murasakibara didn't ask any further questions. Shueichin, can I talk to you about something tonight? Atsushi Murasakibara Zo Dao Midorioske Shenqian Wen Dao, 2 Lounge. That's it, our 3rd grade class is retiring. Thank you all for your continued support. Wakamatsu will be the new captain. I'll leave it to you from now on. Amayoshi Shangi stood with several 3rd-year players and spoke to the others. Hey wait, what? Wakamatsu Kosuke said with a surprised look. It's okay. It's more important to get used to it than to learn how to be a captain. Jin Jishong waved his hand. That's not what I meant. The atmosphere changed too quickly. Wakamatsu Takasuke said seriously. What are you talking about? We've already lost. If you have time to be sad, why not get back to practice? After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Amayoshi Shoichi. Sakurai Ryo was even more bitter. This is natural, as the seniors are already in their 3rd year. This is their last competition, how could we not feel anything at all? Chapter 81 Atsushi Murasakibara drinks for the first time. But if I were to get along with Aomine like you do, I wouldn't be able to do it. Wakamatsu Kosuke spoke. Hey, do you hate Aomine? Amayoshi Shangi asked with a smile. Hate? Wakamatsu Takasuke said honestly. Then who do you think is most suitable to be the ace of this team right now? Amayoshi Shangi continued to ask. After listening to this, Wakamatsu Kosuke thought for a moment and said, it's Aomine. As long as you understand this, it's fine. I never worry about it. Amayoshi Shang smiled and looked at Wakamatsu Kosuke. Speaking of which, where's that kid Aomine? He's gone. Momoe-san is looking for him outside, that stinky brat. Wakamatsu Takasuke cursed as a hash appeared on his forehead. Meanwhile, on the steps at the back entrance of the gymnasium, Aomine Daiki was lying there. Alas, am I really weak? He looked at the sun that was about to set in the sky and sighed. I found you. At this moment, a soft moan was heard. Ah? Aomine Daiki was startled when she heard Satsuki Momoe's voice, but she didn't plan to get up. Hate it, you're running around everywhere again. Okay. Go back to where we are. Satsuki Momoe ran up to Aomine Daiki, panting and complaining. Satsuki, are you free tomorrow? Aomine Daiki asked, changing the subject. Yes. Satsuki Momoe was stunned for a moment, then spoke. Can you go shopping with me? Yes, it's okay. Strange, why did you suddenly? Before Satsuki Momoe could finish her words, Aomine Daiki interrupted. I want to buy a new pair of sneakers. Then he sat up, stretched, and continued. It's been a long time since I practiced with my teammates. Hearing this, Satsuki Momoe's pupils widened, and her face was filled with disbelief. Finally, his expression turned into a smile. Okay, let's go together, Ada, but you have to treat me to a meal. Tonight, there is no moon or stars, Mito Villa. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Alex knew that the 2 had something to talk about, so he went upstairs to take a bath under the pretext of being very tired today. Tonight, Atsushi Murasakibara and Midorioske did not go with the Yosen group to the celebration banquet. Of course, Alex didn't go either. She originally thought Mito was going to go to the izakaya by himself again, but advertisement she regretted not joining the group to eat barbecue. At the dinner table, the only people left were Midorioske, who was drinking beer, and Atsushi Murasakibara, who was absent-mindedly looking at the juice glass in his hand. After a while, Shueichin, can I ask you a question? Atsushi Murasakibara finally asked. Ask, Midorioske said as he opened another bottle of beer. What if, next year we're no longer teammates, but rivals? Atsushi Murasakibara raised his head and looked at the other person seriously. This. Midorioske said this, then took a sip of wine before continuing, of course, I will defeat you. Ah, Mizuki-kun, you know? Atsushi Murasakibara asked in surprise. Of course. I was just smoking in the bushes next to you while you were talking. Midorioske curled the corners of his mouth, looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and smiled. But even if you guys get together, I'm afraid we won't be able to fight next year. Atsushi Murasakibara was about to speak when he was interrupted by Midorioske. Listen to what the other person says. Atsushi Murasakibara swallowed the words that came to his mouth. Then, their eyes met. Shueichin, what do you mean? After a while, Atsushi Murasakibara continued to ask. Originally I didn't want to tell you this so early, but since you're willing to tell me your worries today, I'll tell you this secret too. Midorioske laughed as he drank a whole bottle of beer in one gulp. Atsushi Murasakibara did not interrupt, but waited patiently. Next year I'm going to the United States to play in the NCAA as a foreign player. Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara's originally dazed expression turned into surprise. But, Shueichin, don't you dislike playing ball? But why? Before he could finish his question, Midorioske poured the newly opened beer into a new glass. He only poured a mouthful of it and handed it over. Try it. Shueichin, I don't drink. Atsushi Murasakibara refused. I didn't ask you to drink it, I just asked you to taste it. Atsushi Murasakibara. In the end, in response to Midorioske's words, if you don't drink, you are not a brother, Atsushi Murasakibara put the wine glass to his mouth and took a sip. Then, his brows furrowed and he stuck out his tongue. Shui dear, the wine doesn't taste good at all. So what does it taste like? Midorioske asked with a smile. It's very bitter. Atsushi Murasakibara savored it for a moment and smacked his lips twice. Can I ask you a question now? Midorioske asked with a smile when he saw this. Can. Advertisement. Atsushi Murasakibara nodded. Why do you drink just now even though you don't like drinking? It was you, Shueichin, who forced me to drink it. Yeah, I'm the same as you. Even though I don't like playing basketball, someone forces me to play. Midorioske finished speaking, sighed, stood up, and put a cigarette in his mouth. Shueichin, who forced you? Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara also stood up and said angrily. He. Midorioske chuckled, then walked to the window and lit a cigarette. Huh. It's life. After saying this, Atsushi Murasakibara felt a surge of irritation in his heart. The things that I had been sure of were shaken again. Both of them stopped talking, each with their own thoughts. Along with the two of them, Alex, who was hiding on the stairs and eavesdropping, was also speechless. The next night, instead of training, everyone in Yosen went to watch Shudoku's match. Certainly, Midorioske did not go. To everyone's surprise, Masako Araki did not go either. After the game, people were walking on the streets. At this time, on a certain street. Hello. Hey you, why did you suddenly come to me, Ajay? Aomine Daiki looked at Kuroko Tetsuya in front of her and said with resentment. I'll get straight to the point, Aomine, please teach me how to shoot. Kuroko Tetsuya said seriously. On the other side, Saren High Gymnasium. What? Kuroko went to Aomine to teach him how to shoot. Kuroko said that, as far as he knows, Aomine is the most powerful besides Mito. That's right. Mito is our next opponent after all, so it's better to keep this a secret. But is it really okay? Saren's teammates were all talking about it. Even if Aomine is really willing to teach Kuroko, it won't take a few days to learn, right? Hinata Junpei frowned. It's not just a few days, actually Kuroko has been practicing with my dad since the preliminaries. Because my dad said his biggest obstacle was shooting. Ida Riko spoke. Indeed, if your shooting ability remains poor, the disappearing dribble will eventually become unusable. Muji Teppei nodded. Why? Shinji Kogane asked. Chapter 82 The Strongest Duel. Kuroko relies on dribbling to break through the defense and pass the ball when the opponent's help defense is open. However, if the opponent does not come to help defend, he has to rely on himself to shoot. Muji Teppei said. Upon hearing this, Shinji Kogane suddenly understood. If opponents see that Kuroko's shooting percentage is so poor, they're going to leave him alone. Because overflow is our last trump card. Besides not being able to use it a second time against the same opponent, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced against teams that have already seen it. Although it's a bit late to practice now, but anyway. In future games, Kuroko's shooting percentage must be further improved. Ida Riko spoke. Meanwhile, Kuroko Tetsuya and Aomine Daiki were already practicing shooting on the basketball court. Kuroko Tetsuya looked serious, got into position, and then threw the ball. Clang. The basketball hit the rim and bounced out. How about it? Kuroko Tetsuya picked up the basketball and looked at Aomine Daiki calmly and asked. How would I know? Drag me out here to show you this awful shot. What else can I say? I haven't even promised to teach you how to shoot yet. Aomine Daiki transformed into an angry elf and yelled at Kuroko Tetsuya. Why? Kuroko Tetsuya Ming Ji Gu Wen Dao Ideographic period. You came to me the day after the game and asked me to teach you how to shoot. Are you crazy? Aomine huffed. Upon hearing this, Kuroko lowered her head with a look of grievance and stopped talking. Seeing this, Aomine Daiki couldn't bear it, so she sat down on the ground and muttered. I didn't sleep after the game, and when I got home, I ate and took a shower. Then I lay down on the bed, even though I was already extremely tired. But no matter how long I lay there, I just couldn't fall asleep. Whenever I close my eyes, the scene of my confrontation with Mito comes to mind. That feeling of powerlessness gripped my chest tightly. Aomine Daiki said this, then looked up at the moonless and starless sky and continued. So I was thinking about the time before I met Mito. When my previous opponents met me, did they have the same thoughts as I do now? Although I'm reluctant, it's because of Mito that I can remember when I first joined Teiko. The time I spent playing basketball with you guys. After Aomine finished speaking, Kuroko Tetsuya did not say anything, but stared at the other person, a trace of sympathy flashing in her heart. After talking like this, I feel much better. Suddenly I want to play basketball. Yeah? Looking at the dazed Kuroko Tetsuya, Aomine Daiki stood up and took off his coat. There's nothing I can do. It seems I have to accompany you. Aomine Daiki said proudly. Kuroko Tetsuya, huh? Advertisement? What I mean is, I'm going to teach you how to shoot. After saying that, he touched Kuroko Tetsuya's head as he passed by. At this moment, Kuroko Tetsuya remembered their past times and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Nothing. We used to practice like this a lot when we were in junior high. After Kuroko Tetsuya finished speaking, Aomine Daiki immediately said awkwardly, Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and shoot, there's no time left, right? At the same time, Midorioske and Alex appeared at the three-point line on another baseball field. Why did you bring me here? Midorioske asked with a frown. Of course I'm looking for you to play ball, idiot. Alex took the ball and jogged 2 steps before turning around. Then he threw the ball to Midorioske. As long as you can score a goal here, I will. Can. Before she could finish her words, Midorioske held the ball with one hand and flicked his wrist at the three-point line. Swish. Goal. What do you do? Midorioske stretched out his left hand, put 2 fingers on his bangs and shook them, and asked with a crooked mouth. Hey, I haven't even said start yet. Alex started to act like a scoundrel. Then tell me. Midorioske shrugged and smiled. Then I'll treat you ice cream. Alex stuttered a few times, then gritted his teeth and chose the smallest punishment. Tisk. Midorioske heard this and turned away, as if he had made some kind of decision. Hey, wait. From now on, I'll clean the house, but you come to defend me. Alex also made up his mind. Then, this doesn't count, you can only use one hand. No, you can't jump, or, are you giving me 1 foot? Midorioske. Finally, this singles match ended. No one knows who will be the final winner of this unprecedented battle. Advertisement. The night is getting deeper and deeper. Mito Villa. Alex was watching a TV series in his bathrobe. Midorioske was sitting on the side, drinking, after a while. Advertising time. Alliang, although you are quite strong now, you are undoubtedly still lacking something if you want to play in the NCAA. Alex said seriously. If you want to say some corny love talk, I'm not interested in listening to it. Midorioske sneered and said, This little girl never tells the truth. Alex. What kind of cheesy love talk? Midorioske. I'm afraid you'll say, I'm not good enough. You lack team spirit. If you go to America and still play like this, then you'll be sitting on the bench for a year. Alex said seriously that she had already thought of how to persuade this little brat. Really? That good? Midorioske suddenly turned his head and looked at the other person's green eyes excitedly. Alex. This plot is wrong. Did he get the wrong script? The day before the game, because Masako Araki informed everyone today. Even Midorioske was dragged by Alex to Yosen's dedicated basketball court. But they are not here for training today, but to watch a film. I got Saren's match video from the intelligence team. After saying that, she led everyone into the screening room. After a while, the movie was over. Araki Masako pressed the pause button and turned to look at everyone. Okamura, what do you think? This opponent is really good, quite courageous. Especially at critical moments, you can't tell that it is a team consisting only of first and second graders. They are a team that can compete with 2 for points and even tie the game, judging by their attacking power. It's on par with 2, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Kenichi Okamura said, pulling up his cracked chin. The others remained silent, each looking at the Saren team members on the screen with their own thoughts. Mito. Where are you going? Suddenly, Fukui Kensuke's voice was heard and everyone looked over. It's okay, just answer the phone, you guys continue. Midorioske pointed to his still vibrating phone and walked out of the screening room. Atsushi Murasakibara, who originally looked sleepy, narrowed his eyes and looked at the other person's back. Chapter 83 Mito Tactics. Meanwhile, on the baseball field. Swish. Goal. Kuroko Tetsuya was practicing shooting with Aomine Daiki at this time. 7 goals out of 10 is enough in actual combat. Aomine Daiki said lightly. Before Kuroko Tetsuya could say anything, Satsuki Momoi rushed over and said, "Azzy is so awesome." "It hurts, Momoi-san. If you're here to cause trouble, get back." Aomine Daiki gritted her teeth and looked at the two of them and said, "But how did you do it in such a short time?" Satsuki Momoi asked curiously. "Actually, it's not a big deal that Azzy's hit rate is so low. It may be a side effect of specialized passing, just eliminate that side effect. You will be able to return to the level of ordinary people immediately. If this can be combined with misdirection, it should become a very useful weapon." Aomine Daiki explains. "Aomine, thank you for teaching me how to shoot." Kuroko Tetsuya listened and bowed to the other party. Seeing Aomine Daiki shyly turning her face away, Satsuki Momoi also smiled. "Idiot, why are you saying thank you? I just can't bear to watch your pitch because it's so bad." Aomine Daiki scratched her head and said embarrassedly. Looking at the smiling Kuroko Tetsuya, Aomine suddenly turned serious and said earnestly, "Murasakibara is very strong. Even for me, it is very difficult to score from him. And if you want to win this game, you have to open up the score to more than 20 points before Mito comes on the court." Seeing Kuroko Tetsuya looking thoughtful, Aomine Daiki sighed, "Don't make that expression either. Maybe Mito won't play at that time, so Uge, Satsuki." Aomine Daiki said, then turned and left. Seeing this, Satsuki Momoi hurriedly followed. Wait for me, Ada." Watching the two people leave, Kuroko Tetsuya smiled and said, "Thank you." The next day, night, because the weather was too cold, there were not many people outside the gymnasium. But the venue was packed, just because, today is Yosen and Saren's basketball game. At the passage, the Saren team members were walking onto the field. "Everyone ready? It's time to go on stage." Wow, it's out, an amazing new star that continues to produce outstanding results in just its second year. Advertisement Saren High. There was thunderous applause in the audience. At the entrance to the passage, flashlights shone. After a while, "Here I come. The champion of this year's summer league is the strongest high school student in Sakura Country High School basketball. Yosen High. Ah, the light of Teiko, the light of Teiko, the light of Teiko. Yosen, 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 Yosen Yosen Kaoyu, Yosen Yosen fighting? Yosen bench. Saren, I watched tapes of a few of their games. How should I put it, this team is the type that becomes stronger when facing stronger opponents. If you meet two, it's a 50-50 chance. If he met Jonggang Nan, he would almost have failed. So you guys." Just as Tobishoda was standing in front of the team members, arranging tactics, Midorioske came over and interrupted, "Can I play the first game? I have to go out for something later." When everyone heard this, they thought to themselves, "Is this the phone call just now?" They didn't know when Mito's phone started ringing from time to time. Every time he answered the phone, he would frown. Tobishoda glanced at Atsushi Murasakibara and found that the other party did not speak. Then he looked at Midorioske, who had already sat back in the corner, and slowly spoke. "Okay, since Mito is going to play the first quarter, let's do it the same as before. If you are unable to effectively break through the opponent's defense, then just pass the ball to Mito and he'll take care of it. From now on, I will call this tactic the Mito tactic." Upon hearing this, Masako Araki's eyes lit up. This tactic is indeed impeccable. Because the opponent cannot replicate it. After all, this tactic has only one premise. That means you must have Midorioske in your team. "Coach, why don't you just pass it to Mito?" Kenichi Okamura asked. "Wasn't it transmitted directly before?" Because, in this match, Murasakibara didn't let Mito fight seriously. Instead of worrying that Mito will start slacking off again, it is better to let you play normally in the first quarter. "Lu Wei, you take a rest first." Hearing Tobishoda throw the pot at him, Atsushi Murasakibara looked up blankly. "Huh?" At this time, Masako Araki turned her head and saw Alex, who was in a bad mood. So he walked forward and jokingly asked, "What's wrong? Haven't decided which disciple to cheer for yet?" "No, I'm thinking about how to comfort the loser later." Alex forced a stiff smile. Saren bench. Advertisement. On this side, everyone's expression was extremely serious. Ida Riko arranged the tactics. This time, we encounter the most powerful enemy ever, Yosen High. Send out the 5 strongest players in the starting lineup and try to get the first goal. Finally, we must try to open up a 20-point gap before that monster comes on the court. When she finished speaking, the players said, "Okay. Kagami, Tetsuya, I've been looking forward to the results of your 2 special training sessions." Yi Yuajun smiled and looked at the two of them and said, "Kagami Taiga, of course. Kuroko Tetsuya, everything is ready. Yi Yuajun, I hope you can go on stage with the umbilical cord. Kagami Taiga, stop telling those crappy jokes, okay? Go ahead, Saren, come on." After the players formed a circle, they shouted to each other, "Oh." Beep. The game begins, both sides salute, on the court. Everyone in the venue exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, did I see that right? Teiko no Hikari actually played in the first quarter? The light of Teiko, the light of Teiko, the light of Teiko. Yosen Yosen Kaoyu, Yosen Yosen fighting." Hearing the audience's screams, the faces of the Saren team members instantly turned pale. How is it possible? That monster actually came on the court in the first quarter. Ida Riko also looked at the lazy figure in disbelief. Soon, start the jump ball. Atsushi Murasakibara and Teppei Kiyoshi stood facing each other. See you after the street basketball game this summer. I didn't forget this time. First, I'll start by crushing you, Muji Teppei. Atsushi Murasakibara said while looking at Muji Teppei. The latter became more and more frightened as he listened, but he still smiled and said, I'm glad that you still remember me. But if you can, give it a try, on the other side. Tatsuya, to be honest, I don't want to fight you. I hope it will always be like that time, but now, I won't care about such trivial matters anymore. If you stand in front of Saren, I will have to defeat you with all my strength. Kagami Taiga said seriously, I'm relieved to see that you can now compete without any worries. Taiga, I'm really worried that you'll be scared away by my monster. Himuro Tatsuya also looked at the other party seriously and said. Chapter 84, The Disappearing Dribble. Did the ball really disappear? Beep. As the whistle sounded, Atsushi Murasakibara and Teppei Kiyoshi jumped together. Without any suspense, Atsushi Murasakibara hooked the ball directly into the hands of Fukui Kensuke. Swish. Fukui Kensuke didn't hesitate and passed the ball to Midorioske. When Midorioske received the ball, the whole audience's attention was focused on him. Midorioske waved at Yosen's teammates. Seeing this, the Yosen players smiled helplessly and ran back to their own basket. Inclusive Atsushi Murasakibara. What, he's going to fight Saren solo? How is that possible? How is that impossible? Didn't you see that the other members of Yosen retreated to the inner line to defend? Do they trust this number one so much? You didn't watch Yosen vs 2 last time, did you? No, that's all right. Bang, 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 bang. I'm sorry, Brother Kun, I'm in a bad mood right now and I have to vent. Midorioske said, and then slowly dribbled towards Saren's basket. Kuroko Tetsuya was stunned when she heard this. What did you say? Kagami Taiga had already stopped in front of Midorioske and said in a slightly angry tone. Since you don't understand human language, let basketball tell you. Bang. The sound of a ball hitting the target was heard. What? Kagami Taiga's face was filled with shock. Because at this time, Midorioske had already broken through himself and was quickly attacking the basket. Stop him. The other 4 members of Saren rushed forward to defend. Midorioske dribbled quickly with his back to the ball, and when he passed 2 people, he jumped directly from the free throw line, holding the ball with one hand. Bang. Bang. The sound of a dunk rang out. Muji Teppei was knocked to the ground and looked at the figure hanging on the basket with one hand in disbelief. Wow, he dunked over that Kiyoshi Teppei right from the start. So cool, 1 vs 5, 1 vs 5, Yosen King, fighting Mito. The cheerleaders screamed collectively, seeming to drown out the cheers of the audience. Huh? Is it my imagination? The number of people in the Yosen cheerleading team seems to have increased again? How is that possible? Monster. Advertisement was this the monster two-faced before? An extremely oppressive atmosphere instantly enveloped everyone in Saren. In the audience. No wonder you, an old man, are willing to be an assistant teacher at Yosen. Ida Kagedora glanced at Midorioske on the court, then looked towards the Yosen bench and muttered. On the court. Saren has the ball. At this moment, Cheng Lin seemed to be stunned by the previous ball. He even forgot to serve, but it's not their fault. Midorioske's sudden appearance in the first quarter disrupted their plans. Their bombardment tactics also failed, because the other 4 teammates didn't move at all and kept guarding their own basket. Beep. Saren calls for a timeout. There was no other way. Ida Riko could only use one pause. Did you use up a timeout at the beginning? What are you doing, Saren? The game has just started? Yeah, it's like when I'm reading a novel and I'm enjoying it, and suddenly a shit yellow thing comes along. It's so annoying. Complaints from the audience followed. Saren bench. Because the opponent's ace came on in the first quarter and came on strong. Before Ida Riko could finish her words, Kuroko Tetsuya stepped forward and interrupted. Can you pass the ball to me later? We have to score a goal. Yosen bench. Alliam. After Alex handed the water bottle to Midorioske, his face looked a little lonely. I said, I won't let you go. Midorioske finished speaking and started drinking water. That's not what I meant. Alex struggled for a long time and finally could only sigh. So you want me to let you go? Midorioske asked, raising an eyebrow. No, if that's the case, Taiga and the others will feel even worse. Alex refused. That's all right, isn't it? Don't worry, they're not as fragile as you think. Midorioske raised the corner of his mouth and said. Hearing this, Alex seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Yeah. The game continues. Saren has the ball. Izuki-shun dribbled across half-court and passed the ball to Kuroko Tetsuya. Little Kuroko actually got the ball. Kai's Ryota was in disbelief when he saw this. You know, once he gets the ball, overflow is useless. Could it be that however, he seems to have forgotten that even if he can get past someone, he still needs a chance to shoot. Advertisement, Little Kuroko, don't forget that in Yosen's inner circle, there is also Little Murasakibara. Kai's Ryota continued. Kuroko Tetsuya did not panic when facing Fukui Kensuke, and her eyes were firm. Suddenly, he bent down slightly and disappeared from Fukui Kensuke's pupils in an instant. What? When Fukui Kensuke came to his senses, he had already been passed by the opponent. What was that just now? The disappearing dribble. I used it in my previous battle with two. Amazing. There were exclamations from the audience. After passing Fukui Kensuke, Kuroko Tetsuya did not let down her guard. Because, Midorioske has come to him. Bang, bang, bang. Kuroko Tetsuya's eyes were determined as she used the disappearing dribble, again, breaking through Midorioske in an instant. Great. Did you pass it? Ida Riko watched the situation on the field with some excitement. At this moment, Akashi Seijiro also stared at the situation on the field with wide eyes, thinking, why does this empty feeling seem so familiar? Kuroko Tetsuya broke through Midorioske, but did not relax at all because he was afraid that the other party could get in front of him again. Although he saw Atsushi Murasakibara 2 steps away from him, he was not afraid. He still had a trump card. A trick that even Atsushi Murasakibara can't cover his own hot pot. Can, when he wants to shoot. Huh, where's the ball? Does the disappearing dribble really make the ball disappear? Bang! In an instant, the sound of a basketball hitting the backboard was heard behind him. Then, Kuroko Tetsuya turned around quickly, his pupils showing. Midorioske was already rushing towards the rebounding basketball. Then at the free throw line, he jumped hard with both feet. Bang! The basketball bounced off the ground and landed squarely in the hands of Midorioske, who was jumping towards the basket. Bang! Bang! A loud dunk ignited the atmosphere on the court again. Ah! The light of Teiko! The light of Teiko! The light of Teiko! This is so fake, right? How did he do that? You ask me again? Love it. I want to join Yosen's cheerleading squad too. Brother, you are a man. It's okay. Wearing women's clothes is just a first-time thing and it happens countless times. Yosen. 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 Yosen Yosen King? Fighting Mito? Are all his dunks that difficult? Forget about it, I haven't even tried it. Kagami Taiga looked at the figure hanging on the basket hoop, frowned and muttered. Chapter 85 Monchtel. Okay. One more chapter for Master. Nanamoy. Woohoo. There really isn't a drop left. How is that possible? How did he steal the basketball? Ida Riko still had an expression of disbelief on her face. The other party hadn't closed his eyes either, and Kagami also appeared. No way. He doesn't take Kagami seriously. When she thought of this, she could only laugh at herself. What a monster. Coach, how did Mito do that? On this side, Lu Wei also asked. There is a kind of person in this world who is careless about everything, but once he does something, he will do it. Mito is such a person. This kind of person is mentally ill. No, he will not be affected by the outside world. For example, right now, he is on the court, and all he has eyes for is basketball. Apart from basketball, everything else is colorless in his eyes. Seeing Masako Araki lowering her head in thought, Toby Shota raised the corner of his mouth and explained for her. ... After a while, outside the passage. Ada, hurry up, hurry up. A pair of long legs ran by, and an extremely cute voice was heard. Hey, why do I have to come watch the game? Aomine Daiki sighed afterwards. He said he was going shopping, but then suddenly he said he was going to fly, skur. It's my fault. You should at least compensate me. Satsuki Momoi came to the viewing area and turned to Aomine Daiki angrily. Quote exclamation mark quote. Suddenly, the two of them exclaimed. Because. At this moment, the whistle for the end of the first quarter and the sound of a slam dunk sounded at the same time. The two looked at the figure who landed on the court after dunking, their eyes full of disbelief. 58-0. Satsuki Momoi's voice trembled. Oh, so it's Mito who's on the court. That score is normal then. Aomine Daiki looked at the figure with yellow and black hair on the field and said calmly. I lost 51 points in one quarter, and Siren lost 58 points. Sure enough, I am better. But then again, I hope Z didn't use the disappearing shot on Mito. Otherwise, I have confidence in the others, but when it comes to Mito. Wow, Siren didn't even score a single point. That Tico light is just as terrifying as the last one. That's an average of about 6 points a minute, and 1 against 5. That's terrifying. Is this math acceptable to you gentlemen? Advertisement. Yosen bench. This is bad, Siren has ruined his only remaining chance. Even if Alyong didn't play for the remaining 3 quarters, Taiga and his team would not be able to beat Chenye and his team. If they become withdrawn because of this, it would be more trouble than it's worth. Alex thought with a lonely expression. Coach, I'm leaving now. As soon as Midorioske came off the stage, he came up to Masako Araki and said. Will you be back later? Araki Masako said worriedly. Well, I'll try my best. Midorioske nodded and headed towards the passage. Shueichin, I have made up my mind. Atsushi Murasakibara murmured as he watched Midorioske leave. ... Outside the gymnasium, a Mercedes-Benz has stopped at the exit. Why do you have to follow me instead of playing the game properly? As soon as Midorioske got on the bus, Midoriota's voice came over. If you don't go with me, I'll be sold out by you and help you count the money. Midorioske sneered. How is that possible? I'm your uncle, haha. Mito Ryota laughed awkwardly, then said to the driver, drive. On the road. You really don't want to take a shower. Look at you, you stink. Mito Ryuta pinched his nose and said in disgust. Hey, Mito Ryosuke glanced at the other person and sneered. What's that look in your eyes? Are you afraid that I'll sneak over while you're showering? Am I that kind of person? Mito Ryuta immediately refused to do this and said angrily. Can. In response to him, Mito Ryosuke's sneer continued. Hey, by the way, you can speak beautiful Mandarin, right? A little bit. Soon, the two arrived at a room in a high-end hotel. As soon as he knocked on the door, Mito Ryosuke met a middle-aged foreigner. Mito Ryuta quickly stepped forward to hug him, and then spoke a string of beautiful Mandarin. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Mito Ryuta brought Mito Ryosuke in and sat on the sofa. Advertisement. Ryosuke, this is Monjitel, the basketball coach at Stanford University known as the Godfather. Mito Liang Taijia Xiaodao. Hello, Mito Ryosuke, what about you? Mito Ryosuke quickly spoke beautiful, fluent, Mandarin. Ha ha ha, my name is Monjitel, you can call me Munger. I heard from Kawamura that you are a good basketball player. Beautiful Mandarin. Mungtel laughed. Nazi to me ball. Mito Ryosuke raised the corner of his mouth and said. Mito Liang Tai, Men J Te Looking at the two people who were silent, Mito Ryosuke frowned and continued. Fine, thank you, and you. Very good, thank you. And you. Monjitel. Mito Ryuta. This guy doesn't speak beautiful Mandarin at all. From now on, just replace what foreigners say with beautiful Mandarin. I won't say it later. After all, I'm afraid you gentlemen won't understand, I beg your pardon. What the hell are you talking about? I'm asking if you're any good at basketball. Mito Ryuta slapped Mito Ryosuke on the back of the head, but unfortunately, the latter dodged it. If you don't know how to say it, don't talk nonsense. I can speak it, but I just don't understand it. Bullshit, you call that speaking? I guess you've already said all the beautiful Mandarin you've ever learned in your life, right? No, I still have a few words to say. Shut up. Monjitel. Why did the two of them start arguing? After a while, Monjitel. $@ $*. Mito Ryuta translated. What a pity, I have to go back tomorrow, I won't be able to watch your game, but I wish you a good result. Mito Ryosuke. Stop talking nonsense. How much do you pay me per year? Mito Ryuta translated. My nephew said he would definitely give it his all. Beautiful Mandarin. Monjitel. $% and an %**. Mito Ryuta translated. Coach Munger said he looks forward to seeing you in 6 months. Mito Ryosuke. Where's the money? Ask him how much he gave. Mungtel. 1 million, approximately 150 million yen. Mito Ryuta translated. Coach Munger said they will pay you $30,000 a year, about 4.5 million yen. Mito Ryosuke. Isn't that too little? Mito Ryuta. It's quite a lot. Add Kawamura's 10 million, and you'll have 14.5 million, about 750,000 Dragon Country dollars, right? Mito Ryosuke suddenly realized. Oh right. Ha ha ha, that would be great. Mito Ryuta translated. Coach Munger, he said he will never let you down. Chapter 86 Mito Ryosuke's Angel. There were no surprises in this game. Even though Mito no longer played, Siren and the others still lost the game. After all, the score gap in the first quarter was too big. Moreover, Yosun's side was basically resting in the first quarter due to their physical strength. Multiple factors determined the score of this game. 130-73. Although Ida Riko's slap tactic at the end, coupled with Kagami Taiga and Kuroko Tetsuya's protagonist Halo, the score is still 57 points behind. However, Siren's unwavering attitude has won them countless fans. On the road, a Mercedes-Benz was driving on the way to the gymnasium. Why are you going back? Mito Liang Tai Bu Mandao. I came out so quickly just now that I forgot to take my phone. Quote. The back door of the gymnasium. Alex and Kagami Taiga stood facing each other. What a shame, Taiga. Alex spoke up. Yeah, he's really good, but I'll surpass him. Kagami Taiga said firmly, then turned his back to Alex. Is it really possible for me to surpass him? Although he lost to Mito Ryosuke, he just beat Himuro Tatsuya. This is the Taiga I know. I feel relieved now. Alex smiled slightly. Alex, are you going back to Belleville? Kagami Taiga Wendao. Huh, there's a pretty girl. At this moment, a voice that made both of them uncomfortable was heard. They all turned around and saw a young man with dreadlocks walking towards them. Are you a foreigner? Or a mixed race? Can you understand what I'm saying? The dirty-mouthed boy looked at the frowning Alex and continued to tease him. Who are you? You speak pretty standardly. Do you want to leave your number? Let's go somewhere together sometime. The dirty-mouthed boy approached Alex step by step, then put his arms around his neck. Stop joking. Don't touch me. Alex shook off the other person's hand angrily. Who are you? At this time, Kagami Taiga put his hand on the other person's shoulder and asked. Hey, you're a member of Siren's team. I heard you guys just lost. Advertisement. What a pity, I came too late and didn't see your miserable defeat. Now look at him, he really looks like a lost dog. The dreadlocked boy turned to look at Kagami Taiga and said provocatively. After saying that, he took advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness and swung out with his right fist. Seeing the fist about to hit Kagami Taiga's face, Alex secretly said that something was wrong. I knew you didn't leave. You're here to comfort your apprentice. Oh, where's my phone? At this moment, a lazy voice was heard. Hearing this familiar voice, the pupils of the dirty boy began to tremble, and even the fist that was swinging towards Kagami Taiga stopped. Hey, who is this kid? Judging from his uniform, which school is he from? Midorioske asked as he stepped closer to the three of them. Alyong, this bad student just touched me inappropriately. When Alex saw the person coming, he felt safe and immediately started to complain. Yo, a bad student. Bro, where are you from? How dare you touch my people in Tokyo? Midorioske smiled excitedly upon hearing this. Then, he stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the boy's head with dreadlocks, and then turned his head around. You look familiar. Looking at the dirty boy's face which was distorted by fear, Midorioske was stunned for a moment. You recognized the wrong person. After the dirty-mouthed boy finished speaking, he immediately tried to shake off the other person's hand and escape. How could he possibly shake off Midorioske's hand? That voice sounds familiar. Midorioske murmured in surprise, and then his face suddenly darkened. What? After teasing me, you want to leave like this? Sorry. The dirty debating boy looked at the other party's devil expression, was so scared that he closed his eyes and shouted. He wanted to bow, but his head was still grabbed by the other person's 5 fingers and he couldn't move at all. What's your name? I didn't scream. What's your name? I asked. Hearing this, the dirty-mouthed boy seemed to recall the fear of being dominated, and quickly said loudly, my name is Aomine Daiki. 3 people. Bang. You take me for an idiot, don't you? Sure enough, it was still such a powerful slap. The boy with dreadlocks who was knocked to the ground by a slap raised his head and saw the other person's face clearly, which had appeared in his nightmares for 2 months. Besides, he was wearing a Yosen jersey. Etc. Yosen. This demon joined the basketball team. Why didn't I come to watch the game first today? Advertisement. The boy with dreadlocks was extremely regretful at this moment. What did you say your name was? Midorioske looked at the boy with dreadlocks who had a dead look on his face, then squatted down, grabbed his head again and shook it violently a few times, and asked. Seeing this, Alex and Kagami Taiga were stunned. Is this still the arrogant bad student from before? Why do I feel like I've seen a ghost when I see Mito? They are not Sister Lee. Who am I calling? The dirty boy looked at Midorioske with a creepy smile, swallowed his saliva and asked. Bang. Midorioske slapped the other man again and continued to ask with a smile. You ask me. Brother, I'll give you money. The dirty-mouthed young man covered his swollen face on both sides and choked up. Oh, then why didn't you say it earlier? Upon hearing this, Midorioske quickly held up the other person's elbow that was covering his face and helped him up, saying as if he had hit the wrong person. Look at you, this is a misunderstanding, isn't it? Midorioske said with a smile, but the smile disappeared in an instant. How much? Pity. Before the dirty boy could speak, 2 voices that made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar rang out. Alex, Taiga, Mizukin, why are you guys with Haizaki? Himuro Tatsuya and Atsushi Murasakibara also came over at this time. No. What? You said his name is Haizaki. Midorioske Jing Yadao. Haizaki Shogo. Done. At this moment, Haizaki Shogo's heart finally died. Yeah, his name is Haizaki Shogo. Even though he's changed his hairstyle, I'll never mistake him. Atsushi Murasakibara said seriously while eating a delicious stick, then seemed to remember something and continued. Mizoon, the coach asked us to go eat barbecue with you. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, everyone was suddenly startled by Midorioske who burst into laughter. It's okay. Just wait a minute. I'm going to talk about life with my angel. No, Haizaki. After Midorioske finished speaking, he grabbed Haizaki Shogo, who looked determined to die, and disappeared into the night amid the questioning gazes of the crowd. On this side, Himuro Tatsuya and Kagami Taiga went to have a private chat. The deserted sports back door was left with only a dazed Alex and Atsushi Murasakibara eating snacks. 20 minutes later, a few people saw Midorioske running towards them, jumping and skipping with a stack of banknotes in his hand. A barbecue restaurant. Why are you guys so late? Any later and you won't have anything to eat. Come and sit down. When Midorioske and others entered, everyone in Yosen was already waiting. Chapter 87 I want to play ball with you. After a while, the dishes were full of flavors. Ha 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 ha. Cheers to celebrating our advancement to the semifinals. Kenichi Okamura suddenly stood up with a glass of ice cola and raised his glass to everyone. Are you so happy so early? But speaking of which, our next opponent is Kaijo or Fukuda. Lu Wei also raised his glass and asked. No matter who he is, we will be the winner in the end. Fukui Kensuke also raised his glass and said. Deputy Captain, you're starting to drift. Kenichi Okamura teased. But I do feel a lot of emotion in my heart. This last year, it was really great. Masako Araki and Shota Tobi just smiled and watched the group of making trouble, without interrupting. The night is getting deeper and deeper. Murasakibara's house entrance door. Shueichin, I've made up my mind. I want to go to the beautiful country to play basketball with you. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly stopped and looked at Midorioske seriously. Midorioske shook his head. No. Why? Because you are only in high school now, and he is playing in the college league in the United States. Alex explained. But Mizuchika is also a high school student. You're competing with him. Alex pointed at Midorioske and sighed. Murasakibara, although what I'm about to say is cruel, I still have to say it. With your current strength, you can't even beat some of the stronger street basketball teams in the United States, let alone play in the NCAA. Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara lowered his head and used his remaining little wisdom to think carefully. After thinking for a while, he murmured, but I want to continue playing with Shueichin. Purple hair, don't listen to her. You are very strong now, but it is not enough. If you really want to be my partner. Next year, no matter whether it's the Summer League or the Winter Cup, you have to bring me a championship trophy for Yosen. When the time comes, I will be your partner and teammate forever. Midorioske stretched out his hands, slapped Atsushi Murasakibara on the shoulders, raised his head and said. Shueichin, I understand now that you put it that way. Atsushi Murasakibara's originally cloudy eyes suddenly became clear, and he suddenly realized. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back. You have to practice tomorrow. Midorioske's tail. Okay, be careful on the road then. Atsushi Murasakibara said this and walked back home. On the way, Midorioske and Alex walked side by side on the way back to the villa. Next time you encounter something like this, give out my number. Hearing this, Alex was stunned, then nodded. If Murasakibara really wins the championship trophy next year, will you agree to it? But after all. She glanced at Midorioske beside her, her face slightly reddened, and then changed the subject. Don't worry, if he can really do it, I'll take him to have some fun in the beautiful country, so what's the harm? Advertisement. Midorioske looked at the stars in the sky and smiled. Looking at the boy in front of him, Alex smiled. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and quickly asked, by the way, do you know how to speak beautiful Mandarin? It's packaged. That'll do. The next day. Today is the Kaijo vs. Fukuda comprehensive match. But for some reason, Haizaki Shogo was not only absent-minded during the game, but also made frequent mistakes. As a result, they lost to Kaijo High. This caused the audience, who were originally expecting a good show, to complain. Certainly, Midorioske didn't know this. He is currently enjoying his leisure time. Singing and dancing in your own izakaya. On the other side, Tiko's office. $1 million. How is that possible? Kawamura Ryuiki's surprised voice came from his phone. How is that impossible? Do you think I hired a professional photographer for free? Mito Ryota lit up a newly bought cigar and smiled. So, he's willing to pay $1 million. Kawamura Ryuiki isn't trustworthy. Of course not. What Munger said at the time was that if he really behaved like in the video, he would give him $1 million. Anyway, when we get to the United States, he will arrange a practice match for Ryosuke to see his ability. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble and not giving away that much in the end? Mito Ryuta explained. What are you afraid of? No matter how much I give him, it's more than $30,000, right? Besides, I'm afraid he'll be extravagant and turn bad with the money. I'm saving it for him, and I'll save it for when he gets married. Kawamura Ryuiki. That's right too. Aren't you afraid that he'll come after you once he learns English? Don't worry, he can't. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute, I need to call Alex right now. After hanging up the phone, Mito Ryota didn't continue to make calls, but took out a photo from the drawer. After a while, then he called Masako Araki. Soon, the top 4 teams of the Winter Cup were announced. Kaijo, Yosen, Rakuzen, Shutoku. The first match of the semifinals is Rakuzen vs Shutoku. Rakuzen High. In a room full of equipment. Mibuchi Reo and others are doing their daily training. At this time, Reo Mibuchi's phone rang. Kotaro Hayama and Eikichi Netakiya also came over. It's Akashi calling. Mibuchi Ryo made a gesture to keep quiet and pressed the answer button. Advertisement. Hey, Xiaojung, why didn't you come today? Before he could finish his words, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. After a while, what did Akashi say? Kotaro Hayama asked, looking at the dazed Reo Mibuchi. Xiaojung, he won't play in the next game. On the other side, Akashi's house. Akashi Seijuro sat alone at a shogi table. Mito, next time, you will see my true strength. After muttering this, Akashi Seijuro picked up a chess piece and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The next second, the chess piece in his hand fell onto the chessboard, replacing the opposing king. Akashi Seijuro looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, then glanced at the phone next to him and smiled intriguingly. I hope you all like my gift. Today is the first game of the Winter Cup semifinals. Shutoko High vs Rakuzen High. There are many strong schools coming to watch today, including Kaijo, Siren, Yosen, etc. After a while, the Shutoku High team members entered first. Look, It's Shudoku. Come on, Shudoku, 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 Shudoku. The audience began to cheer and shout for them. Kazuma Nakatani took the lead and walked in front. Taisuke Utsubo followed behind him with a serious expression. Midorima Shintaro followed suit, holding a pair of white slippers. Xiao Zhen, your lucky charm today is really unique. The person following him was naturally Takao Kazunari. Shut up. After Shudoku came in, he put his things away and started warming up on the court. Rakuzan's coming. Who will win today? You ask me. Rakuzan, Rakuzan, Rakuzan. As cheers rang out. Shirogane Eiji slowly entered with the Rakuzan group. Mibuchi Ryo, Hayama Kotaro, and Nedekiya Nagakichi followed closely behind. Midorima Shintaro, who was warming up, saw the Rakuzan team and raised his glasses slightly, looking in the direction of Rakuzan. Akashi, just let us be nice. Huh, Xiao Zhen, it seems that Akashi hasn't come. Takao Kazunari said as he looked at Midorima Shintaro, whose expression changed from full of anticipation to frozen in an instant. Where's Akashi? Why isn't he here? Are you asking me? Then this game will be meaningless. There were also complaints from the audience. Chapter 88 Perfect Imitation Kai's Ryota. After the warm-up, the game was ready to begin. Yosen viewing area. I thought it was going to be an exciting match, but now that Akashi isn't here, the outcome of this match is obvious. Masako Araki, who was sitting in the middle, said lightly. I don't understand why he didn't participate. Is he afraid of meeting us in the finals? Passerby asked from the substitute. Hey, we haven't even fought Kaijo yet, why are you jumping to conclusions so quickly? Fukui Kensuke knocked his head and said dissatisfiedly. Fukui, I'm sorry. Adin, do you know why Akashi didn't come? Himuro Tatsuya turned his head and asked gently. I don't know either. Shao Kai never told me. Atsushi Murasakibara finished speaking, then quickly threw the potato chips into his mouth one by one and started chewing. Since Akashi Seijuro didn't play, there was no suspense in this match. Shutoku Hai Jinji. Next, it's the showdown between Yosen Hai and Kaijo Hai. Yosen's exclusive lounge. Lu Wei saw Midorioske sitting listlessly on the stool and asked. Mito, what's wrong with you? A little uncomfortable. As soon as the words fell, everyone immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. Mito, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want to go to the hospital? Which hospital? Call an ambulance. Seeing his teammates so nervous, Midorioske felt a little flustered. What's wrong with you? No need to call an ambulance. Because, men, there are always a few days every month when they feel uncomfortable. Seeing that Fukui Kensuke really went to get his phone, Midorioske quickly spoke. Mito, go to hell. Yosen bench. Players from both teams have already warmed up. Mito, do you want to go to first period? Tobi Shota withdrew his gaze from the warm-up players and looked at Midorioske who was slumped on the bench and asked. I can do either, but I don't feel very energetic today and don't really want to move, so I'll just play center. Midorioske stretched and said. Masako Araki, Alex. Hubu Jungtai. Okay, I'll arrange it later. On the court. Both teams were warming up in an orderly manner. At this time. Suddenly, a ball crashed in Kaijo's direction. Advertisement. Yosen and the others looked over curiously. Kai's Ryota suddenly dribbled the ball and then jumped from the free throw line. Finally, he took the ball with both hands, drew a big circle, and then slammed the basketball into the basket with force. Bang. Goal. Could this be two-handed windmill dunk? Yosen and the others were shocked. Wow, wasn't that move Kai's just used Tiko no Hikari's signature move? Tisk, Mito has so many signature moves, if he's capable, just let that kid imitate them all. Go away, you brain-dead fan. It looks like this will be an exciting game, but I wonder which quarter Midorioske will play. I'm looking forward to it, too. The audience was also surprised. That's really reckless. You're making such a big fuss, what if that monster gets angry? After saying this with some surprise, Kasumatsu Yukio smiled again. Yosen's teammates all stared at Kai's Ryota in a daze. With this jumping power, he can jump as high as Mito. No, his circle isn't as big as the one Mito drew. Himuro Tatsuya laughs. Shizi is right. Atsushi Murasakibara narrowed his eyes and looked at Kai's Ryota. It seems you are very dissatisfied. Himuro Tatsuya smiled helplessly and looked at Atsushi Murasakibara. HMPH. Atsushi Murasakibara turned his face away and snorted. Then, they all turned their gazes towards their own bench. I only saw. Masako Araki was discussing something with Alex. Tobi Shota had his eyes closed, blowing the tea in his thermos cup gracefully. As for Midorioske, he occupied several seats by himself and was lying down with a towel covering his eyes and taking a nap. Dun, do you want to return the favor on Mito's behalf? Himuro Tatsuya saw this scene and held his forehead. I don't want to. It's boring. Atsushi Murasakibara refused. At this time, a piece of music was also played in the venue. It's about to begin. The Blue Elite versus the new King Yosen. As the music started, teammates from both schools took their positions. So next up, the match between Kaijo Hai and Yosen Hai. Officially begin. Both sides salute. Quote, please give me your guidance. After bowing, Hiroshi Kobori and Atsushi Murasakibara stood in position for the jump ball. As the referee threw the ball up, the two jumped up together. As expected, Atsushi Murasakibara hooked the ball into the hands of Fukui Kensuke the next moment. Advertisement. The latter immediately launched an attack, while the Kaijo players quickly returned to defense. As Fukui Kensuke dribbled the ball, he recalled what Tobi Shota had said. The tactics this time are simple, ace versus ace. When he reached the three-point line, Kensuke Fukui glanced at the entire court, flicked his right hand, and passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara, who had already reached the basket. As soon as Atsushi Murasakibara got the ball, he started to exert force, constantly hitting Kobori Hiroshi with his body. Snap, snap. The sound of bodies colliding was heard, and after suffering several consecutive collisions, Kobori Hiroshi finally couldn't bear it and took 2 steps back. After Atsushi Murasakibara pushed his opponent away, he exerted force with his legs, turned around and jumped. Don't even think it's that easy to score a goal. Kobori Hiroshi endured the pain, gritted his teeth, rushed forward and jumped, then raised his hands to block it. Can. Bang. Goal. Boom. Kobori Hiroshi was knocked to the ground. But the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of Yosun and Kai's Ryota, Atsushi Murasakibara took a step forward, stood in front of Kobori Hiroshi, and extended his hand. Excuse me. Question mark question mark question mark. Not only everyone was confused, but also Kobori Hiroshi, who was pulled up in an instant. Ball possession changes. As soon as Kobori Hiroshi got the ball, he saw Kai's Ryota reaching for the ball. Then, he could only pass the ball to the opponent. Kai's Ryota received the ball and immediately put his hands together and made a shooting gesture. What does he want to do? This location, is it possible? When everyone in Yosun saw this scene, their hearts trembled. Even Atsushi Murasakibara under the basket looked at the opponent in surprise. Hey, what does he want to do? He's going to shoot under his own basket. Have you given up on yourself? Starting to give up the ball. The audience was surprised. Xiao Zhen, this move. Takao Kazunari looked at Kai's Ryota, who was making a shooting gesture on the court, and spoke in surprise. Perfect imitation. Midorima Shintaro rolled his eyes and said expressionlessly. On the court. At this time, Kai's Ryota had already jumped up. In the air, he exerted force with his left hand and the basketball shot into the air like a cannonball. Then, in the eyes of everyone in disbelief. Swish. Goal. Oh my god, isn't this Midorima Shintaro's three-pointer? As expected of Kai's, so amazing. Kaijo. Chapter 89 Continuous Scoring. A three-pointer made the audience excited. This adds another layer of mystery to the outcome of the game. I see, he wants to widen the gap. Hubu Shota took a sip of tea and said lightly. But doesn't his perfect imitation have a time limit? Masako Araki asked. If it were in the past, she would indeed be a little panicked. Your suitor wants to push the score to a point where even if Mito plays, it won't be recoverable. Tobi Shota looked at Takeuchi Genta and smiled. Do you want to die too? Hearing this, Araki Masako asked calmly. Her tone was as cold as ice and her murderous intent was as sharp as a knife. No, I just happened to overhear those kids chatting. Ha ha. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Hubu Shota's forehead, and he quickly shifted the blame. Team Yosun. On the court. Yosun has the ball. After Kensuke Fukui crossed half court, he took a look around and then passed the ball to Tatsuya Himuro. Facing Yutaka Moriyama's defense, Himuro Tatsuya did not slow down. After dribbling the ball between his legs twice, he suddenly faked a left and right move and broke through his opponent in one smooth move. Just as Himuro Tatsuya jumped up to shoot. Bang. Huang Lai Ryota had jumped high at some point and slapped away the basketball that was thrown. This move is from done. Himuro Tatsuya looked in disbelief at Ryota, who landed at the same time as him. After Kasamatsu Yukio received the ball, he quickly passed it back to Kai's Ryota. Kai's Ryota received the ball, raised the basketball and wanted to shoot. Don't even think about succeeding. Kenichi Okamura immediately rushed forward, stretched out his hand and jumped up. Seeing this, Kai's Ryota immediately took the ball back, changed hands with a flick, and broke through Kenichi Okamura from the left. He dribbled the ball quickly towards Yosun's basket. Fake move. And this move is the same speed change dribble as that of Aomine Daiki. Okamura Kenichi said in shock. Midorima's shooting ability, coupled with Aomine's speed. Each of these moves is powerful enough, yet he can combine them together. Lu Wei thought to himself as he chased after Kai's Ryota. Tread. As Kai's Ryota stepped into the opponent's three-point line, a huge figure appeared in front of him. Murasakibara, stop him. Fukui Kensuke shouted from behind. It's useless. No one can stop me now. After Kai's Ryota finished speaking, he instantly came in front of Atsushi Murasakibara and dribbled the ball between his legs at high speed. Bang. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Atsushi Murasakibara was actually knocked down. Ankle buster. Advertisement. It's Akashi's trick. Yosun and the others were completely surprised. After shaking off Atsushi Murasakibara, Kai's Ryota took a step back and quickly jumped up to shoot. Swish. Goal. 3 points. The score is 6-2. Kai's, good pitch. Kai's, good pitch. Kai's, good pitch. Kaijo's substitute yelled from the bench. I'm going to crush you. Atsushi Murasakibara stood up, narrowed his eyes, and glared at Kai's Ryota's back and said fiercely. He uses different elements to make up for the missing parts of each move and then reproduces them. Strictly speaking, they are not exactly the same. However, to call him a fake would be going too far. Perfect imitation is truly unmatched. Alex muttered. He has a knack, but he's woken the beast. Masako Araki said as she looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, who exuded a beastly aura. Done, can you give him to me first? At this moment, Himuro Tatsuya came to Atsushi Murasakibara and said with a serious expression. Looking at the unyielding fighting spirit in the other's eyes, Atsushi Murasakibara nodded. Ball possession changes. After Fukui Kensuke crossed half-court, he tried to break through several times, but found that he could not get rid of Kasumatsu Yukio. With one jump, he passed the ball to Himuro Tatsuya. Himuro Tatsuya suddenly sped up, catching Moriyama Yutaka off guard. After breaking through Yutaka Moriyama, Himuro Tatsuya quickly rushed into the inside and then jumped to shoot. At this time, Kai's Ryota suddenly appeared from the right and slammed his hand towards the basketball. This scene made everyone hold their breath. Can Himuro Tatsuya smiled. Even Atsushi can't defend this ball. What? Kai's Ryota was surprised. Swish. Goal. What was that just now? The ball went through your palm. Are you new here? This is Yosen no 12s. Kagero shoot. Come on, Yosen. Some new viewers were surprised by Himuro Tatsuya's shooting. Takeuchi-kun, are you confused? We don't just have Atsushi Murasakibara, we also have a scorer who's as good as the Age of Miracles. Tobi Shota looked towards Kaijo and smiled. Kaijo bench. Damn it, giving Yosen a king bomb wasn't enough, he also came up with 4 deuces and 4 aces with a straight. How can we play this? Advertisement. Takeuchi Gentis-kun Maudochi Wanla. How could anyone win the jackpot 3 times in a row? Isn't that pure cheating? Yosen bench. Mito, are you awake? Passerby asked when he saw Midorioske sitting up. Midorioske finished speaking and picked up the water bottle. Why don't you get some more sleep? Alex turned around and asked. She knew that the kid drank until very late last night. I have to pee, I'm going to the bathroom. Midorioske looked like he hadn't gotten enough sleep, and walked towards the passage with his eyes narrowed. He's in this state. When he goes to the beautiful country, please bear with him. Masako Araki said, holding her forehead. Well, I'll stay with him. Alex said with a smile. Yo, it's another match. Perfect imitation shoots against your Kagero. Who will win? Tobi Shota smiled and said. Of course it's mine. Looking at the confident Alex, Tobi Shota smiled but said nothing. On the court, when Himuro Tatsuya jumped up again. Kai's Ryota had already rushed over. Your trick is no longer effective. The next moment, bang, in the eyes of everyone's disbelief. The basketball shot thrown by Himuro Tatsuya was blocked by Kai's Ryota. How is this possible? Alex was the first to disbelieve it. Nothing is impossible. Don't forget that boy's perfect imitation. Tobu Shota smiled slightly. He first used Emperor Eye to predict which of Himuro's shots were real, and then used Murasakibara's hot pot to block the tracks. Araki Masako explained. Yes, that red-haired brat. Alex suddenly realized. Wow, that's amazing. Kai's, good block. There were exclamations and cheers from the substitutes in the audience. After receiving the ball, Mitsuha Hayakawa passed it back to Kai's Ryota. After receiving the ball, Kai's Ryota adjusted his breathing, then assumed a shooting stance and leapt high. At this point, it was too late to defend. Everyone could only watch as Kai's Ryota threw the basketball. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Chapter 90 Irregular shooting. Another full court 3-pointer. No, even if perfect imitation has a time limit, only 2 minutes have passed. That means there are still 3 minutes left. Everyone in Yosen gasped and looked at Kai's Ryota in their hearts. Oh, I'm so tired. I'd better take a rest first. Kai's Ryota said with a raised corner of his mouth. What? Himuro Tatsuya asked with narrowed eyes. It's too hard to imitate. The Age of Miracles, and besides, I can't beat you guys right from the start, right? We have to save some energy to deal with your monster, but fortunately the initiative is now ours. Kai's Ryota said calmly as he looked at the Yosen crowd. Oh my, he tricked me. However, Xiao Wangzai's perfect imitation is indeed amazing. But, it's only a 5-minute limit, so it doesn't matter whether I use it early or late, right? Atsushi Murasakibara, who was under the basket, looked at Kai's Ryota and spoke. No, done, the current situation is not as simple as you said. The game still had a so-called situation, and his surprise attack was successful. This really boosted the confidence of their players, and I don't want to leave everything to Mito. Himuro Tatsuya came to Atsushi Murasakibara and said. Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara's pupils shrank, and Mito's words echoed in his mind again and again. Rely on yourself and win the championship. Rely on yourself and win the championship. At this time, everyone in Kaijo also saw the tremendous fighting spirit emanating from Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya. What's going on with the two of them? Hayakawa Mitsuhiro throat mouth waterway. I'll give you this section, and in the next section, I'll crush the little yellow boy. Atsushi Murasakibara said this and ran towards the opponent's basket. Himuro Tatsuya looked at Atsushi Murasakibara's back and murmured, "This section is enough." Yosen has the ball. After a while, Himuro Tatsu controlled the basketball and came in front of Huanglai Ryota. Himuro Tatsuya narrowed his eyes and quickly hit the ball from his right hand to his left hand. Seeing this, Huanglai Ryota quickly took a step to the right and blocked the way. Himuro Tatsuya had a blank expression on his face. After the ball changed hands again, he stepped forward with his right foot and hit the ball towards his crotch. In an instant, the basketball jumped over 2 strides. Huanglai Ryota was startled, and just when he reacted, Himuro Tatsuya had already bypassed him and caught the bouncing basketball. Then a quick layup. At this moment, Kai's Ryota had quickly caught up and jumped up as well. What? I just passed him and he caught up with me. As expected of Kai's, there were exclamations from the audience again. Advertisement. Himuro Tatsuya frowned, then took the ball with both hands, stopped the layup, and passed the ball directly to Okamura Kenichi. Kenichi Okamura received the ball and dunked it directly. Bang. Goal. Did I slam dunk? Ha ha ha. After Kenichi Okamura landed, he looked at the Yosen cheerleading team with anticipation. Then, that's all. Ball possession changes. After getting the ball, Yukio Kasumatsu quickly broke through Kensuke Fukui. Just as I was about to step inside, I saw Atsushi Murasakibara. There was no choice but to pass the ball to Yutaka Moriyama. Kasumatsu, great pass. After getting the ball, Yutaka Moriyama shouted, then held the basketball in both hands and threw it out like he was picking up a dog and throwing it into the river. The basketball drew a high arc and fell into the basket in an instant. Swish. Goal. Good shot, Moriyama senpai. Hayakawa Mitsuhiro Huan Hudao. Wow, how the hell did he make that shot with that stance? Wow, it's out. Yutaka Moriyama's special move, the fate shot. What's this fate ceremony? Can you please stop naming things randomly? So what do you call this move? I don't know, but I know Moriyama practiced this shooting form using his best shooting method. I've also heard that this unique shot, which is difficult to defend, is his secret weapon. I've heard of it too. It's called something like irregular shooting. I still think the fate shot that guy just mentioned sounds better. There were not only cheers from the audience, but also questions and answers. On the other side, when Midorioske came out after washing his hands, he ran into Taisuke Utsubo who was about to go to the toilet. You are Midorioske from Yosen. Taisuke Utsubo looked at Midorioske in surprise. Who are you? From Shudoku. What's going on? Midorioske raised his head, looked at the other person's school uniform and said calmly. Oh, nothing. It's okay. Why are you shouting so loudly? You're sick. Atsubo Taisuke. When Midorioske returned to the court, the game had become a personal battle between Himuro Tatsuya and Kai's Ryota. The two men fought back and forth, and the fight was extremely fierce. Although Kai's Ryota can imitate, fortunately, Himuro Tatsuya has more bottom sand. Advertisement. The fake moves come one after another, and there are basically no repetitions. This also resulted in the two of them being equally matched. But many people know that Himuro Tatsuya will lose sooner or later. Although he has a lot of savings, there will always be a day when they will all be used up. How many more minutes? Midorioske asked as he sat down. 3 minutes. Passerby spoke hurriedly. Looks like Himuro is in for another tough fight. Midorioske stretched and said. Himuro is already very powerful, being able to fight against Age of Miracles to this extent. Passerby said. Indeed, they are all growing. Don't talk about them. Are you really planning to only play one quarter? Alex sat down next to him and said, without knowing when. Do you think I would spend $2 on something that can be bought for $1? Midorioske didn't turn his head, but closed his eyes and said lightly. Your description really defeats me. Alex sighed helplessly. You say that as if you've ever defeated me. Midorioske Ching Sheng Dao. You. Alex was speechless for a moment. Soon, the first quarter ended. The score is 34-26. Kaijo leads. Because Himuro Tatsuya always shoots 2 points, while Kai's Ryota shoots 3-pointers more often. Warm wine killing. No, it's boiling frog. By the time everyone in Yosen reacted, the whistle had already sounded. So they could only lower their heads and return to the bench. Shueichin, are you awake? That's great. I'll give you a surprise later. Unlike the other team members who were silent, Atsushi Murasakibara looked indifferent. Because the next quarter is his home court. You look so happy smiling. Did Yulu buy you snacks again? Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara's smile gradually froze. Mito, do you have any problem with third period? At this time, Tobi Shota came over with a thermos cup and asked. No. After receiving the news, Hubu Jungtai sat down and drank tea. If he had a radio at this time, perfect. Chapter 91. Stadium Hooligan. Soon, the second quarter began. Yosen has the ball. Shizi, it's my turn this time. Atsushi Murasakibara said this with excitement and ran towards the opponent's basket. I'm really defeated by you. Himuro Tatsuya finished his words helplessly, his brows furrowed. In the end, I still can't win against the Age of Miracles. Damn it. Actually, losing to the Age of Miracles is nothing. The main thing is, Kagami Taiga has actually won 3 of them including practice matches, which is very uncomfortable. After all, one's own failure is certainly terrible, but one's brother's success is even more worrying. After halftime, Kensuke Fukui passed the ball to Tatsuya Himuro, who made 2 fake moves and saw a gap, and immediately passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara. Seeing this, everyone in Kaijo cried out in disbelief. Hiroshi Kobori even lay down on Atsushi Murasakibara, but he couldn't withstand 2 back hits. But he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Seeing this, Mitsuha Hayakawa hurried forward to help. At this moment, a scene that shocked everyone in the audience appeared. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly pushed 2 people away, held the ball with both hands, turned around and made a fadeaway jump shot. Swish. Goal. Wow. What just happened? That guy Atsushi Murasakibara actually used a fadeaway jump shot. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Come on Yosen. Fighting Murasakibara. Atsushi Murasakibara's fadeaway jump shot made the audience completely excited. Some are happy and some are sad. Here it is, Kaijo bench. Bakayaro. This is a stadium hooligan. Is there anyone who cares anymore? Takeuchi Genta cursed loudly, his belly shaking. In the audience. Ida Jintara. That old B**************** D Hubu actually made a 2-meter tall guy learn a backflip. Shutoku coach Nakatani Jinliang said. I knew this guy was sinister from the beginning, but I didn't expect him to become more and more clever as he gets older. Akashi Seijuro, Midorima Shintaro. Kagami Taiga. If he had used this trick. Ida Riko. Isn't this too unfair? Quote. It's probably because I've been drinking tea so much lately that I've been going to the bathroom more frequently. How about listening to Mito? Try replacing tea leaves with goji berries next time. The person being scolded, Tobi Shota, was leisurely blowing the tea in his thermos and muttering. Advertisement. On the court, Little Murasakibara, you. Kai's Ryota looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Little Wangzi, you're awesome, right? Shui Chin taught me. Atsushi Murasakibara smiled widely and turned to run back to his own basket. Other Kaijo players. I think his fadeaway was unnecessary. Ball possession changes. As soon as Kai's Ryota received the ball, he encountered Atsushi Murasakibara who came to defend. He tried to break through several times but failed, so he had no choice but to pass the ball. There is no way, if I use perfect imitation, to imitate Akashi and beat Atsushi Murasakibara. So what should we do next? Look at Midorioske holding a basketball and flying it around his head. Isn't this even more explosive? No way. Kaijo can only endure it when faced with a rogue like Atsushi Murasakibara. It's a pity that we wasted 2 minutes of the first quarter to widen the score. The next game, with Atsushi Murasakibara's rampage, the score was quickly tied. There is no way. You send someone to guard him, and he will just back you up and dunk when he gets to the basket. You put 2 or 3 people on him. He's still pushed into the paint and hits a fadeaway jumper. In this quarter, Kaijo played particularly uncomfortably. The score was 46-50. In this quarter, Atsushi Murasakibara scored 24 points. Soon, the first half ended with the whistle. But when the game ended, everyone in Kaijo was bewildered, because they really had no way to deal with Murasakibara. There is a 10-minute intermission. This side, Murasakibara, you take a break for a while, Mito will take the field. The other side, Kai's, take a break and get ready for the final quarter. Shueichin, am I awesome? At this time, Atsushi Murasakibara came to Midorioske with an expression that said, praise me quickly. It's really amazing. Once you learn this, even I won't be able to block your shot. Midorioske looked at the big fool in front of him and laughed. Ha ha ha, really? Atsushi Murasakibara finished speaking, then turned to look at Himuro Tetsuya. Muro, Mito said he can't even cover me. Atsushi, what Mito just said was hard to cover, right? You've learned bad habits from Coach Toby. Himuro Tatsuya smiled. But, advertisement. His reluctance was buried deep in his heart. I haven't learned from him. Atsushi Murasakibara replied dully. Alright, get ready to play. As usual, we're going to use the Mito strategy this quarter. Tobi Shota looked at the time, then stood up and spoke to the players who were about to enter the field. Yes, everyone on the Kaijo bench looked incredulous when they saw Midorioske on the court. Takeuchi Genta. This old CT. But there is no other way, I can only wait for 2 minutes. After all, it would be good to let Kai's rest a little more. On the other side, outside the passage. It hurts, stop pushing me, Satsuki. Aomine Daiki complained while being pushed by Satsuki Momoi. Hurry up, the game is about to end. Satsuki Momoi gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and pushed Aomine hard while yelling. You were the one who said it was okay not to watch it. I've changed my mind. I still want to see the result of this game with my own eyes. Listening to Satsuki Momoi's words and watching the arena getting closer and closer, Aomine Daiki frowned. This hurts so much. However, before he could finish his words, the whole audience cheered. Wow, Midorioske is worthy of being the strongest high school student in Sakura country. He's already so good in his first year. Who will be his rival in the next 2 years? Who knows, maybe a stronger first-year student will suddenly appear next year. Yosen, Yosen, Yosen. Come on, Yosen. Fighting Mito. This scene made the two of them feel somewhat familiar. When the two walked into the arena, their eyes widened at the same time. Only then did they realize what that inexplicable sense of familiarity meant. In their pupils, Midorioske hung on the rim with one hand. The score at this time showed 46-92. Are you an idiot? Why are you imitating these guys when you can imitate anyone else? Don't you think about who defeated the five of you? After Midorioske landed, he looked at Kai's Ryota, who had just run over, with a shocked look on his face. Looking at the opponent, who was gasping for breath with his hands on his legs, Midorioske shrugged and went back to defense. In fact, what he meant was, you have such good conditions for imitation, so watch more NBA. Kai's Ryota misunderstood. Then, an idea of defeating the opponent immediately sprouted in my heart. Chapter 92, Imitating Midorioske. Other Kaijo team members. So strong. How could we possibly defeat this monster? Kagami Taiga. Is this the light of Tiko, above the age of miracles? Xiao Zhen, what should we do? We're going to face this monster next. Takao Kazunari cried. Takao, the fight hasn't even started yet, and you can't have this mentality. Don't forget our team's purpose. Gongda Chingji Kai Kodao. You make it sound easy, but don't forget Yosen and Murasakibara. Don't we have you? Shinsuke Kimura joked. Although, actually, Takao, you and Murasakibara are quite similar. Midorima Shintaro Gai Kodao. How is it similar? Takao Kazunari was stunned for a moment and asked. Murasakibara is just like you. He was originally the target you wanted to defeat, but now he's become your teammate. Midorima Shintaro smiled, but he changed the subject well, and Gao Wei and Cheng Cheng instantly calmed down. Now that you mention it, it does look a bit like it. On the court, Kai's Ryota breathed in the fresh air deeply. After a few breaths, he stood up straight and looked at Midoriosuke's back. Hateful. This monster is really terrifying. Every time I meet him, I am always frightened by his aura. I can learn the skills of ordinary people just by watching them once. But I can't learn this guy's football skills no matter what I do. His speed and strength are not on the same level as ours. I used to think winning was normal, but now I don't want to lose anymore. As soon as he thought of this, a flash of yellow lightning flashed in Kai's Ryota's eyes. Judging from the current situation, Kai's is definitely not going to be able to defeat Mito. But I chose Kai's because of his potential. Don't underestimate Kai's, he's a true genius. Takeuchi Genta Shuang Shou Jiao Cha, Yan Su Dao. But coach, didn't Tiko's chairman hang up on you? Besides, you didn't even get to see Mito. At this time, the substitute next to him touched his head and asked. Shut up. Yes, coach. There are 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Kaijo has the ball. In the audience, Kai's expression. Could it be? Kagami Taiga said in surprise. It should be what you think. What Kai's plans to do now is to imitate Mito's ball movement. Advertisement. Kuroko Tetsuya added on the side. Is such a thing possible? Hinata Junpei turned around and asked. In fact, Kai's ability to imitate is to perform actions that he can do himself. What can't be done can't be done. Kuroko Tetsuya Jishu Dao. What do you mean, Kuroko? Shinji Kogane asked. To put it simply, he has a very quick understanding ability. However, if it's an NBA player whose skills are beyond his ability, he won't be able to imitate them. Ida Riko explains. So, if he insists on imitating despite knowing it's difficult. Before Kiyoshi Teppei could finish his words, Kuroko Tetsuya interrupted him and said, that means Kai's believes that he can do it now. On the other side, it looks like he's made his decision. Akashi Seijuro supported his head with his right hand and looked down at the court. On the court, Kai's Ryota had already gotten the ball and faced off against Midorioske. You said I was an idiot for imitating them, but what would happen if I imitated you? Kai's Ryota said this before leaning forward to break through. Seeing the other person suddenly imitate his form, Midorioske was stunned. There is tuition. He hadn't finished speaking yet. The next second. Bang. In the eyes of everyone's disbelief, Kai's Ryota quickly smashed the ball towards the opponent's crotch, and then exerted force suddenly. He broke through Midorioske in an instant. Breakthrough. Kai's finally defeated the monster Mito. A breakthrough. This scene shocked everyone. Catching the rebound, Kai's quickly ran towards Yosen's basket. Don't even think about going over there. Seeing this, Fukui Kensuke rushed over to reinforce the defense, and was also extremely surprised. I can't believe that his actions just now were exactly the same as Mito's. First, switch your right hand behind your back and then your left hand. Kai's Ryota muttered, and then, to Fukui Kensuke's surprised expression, he slammed the ball to the left side of his back and quickly broke through to the left. How is that possible? Fukui Kensuke quickly blocked to the left. Then switch from left hand to right hand. As Kai's Ryota murmured, the ball that had just touched his left hand quickly moved to his right hand. When Fukui Kensuke reacted, he had already fallen. That action just now. Change direction from behind. He actually used Mito's backhand twist. So what's next? Advertisement. Although it's not perfect yet, and still a little far from my true self, how could it be possible? Alex also exclaimed. On this side, Kai's Ryota had already jumped high when he knocked Fukui Kensuke down. Pull up jump shot. Is this ball going to go in? Araki Masako frowned and said. He can't win, why panic? Aomine Daiki, who was squinting his eyes at the situation on the field, and Tobi Shota, who was holding a thermos cup, spoke at the same time. Ada, why? Satsuki Momoi has not yet recovered from the surprise. Because he imitated. Don't forget, he is imitating. Aomine Daiki and Tobi Shota spoke again at the same time. Bang. Not the serious Mito. But there is no serious Midorioske. The sound of the blocked shot and the two people's words in unison fell at the same time. The ball went out of bounds. Kaijo got the ball. How is that possible? How did he get there so quickly? The next moment. The entire audience was stunned for 2 seconds. Then. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so bad. I thought it went in. But then again, that Mito is really fast. Yeah, Kai's speed was obviously fast enough, but I didn't expect. Yosin, come on Yosin. Fighting Mito. You haven't even paid me tuition yet, and you want to score a goal. After the two landed, Midorioske looked at Kai's Ryota who was half crouching on the ground and spoke. Mito, you're really amazing. If I could defeat you like this, I'd be disappointed. Kai's Ryota stood up and said with a raised lip. Kai's, he, entered the zone. Watch the yellow lightning released from Kai's Ryota's eyes. Yosin, Kaijo, Shutoku, Siren, Rakuzan, 2, etc. All of them showed shocked expressions. Oh, you said you were going to defeat me? Midorioske asked doubtfully as he looked at Kai's Ryota who was full of fighting spirit. Yes, Kai's Ryota said seriously. Hearing this, Midorioske's face gradually darkened, and even his voice became deeper. So, are you really not going to pay tuition? Chapter 93. Wild. No. Kai's Ryota. When he was about to say something, his pupils suddenly shrank. A huge feeling of oppression came over me, along with the danger signal sent by my body. Everyone is telling themselves, oh no, it's over. How is that possible? At this moment, Alex suddenly stood up and spoke. Counselor, what happened? The substitute on the side asked with a questioning look on his face. Wildness, how could there be such wildness in this world? No, this can no longer be called wildness. Alex, what's wrong? Did you sense what Mito's wild nature is? Araki Masako turned and looked at Alex. If you don't have wildness, you won't be able to feel what the other person's wildness is like. I checked and it is like this. If it is not, I can change it. No. Alex nodded, then shook his head. Everyone. Tobi Shota took out his cell phone and immediately hid behind the substitute. Hello, is this a mental hospital? I'd like to book a room. How is that possible? At the same time, Kagami Taiga, Kogane Shinji, Hayama Kotaro, Akashi Seijuro, and Aomine Daiki spoke at the same time. What's wrong? What's wrong? Ada. The people next to them also turned around and looked at the stunned people around them and asked curiously. They didn't answer, but instead looked closely above Midorioske. A figure in a black robe appeared. Its footsteps were light, yet it seemed that it could crush everything. The black robe looked hazy, but its eyes were exceptionally clear. As if inlaid, they looked deep and ruthless. Its black robe fluttered, and it held a sickle larger than itself. He exudes an aura that makes people feel an inescapable fate. In an instant, everyone on the field was enveloped in this serious and depressing atmosphere. His wildness isn't animalistic. No, can this still be called wildness? What kind of wicked thing did the kid over there do to make Mito take it so seriously? After Hoob Shota hung up the phone, he felt the oppressive atmosphere on the scene and swallowed. On the court, Kai's Ryota was deeply shaken, even though he was not like the 6 others who could see the wildness. But he could feel his body trembling. Could it be that the monster that little Aomine faced before was just this kind of monster? Kai's Ryota swallowed and thought to himself. The game continues. Advertisement. Midorioske got the ball and dribbled it slowly. After a while, he faced Kai's Ryota. Next, if you can still steal my skills, you'll be amazing. Midorioske Amidonato. I didn't expect Mito to say something like that. That means the other party definitely can't defend themselves. Hearing this, Lu Wei was shocked. Others quickly asked, it's a very common sentence. Lu, why do you say that? In Dragon Country, the highest honor for boys is, you're awesome. Lu Wei explained. Everyone. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of a ball hitting the target was heard, and Midorioske quickly broke through to the right. Kai's Ryota hurried to catch up. Seeing this, Midorioske dribbled the ball between his legs with his right hand, and in an instant the ball was in his left hand, and then he broke through to the left. Kai's Ryota followed again. Then, right, left, right, left, right, left. Because the speed was too fast, at the 8th second, Kai's Ryota only felt a sharp pain in his ankle. When Midorioske moved to the right, Kai's Ryota's right foot seemed to be nailed to the ground and could not move. But, his upper body was accustomed to defending, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Hearing this, Midorioske took 2 steps back, stood in front of Kai's Ryota, and said condescendingly, that's it. After saying that, he continued to dribble the ball in front of him, showing no sign of continuing the attack. It appears. Tiko's lights playful. The last time it played tricks on someone was Rakuzan. Especially the one named Mibuchi Ryo, she was tickled like a monkey. But, I didn't use this trick, ha 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 ha. The man in the audience laughed for a while before patting his companion and saying, why aren't you laughing? You were the one who laughed the loudest last time. His companion didn't say anything, but just pointed behind him with an embarrassed look on his face. Then, the man turned around suddenly and met the eyes of the Rakuzan basketball team sitting behind him. On the court, just when he was about to commit a violation, Midorioske jumped up and shot. What? That spot? No way, this distance isn't as perverted as Midorima Shintaro, but it's still far. The audience was surprised to see Midorioske shooting a jump shot between the three-point line and midfield. The angle is right, it went in. Midorima Shintaro looked at the arc of the basketball shot by Midorioske and spoke. Advertisement. Just when Takao Kazunari was surprised. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Ball possession changes. At this moment, Kai's Ryota, who was about to stand up, suddenly felt his right foot go weak and he sat down again with a bang. Had his legs completely given up? Could imitating that monster for less than a minute have put such a strain on his body? Kaijo's team members were shocked when they saw Kai's Ryota, who tried his best several times but still couldn't get up. Bang. At this moment, Kai's Ryota suddenly punched the floor and began to sob. Tears and sweat slid down the corners of my eyes. At this moment, a hand reached out in front of him. Can you stand up? Let me help you to rest. Senior, looking at Kasamatsu Yukio, Kai's Ryota gritted his teeth. Kasamatsu Yukio sighed, stepped forward, and helped him up, and the other members of Kaijo also stepped forward. Then he helped Kai's Ryota off the court. You fought very well today, and you even broke through that monster once. Kasamatsu Yukio comforted him. The other team members remained silent, looking at Kai's Ryota with a worried look on their faces. On the other side, everyone from Yosan also came to Midorioske's side and comforted him. Mito, this is not your fault. After all, this is a competition. Why do you blame me? Midorioske turned around and asked. This kid. It turns out that I wasn't feeling guilty just now, but was checking how many minutes were left before the end. The next game, Mito added 8 points as Kai's Ryota was injured and left the game. Moreover, at the beginning of the fourth quarter, Kaijo had already conceded defeat. Full body bench on. 67. 127, Yosan High wins. Salute. Thank you for your advice. Since Yosan saw Kaijo was on the bench in the fourth quarter, they also replaced all of their players with substitutes, which is why the game was so back and forth. After the salute, Kaijo and his men left with heavy expressions. Stop slouching there. We've all done our best. We are among the top 4 teams in the country. Go back with your head held high. Quote. Kasamatsu Yukio suddenly turned around and shouted to the team members. The team members were surprised for a moment and nodded. Since the Winter Cup is lost once, there is no longer any competition for third place. Chapter 94. Convenience Store Encounter. In the audience. Let's go too. The next game will be our turn. Everyone in Shudoku stood up and left. Aomine, Kai's, now it's just you, Midorima. Akashi Seijuro muttered as he watched Shudoku leave. Ada, wait for me. Aren't we going to see Kai's? On this side, Satsuki Momoi also chased after Aomine Daiki and shouted. Yosan Lounge. Where's Mito? Araki Masako asked loudly, holding a wooden sword. He left at the end of the third quarter. Tobi Shota instantly protected Atsushi Murasakibara in front of him and spoke. This B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** something's up. Seeing that the other party emphasized something, Araki Masako was stunned for a moment, then sighed. Let's go eat sukiyaki today. Team Yosen. Yeah. What's wrong with you today? On the way back to the villa, Alex couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? Midorioske asked, holding his head with his hands crossed. Fine. Looking at Midorioske's face that looked like he hadn't gotten enough sleep, Alex burst out laughing. After walking for a while, she suddenly ran 2 steps quickly, then turned around and asked. The next game is the final. When are you going to tell them? Didn't I tell Zimao? I'm talking about other people. Oh, we'll talk about it later. Midorioske waved his hand. He is not very familiar with his other teammates. After all, he doesn't see them as often as he sees his classmates. By the way, I heard that you can't speak beautiful Mandarin at all, right? I can talk, but I can't listen. I'm really defeated by you. How are you going to live in the beautiful country like this? Alex suddenly wanted to scare the kid in front of him. It's simple. There's a place where I can understand what's being said and live there. Where? Alex asked curiously. She had no idea there was such a place in beautiful country. Chinatown. Come on, Chinatown belongs to the dragon people, not you. I can speak and understand Longguo dialect. If you don't believe me, ask Yang Wei. My name is Lu Wei. Do you really know how to do it? Alex was full of disbelief. After all, Dragon Mandarin was much harder to learn than beautiful Mandarin. Advertisement. Seeing the other party nodded, Alex was defeated again. Night. Let's go for a walk. After eating and drinking, Alex proposed to the three people opposite. No, Midorioske was the first to speak. Then I won't go either. Atsushi Murasakibara is second. Where are we going? Himuro Tatsuya asked. What's there to do? If you have nothing to do, just go mop the floor. Midorioske said as he opened a bottle of beer. I got my salary today, please go buy some snacks. Water kiss, I want to go. Quote. Final. The four of them packed up and headed to the convenience store. As soon as the four of them arrived at the convenience store, they saw two familiar figures. Shingzai, little Satsuki, you guys are here too. Hey, it's Aji and Murasakibara. Satsuki Momoi turned around and said in surprise when he heard that. Myth. Aomine Daiki's originally lazy eyes were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Midorioske said hello and stopped talking. Are you guys coming to buy something? Satsuki Momoi went down. Yeah, today's payday, so I invited these three brats to buy snacks. You guys can come too. Alex gasped. Aren't you going to buy it with them? Alex sat on a stool, looked at the four people who were choosing snacks, and asked. Only children like to eat snacks. Midorioske said while drinking Coke. Aren't you a child too? Alex turned to look at Midorioske and said. Today is really terrible. The boss got a bag of 7 stars. At this time, a voice was heard and several bad youths walked into the convenience store. Yeah, I was about to win money, but in the end. One of the airplane haircuts slammed the counter hard. Bad youth. Alex frowned as he looked at the few people. Advertisement. Hey, there's a beautiful lady. At this time, a young man with a lip piercing standing at the back saw Alex and his eyes lit up. Hearing this, the other people looked over, and the next second, they walked over with a smile. Seeing this, Atsushi Murasakibara and others hurried over. Brother, there are beauties. The young man with the lip piercing laughed. Seeing several people approaching with ill intentions, Aomine Daiki and others clenched their fists. Satsuki Momoi was a little scared, and then, he took 2 steps forward, came to sit next to Midorioske. Yoshi, you guys are bad boys, right? Come and follow. Bakailu. At this time, the man with the crew cut walked up to Satsuki Momoi, stopped talking mid-sentence, then suddenly turned around and slapped the man with the lip stud in the face. Brother, why are you here? Then, while everyone was bewildered, he quickly came to Midorioske and handed him a cigarette. Big brother. Everyone looked at Midorioske, who waved his hand, with a look of disbelief on his face. Even Satsuki Momoi moved his stool. What's up, Yamashita? Have you grown wings? Are you trying to blackmail me again? Midorioske raised the corner of his mouth, turned his head and smiled at the few people. How dare I? Big brother, these are just my new brothers who don't know much, please don't mind me. What are you all standing there for? Come over and call me big brother. Yamashiro was so frightened that he trembled and quickly turned around and yelled at his younger brothers. Big brother. Seeing this, several bad youths were surprised, but they still bowed and shouted in unison. Get out of here, don't scare my classmates. Midorioske waved his hand impatiently. Okay, big brother, you play, I'll pay for tonight's bill. After Yamashiro finished speaking, he quickly brought his men to the counter and shouted to the teller, here is 30,000 yuan, I'll pay for them later. If it's not enough, I'll come over later to make up for it. If there's any left, just give it to the one with yellow hair. The teller had never seen such a scene before and quickly nodded in agreement. After a while, Mito, when did you start taking in a younger brother? Himuro Tatsuya asked. I confiscated it. They wanted to rob me before, but after I touched their hearts with my love, they started crying and calling me their big brother. Midorioske took a potato chip from Atsushi Murasakibara's potato chip bag and put it in his mouth. Everyone. Aji, will you play in tomorrow's match against Shudoku? At this time, Satsuki Momoi suddenly asked. Go ahead. Midorioske nodded. Hearing this, Satsuki Momoi and Aomine Daiki looked at each other. Okay, it's late, let's go. Alex suddenly spoke at this time. I was so scared. A female colleague asked me to go to the movies tonight. When I got home, I almost thought I was late. Chapter 95. Mito-san, did you cut your hair? The next day, Mito Villa. Are you sure you can? Of course, I made this all myself. Really? Are you sure yours isn't natural? Of course, my friend. Then why do we need plastic wrap? Because there is no professional equipment, the effect is the same. Are you sure the hairdryer is okay? Believe me. After a while, Midorioske looked in the mirror at the way his head was wrapped in plastic wrap and couldn't help but frown. Just this morning, when he was planning to get his hair re-dyed, Alex volunteered to do it. Originally Midorioske refused. However, the other party said, free. Got it. Midorioske felt the heat on his head and turned to look at Alex who was watching the show and asked. Not yet, maybe in half an hour. Alex said as he lay lazily on the sofa with his left foot crossed with his right foot. On the other side, Shutoku screening room, Nakatani Jinliang looked at the silent players, cleared his throat and said. You all saw it. Not to mention a one-on-one match, even if 2 people were to defend him, it would be impossible to stop him. Seeing the players below remain silent, Nakatani Jinliang continued, but I have a way to contain him. Coach, what can we do? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Takao Kazunari asked first. This method is very simple. When the time comes, except for Midorima, the other 4 people will all defend him. Nakatani Jinliang slammed the table and said, this is more of a gamble than a solution. Midorima Shintaro pushed up his glasses and spoke. Yes, I bet he can't pass the ball. Nakatani Jinliang narrowed his eyes and had a cold expression. But coach, Yosen used this method on Rakuzan once before. Aren't you afraid they might be able to crack it? There's no need to guess that the old fox in the Ministry of Revenue will definitely choose the right path for him. I suspect he'll put 2 or 3 guys on Midorima and rely on Atsushi Murasakibara to score. After Nakatani Jinliang finished speaking, Gaowei and Chengsheng retorted. Coach, if you know it, why do you still use it? So this is a gamble, Takao. Midorima Shintaro Dan Dao. It's a bet that Midorioske can't pass the ball, and even if he can, Yosen's 3-point shooting percentage isn't very high. They have 2 points, Midorima has 3 points, who will win in the end? Taisuke Utsubo looked at Kazunari Takao and explained. But didn't the coach say that the other team would send more than 2 players to defend Midorima? The result would still be the same. Takao Kazunari still refused to accept the truth. So, in the 3 quarters when Midorioske isn't on the court, you're going to widen the score. Advertisement. Nakatani Jinliang slammed his hands on the table and looked at everyone seriously. ... Meanwhile, at Mido Villa. Dang. After Alex washed Midorioske's hair, he took him to sit on a stool and let him admire his masterpiece. Not bad. Midorioske looked at his golden hair and said in surprise. Of course. Alex raised his head and said with his chest out. Not bad. Alex listened to the other person's words and walked to the door happily. He was about to take the thing he had just used and throw it away. But why does my scalp feel a little itchy? Midorioske muttered, then ran a hand through his hair. That's normal. After 2 days. Before Alex could finish his words, he saw the other person grab a handful of hair from his hand, so. I'm taking out the trash. Ha, this little girl, why is she so impatient? Midorioske muttered as he watched Alex slam the door and leave. Then he saw the tuft of yellow hair on his right hand. FKU. ... Hearing the loud roar coming from inside the house, Alex, who was holding the garbage bag, shrank his neck and walked faster and faster. ... A baseball field. Kagami Taiga was playing, but he looked worried. After a while, Kagami, Kuroko, when did you get here? Kagami Taiga was a little surprised to see Kuroko Tetsuya. Oh, Kagami, aren't you going to watch the game later? No, why? Because no matter how many times I watch it, I feel like I can't beat him now. Kagami Taiga said dejectedly. Hearing this, Kuroko Tetsuya also quieted down. At this moment, a pink figure suddenly rushed over and hugged Kuroko Tetsuya. Momoi-san, why are you here? Kuroko Tetsuya went down. Of course I'm here to prepare for the game. Advertisement. Satsuki Momoi said, then looked at Kagami Taiga beside him and continued. What are Jay and Kagami-sama doing here? Kagami God. Kagami Taiga heard this in his temples. I happened to be passing by and saw Taiga practicing. Kuroko Tetsuya Lao Shidao, you got beaten up, so that's why you practice so hard. At this time, Aomine Daiki also came over and said. When did you come here too? Kagami Taiga was startled and immediately turned around and shouted. Of course Satsuki dragged me to watch the game. Aomine Taiga said lightly. What? It was Da who clearly agreed to accompany me to gather intelligence. Satsuki Momoi hang dao. It's rare that I have time now, do you want to fight with me? Aomine Daiki grabbed the basketball from Kagami Taiga's hand and asked while spinning the ball between her fingers. Why did you suddenly grab my ball? Kagami Taiga said angrily. Are you afraid you can't beat me? 5 balls, quick. Aomine Daiki said while taking off her coat. When did I agree to fight you? Kagami Taiga questioned. Stop talking so much and start quickly. By the way, I'll teach you a few more moves. Aomine Daiki said this and walked towards the basket. Who asked you to teach me? Although Kagami Taiga said this, he still followed. Not far away, 2 figures were walking towards the baseball field. I'm sorry. A blonde woman held the hands of a boy wearing a baseball cap and acted coquettishly. Brother House N. What does this mean? Asked Yang Wei. Quote. These 2 people are Midorioske and Alex. Thanks to Alex's masterpiece. This led Midorioske to go to the barber shop and get his head shaved, a round head. Satsuki Momoi, who was originally sitting on a bench chatting, suddenly stood up and looked at the 2 figures in front of him. Alex, you are a G. Mito-san, did you get your hair cut? Kuroko Tetsuya also stood up and asked the boy in the baseball cap. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, 3 black lines appeared on Midorioske's forehead. You guys get out too. Satsuki Momoi, Kuroko Tetsuya. Chapter 96 Winter Cup Finals coming. Ha. Sorry, Gia, I don't want to laugh. After hearing what happened between the 2 today, Satsuki Momoi laughed while holding her stomach. Alyong, I'm sorry, Alex continued to act coquettishly. Roll. On the other side, Kagami Taiga was either blocked or broken through. As expected, they were shut out by Aomine Daiki. Mito, why are you here? Aomine Daiki only saw the two of them after the duel. Aren't you guys too fast? Satsuki Momoi Jing Yadao, didn't I say it would be quick? Aomine Daiki walked over with her hands in her pockets. How's it going? Kuroko Tetsuya is curious. Aomine Daiki, bang. Wait, one more round. At this time, Kagami Taiga also ran over and pointed at Aomine Daiki's back and shouted. Hey, Alex, you're Mito. After shouting, he pointed at the two people who had just arrived and said in surprise. Ha 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 ha. After a while, the baseball field was filled with laughter again. I say, you defeated generals, is it time to stop? Midorioske frowned and looked at the three of them and said in a low voice. Kuroko Tetsuya. Mito, I'm lost. Midorioske. Who knows? Ha. Mito, you're not short of money, why are you always trying to get something for nothing? Aomine Daiki asked, suppressing her laughter. None of your business. Gee, the game is about to start, aren't you going to get ready? At this time, Satsuki Momoi looked at the time and asked. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not going to play. Midorioske Amidanado. What? Mito, gee, you're not going to play. The four people asked in unison. What he meant was that he wouldn't play in the first game, so there was still plenty of time. Alex explained. Wow, the game has begun. At this time, several people heard the shouts from the gymnasium and spoke together. 10 minutes ago, in the gymnasium. Yosen Lounge. Where's Mito? From the Yosen bench, Masako Araki's questioning voice was heard. Alex said Mito had an accident today, so he'll be late. Hubu Shota said calmly. But 2 minutes ago, he nearly broke Midoriosuke's phone. Advertisement. When he didn't answer, I remembered to call Alex. What happened to him? At this time, the team members immediately gathered around, their faces full of concern. You'll know when he gets here. Hubu Shota didn't know how to explain it for a moment, so he kept it a secret. As long as everyone is fine. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Shutoku Lounge. Midorima, what are you holding? Shinsuke Kimura put his hands in his pockets and asked Midorima Shintaro, who was silent. Shogi. Midorima Shintaro said calmly while looking at the shogi in his hand. Today's is very small, that's great. Kimura Shinsuke smiled and said. By the way, what's your fortune ranking today? Miyagi Kiyoshi, who was tying his shoelaces, asked. Second place. What about Mito? Takao Kazunari asked quickly. He's fourth. Midorima Shintaro pushed up his glasses and said. Then who's first? Miyagi Kiyoshi asked curiously. Today's Libra's fortune is number 1. But none of us here are Libras, right? Takao Kazunari asked. Murasakibara is a Libra. Midorima Shintaro Dan Dao. What? You have to take first place. Otherwise, I'll bury you. Miyagi Kiyoshi said with a gloomy face and a twitching mouth. No, this is divination. Ha 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 ha. Takao Kazunari heard their current conversation and laughed out loud, holding his belly. Alas, looking at the little guys in front of him, Nakatani Jinliang couldn't help but sigh. Sudden, everyone's eyes turned to Taisuke Otsubo, who stood up. Okay, time's up, let's go. Taisuke Otsubo spoke. Oh, everyone responded. After a while, here we go, a traditional powerhouse team that has been participating for 11 consecutive years. The battle-hardened king, Shutoku High. For a moment, the audience's eyes turned to Shutoku and the others. The next second, and then, it came. The new king with the strongest high school student and the strongest defense. Yosen High. As the players from both teams gathered, the crowd went wild. Advertisement. Where's number 1? I didn't see it either. Logically, number 9 should have carried him in, right? Could it be that he won't play today? No way, even if he's the best high school basketball player in Sakura, he can't possibly look down on Shutoku High, right? Everyone in Shutoku naturally heard the audience's shouts. The 5 starting players took a look at Yosen's team and found that Midorioske was indeed nowhere to be seen. Everyone showed anger. Auditorium. Burp. Jinbaya Yongji burped. You look so dirty. We're not competing right now, so why are you eating so much? Mibuchi Ryo, who was sitting next to him, said with disdain. Don't talk about this, look, that monster didn't come. Kaneyama Kotaro's finger is loud on the stage. You're really noisy. Mibuchi Ryo said with disdain again. Does he look down on Shutoku? Hayakawa Mitsuhiro Wendao, I guess something delayed him. Kai's Ryota said, because he knew, if Midorioske looked down on him, he would not play. Then, he definitely won't participate in the competition. Why haven't Kuroko and Kagami arrived yet? Shinji Kogane looked at the entrance and asked in doubt. I guess something delayed him. Muji Teppei said with a smile. On the other side, the baseball field outside the stadium. Alyong, let's go. Alex spoke up. You can talk to your beloved disciple. I don't want to talk to you now. Midorioske shook his hands and walked towards the gym. Come on, I've already said I'm sorry. Seeing this, Alex hurriedly chased after him, hugged the other person's arm and shook him. Satsuki, let's go too. Aomine Daiki said, and followed the two of them. Ada, wait for me. Satsuki Momoi hurried to catch up. Kagami. Kuroko Tetsuya Niu Tu Kan Shong Kagami Taiga, can. Kagami Taiga didn't leave, but his expression suddenly became serious. Kuroko, after this Winter Cup is over, I might transfer to a strong basketball school in the United States. ... Inside the gymnasium, players from both teams have already warmed up on the court. Murasakibara, why isn't Mito here? Midorima Shintaro walked up to Atsushi Murasakibara and asked. Mizukan, Coach Toby said something happened to him and he'll probably be late. Atsushi Murasakibara said blankly. Hearing this, Midorima Shintaro breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Chapter 97 King vs. New King. Green boy, shouldn't you be happy that Shueichin can't come? Atsushi Murasakibara Wendao, how can I be happy? Didn't we all work so hard just to defeat him? After Midorima Shintaro finished speaking, he turned around and went to warm up. Atsushi Murasakibara. At this moment, the radio sounded. Next up, the Winter Trials Finals. The Shutoku High vs. Yosen High match officially begins. Both sides salute. Please give me your guidance. After the ceremony, bursts of screams broke out in the audience. Soon, as the referee tossed the ball high, Taisuke Utsubo and Atsushi Murasakibara jumped up at the same time. No surprises. Atsushi Murasakibara effortlessly hooked the ball into the hands of Kensuke Fukui. The latter quickly organized an attack. Don't even think about going there. At this time, Takao Kazunari stopped in front of Fukui Kensuke and said. That's hard to say. As soon as Fukui Kensuke finished speaking, his body leaned to the right. Takao Kazunari quickly took a step to his left hip. Fukui Kensuke quickly hit the ball and it came to his left hand. Then quickly break through from the left. So fast. Takao Kazunari exclaimed. But the next second, Takao Kazunari came up to defend again. But it was too late. Because Ryosuke Fukui has entered the inside. He suddenly jumped up and quickly passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara. Atsushi Murasakibara received the ball, turned around and dunked over Taisuke Utsubo. Bang. Goal. Wow. As expected, Yosen scored first. So cool. Yosen. Come on Yosen. Fighting Murasakibara. The audience cheered. Ball possession changes. It seems that the opponent's offense is also very strong. Takao Kazunari praised while looking in Yosen's direction. After saying that, he dribbled the ball quickly across half court. Just when he wanted to pass the ball to Midorima Shintaro, he saw that the latter was double-teamed by Lu Wei and Okamura Kenichi. Midorima's height advantage meant that he couldn't shake off the two people no matter how hard he tried. Looking at the scene on the court, Takao Kazunari thought to himself. As expected of Yosen, their defense is indeed the strongest among all the high schools. Haha. But, with this thought in mind, Takao Kazunari quickly passed the ball to Miyagi Kiyoshi. Advertisement. As soon as Kiyoshi Miyagi got the ball, Himuro Tatsu came up to defend. After trying twice, Miyagi Kiyoshi saw that he could not break through the opponent, so he quickly passed the ball to Kimura Shinsuke. But, just when Shinsuke Kimura was about to jump up and slam dunk, a huge figure blocked his way. Atsushi Murasakibara. When did he come here? Shinsuke Kimura looked incredulous, then passed the ball back to Kazunari Takao. This is not good. I almost forgot, even if the monster Mito is not here, there is still another monster in Yosen. His defensive area is inside the three-point line. Takao Kazunari thought to himself. Unfortunately, for you who have no breakthrough ability, there is no need for Mito to play at all. Masako Araki watched the game on the field and spoke. Although it is also the Age of Miracles, Midorima Shintaro is not as strong as Aomine Daiki and Akashi Seijuro in terms of breakthrough. As long as Midorima Shintaro is contained, then Shutoku is like a bird with broken wings. After all, their three-point shooting percentages of Shinsuke Kimura and Taisuke Otsubo are too low, so they can only score in the interior. As for the inside, it is not difficult for Atsushi Murasakibara to defend two players at once. The facts were just as Masako Araki expected. In the end, Takao Kazunari could only barely get 3 points. Bang. As expected, thanks to Kensuke Fukui's defense, the basketball hit the rim and bounced out. Rebound. The Shutoku player yelled. Upon hearing this, Taisuke Otsubo and Shinsuke Kimura immediately jumped high and reached for the basketball in the air. Will shouting help? After Atsushi Murasakibara finished speaking, he jumped suddenly. Bang. He grabbed the rebound in an instant, then held the ball with both hands and dropped it heavily to the ground. This side, just when the ball missed the shot, Himuro Tatsuya had already run to the opponent's basket. Swish. Atsushi Murasakibara made a long pass and the basketball landed steadily in Himuro Tatsuya's hands. The latter stood at the three-point line, adjusted the angle, jumped and shot. Swish. Goal. 3 points. The score is 5-0. Wow. The king versus the new king. I didn't expect this to happen. Yosen's defense is too strong. Shutoku can't get through at all. Yeah, if they can't widen the gap. The light of Tiko is about to appear. Yosen. Come on Come on Yosen. Fighting Himuro. The audience's cheers grew louder. Yosen bench. It's just as you predicted. Hubu Shota, you are really scary. Advertisement. Masako Araki looked at the situation on the field, turned her head and looked at Shota Tobi who looked calm and blowing the thermos cup. Where did Mito hear that from? However, this sentence. When people reach middle age, they have no control over their lives and soak wolfberries in a thermos. It is indeed useful, Tobi Shota thought to himself as he watched the wolfberry water in the thermos cup being blown away. The score at this time was 19-0. There are only 2 minutes left in the game. Ida Riko in the audience looked at the score and murmured. 19 points behind. If the difference is more than 20 points, it will undoubtedly be a fatal blow to Shutoku. Hinata Junpei then spoke. Midorima Shintaro was completely targeted by those two guys. Ida Riko continued. Because of Midoriosche's existence, many people have overlooked one thing. That is the true strength of Yosen High. Muji Teppei said. Are we late? What's the status of the game now? At this time, Kagami Taiga's voice came. Kagami, why are you here just now? Ida Riko said angrily. Yeah, Kagami is always late. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded. Kagami. The next moment, he exploded, stood up, pointed at the other person's nose and shouted. Didn't you come with me? Yosen bench. Mito, Alex, you're finally here. The substitute player looked at the two and said. Then, their eyes suddenly opened wide. Because. Alex came over holding Midoriosche's arm. Mito, you're here. The goji berry tea you recommended is good. Hey, why are you wearing a hat? Tobi Shota looked at the two people's current actions, smiled knowingly, and then asked. Can. The only response he got was Midorioske's single word, get lost. Tobi Shota. On the court, Shutoku has the ball. But now each of them has a heavy look on their face. The opponent's impenetrable defense and the score number. 12. There is no chance to score at all. Is it time to use that trick? Takao Kazunari thought of this and turned to look at Midorima Shintaro. Likewise, Midorima Shintaro also looked over. The next second. The two nodded at the same time. Chapter 98. Alley-oop three-pointer. There were 23 seconds left in the first quarter. Shutoku has the ball. After a while, Miyachi Kiyoshi managed to make a three-pointer despite the interference of Himuro Tatsuya. Clang. Smash the frame and rush out. Atsushi Murasakibara overpowered Taisuke Utsubo and Shinsuke Kimura to grab the rebound. Then he quickly passed the ball to Kensuke Fukui. Yosen quickly counterattacked. Kensuke Fukui came to the three-point line and after failing to break through twice, he passed the ball to Tatsuya Himuro. Seeing this, Miyaji Kiyoshi hurried forward and kept close guard. Himuro Tatsuya changed directions continuously, and when he saw that he couldn't get rid of the opponent, he suddenly retreated and came outside the three-point line. Then quickly jump and shoot. Swish. Goal. How is this possible? Wow, what a fast move. That number 12 in Yosen is so amazing. Yosen. Come on Yosen. Fighting Himuro. Yosen bench. If you think that we at Yosen only have Mito and Murasakibara, you are gravely mistaken. Araki Masako said softly. Indeed, with Tatsuya's current strength, besides the current Yosen, he will definitely be an ace no matter which team he joins. Alex said proudly. Shutoku bench. That number 12 is incredibly strong. If he had a higher talent. Nakatani Jinliang sighed, then cursed at Hubu Shota. How come this old B*********** D has such a good life? Ball possession changes. Takao Kazunari organized another attack. After reaching the halfway point, he suddenly accelerated and turned around, passing Kensuke Fukui. Then at the buzzer, he shot the ball. Perhaps it was God's blessing, the basketball hit the basket and bounced up, and actually scored a goal. The score also came to 22-3. Fortunately, the score wasn't over 20 points. Ida Riko breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they came to watch an exciting game, not a one-sided one. Beep. The first quarter is over. As the whistle blew, everyone returned to the bench to rest. Mizuken, you're here. Hey, your hair. After Atsushi Murasakibara left the stage, he came to Midorioske and asked curiously. Advertisement. It's okay, it will grow out in 2 or 3 months. Midorioske lowered his head and said lightly while playing the game console. The other side. If Midorima and the others can't shorten the score in the second quarter, they'll basically lose. Aomine Daiki looked at the situation on the field and said expressionlessly. If Midorima wants to catch up in the second quarter, his three-point shooting is indispensable. But he's being double-teamed by those two tall guys, so it's useless for him to shoot no matter how hard he tries. Satsuki Momoi on the side also analyzed. Shutoku, this is bad. Ida Riko said helplessly, putting herself in the other person's shoes. She, as a coach, had no way to crack this kind of situation. Yeah, and the rest of the time and the score difference, even if it was just a mistake in the second quarter. It can also be fatal, as confusion and anxiety can lead to mistakes. Muji Teppei also spoke. Isn't this just the first period? Kagami Taiga, who was standing by, frowned as he listened to the two's analysis. However, Shutoku only has 2 quarters, because in 1 quarter, there is no suspense at all. Kuroko Tetsuya Kaiko Dao. Hearing this, the atmosphere on Siren's side began to become depressing, and everyone thought to themselves, yes, Yosen still has a monster that he can't defeat. Seeing the helpless expressions on everyone's faces, Kagami Taiga slammed his fist on the stool. If I were a little stronger. Soon. The second quarter begins. Shutoku has the ball. Takao Kazunari passed the ball, then activated his eagle eye to observe the situation on the field. Taisuke Utsubo and Shinsuke Kimura stood on both sides of Atsushi Murasakibara. Midorima Shintaro looked at Lu Wei and Okamura Kenichi in front of him and took a deep breath. They haven't given up yet. Kagami Taiga spoke. Yes, Midorima is now thinking about what to do. Kuroko Tetsuya said as she looked at Midorima Shintaro, who started to shake. On the court, Kazunari Takao dribbled the ball with his left hand, then made a fake move to the right in an attempt to break through Kensuke Fukui. Pity. Kensuke Fukui is no pushover either. He has been practicing with Himuro Tatsuya for a long time and has long been immune to ordinary feints. It's a violation in less than 10 seconds, as expected, facing Yosen's defense. Even for us, it would be difficult to break in. Kogane Shinji's expression is Yansu Dao. I didn't want to use it so early, but now. There is no other way. Midorima Shintaro thought of this, then suddenly accelerated and ran towards Takao Kazunari. Advertisement. At this time, Takao Kazunari had already held the ball with both hands and was trying to break free from Fukui Kensuke's defense and pass the ball. Seeing this, Lu Wei and Okamura Kenichi hurriedly followed up to defend. At this moment, Midorima Shintaro suddenly stopped, took a shooting stance, and jumped up suddenly. His action startled Lu Wei and Okamura Kenichi in front of him. He clearly didn't have the ball in his hands, but he was making a shot-shooting gesture. Ida Riko was surprised. Even Yosen's threesome of coaches all showed surprised expressions. Seeing this, Taisuke Utsubo and Shin Kimura quickly ran to the basket to position themselves and prepare to grab the rebound. Haven't given up yet. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at the two people who were blocking him with an impatient expression. Next second, just when Midorima Shintaro jumped to the top, a basketball suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a pass from Takao Kazunari. Then, in front of everyone's disbelieving eyes, he threw the basketball that suddenly appeared in his hand. The basketball instantly shot to the highest point like an anti-aircraft gun. Then, it suddenly fell into the blue frame. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Nani. How is this possible? Even Yosen's coach trio suddenly stood up, looking shocked. After catching the ball in the air, shoot a three-pointer. Is this even possible? Shutoku. 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 There was a burst of cheers from the audience. Pretty. Kimura Shinsuke's great adventure. Of course Midorima was amazing for making the shot, but so was Takao Kazunari. He was able to pass the ball to Midorima's shooting position exactly. His accuracy was incredible. Yi Yujun said, if it was the old Midorima, there's no way I could imagine this kind of fighting style. Kai's Ryota also cried out in surprise. What? Moriyama Yutaka asked in confusion. When Midorima is attacking, he will only take a shot when he is absolutely confident. But no matter how well the pass was made, the hit rate would be lower than that of an ordinary outside shot. This is a special training they conducted in order to defeat their opponents, or it can be said to be a gamble. After all, it's not enough to believe you can score before you take the shot. If you don't fully trust your teammates, this move will never succeed. Kai's Ryota explained. Chapter 99. How to crack the alley-oop three-pointer. This goal not only opened a gap for Shutoku in a desperate situation. And it also gave them hope. Yosen and the others felt extremely uncomfortable and stood there in a daze. That's amazing. Normal three-pointers are already tricky enough. Himuro Tatsuya exclaimed as he looked in the direction of Shutoku, who was returning to defend. Next, Kensuke Fukui made a mistake in passing the ball and it was intercepted by Kiyoshi Miyachi. The latter quickly passed the ball to Takao Kazunari. When Fukui Kensuke was about to return to defense, he was blocked by Kimura Shinsuke. Pick and roll. Takao Kazunari didn't hesitate and quickly passed the ball to Midorima Shintaro, who had already jumped high. Bang. Swish. Goal. 3 points. In the following time, Shutoku seemed to be killing like crazy, with both offense and defense flourishing. Even Yosen scored a few two-pointers. But now the game has completely entered Shutoku's rhythm. The score was also narrowed. 28-18. Although their forms are different, they are very similar to you. These two are simply the light and shadow of Shutoku. Hinata Junpei looked at the two people who were fist-bumping on the field and spoke. Hearing this, Kuroko Tetsuya and Kagami Taiga turned their heads and nodded. That's what I mean. Kuroko Tetsuya looked at the two people on the field and smiled. By the way, catching the ball in midair and shooting a three-pointer is truly remarkable. Muji Teppei praised. But why are they using it now? Yi Yujun is not Sister Lee. I think now the game is following Midorima's script. During the Tiko era, the era of miracles, it was forbidden to give full play to one's abilities when playing. Because their bodies are not yet able to adapt to such a powerful force. Even though they both knew each other's abilities, they had never fought seriously. Kuroko Tetsuya spoke with a calm expression. In other words, if he doesn't take action now, then wait until Mito comes on the court. He didn't know if the opponent could defend against this move, so he didn't dare to gamble. Quote. Muji Tieping said calmly. Yes, if that move were used against Mito-san, the risk of failure would be too great. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded. However, Midorima's move completely threw Yosen off balance. Kagami Taiga smiled. Yosen bench. We can't go on like this, the score might be reversed. Advertisement. Alex spoke up. Masako Araki didn't say anything, but turned her head to look at Shota Tobi. At this moment, Tobi Shota suddenly stood up, walked over to Midorioske who was playing the game console, and asked. Mito, if it were you, how would you defend against this alley-oop three-pointer? An alley-oop three-pointer. That's easy. Midorioske thought for a moment and muttered. What? Mito, do you have a solution? At this time, everyone turned their eyes and said. Upon hearing this, Tobi Shota calmly turned around and continued to observe the game on the field. Aliong, what's your solution? Alex leaned in and asked. Roll, Alex. Aliong, just tell me. At most I can give you next month's salary as compensation for your hair. Upon hearing this, Tobi Shota's ears twitched. Just jump with him. But, they tried it just now, and the other party stayed in the air for a long time. Alex said with a pout. I don't know about that, but I can build it anyway. Midorioske shrugged. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** What she didn't see was that the corners of Toby Shota's mouth had already curled up. ... Beep. Yosin requests a timeout. Wow, this seems to be the first time Yosin has used a pause since the Winter Cup. Yeah, I didn't expect that Shutoku's move could force Yosin to this extent. Shutoku can already see Yosin's taillights. Tell me, how will they crack it? You ask me. On the field, the audience's curiosity grew louder and louder. The score is close, and there are only 3 minutes left. Mibuchi Ryo spoke. Yosin's defense is no longer a threat to Shutoku. Jinbaya Yongji frowned and said, I just don't know if Shutoku can go down smoothly. Akashi Seijuro looked at Midorioske on the Yosin bench and raised the corner of his mouth. Yosin bench. Everyone else, take a break. Liu Wei, Okamura, come here. After taking a sip of wolfberry tea, Hubu Shota looked at everyone and said calmly. Coach Hub, advertisement. Kenichi Okamura spoke first. What you have to do next is very simple. If that guy jumps early, Liu Wei, you jump with him. Toby Shota looked at the two of them and spoke. But Coach Hub, I don't have him. Before Liu Wei finished speaking, Toby Shota continued, Okamura, after Liu Wei jumps, count silently in your mind for 1 second, and then jump after him. Quote. After hearing this, the two of them suddenly understood. Okay, Himuro, Fukui, come here. At this time, Toby Shota shouted to the people who were drinking water. After that, the two of them came over. I like to prepare for both situations. Fukui, next, you will defend Miyagi Kiyoshi. And Bingshi, your task is more important. Looking at the teaching assistant who suddenly became serious, Himuro Tatsuya listened attentively. I've observed that the only one who can pass the ball like that is the number 10. Moreover, the trajectory of his pass was only to the right. I think this is also because the four-eyed kid is left-handed. Hubu Jungtai said this, lowered his head and took a sip of tea, and continued, your mission is to guard number 10 to death. Try to steal his pass. After he finished speaking, everyone showed a look of shock. As expected of Mito's first coach. In such a short time, he was able to come up with 2 ways to break the opponent's special moves. Masako Araki. So sinister, so awesome. Alex. This kind of meticulousness, coupled with the good cards in hand, makes this kind of coach the most terrifying. ... Beep. Timeout is over, game continues. As the whistle sounded, both teams took to the court. Shutoku has the ball. Why is it your turn to defend me? Did that guy admit defeat? Takao Kazunari looked at Himuro Tatsuya who was on guard against him and smiled. But in my heart I thought, could it be that they have already figured out how to deal with it? Siren viewing area. It feels so peaceful. Kogane Shinji Kai Ko Dao. It's just the calm before the storm. Hinata Junpei said with a frown. This next shot will determine Shutoku's fate. After Kiyoshi Teppei finished speaking, Ida Riko nodded and continued, yes, if Midorima's move is broken. So, in this game, even if Midorioske doesn't play, there will be no chance for Shutoku to recover. Chapter 100 Rest in Peace, the battle-hardened king. Suddenly, Takao and Chang moved. Here we come. Himuro Tatsuya looked at the other party's movements with a serious expression, and his center of gravity had secretly been placed on his left foot. Seeing this, Takao Kazunari dribbled the ball high, turned around, and quickly broke through from his right. At this time, Midorima Shintaro had already jumped high into the air, poised to shoot a basketball. He was already prepared when Takao Kazunari broke through, but he really believed that he could break through Tatsuya. Alex thought in disbelief. Enough is enough, little first grader. Liu Wei jumped high and raised his hands. Bang. At this moment, the basketball has come into the hands of Midorima Shintaro. Instead of shooting right away, waiting for Liu Wei's whereabouts. Sure enough, Liu Wei had already started falling while Midorima Shintaro was still in the air. Hateful. Liu Wei cursed inwardly. At this time, Takao Kazunari also smiled. Go ahead. Atsubo Taisuki e gong de Qingji da Han Dao. But, the next second. Don't even think about scoring this goal. At this moment, Kenichi Okamura jumped high. Then, amidst the incredulous gazes, bang! The basketball in Midorima Shintaro's hand was hit by Kenichi Okamura and passed to Tatsuya Himuro. The outcome is decided. Hugo Shota closed his eyes and said lightly. Masako Araki, Alex. As soon as Himuro Tatsuya received the ball, he attacked quickly and then stopped at the three-point line, ignoring Takao Kazunari who was chasing him from behind. Jump and shoot. Swish. Goal. 3 points. Wow. That alley-oop three-pointer was actually blocked. Why didn't I think it could be cracked this way? Yosin. 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 Come on Yosin. Fighting Himuro. The audience exclaimed. How is that possible? Seeing this, everyone in Shudoku showed expressions of horror. Was this trick so easily cracked? Is this the strength of this year's new king, Yosin Hai? Nakatani Jinlang. Damn it. This old B*******D. As soon as he smiles I know nothing good is going to happen. Shudoku, that's enough. Rest in peace, battle-hardened king. Akashi Seijiro supported his head with his right hand and said lightly. Ball possession changes. Come on. Advertisement. Come on Shudoku, don't give up. Attack. Shudoku's substitute and classmates cheered him on. The next game, either Midorima Shintaro's shot was blocked or Takao Kazunari's pass was intercepted. The score was widened again, with the end of the second quarter. The score is 52-26. Beep. The first half is over, 10 minutes of halftime. As the announcement sounded, teammates walked back to the locker room. On Shudoku's side, everyone had a constipated expression. I always feel that there is no suspense in this game anymore. Hayakawa Mitsuhiro muttered while looking in the direction of the Shudoku players. If Midorima-chan and the others didn't have any other new tricks, the match would have already been decided. Kai's Ryota spoke. The score difference is 26 points. Even if Shudoku has new tricks in the next game, he is doomed to lose. Ida Riko sighed. Yes, they only have the last quarter to catch up. Hinata Junpei then spoke. That's true, but even if they can catch up. In the final quarter, how could the exhausted Shudoku stop the energetic Midorioske? Muji Teppei said with a serious expression. Ada, where are you going? Satsuki Momoi asked as she looked at Aomine Daiki who turned and left. The game is over. Aomine Daiki didn't look back. The second half was just as many people expected. Even Shudoku's indomitable will could not withstand the ravages of reality. Beep. The game is over, 123-57, Yosin High School wins. Both sides salute. As the referee's voice rang out, the players from both teams bowed to each other and said, thank you for your guidance. I hate to admit it, but you all probably know it by now. We can't defeat Mito alone. If we want to continue playing basketball, then reorganization is essential. Akashi Seijiro thought to himself as he looked at the lonely figure of Midorima Shintaro. With the end of the game, the award ceremony followed. Yosin High collectively stood in the center of the main stage. The runner-up is, of course, Shudoku High. Since Akashi Seijiro saw that Kai's Ryota had lost to Yosin, he also went up to fight him. Result. Third place. Rikuzen High. The award ceremony ended with applause from the audience and other college players. Soon, the media swarmed in and immediately surrounded Yosin's group. Regarding the interview, Tobi Shota said it was a small scene. He just adjusted his clothes and stepped forward. Being photographed and interviewed by reporters. Advertisement. After a while, Yosin lounge. Alyong, why did you run back here right after you got off the stage? You didn't even attend the award ceremony. Alex asked Midorioske, who had changed into casual clothes and put on his backpack but was playing games. Their questions are annoying and I don't want to answer them. And there's no money to be made from the award ceremony. Midorioske Amidanato. But everyone is looking for you, and there's even a beautiful reporter who specifically wants to interview you. Alex said with a playful smile as he sat down next to Midorioske. Midorioske. Next time for sure. Alex. After a while, everyone from Yosin returned to the lounge. Mizan, Xiao Yazi said she would treat everyone to dinner tonight. Atsushi Murasakibara said happily as soon as he entered the door. Yeah, not bad. Midorioske Dian to Dao ideographic period. But, Xiao Yazi wants to eat at your house. She will be responsible for buying the ingredients, and you will be responsible for cooking. Atsushi Murasakibara's voice became quieter as he spoke. Impossible. Midorioske stood up suddenly, stared at Araki Masako fiercely and spoke. At this time, Tobi Shota whispered in Midorioske's ear. She said she would give a reward. How many? 10,000 yuan. She's sending beggars away. Then do you want it? Finally, the celebration party of the Yosin team was held in Mito's villa. After the Winter Cup ended, various universities began to plan for the next year. Because the winter vacation is coming, there is a rush to implement these plans. But what most people are concerned about is the departure of old students. The winter snow is pure and flawless, layer upon layer, as if covering the earth with silver. Akita. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Done, what's so ridiculous? After school, Atsushi Murasakibara and Himuro Tatsuya were chatting on their way out of the campus. How much snow does Akita get? Oh, that's true. I also thought it was the purple gold hammer at first. Muro, why are you starting to imitate Mizuki's speech? Haha, sorry, I got infected accidentally. Himuro Tatsuya laughs. Oh, I thought of one more thing. Atsushi Murasakibara finished speaking blankly, then suddenly turned his head and looked at Kenichi Okamura and Kensuke Fukui behind him. Why are you still here? When the two heard this, appeared on Fukui Kensuke's face. Of course I'm here. Yeah, we haven't graduated yet. Do you think that after you quit the club, you don't even have to come to school? Okamura Kenichi continued. Chapter 101 Kuroko Tetsuya's birthday. But actually, we have exams starting next week, so we won't be showing up. Fukui Kensuke said, because our first wish is to go to university in Tokyo. Okamura Kenichi said with a smile on his face. Huh? If you're not studying, you can't get into university, right? Atsushi Murasakibara asked with a questioning look on his face. Who said we weren't studying? Don't say such things. The hash appeared on the back of Fukui Kensuke's head again, and he shouted. Yes, this is for you. Atsushi Murasakibara took a look at the books in the two people's backpacks, then took out 2 delicious sticks from the bags. After handing it to the two of them, he turned and left. Keep up the good work. After saying that, he left with Himuro Tatsuya. Good. Hey, it's a snack. They looked at the two people's departing backs and smiled helplessly. 2 Basketball Hall. Age of Miracles, Gathering? Aomine Daiki, who was in training, turned around in surprise and asked. Well, it's been a while since we last met. I wanted you to get together. What are you going to do when we meet? Join Rikuzen? I don't need that. Aomine Daiki picked up the basketball and said calmly. Ada, what are you talking about? Of course we're meeting to play basketball. Satsuki Momoi said expectantly. Playing basketball is fine, but why that day? Aomine Daiki said, and casually threw the basketball in his hand. Swish. Goal. Because that day was Azi's birthday. Satsuki Momoi said with a blush on her pretty face. Clam. Look, it's our day off again, so it's a good excuse to get everyone over here. Satsuki Momoi started to falter. Mito's temporary residence. As Alex walked in, he saw Midorioske sitting with his legs crossed and playing games. So she changed her shoes and sat down next to him angrily. I'm telling you, if you don't even attend class, how are you going to take the exam? You talk as if I can do well on the test if I just go to class. Midorioske shrugged. Today is the 3rd-year retirement ceremony, and you're not going to see Fukui and the others off. Alex said angrily when he saw that he couldn't persuade the other party. It's just a retirement ceremony, not a funeral. Alex was so angry that he clenched his fist and punched Midorioske's arm. By the way, when are we leaving? Midorioske seemed to feel nothing, and after the game character died, he put down the controller and said. In a few days, probably early next month. Advertisement. But I promised Taiga that we will go to the beautiful country for treatment with Muji. It just so happens that we go there early, so you can get familiar with the new environment. Alex thought for a moment and said, he's pregnant? Ada. Alex punched the other man's arm again. Just then, Midorioske's cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and checked it, only to find it was a message from Satsuki Momoi. Who is it? Alex asked. It's Satsuki. She's planning to celebrate Kuroko's birthday in 2 days. Let me join in the fun, Midorioske said with a shrug. Ha ha ha. If you go, it probably won't be lively anymore, right? But Taiga also called me today and invited me to Kuroko's birthday party. I plan to invite Misako to come along. Alex pointed at the other person and laughed. Then let's go together. She asked me to meet her at the stadium, so you have to bring their coach along. Midorioske suddenly remembered something and spoke quickly. Why? Alex gave a puzzled look. You're stupid. If the birthday party food that day was made by their coach. Alex suddenly remembered that day. The Saren Collective coma incident, and nodded quickly. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang, on the other side. Kagami Taiga and Kuroko Tetsuya were also on their way home. Are you free on the 31st? Kagami Taiga suddenly spoke. The 31st. I'm free. Kuroko Tetsuya answers. Great, that's it. Before Kagami Taiga could finish his words, Kuroko Tetsuya's phone rang. Sorry Kagami. Kuroko Tetsuya finished speaking and pressed the answer button. Hello, I'm Kuroko. Hello, Momoi-san. The 31st. I'm free. Hearing this, Kagami Taiga immediately felt something was wrong. Meanwhile, Kuroko Tetsuya continued her conversation on the phone. Really? Great, I'm looking forward to it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. What's wrong? What does she want from you? Kagami Taiga asked quickly. Momoi invited some of the students she knew from Teiko Junior High to play a practice match together. Is this true? That's amazing, but it's number 31, right? Kagami Taiga continued to ask, and before the other party could answer, he muttered, this is troublesome. Oh yeah, Kagami, you also asked me if I was free on the 31st. Advertisement. Kuroko Tetsuya reacted a little slowly. Well, I had some plans for that day. What are you planning? Hold your birthday party and have a lively gathering with everyone. Kagami Taiga said with his hands in his pockets. Really? Yes. What should I do? I've already promised Momoi-san. Go ahead, this is a rare opportunity. We can do it in the evening. Okay, Thank you Kagami, I'm glad. Kuroko Tetsuya smiled slightly and thanked him. What are you thanking me for? It's just a birthday party. Kagami Taiga said shyly. But, in a year, I am forgotten about 364 days. You've suffered so much, night, a hamburger restaurant. As he said he would come, that's great, Satsuki Momoi circled Kuroko Tetsuya's name in her notebook. But didn't Midorima say it depends on your mood? Aomine Daiki Wen Dao Ideographic period. Don't worry, Satsuki Momoi said with a confident smile. Where do you get your confidence from? Xiaolu will definitely come, because I also called a G. What? Mito is coming too? Aomine Daiki was surprised. Yes, next up is Xiao Kai, but he didn't answer the phone. Satsuki Momoi suddenly supported her chin with her hand and poked her little face with a pen, saying depressedly. Then what should we do? Oh my god, why are you here, Kai's? Aomine Daiki looked at Kai's Ryota who suddenly appeared beside her and said in surprise. Because I just came here after taking pictures. Kai's Ryota laughed. Oh, yes, there's a photography studio nearby. Aomine Daiki suddenly realized. Mito's temporary residence. Age of Miracles, gathering? It's quite interesting, done. Himuro Tatsuya was a little surprised. I think it's too troublesome to run to Tokyo. Atsushi Murasakibara said gloomily. Seeing this, Himuro Tatsuya smiled helplessly and then persuaded. But it's a rare opportunity for you guys to get together, is Mito going to? Chapter 102-5v5. Go ahead, someone's going to reimburse you, so why not go? Midorioske said as he took a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Then I'll go too. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly became alert. Tatsuya, aren't you invited too? Alex poured himself a glass of sake and said. Yeah, Taiga already invited me. Himuro Tatsuya was a little surprised. Then let's go together, Alex said. 2 days later, it was Kuroko Tetsuya's birthday. You're going just like that. Alex frowned as he looked at Midorioske who had empty hands. How about I put on some perfume? No, aren't you the one who hates going to someone else's house without bringing a gift? What's more, today is Kuroko's birthday. Yeah, the people I hate don't include myself. Midorioske said sincerely, looking at the pouting Alex in front of him. You really aren't bringing a gift? It would be so awkward if everyone brings one and you don't. I brought it. Where? Isn't it the best gift that I can go? The two soon arrived at Kagami Taiga's house. Midorioske was downstairs looking at an ant nest under the roots of a tree. Wake up, it's time to go to work. He held a branch to the ant nest and poked it from time to time. Every time a hole is poked, some ants start to get busy. After a while, Araki Misako came over and frowned at Midorioske who was playing with ants. What are you doing here? I'm watching them, training, Midorioske said without even turning his head. Bakailu. This little brat is hitting me. Just as Araki Misako was about to go berserk, a voice came. Misako, you're here? Yeah, just arrived. Misako Araki turned around and saw Alex walking towards her with Ida Riko. Alex, this isn't good. Ida Riko said shyly. After all, the Age of Miracles didn't invite me, so how could I feel embarrassed? Although I really want to go and see their so-called practice match. Everyone, let's go. Midorioske heard the voice, stood up, and said to the three women. Then, before he left, he placed a brick on the ant nest. Parks and baseball fields. Advertisement at this time, everyone from the Age of Miracles has arrived. We are playing a 3v3 friendly match. A G. Satsuki Momoi showed a surprised expression when she saw 3 women and 1 man coming over. Myth. The others stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes towards Midorioske. Apart from Xiao Yazi, why are you here? Atsushi Murasakibara looked at Misako Araki with some surprise. Why can't I come? The latter said unhappily. Coach, why are you here? Kuroko Tetsuya asked while looking at Ida Riko in the same way. It's Alex. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Alex who hugged her. What, your coach doesn't welcome you anymore? No, I'm very happy. Kuroko Tetsuya smiled. Hey, you're playing ball. What's the prize? Midorioske looked at everyone and smiled. Do you want to fight too? Alex looked at the fighting spirit in Age of Miracles' eyes and nudged Midorioske with his shoulder, encouraging him. Not interested. Are you afraid of losing? Yes. Looking at Midorioske who nodded, Alex got angry again. Let's get a Kawasaki Z750 RS Red Lotus Z2 for the first prize. Akashi Seijiro suddenly spoke. Add me in. Misako Araki looked at Midorioske who suddenly raised his hand and slapped her forehead. But once Mito shows up, it's going to be hard to fight 3-on-3. Kai's Ryota said with a bitter face. How about I call 3 people and we play 5v5? Akashi Seijiro said with a slight smile. Don't bother with that, who doesn't know your little tricks? The 6 of you can go together, and I'll go with these girls. Work harder and disperse sooner, Midorioske said, waving his hand casually. At this moment, the 4 girls were collectively stunned. Huh? Ida Riko. How about letting Kuroko take my place? I'll be your referee. I don't mind. Midorioske shrugged. Mito, you want to die? Coach Araki, you're not afraid of losing to the kid on the other side, are you? No, I want to be with little Kuroko. Kai's Ryota Bao J Kuroko Tetsuya Dahan Dao. Kai's, it hurts. Kuroko Tetsuya's rebellious path. Brother Kun, what do you say? Advertisement Midorioske urged, already imagining himself riding his Kawasaki down the open road. I don't mind, it's just, before Kuroko Tetsuya could finish her words, Midorioske made the final decision. That's it, I'll be in a group with Garcia, Masako, Kun, and Satsuki. You are the Age of Miracles team, and Riko will be the referee. Okay, we have no objection, so can I. With everyone's unanimous agreement, the competition is about to begin. The two teams stood facing each other. I won't let you off just because you're girls. Aomine Daiki said while looking at the three girls. We still need to release the water, Satsuki Momoi laughing path. You little brat, you were still drinking milk while your sister was playing basketball. Alex choked back, and Araki Masako was not to be outdone. When I was playing basketball, you were still a tadpole. Araki, Masako. What are you talking about? The two young girls who were just beginning to fall in love said this while covering their faces. The Age of Miracles. Kuroko Tetsuya. Being teammates with Mito. That seems pretty good too. Beep. Both teams send players to jump ball. At this time, Ida Riko blew the whistle and said. Riko, how come you have a whistle? Haha, I'm used to carrying it every time I go out. Ida Riko stuck out her tongue. Soon, Atsushi Murasakibara and Midorioske stood at midfield, ready for the jump ball. Shueichin, I won't let you today, Atsushi Murasakibara said seriously. Purple hair, when did I ever need you to give in? Midorioske said with a look of disdain. Soon, Ida Riko threw the ball high into the air. The game begins. They both jumped at the same time. But this time, to everyone's surprise, Atsushi Murasakibara actually lost. Wrong. Doesn't seem too surprising. Midorioske hooked the ball directly into Alex's hands, and immediately rushed towards the opponent's basket after landing. Alex didn't even dribble, he just threw the ball back. The Age of Miracles secretly cried out in disbelief. Speed up the pass, back, bang. Kuroko Tetsuya didn't hesitate too much, twisted her body, and then suddenly stretched out her right hand and pushed. The basketball flew towards Midorioske as fast as a bullet. Good. Midorioske received the ball, jumped up, stretched his right hand, and slammed it down. Bang. Goal. Chapter 103 Entertainment Game. Wow. Kuroko can do that. That's a good pass. Azzy is so awesome. Seeing this, the three girls immediately started praising him. Midorioske. Kuroko Tetsuya. Is this what it feels like to be teammates with Mito? As long as the ball is passed to him, it's as if he has already scored a goal. How can Fei Si have such a full sense of security? He was surprised because even now the opponent was the Age of Miracles. But Kuroko Tetsuya actually had a feeling of, is this all the other party has? This feeling was something he had never experienced before. Ball possession changes. Akashi Seijiro dribbled the ball to half court, and Alex came up to defend him. Instead of breaking through, he passed the ball to Midorima Shintaro. Seeing this, Masako Araki rushed forward to defend. Although Masako Araki is a woman, she is very strong. As expected of a gangster, Midorioske smiled as he watched Masako Araki defending Midorima Shintaro effectively. Little Satsuki, why are you guarding me? Atsushi Murasakibara said depressedly as he looked at Satsuki Momoi, who was short, but standing in front of him with his arms open. He used to be able to hold back when playing with others, but now he dares not even use the slightest bit of strength. On the other side, Midorima Shintaro had already passed the ball to Kai's Ryota. Little Midorima actually passed it on to me. Kai's Ryota was slightly surprised, then rushed towards Kuroko Tetsuya with the ball. Facing the opponent's defense, Kai's Ryota turned around and passed the opponent. Then he rushed to the basket, jumped high, and also did a one-handed dunk. Bang. Goal. Hey, Brother Kun, are you letting the water out? Midorioske turned around and asked. I don't, Mito-kun. Kuroko Tetsuya Lao Shi Dao. Okay, ball possession changes. Alex dribbled the ball. Looking at Akashi Seijiro coming up to defend in front of him, Alex's mouth curled up. She made a quick breakthrough to the left and right, and when the opponent came to defend again, she suddenly turned her back. Everyone was surprised, because she has already broken through that Akashi Seijiro. Facing Atsushi Murasakibara, who came to help defend, Alex made a fadeaway shot. Isn't her eyesight bad? This ball can go in. No, she didn't shoot. Ida Riko looked at Alex in surprise. The others were surprised by Alex's actions just now. Although Akashi Seijiro was blind at this time, it was not something a woman could break through. He was easily broken through by the opponent. The next second, when the basketball was still a little distance away from the basket, Midorioske appeared, jumping high. He just grabbed the basketball with one hand and threw it towards the basket. Bang! Advertisement goal. These two guys are amazing. Ida Riko exclaimed. At first, when you said you were Kagami and Master Himuro, I didn't quite believe it, but now I do. Kai's Ryota said with a look of shock. That's right, how could I be defeated by a bunch of brats like you? Alex raised her pretty face and said proudly, Alex, you are amazing. Satsuki Momoi ka Hikodo, Midorioske. In the following game, both sides fought back and forth. Because it is an entertainment game, therefore, there is no seriousness in the age of miracles. Could it be that you let Akashi Seijiro open his eyes and beat Alex? Or should Atsushi Murasakibara use the destruction hammer against Satsuki Momoi? As for Kai's Ryota, it only takes a few minutes for him to surpass Kuroko Tetsuya. Midorima Shintaro can even shoot 3 points from the field when serving. But none of them did so. The only serious person in the whole audience, Aomine Daiki. At this moment, he was using zone and wildness to fight Midorioske alone. On the other side, Kagami's house. Xiaojin, move that text a little higher. Lower the flag, add a red bow over there, not bad, not bad. Everyone in Saren was busy preparing for the surprise that would come later. Hinata, how are things going over there? Yi Yuajun asked. That's about it. After Hinata Junpei finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and showed the other person the results of his paper cutting. A look of seeking praise on the face. Captain is so awesome. Kagami Taiga exclaimed. Just then, the doorbell rang. Hello. When Kagami Taiga opened the door, he saw Himuro Tatsuya with a big smile on his face. Why are you so late, Tatsuya? I was worried you were lost. I am indeed lost, but it is not thanks to you. Himuro Tatsuya sighed. Ah, Kagami Taiga's face was full of question marks. But luckily, I met a kind person. Hello. After Himuro Tatsuya finished speaking, he turned sideways, revealing Takao Kazunari standing behind him. Takao. Kagami Taiga said in surprise. I got the lost child to safety. Takao and Chang greeted. It's a rare opportunity. Taiga, can we have him join us for the birthday party? Advertisement. Himuro Tatsuya asked. Yes, yes, sorry to bother you then. Kagami Taiga had just finished speaking when Takao and Changji walked in very familiarly. Taiga, here, the local specialty rice stick pot. At this time, Himuro Tatsuya took out the Akita specialties he bought and said. After a while, everyone in Saren looked at Himuro Tatsuya and Takao Kazunari in surprise. I didn't expect you guys to come too. I was invited by Taiga. After saying this, Himuro Tatsuya put on an apron on his own initiative. Then I started cooking together with Kagami Taiga. Dusk. The sun sets. I lost after all. Aomine Daiki sat on the basketball, breathing heavily. Mito, the car will be delivered to your door later. Akashi Seijiro hung up the phone and smiled at Midorioske. Okay, Mito, next time, we won't lose again. Kids, it's 100 years too early for you to win. It's not your credit. My grandma and Mito would have won if they were on the same team. Seeing everyone getting noisy again, Satsuki Momoi said, let's take a group photo together. Hurry up, Satsuki. Aomine Daiki urged, wait a minute. Alright. Satsuki Momoi pressed the button of the camera and hurried to the front of the crowd. Ah, Atsushi Murasakibara yawned at this moment. Don't yawn, Murasakibara. Midorima Shintaro Shuo Dao. You came here so early in the morning, what can I do? Atsushi Murasakibara Lan Dao. Mito, why are you still wearing a hat? Roll. Aliang, carry me, you get out too. Come on, everyone, laugh. Seeing that the time was almost up, Satsuki Momoi quickly reminded them. Kuroko, let's pose together. Kai's Ryota said this, raised his thumb and smiled at the camera. What? Before Kuroko Tetsuya could react, crack. This, youth, was recorded by the camera. Chapter 104 Happy Birthday. Let's go, change the scene. Midorioske said as he snapped his fingers at everyone. Yeah, I'm starving. Atsushi Murasakibara shouted excitedly and quickly followed Mito. There's really nothing we can do about these two. Araki Masako rubbed her forehead and said, you guys come too. At this time, Kuroko Tetsuya looked at the others and said. Can we too? Kai's Ryota laughed happily. Of course, because you gave me the best gift today. Kuroko Tetsuya smiled. The Kagami family, ding dong. Thank you for your hard work. As the doorbell rang, Mitsuki Furuhata opened the door with a smile on his face. Then, the smile turned to horror. Hello, this is Furuhata-kun, right? Akashi spoke first. Akashi. Furuhata Mitsuki was so surprised that he stuttered. Please make way. At this time, Mito stretched out his hand, pushed Mitsukari Furuhata aside, and then strode forward. Atsushi Murasakibara hurried to catch up. Shui, Mito. As Mitsukari Furuhata looked at these people, his legs began to tremble. It's a rare opportunity, so I brought them here. They are my friends. Kuroko Tetsuya popped her head out from behind Akashi Seijiro. Ah, Furuhata Mitsuki suddenly yelled, obviously scared. It's too late, the seniors are all. Kagami Taiga turned around and smiled when he heard the noise outside the door. Then, everyone was surprised. Mito, Murasakibara. Hello everyone, let's keep playing the music and dancing. Midorioske greeted them and found a seat with Atsushi Murasakibara. Just when Kagami Taiga was about to say something. Your place is pretty nice, kid. Aomine Daiki followed in with a pout. Aomine, why did you barge in too? Kagami Taiga exclaimed. But just as he finished speaking, swish, 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 several heads with different hair colors came in. Hey, hello everyone. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Kai's Ryota greeted everyone. Team leader. Yi Yuajun whispered in a cold sweat. Advertisement, it scared me too. Hinata Junpei looked at the people in front of him in surprise. Captain, Itsuki-senpai, you guys are here too? Kuroko Tetsuya smiles. I'm the one who should say this. You actually brought all the legendary figures of Teiko here. Excuse me, I'm Akashi from Rikuzen. Akashi Seijiro walked past Kuroko Tetsuya and bowed slightly to everyone. Of course we know that, Yi Yuajun said. Takao, why are you here? Midorima Shintaro looked at Takao Kazunari who was sitting on the floor and said in surprise. Xiao Zhen, you are the one, right? Ha ha ha. This scene is really great, super chaotic. Done. Huh? Shizai, you're here too. At this time, everyone familiar began to greet each other. Apart from Aomine Daiki is rummaging through boxes and drawers. Ada, what are you doing? Satsuki Momoi asked. How boring, there's not even a single pornographic book. Aomine Daiki spread her hands. I'm not you, Ada. Kagami Taiga and Satsuki Momoi yelled at each other. Don't start eating snacks as soon as you get to someone's house, that's very rude. Midorima Shintaro crossed his arms over his chest and spoke. Atsushi Murasakibara was stunned. Then, you can't eat rice sticks either. Done, wash your hands first. Himuro Tatsuya looked at Atsushi Murasakibara who was pouting and said gently. Yes, the latter just started to play badly and just collapsed like Midorioske. After a while. What's going on? The entire Age of Miracles is here? Muji Teppei, who had just arrived with the other team members, said in surprise. Alex, Coach Araki, you guys are here too? After taking a quick look around, Muji Teppei was a little surprised to see the three women whispering to each other. Muji, don't forget your plane ticket for the day after tomorrow. Alex looked up and greeted. After these words were spoken, the faces of Masako Araki and Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly darkened. I didn't forget. Huh, Mito is here too. Kiyoshi Teppei finally caught a glimpse of Midorioske lying on the ground and said in surprise. Midorioske raised his hand and gave a, yeah, sign as a greeting. Woof. At this time, a dog barking was heard. Everyone looked over. Mito Ryunosuke was seen holding a little Shiba Inu wearing a Siren jersey. Number 2. Kagami Taiga said fearfully. Woof woof. Advertisement. At this time, several girls immediately surrounded him. Satsuki Momoi touched number 2's nose a few times and said, I've got you. No, number 2 is super cute no matter when you look at her. Is number 2 its name? Where is number 1? Akashi Seijiro asked curiously. Then, everyone's eyes collectively turned to Midorioske. Midorioske. Finally, it was Hyuga Junpei and Izuki Shun who raised their hands, pointed at Kuroko Tetsuya and said, here. Everyone turned their gaze away from Midorioske. Hello, I'm number 1. Kuroko Tetsuya said while looking at Akashi Seijiro with an innocent look on her face. So everyone looked back and forth between the man and the dog. Very similar, right, indeed. Quote. It's quite a grand occasion. Kagami Taiga sighed while hiding behind Kuroko Tetsuya. I'm so sorry. Kuroko Tetsuya turned around and said. Why are you apologizing? Birthday parties are only fun when there are a lot of people. Kagami Taiga smiled. Yes. Kuroko Tetsuya Kai Shindao. Next. Everyone began to taste the food. It's delicious. Muro-chan, you're almost better than Mizuki. Atsushi Murasakibara took a bite of the lion's head and said with shining eyes. Azi, come here. Satsuki Momoi also picked up some food and handed it to Kuroko Tetsuya. Aomine Daiki is competing with Kagami Taiga to see who can eat faster. Midorima Shintaro squatted aside with his back to everyone, looking extremely lost. What's wrong, Xiaojun? Takao Kazunari asked in confusion. My lucky charm is gone. Midorima Shintaro said in an extremely resentful tone. I'm sorry, Midorima, I put it in because it wasn't fresh enough. Himuro Tatsuya held up a bag of dried shiitake mushrooms that was already half full, and then continued to ask weakly, isn't it delicious? What did you say? Midorima Shintaro suddenly turned around and said angrily. Ha 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 ha. Takao Kazunari was holding his stomach, looking like he was numb from laughing. Hopefully we'll get a chance to play a game. Akashi Seijiro said with a smile, holding up a disposable cup of Coke. Yes, you are welcome to give me advice. Mitsuki Furuhata acted like some sales tycoon, holding up his glass with one hand and supporting the bottom of the glass with the other, and greeted them with a smile. Taiga, there's not enough wine. Alex yelled. Tokugawa Ieyasu's birthday is also today. This means that if you want to dominate the country, you must take action on January 31st. Hinata Junpei held up a model and said. Nonsense. No one needs to listen to his nonsense. Ida Riko frowned. Chapter 105 Farewell. Soon, the wine had tasted its full flavor. Everyone looked at Kuroko Tetsuya, then took out fireworks from their pockets and stood up. Next, the last step. That is to wish today's protagonist. Ida Riko spoke first, and everyone pulled the fuse of the fireworks. Preparation. Kai's Ryota said with a smile, the next moment. Bang. The fireworks cannons instantly sprayed out colorful ribbons. Everyone applauded and said in unison, Kuroko, happy birthday. Kuroko Tetsuya looked at this scene, deeply moved, her face filled with happiness. At last, Thousands of words are reduced to one sentence. Thank you everyone. The next day. Because of last night's indulgence, today's rest. Many people sleep until they wake up naturally. It's late at night. On a deserted road in the suburbs, roaring motorcycles arrived here one after another. Soon, both sides of the road were filled with motorcycles that had not been turned off. In the middle of the road, bikers in various outfits gathered together. Sister, is today an important day? Hinata Asuka walked up to Masako Araki, who was standing in the middle wearing a black motorcycle suit, and asked. It's not a special day, I just wanted to say goodbye to Mito-san. Masako Araki smiled while holding a black helmet. What? Big bro, Mito, is leaving. Where to? After he finished speaking, the bikers who were familiar with Midorioske came forward and asked. It's just a year of studying abroad, don't make a fuss about it. Araki Masako smiled and said, everyone, that's it? Okay, tonight is Mito's farewell ceremony, what are you all looking at? Looking at the speechless crowd, Masako Araki waved her fist. Boom boom boom. Just then, the roar of a motorcycle sounded from a distance. After a while, a Kawasaki Z750RS Red Lotus Z2 slowly drove over. Mito, big brother, you're here, hey, did you change cars? Advertisement, this car is nice. I wanted to buy it before, but unfortunately I didn't have enough money. For a moment, everyone was talking and making a lot of noise. Coach, didn't you say there was a game tonight? Midorioske tilted his head and looked at Araki Masako behind the crowd and asked. Of course, but it's more of a farewell party for you than a competition. Mito, it's only been a year, but we will miss you. Mito, be careful when you go abroad and don't get into trouble, I heard most people there have guns. Yeah, this is no joke, I don't want the next time I see you to be at a funeral. Brother, don't listen to Chushan's nonsense, there's a saying in Dragon Country. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. You better be careful. Mito, don't play that Enter the Dragon game, I'm still waiting for you to come back and defeat you. After Araki Masako finished speaking, the others came to Midorioske, punched him, and then walked to their respective motorcycles and roared the accelerator. You guys. Midorioske looked at the familiar faces and felt a little touched. Okay, the endpoint is still the same place, but this time, there will be no reward. When everyone heard this, they collectively sighed, but everyone had a smile on their face that said, it's natural. But, Araki Masako changed the subject and continued, Mito's gas money tonight needs to be reimbursed by everyone. After he finished speaking, everyone sighed again. The next day, many people came to the airport to see Midorioske and others off. But at this time, the crowd was divided into two groups. Take good care of yourself. Please get good treatment when you get there. Good. Muji Tieping listened to the instructions of the team members and nodded shyly. Don't worry, if the surgery is successful, you'll be able to recover quickly with proper rehabilitation. Alex walked forward, looked at the people in Shenglan, and then looked at Muji Tepe and continued, don't worry, you will see them again soon. Wait until you come back. At this time, Hinata Junpei suddenly stepped forward, looking proud and a little embarrassed. Good. Muji Tieping looked at everyone and nodded seriously. Kagami, are you ready? At this time, Alex looked at Kagami Taiga in front of him and asked. I've made up my mind. I'll go after this summer vacation, besides, I can't bear to leave here. Kagami Taiga said in confusion, Kagami, you really want to leave too? That's not true, is it? Kagami. Advertisement. This is too sudden. You were so happy last night. Why are you going to be so miserable today? Shinji Kogane said with tears in his eyes. Kuroko Tetsuya kept her head down and said nothing. I'm sorry, I really want to go there and play basketball and make it to the NBA someday. Kagami Taiga was silent for a moment before speaking. Tetsuya, can you say something too? You didn't know that a long time ago, did you? Yes. Kuroko Tetsuya said in frustration, do you really want this? Yes, if Kagami-san wants to go, I will do my best to support him. Kuroko Tetsuya raised her head and said with a firm look on her face. I'm so sorry, on the day it was confirmed, all I could think about was my dreams and you guys. I thought about it for a long time, but I still want to go to the beautiful country. Why? Looking at Kagami Taiga who had a determined look on his face, Hinata Junpei sighed, what a idiot. Now that you've made the decision, why are you still feeling downhearted? Yeah, you think we won't support you? Ida Riko continued. You've already done us a favor by being able to dwell on this issue. Give it your all. Hinata Junpei smiled and said, we'll support you, too. Go Kagami. Everyone. Before Kagami could finish, Alex interrupted her, don't you still have time? Why are you being so sentimental? Isn't the real thing to be sentimental about today right there? Alex said, pointing to the crowd next to him, on the other side. Woo 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 woo. At this time, Atsushi Murasakibara, who was holding Midorioske, had tears and snot coming out. The liquid was dripping mercilessly onto each other's clothes. You're already grown up, yet you're still crying. Seeing this, Kenichi Okamura reached out and patted him on the shoulder. But I can't bear to kiss Shueichin. Atsushi Murasakibara raised his right hand, shook off Kenichi Okamura's hand, and swung it violently. Upon hearing this, Yosen's team members and Araki Masako did not say anything, but just smiled at the two people hugging in front of them. Okay, Good boy, it's only 1 year, Zamao, don't forget our agreement. Midorioske patted the other person's back and continued to comfort him. Hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara tried hard to hold back his tears and answered with a choked but firm voice. Good. Chapter 106 Farewell. After watching the two separate, Masako Araki and Shota Tobi walked forward. Mito, there are so many experts in the beautiful country, not to mention the one you are about to face. But it is comparable to the college league of the national team. Don't be as lazy as you were in Yosen. The coach there won't be as indulgent as we are. Araki Masako said with red eyes. Please, just how much do I worry about you? Midorioske opened his eyes and smiled helplessly at everyone. You've never made us feel at ease, Masako Araki cursed with a smile. Mito, I won't say anything sentimental. I hope you can come back for next year's Summer Cup and win another championship with your new students. Tobi Shota also walked forward and said with a smile. Don't worry, I believe Zamao will be the champion next year. Midorioske looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and bared his teeth. Seeing this, the latter nodded vigorously. Tap, tap tap tap. I'm sorry, Aji. Ada and the others said they couldn't come today because they had something to do. At this time, Satsuki Momoi, who arrived late, supported herself on her knees and gasped. It's okay, I'm not familiar with them. Midorioske waved his hand, then looked towards the door and smiled. He's really gone. The good news is that next year I won't have to encounter this monster. But he will be back the year after next. Akashi, I don't want to scold you in such a happy atmosphere. Sitting on a bench outside the airport were the other 4 members of the Age of Miracles. At this time, they were looking at the plane that had already taken off. Why didn't you go in just now? At this time, Atsushi Murasakibara came up to them with tears on his face and asked. I want to go to the beautiful country too. At this time, Aomine Daiki put her hands on her hips and said with a turned face. Then why didn't you get on the plane? Kai's Ryota asked. I didn't say we should go now, you idiot, Aomine Daiki retorted. Then why are you going to the beautiful country? Kai's Ryota continued to ask. Of course I'm going to play in the NBA. But you're not old enough. That's why I said I'll be there soon, I'll definitely be there. Advertisement. Aomine Daiki looked up at the sky and said with determination. Have you thought about it? In 1 year, if we are still separated like this. When Mito comes back from another stage, our loss will only be worse than it is now. Akashi Seijiro lowered his head, with the corners of his mouth raised. After that, everyone fell silent. On the plane, Muji Tepe looked at Midorioske beside him and said with a smile. Honestly, when I first heard the news, I thought it was a joke. How could a high school sophomore play in a college league, especially in a place like the United States? Just think of it as traveling. Midorioske said as he flipped through a magazine boredly. You really are. Muji Tieping smiled helplessly. Muji, don't pay attention to him. We'll laugh at him after he hits a wall. Alex said from the side. Ha ha ha. Muji Tieping laughed awkwardly twice and turned his head. Will he really hit a wall? After the 3 of them arrived in the beautiful country, a car came to pick them up and took them to where they lived. It is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room suite. Soon, after the 3 of them put their luggage away, they began to adjust to the time difference. A week later, Midorioske has also adapted to the daily routine here. Since it was still holiday time, he didn't have to report. His life here was simple. He either went to visit Muji Tieping with Alex. Just walking around the nearby streets with her. This way, if you are alone in the future, you won't be afraid of getting lost. After all, it was the era of flip phones, so there was no navigation. On the street, 2 people who had just returned from visiting a patient were walking side by side. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Just as they passed by a baseball field, they heard the sound of playing ball. Originally, the 2 of them didn't want to go and see it. Alex glanced over and found someone he knew, then he pulled Midorioske over. This basketball court is composed of 2 basketball courts. There are not many people on the court, and there are only a few teams of people in the stands on both sides. Hi, Pete. Alex greeted a man in a blue vest. Hearing this, the man and the man next to him turned their heads. Oh my god, Alex, when did you come back? Mito, this is Pete, this is. Advertisement. After introducing her friends, she introduced Mito. This is Midorioske, don't underestimate him. He's the best high school basketball player in Sakura country. Hello, Mito, hello, my name is Labdopit, nice to meet you. Pete smiled as he held out his hand to Mito. Hello, hello. Mito also extended his hand, and after a brief handshake, Pete continued. I heard you're pretty good at basketball, do you want to play? Fine, thank you, and you? My name is Han Mei. Everyone. Peter was stunned for a moment, then looked at Alex and said, what is Mito saying? He has such a heavy accent, I can't understand him at all. Hearing this, Alex slapped his forehead. No fight, not interested. Midorioske waved his hand impatiently. Are you afraid of losing? Yes. Alex sighed helplessly at Midorioske, who was unmoved by his provocation, and turned to Peter and said. He's jet-lagged, so it's not convenient for him to play basketball right now. It's okay. We're just about to play a game with the leaders team. Peter didn't get angry, but continued. Okay, then you guys do your best, I'll take him back first. Alex said, looking helplessly at Midorioske. Let's go. Midorioske nodded, then followed Alex out of the baseball field and headed to a nearby shopping mall. That's right, they're going to buy ingredients. Why are you buying so many things? Alex complained. I plan to stay at home for the next few days and enjoy some leisure time as a homebody. Midorioske shrugged. Just as the two of them passed by the baseball field again. You guys are no match for me, you still have the nerve to fight us? You're just wasting your time? Hearing this extremely arrogant voice, Alex frowned. Even Midorioske was slightly surprised. The baseball field, which was deserted just now, is now surrounded by quite a few people. They were shouting in bird language that they couldn't understand. Chapter 107 Midorioske's smile. Midorioske can't understand bird language, but he has eyes. The score on the field, and the frustrated looks on the faces of Pete's players, who seemed to have no desire to fight. They were undoubtedly telling him he was abused. But Midorioske didn't want to pay attention to it, as he couldn't understand any of that rubbish anyway. After all, this is a beautiful country, and such behavior is normal in street basketball. But now it's obviously too much, and the scolding is too much. Pete, what's wrong? Alex frowned and walked up to ask. Alex, why are you back? Pete was stunned at first, but then he sighed and explained the situation. It turned out that the leader team had called in a master named Nick this time, so the two teams should have been evenly matched. This balance was broken due to the appearance of Nick. It must be the long-term resentment that caused the other party to keep talking trash. Pete wanted to refute, but he had been beaten so badly that he didn't have the face to refute. Upon hearing this, Alex naturally told Midorioske about it. Why are you telling me this? Hurry back, I can't wait to play the game I just bought. Thinking of the game he just bought, Midorioske became eager to try it out. After all, this is a new game and it's not sold in Sakura country yet. Are you guys afraid of losing? You're actually complaining to a woman in a yellow monkey? Is this woman your mother, Pete? The power forward of the leader team mocked. Eli, what are you talking about, you idiot? Peter immediately shot back angrily. But the other side's words, you have already lost by 40 points, silenced Pete. He just cursed you with the M word. Alex turned and said to Midorioske. You even told me that I was your mother and asked me to take you home and feed you. She looked at Midorioske, who was looking at her confusedly, and continued. Okay, let's go home. Midorioske nodded. Alex. It's only a 40-point difference? You think you're sure to win? Alex said in a deep voice, then looked at Pete and asked, how many minutes are left? 7 minutes. That's enough. I'll let Aliang play in a while. You watch as someone comes down to replace him. Alex frowned. Huh? You're not kidding, are you? Pete exclaimed. Advertisement? Have you ever seen me joke about something like this? Looking at Alex's serious face, Pete could only nod helplessly. Okay. You'll help Pete and the others play for 7 minutes. Alex turned his head and said, not interested. Midorioske waved his hand. But they just called you a monkey, can you stand it? Alex huffed. Humans evolved from monkeys. At this time, the other team saw Pete let his small forward go down, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Pete, you're not really going to let this monkey hit you, are you? They scolded you again, although I didn't understand what they were saying, they were smiling. Do you understand the ridicule? As Alex finished speaking, the power forward named Eli came up to Midorioske, made a 5 centimeters distance gesture with his fingers, and then spoke. Little bean sprout, go home and drink your milk. What he meant was the difference in the way they played. Damn it, you said I was young? I took it out, huh? The other person is black, so forget it. Midorioske thought of this, then smiled and stretched out his right hand. Hello, let me introduce myself, I am your ancestor, Dragon Mandarin. Wow, this monkey wants to shake my hand, ha 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 ha. Eli turned to look at his other teammates and laughed heartily. Seeing this, his teammates also started laughing. Yes, man, do you want to recognize me as your father, Long Mandarin? Midorioske gave the other person a thumbs up and spoke with a smile. Although you are a monkey, you are still quite sensible. Eli looked at thumbs up, thinking he was being complimented, and smiled as he held out his hand. The two men shook hands. Oh my god, you still want to give me money, Dragon Mandarin, very good, great. Midorioske extended his left hand and patted the other person's arm, continuing to laugh. Seeing this, Eli thought the other person was praising his muscles and continued laughing. Alex was stunned. Alex, did they know each other before? Pete and his group. Why are the people Alex brought like this? Then I'll give you some water later, haha, Eli laughed. Advertisement, okay, you are such a good person, Dragon Mandarin. Midorioske continued with a smile. After saying that, he loosened his clenched hands and turned back to Alex. What did you say to them just now? Alex asked. It's okay. I told him about our friendship, but he only wanted to recognize me as his dad. Midorioske spread his hands and said helplessly. You little brat. Alex heard this, smiled foolishly, hit his arm lightly, and asked, will you help Pete and the others later? On some conditions. What conditions? Buy me 10 of the latest game discs later. Okay, soon. The game began. Since Pete and his team didn't know Midorioske's true strength, they didn't pass the ball to him. Just as the point guard passed the ball to Pete, the expert named Nick instantly stole the ball and rushed to the basket. Hey, son, are you so good? Do you have to hand the ball over to me as soon as you grab the ball? Long Mandarin? Nick looked at Midorioske, who was suddenly standing in front of him and talking to him with a smile, and smiled disdainfully. Then, after dribbling the ball between his legs a few times, he suddenly picked up the ball with his right hand, threw it into the air, and then swung it towards Midorioske with his right hand. Because he was so fast, it was like he was taking a basketball and smashing it into the opponent's face. Yo, still want to scare your dad? Midorioske didn't dodge, but smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. He didn't even blink. Seeing this, Nick smiled back, then caught the basketball falling from above and continued to throw it towards Midorioske's face. This time, he really had the ball in his hands, just when everyone thought that the foreigner Midorioske was about to be tricked. Bang! Midorioske raised his right hand slightly and grabbed the basketball that was hitting his face. Then, bang, 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 he suddenly dribbled the ball quickly. Due to the fast speed, the basketball has turned into a red afterimage. Seeing this, the people outside the venue expressed their disbelief and surprise. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang of a ball hitting the ground. Chapter 108 Midorioske's counterattack. Everyone saw Midorioske hit the basketball hard and it bounced high into the air. At this time, Nick naturally looked up and looked at the basketball in the air. Despair. Midorioske snapped his fingers, and when the other party subconsciously looked at him. Bang! Then he slapped Nick in the face with his backhand. But at this time, everyone's attention was attracted by the basketball in the air, so no one saw it. FK. Nick, who was slapped, turned around in shock and cursed at Midorioske with anger. Midorioske understood this. Then Nick saw the other person's smile become even brighter. At this moment, the basketball also fell down. Midorioske swiftly shoots the basketball again. Bang! The basketball took off again. But, this time Nick didn't look up, he stared at the foreigner in front of him. The next moment, bang, the slapping sound rang out again. Midorioske is using a straight draw this time, because he was moving so fast, Nick had already fallen to the side by the time he reacted. You're naughty, and you're trying to provoke and tease your father. Midorioske glanced at Nick, who had fallen to the ground, then stretched out his right hand and slammed the basketball that had bounced off the ground. Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! He rushed quickly towards the opponent's empty basket. Defend quickly! The center of the leader team shouted. Although he didn't know why Nick suddenly hugged the ground. Shit, how come this guy is so fast? Everyone stared at Midorioske, who was almost at the opponent's three-point line. The people in the leader team were even more shocked. This is a master. Just when Alex thought Midorioske was going to make a stunning slam dunk, the opponent just came to the basket, held the ball with both hands, and then calmly shot the ball out. Didn't even jump. Bang, whoosh, goal. Oh my god, how did this guy steal the ball from Nick? I thought the leadership team had hired a master this time and was sure to win, but I didn't expect the other team also had a master. Advertisement. Even though I don't know what just happened, I just clapped along. For a moment, the audience cheered. That's how they are, they cheer for whoever scores a goal. Alex, hee. Peter looked at Alex with a stutter at this time. Basic operation, if you want to get back on track, just pass the ball to him. Alex smiled back. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Nick, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly stood up and rushed towards Midorioske, waving his fists. Fortunately, everyone stopped him. Let me go. This B***** D actually dared to hit me just now. Nick frantically struggled to break free from the group and spoke. What? FKU. Dragon Mandarin, Midorioske looked at everyone with an innocent look and spread his hands. You said he beat you, do you have any evidence? Alex hurried over, looking at the swollen slap mark on Nick's face without blushing or beating his heart, and said calmly. Here's the evidence. Nick pointed to both sides of his cheeks and said loudly. Who saw it? Alex asked cheekily. After saying that, Nick quickly looked at the others expectantly. Sorry Nick, we really didn't see it just now. Eli said sullenly. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but now that he said it, Nick was even more furious. Kid, just admit it if you know what's good for you. He's the shooting guard for Jabberwock. If you mess with him, you'll end up in trouble. Eli said as he looked at Midorioske with a dark face. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone showed an expression of disbelief. Okay, I'm your father. Midorioske smiled. Aliam, I didn't expect him to be from the Exploding Neck Dragon team. Alex spoke up. Speak human language. They are a well-known streetball team in the United States. They have been in the news several times, but not for good reasons. Alex said seriously, it's okay. I provoked them, so I kicked the cotton. Midorioske said, narrowing his eyes, and, because of his previous actions, he received a reward from the system. Weapon proficiency has gone from intermediate to advanced. Can you ask him for me if he still wants to fight? Advertisement. Hearing this, Alex said to the other party, he asked you if you still want to fight? Don't be like a woman and find fault when you can't win. Shit. FK. Hash and asterisk hash it, percent a percent asterisk it, hash percent it. As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with a barrage of encrypted curses. If you can't beat me, just go home and get your mother to feed you. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Pete and the others finally found an outlet to vent their anger and quickly joined the war of words. Finally, when it looked like the situation was about to escalate into a brawl, Alex pulled out his phone and said, "If this continues, I'm calling the police." After that, everyone calmed down. Looking at the current situation, they all knew that this game could not be played. Then, after the two teams exchanged a few harsh words, they both left. However, when Nick left, he glared at Midorioske viciously. "You have to be careful, he will cause you trouble." Alex naturally noticed the other person's gaze, then turned to look at Midorioske worriedly. "If he wants to cause trouble for me, then he should be careful." Midorioske said indifferently, "You little brat." On the other side, Akita, a barbecue restaurant. Today is the graduation dinner, held by the Yosen basketball team for the graduating students. "Done. Why are you eating so little? Are you feeling unwell?" Himuro Tatsuya asked, looking at the depressed Atsushi Murasakibara. "Cheesy, I'm fine, I just want a water kiss." Murasakibara said this while using chopsticks to pick at the grilled meat in the bowl. "Murasakibara, we are the protagonists today." Kenichi Okamura raised a cup full of Coke and said dissatisfiedly. "Yes, that's right. You should enjoy yourself at times like this and not think about unhappy things." Fukui Kensuke echoed. "But then again, I wonder how Mito is doing in beautiful country." Lu Wei said while eating barbecue. "I guess he's still adjusting to life here. Alex told me yesterday that he won't be reporting to the Stanford University basketball team until next week." Araki Masako spoke. "He's really strong, he started playing basketball with college students right away." Kenichi Okamura sighed. "Okamura, don't forget, we'll be college students when school starts. Then, we'll be bullied by the older students too." Fukui Kensuke said with a smile. Listening to everyone's conversation, Atsushi Murasakibara slowly picked up the grilled meat from the bowl and put it into his mouth. "Muro, come with me to practice tomorrow." Chapter 109 Bodyside. A week later, Midorioske and Alex arrived at the basketball gym of Stanford University, which was used by the basketball team. In front of the basketball hall, Alex turned around with a camera and asked with a smile. "Why do you look like that? Are you nervous? Time flies by so fast, I haven't even finished the game yet." Midorioske pouted and complained. "Really, this kid doesn't know what being nervous is." Alex sighed and pushed the door open. For a moment, everyone inside looked at the two uninvited guests. "Huh? There's a girl. Who are you looking for? Why is there an Asian here? This girl looks so familiar, I seem to have seen her somewhere." Just as the players were discussing this, Monchtel came out. The moment he saw the two of them, he quickly stepped forward and greeted them. "Hi Alex, long time no see, Mito, are you getting used to living here?" "Yeah, it's been years, Alyong." Coach Munger asked if you're used to being here. After Alex greeted him, he turned around and translated for the other party. "Okay." Midorioske made an okay gesture to the other party. "Alex? She's that Alex Garcia. Who is it? West Interstate University, women's basketball champion. She's a WNBA player. So cool." "Yeah, but unfortunately, he retired due to injury." At this time, the team members became noisy again. "You're quite famous," Midorioske said in surprise. "That's it," Alex said proudly. "Everyone come and gather together." At this time, Monchtel turned around and spoke to the other players. After a while, everyone stood opposite the two of them. "This is our foreign player this year, Midorioske from Sakura country." "What? Foreign aid? Him? Coach, did your brain get pinched just now?" "It's not that I don't trust you, but we want to see the world." Listening to the doubts of his teammates, Alex smiled helplessly. "Yes, for America, Asians are indeed much worse. Since you all have doubts, let's first have Mito-san take a physical test, and then arrange a simple practice match." Advertisement Monchtel said with a mysterious smile. Everyone was looking forward to it after hearing this. What kind of talent and strength does this Asian guy have that his coach values him so much? After a while, the teaching assistant brought over the basic information that had just been provided to Midorioske during the physical examination. Name: Midorioske. Age: 17. Height: 192 centimeters. Weight: 93 kilogram. Arm span: 210 centimeters. The static talent is pretty good, but I'm not sure about the others. After looking at the information and nodding, Monchtel continued, "Then let's do the physical test." The first physical test is the bench press. After saying that, he took Midorioske to the equipment room. The others followed curiously. With Alex translating, Midorioske walked to the bench press. After a while, the eyes of the Suffolk basketball team members widened, and of course, their mouths as well. Is this a freak? 240 kilograms? Why'd I feel like this isn't his limit? Everyone gasped and stared in amazement as they watched the iron sheet increase from 100 kilograms to 240 kilograms. "Okay, let's stop here, otherwise you'll hurt your muscles." Monchtel interrupted. Because he was lifting 100 to 240 kilograms, he added 10 kilograms at a time and pushed 10 times at a time. "I have pushed it many times just now. What's more, this physical fitness is top-notch even in the NBA. Anime and NBA will be strengthened. Next are speed and jumping." Not surprisingly, all of this made everyone increasingly doubt life. "Oh my god, Is he really in high school? Why'd I feel like I look more like a high school student than him? His talent and strength are undeniable, but I don't know how his football skills are. While the players were shocked, they were also ecstatic inside. If the opponent's skills are as strong as his talent, then in this year's March Madness, SFO will also be able to compete for that position. You haven't used your full strength yet, have you? Looking at the excited team members in front of him, Alex approached Midorioske and asked in Sakura Mandarin. I used it. Midorioske shrugged. Alex gave an, I understand, expression and then looked at Monjtel, who was still in shock. This is a huge surprise, advertisement, this is a big treasure. Ha 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 ha. His eyes widened at this moment, and he suddenly burst into laughter. This kid definitely didn't use his full strength just now. A gem in the rough, with physical fitness comparable to that of a rugby player. Who would have thought that our basketball team would have discovered him first? As for this kid's basketball skills, haha, you little brats haven't seen it, but I've seen the video. With your stats, you can even join the rugby team. Look how happy this old man is. Alex looked at Monjtel and smiled. Olive team? Don't you know how many people in America can't play football and have to play basketball? I don't know, I don't understand, I don't want to. After a while, after everyone in Sifu came to their senses, they began to assess Midoriosuke's ball skills. Monjtel asked him to play with the substitutes against Sforza's main players. 20 points. But, within a minute of the opening, everyone discovered a serious problem. That is, Midorioske can't understand their language at all. No way, Monjtel had no choice but to suspend the game, and then went aside with Alex to discuss countermeasures. This side. Hi Mito, my name is William Rodriguez and I'm the point guard on the team. At this time, a man with fair skin and short golden hair walked forward and smiled at Midorioske. Although he didn't understand what the other person was saying, he understood the sentence, my name is, at the beginning. My name is Midorioske, nice to meet ball, everyone. He can communicate. On the other side, I know you're there normally, but if we can't communicate on the court, it will affect the overall strength of the team. Monjtel spoke. I think the most important thing is to make him lose once in this practice match. Alex lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying. Why? Monjtel didn't understand. Alex sighed helplessly and said. Because Aoyang has never lost since he started playing basketball, this is very detrimental to his future basketball career. If it was a normal match, it would be fine, but if he lost in a formal competition, I'm afraid he would never recover. I lost interest in basketball since then. Chapter 110 Stan Basketball School Team. Do you think he can beat William and the others? How is that possible? Mongol did not believe. Although he had seen videos of Midoriosuke's matches, they were only high school matches. I hope so. After a while, Alex and Monjtel came over. While watching Monjtel explaining something to the players, Alex came up to Midorioske and said. Coach Munger will let you play shooting guard for a while. But I want to play center. Midorioske Kaiko Dao. Playing center. Look at the center on the other side, he's better than Murasakibara. Oh. There's nothing you can do about it. When you play in the beautiful country, you have to listen to your coach. Alex spread his hands, but I've never played shooting guard. Just play your way. Isn't this bad? Midorioske's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he chuckled twice before saying this. Seeing the other person like this, Alex's heart skipped a beat. Just when she wanted to say something, Monjtel has come over. We agreed that we'll just play this match as usual. After a while, the game begins. As expected, during the jump ball, the center of the main team directly passed the ball to William. After William received the ball, he slammed the basketball towards the basket of the substitute team. Swish. The ball soon came into the hands of the main team's shooting guard. Hurry back to defense. The people outside laughed. Before the substitute players could react, the main team's shooting guard slammed the ball towards the basket. Good pass. At this moment, the center of the main team suddenly appeared under the backboard. He jumped high, caught the basketball, and slammed it hard into the basket. Bang. Goal. What a speed. A series of smooth alley-oop dunks startled Alex, who was filming with a camera, and made him scream. She looked in disbelief at the main center who was taller than Atsushi Murasakibara. Tyson Robert, 21 years old, 216 centimeters tall, 107 kilograms, wingspan 234 centimeters. Now he's our starting center, okay? Advertisement. Monjtel raised an eyebrow. Very impressive. How could Alex not hear the other party's extremely proud tone? Robert, don't be so harsh on the newbie, ha ha ha. Ha ha. Looking at the new guy's current appearance, could he be scared by Robert? This is not your exhibition match. The other players who were not on the field looked at the motionless Midorioske and laughed. After hearing the slam dunk and the cheers, Midorioske slowly ran back to the basket. Ball possession changes. The reserve team's point guard dribbled the ball across half-court and passed it to Midorioske. Because he knew that the real purpose of this practice match was to assess the foreign player's skills. As soon as Midorioske received the ball, William came up to defend him. William, you don't give people a chance to live. He should be able to pass the ball, right? What else? Does he still want to break through William? Please, stop joking. When the people outside saw this scene, they all started laughing again. Show me your strength, Mito. William looked at Midorioske, who was holding the ball with both hands, and smiled. I no understand what you say, Midorioske said in confusion, then leaned down and started dribbling. Bang! The familiar sound of a ball hitting the ground was heard. The next moment, her pupils shrank, just as Midorioske was about to break through from the right. Sudden. William's hand slapped the basketball as fast as lightning, and with a bang, the ball flew away. The next second, the main team's shooting guard received the ball and quickly passed it to the power forward. The power forward rushed towards the opponent's basket like a beast. He jumped up from the free throw line and then dunked through the crotch. Bang! Goal. William Rodriguez, 21 years old, 189 centimeters tall, 83 kilograms, wingspan 192 centimeters. Our starting point guard. Monchtel continued. This William can actually steal the ball from Aliyang, so fast and strong. Alex's hands holding the camera began to tremble. William made a good judgment. Advertisement, I don't think the new guy is that good, but he got the ball stolen so quickly. You seem to have been cut off so quickly before, right? It seems so. The crowd started to make noise again. I'm sorry, I didn't expect your ball to be so easy to steal. Midorioske looked at William, who was still smiling at him, and said, Wakale? What color? William. The substitute team still has the ball. This time, the point guard chose to break through on his own instead of passing the ball to Midorioske. I saw him dribble the ball quickly between his legs and then break through from the left side. The main shooting guard quickly followed. Although the opponent was a substitute, he was also selected, so he did not look down on him. Seeing this, the backup point guard immediately stopped and raised his left hand. The main shooting guard thought that the opponent was going to move the ball to his right hand, so he stretched out his hand early in the path where the ball must pass. At this moment, the substitute point guard just lightly pressed his wrist and broke through to the opponent's left side again. The main team's shooting guard was amazed by this sudden move. As a result, he is now unable to move because his center of gravity has just shifted to the right. What? Am I seeing right? Wilson actually broke through Jack. The backup point guard broke through and prepared to score a layup. Just at this moment, a tall figure came over immediately. Seeing Robert in front of him, Wilson frowned and quickly passed the ball to the center on his side. But at this moment, Jack had already reacted, suddenly jumped out and intercepted the pass. Then quickly rushed to the opponent's basket. Just as he crossed half court, he saw Midorioske standing in front of him. Hi, Asian boy. Jack said hello, then dribbled the ball quickly between his legs and reached the opponent's right side in an instant. At this time, Midorioske's hand had already stretched out, and he used the same stealing move that William had used just now. This scene surprised Jack. But, the next moment, Jack raised his right wrist slightly, then turned quickly and hit the ball from his right hand to his left hand. In an instant, he broke through from the left and defeated Midorioske. Then he quickly rushed to the basket, threw the ball into the air with his left hand, jumped up suddenly, stretched out his right hand to grab the basketball in the air, and slammed it hard into the basket. Bang! Score a goal, one-handed dunk. Alex saw this scene and looked at Midorioske, who was standing there stupidly with a helpless expression. At this moment, a voice came into her ears again. Jack Stephen, 22 years old, 196 centimeters tall, 99 kilograms, wingspan 210 centimeters. Our starting shooting guard. Chapter 111. Let's go back to soccer country. Aliyang, are you okay? Alex ignored Monchtel on the side and muttered to himself as he looked at the dull figure. Damn it, it was almost there. At this time, the center of the substitute team walked up to Wilson and spoke. Let's score a goal first, Wilson said as he looked at the score of 0-6. Well, this foreign player does have some skills, but he's too young and lacks experience. Is this what you call a foreign player? Are you here to be a foreign substitute? But honestly, his ability is pretty good. At least he's not at the bottom of the substitutes. Ha 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 ha. The players outside the field were talking about it. The substitute team has the ball. Wilson dribbled the ball across half court and scanned the situation on the court. Not optimistic, because, now, except for Midorioske, the other players on the field are being closely watched by the opponent and cannot run to the right position at all. He knew that the other party did it on purpose because it was an assessment of the foreign aid. Wilson also knew that the main team now wanted to give the opponent a warning. So let him get the ball first. Do I have to break through Jack again by myself? No, that's too risky. With this thought in mind, Wilson could only pass the ball to Midorioske. Forget it, they want to teach you a lesson anyway, so I won't get involved. After receiving the ball, Midorioske looked at William, who was coming towards him to defend, and his face turned ugly. Aliyang. Seeing this, Alex outside the court also felt a little worried. The gap is too big, but it's good. Maybe this can change your solitary style of play, right? Bang! On the court, the sound of the ball hitting the ground was heard again. Bang! When the second ball sounded, Midorioske had already come behind William. How is it possible? He can actually break through William. What's wrong with William? You ask me. No, he did it on purpose. Alex saw William's raised mouth corner and reacted. At this time, Midorioske had already reached the three-point line, and then quickly jumped up and shot. Pull-up jump shot. That's something. But, William watched this scene and murmured with a smile. Bang! Just when the ball was thrown, Robert suddenly appeared and slapped the ball away. Advertisement, it appears, Robert's super hot pot. Ha ha ha, that's what I said, how could he possibly get past William? Ha ha ha. The players outside the field were completely excited after this block. If it were any other time, they wouldn't be so excited. However, when their own godfather suddenly said that he had hired a foreign aide for them, they were still looking forward to it. When I saw that the other person was Asian, I felt a little disgusted. Especially when he heard that the other party was not yet 18 years old and was a sophomore in high school in soccer country, his disgust intensified. After William caught the ball, he rushed directly to the opponent's penalty zone. Then he holds the ball with both hands and jumps under the basket. In midair, he shifted the basketball from his left hand to his right hand behind his back, then raised his right hand holding the basketball high and slammed it into the basket. Bang! Goal. After William landed, he turned his head and looked at Mito with a half smile. Do you think it's too much? Mungtel asked, looking at Alex who looked unhappy. No, it's good to be cruel to him now, Alex said. She knew the gap between the women's basketball team and the men's basketball team, so she didn't say anything. Just like table tennis in Dragon Country, even the strongest female player in the country finds it difficult to compete with the male players in the first or second team of the country. The next 10 minutes, it was simply a performance by the main team. The power forward and small forward all dunked over Midoriosche's head. Robert's block and that violent slam dunked, Williams' breakthrough. Jack's score. The score was brought to 52-12. Of course, none of these 12 points were earned by Midorioske. How about letting him score 2 goals in the second half? I think he's pretty pitiful. Jack smiled as he drank his water. Yeah, his skills are actually pretty good, at least better than some of our substitutes. Robert spoke. It's too late to let him go. The godfather doesn't want him anymore. William glanced at Monchtel and shrugged. During the intermission, everyone gathered together, looking at Midorioske and talking about him. A minute into the second half, Midorioske was again intercepted by William. How about, let him train for a while before fighting? Monchtel spoke. Alex didn't say anything, but she certainly knew what the other party meant by that. Advertisement. There is a gap between the basketball in the beautiful country and that in the cherry blossom country. Seeing that the other party was silent, Monchtel could only poke a little light, and said, how about you ask Liangping if you want to let Ryosuke train here for a while? That's right, now he can't even compare to the substitutes, let alone foreign players. The previously unfavorable fast breakthrough, dry jump shot, fantasy, etc. Wrong. Alex seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Alex? Monchtel asked with some doubt. Coach Munger, can you call timeout for me? I need to talk to Aliang. Alex turned his head and said seriously, okay, are you sure you want to keep fighting? Seeing the other party's serious expression, Mongitel sighed. Yes, but I need to ask him first, Alex nodded. Pause the game, Mito, come here, at this time, Mongitel said loudly. Hearing this, Wilson stopped dribbling and looked at Midorioske. Midorioske, why are you all looking at me? Don't fight anymore. Aliang, come here. Alex shouted at him. After he finished speaking, Midorioske slowly ran over and said, what? Don't want to fight anymore? Well, no more fighting. Coach Munger doesn't like you. Alex said with a helpless smile. Oh, then how long do I have to train? Midorioske asked with a downcast look on his face. Seeing the other person's depressed expression, Alex sighed. Aliang, there is no need to train anymore. We can go back and pack our bags and return to soccer country. Oh, that's fine. When will you give me the money you promised me? Midorioske looked into the other's eyes and asked. Without money, they look down on you. What? Midorioske instantly screamed like a cat with its fur standing on end. Hearing this, everyone in the venue looked over. Look, you guys bullied them too harshly. There's nothing I can do. Reality is cruel. He should just stay in soccer country and bully the weak. This place is not suitable for him. Listening to the others' discussions, Alex reached out and patted Midorioske on the shoulder. You weren't chosen by them, so your $130,000 is gone. Chapter 112. Gi Midi gets the ball. Why? Midorioske questioned loudly. Aliang, what do you think of their ball skills? Alex didn't answer, but asked instead. Midorioske, yes. Alex. Okay. Yeah, it's okay, much better than Zamao and the others. Midorioske lowered his head and thought for a moment before speaking. Now you know, don't you? Alex said helplessly. Know what? Midorioske had a puzzled look on his face. They invited you to be an external aide, not to train you. Alex said helplessly. Midorioske, so, they don't want to pay now? Alex nodded. No, I come when I want and leave when I want. What do you take me for? Midorioske asked with a frown. I can't help it, who told you? Alex spread her hands and said, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted. Please help me translate. I have something to say to this old dang. Midorioske frowned and looked at Monchtel. Old man, are you kidding me? Alex. Gibberish. Mito, I'm sorry, but March Madness is coming and what we need is a strong teammate. And your strength is indeed not worthy of foreign aid. Monchtel said sullenly. Alex. Gibberish. What does he mean by that? Midorioske looked at Alex and asked, Coach Munger means that he invited you to help his team win a good ranking in the NCAA tournament. But you can't even beat their team now, Alex explained. Huh? So that wasn't a practice match, but this old man was testing me? Midorioske suddenly realized. Alex nodded, yeah. I was saying, those people were targeting me like crazy, like they had lost their minds. So that's how it is. Midorioske lowered his head, resting his chin on his fingers and muttered. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and said, Tell this old dang for me that there are still 8 minutes left and I will catch up. He can take it or not, but he must give me the money. After that, advertisement Midorioske turned around and walked towards the field, muttering as he walked, What is going on? Alex. Gibberish. He said he wanted to bring the score back? Manjitel heard this and said while suppressing his smile. Give him another chance. At this moment, Alex's brain seemed to be electrified by something, and suddenly became clear. Okay, for Liangping's sake, I'll give him another chance. Hearing this, Manjitel lowered his head and thought for a moment before speaking. Then he yelled to the court, Let the game continue. But at this moment, Midorioske immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the two of them. Alex, Manjitel. What's going on? How should I know? Why is it starting again? Is this Asian guy going to struggle a little longer? But this kind of game is so boring. It's okay, just take today as a rest day. The players outside the field started talking again. This side, pass the ball to me. How do you say that in English? Midorioske blushed slightly and asked softly while looking at Alex. Give me the ball. Alex was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Gimme ball, Jim ball, Jim ball. Looking at Midorioske, who kept repeating these words as he walked, Alex smiled at Manjitel. Okay, let's focus on the game. Manjitel, the game continues. As soon as Wilson got the ball, he saw Midorioske running towards him, shouting, GI mid-ball. Helplessly, he passed the ball directly to the opponent. Since you want to continue to make a fool of yourself, then go ahead. Gimme ball, Gim ball, Gim ball. Then, Midorioske dribbled the ball while muttering these words and rushed towards the opponent's basket. What a fast speed. At this time, not only all the players were surprised. Even Manjitel exclaimed in shock, How is this possible? The next moment, I didn't expect you to still retain some strength just now. William was already standing in front of Midorioske. Advertisement. William, break him again. Don't let the water go. The players outside the field shouted. But, the next second. Their eyes grew bigger and bigger, but their voices grew smaller and smaller. Gimme ball, Gim ball, Gim ball. Midorioske muttered these words, but his movements were extremely fast. I saw him dribbling the ball a few times between his legs, and then breaking through to William's right. Seeing this, William immediately stepped forward to defend. Midorioske suddenly changed direction and disappeared from William's pupils in an instant. But, what surprised him most was the lingering voice behind him. Gimme the ball, gimme the ball, gimme the ball. William has been broken through. How is that possible? Is it fake? But that move he just made was a back and forth. Impossible. How could he change direction so quickly from behind? Listening to the voices of other players, Manjitel said in disbelief. He even added a turn. Don't even think about going over there. Jack has come up to defend. But, he felt his eyes blurred, and the voice also appeared behind him. Gimme the ball, gimme the ball, gimme the ball. Tread. As Midorioske stepped into the three-point line, Robert quickly raised his foot to defend him. Tread. At this time, Midorioske had already jumped from the free throw line, his body flying towards the basket like a cannonball, his right hand holding the basketball, and he had already pulled the bow to its full extent. Robert stepped on the ground hard, and his whole body catapulted up and crashed into Midorioske. Little brat, stop it, Robert shouted and raised his hands high, determined to block the ball. G-I-M-I, ball, Midorioske also shouted, and the next second, the two of them collided with each other. Bang, 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 snap, snap. Everyone only heard three voices sounding one after another, and not only their eyes widened, but their mouths also opened wide. Just because. The first sound. Two people collided. Second sound. The sound of a one-handed dunk. The third sound. The sound of Robert flying backwards and hitting the basket. Chapter 113 The chase begins. Bang, 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 bang. No one in the audience made a sound until the basketball stopped bouncing after falling to the ground. Because they were all stunned at this moment. First batch of water. Please, how is that possible? Didn't you see that Robert was knocked away? For a moment, you could hear a pin drop. Alex, what is going on? After a while, Mungtel came back to his senses, looked at Alex and asked stutteringly. Aliong, he's serious now. Alex gave him a mysterious smile and continued filming. You mean, he wasn't serious just now? Aliong never liked training and he just slacked off during every training session. I think, just now he heard you say you don't want him anymore, so he. Before Alex could finish his words, Manjitel interrupted him. When did I say I didn't want him? Don't talk nonsense. Alex. On the court. After Midorioske landed, he came to Robert and held out his hand. Gimme the ball. Robert. Then, He smiled helplessly, raised his hand and shook Midoriosche's hand. When the other party exerted force, he stood up. I didn't expect you to be so strong, Mito. Gimme the ball, Midorioske said, then turned back to defend. That's awesome, Mito. Wilson ran over, patted him on the shoulder and said. Gimme the ball, Okokik, all for you. Wilson was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. What happened just now? Can anyone tell me? That Asian boy broke through William and dribbled past Jack. He dunked over Robert in the end, which was normal. Bullshit. This guy was just playing the pig to eat the tiger. I think it's just a coincidence, right? He can bench press 240 kilograms, and everyone knows he's very strong. The players on the field became noisy again. Robert, are you okay? William came to Robert and asked with concern. It's okay, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Robert rubbed his chest and forced a smile through gritted teeth. It's okay, I'll get this ball back. William looked across and said expressionlessly. Ball possession changes. William slowly dribbled the ball forward, thinking to himself, what did he say to the Godfather just now? Why did he seem like a different person after returning? Advertisement. He thought this was too strange. Wilson also came up to defend at this time. Facing the opponent's defense, William changed direction several times in a row, shook Wilson off in an instant, and then stepped into the inside. At this time, the backup center also came up to defend. Looking at the big guy in front of him, William raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then dribbled the ball quickly left and right, and finally dribbled between his legs and turned around to pass the opponent. Can. Just as he jumped up to dunk, tap tap tap. A figure ran quickly from the left, stomped the ground, and then jumped into the air, immediately blocking William's dunk route. Midorioske. William frowned, put down his dunking hand, then moved it behind his back and passed the ball. At this time, the power forward had already taken the basketball, jumped up, and slammed it into the basket. Boom, tap. Under William's incredible gaze, Midorioske landed quickly and then jumped up suddenly. Bang. He immediately blocked the power forward's dunk. The two of them started fighting in midair. You little devil. After the power forward felt the opponent's strange power, his expression changed, and then he increased the strength of his hands and shouted. It turns out that shouting cannot increase combat power, only twin tails can increase attack speed. The next moment, Midorioske grabbed the ball with great effort, then held it with both hands and dropped it heavily to the ground. Swish. At this moment, a ghostly figure approached quickly and tried to snatch the basketball from his hand. Seeing this, Midorioske quickly grabbed the basketball with his right hand and threw it behind his back. After catching the bouncing ball with his left hand, he saw another figure approaching. Good job, Jack. Just when everyone thought the ball was going to be intercepted, Midorioske narrowed his eyes and slammed it into Jack's crotch. Bang. The basketball hit the ground. Bang. One hand has already caught the ball steadily. So fast. When did he get past Jack? Everyone only saw their eyes blur, and Midorioske had already passed two people and rushed to the opponent's basket. So fast. Alex was suddenly surprised. What surprised her was not Midorioske, but William, who had caught up with Midorioske. This is the first time I've seen someone catch up to Alyong in terms of speed. Midorioske glanced at William, who had caught up with him, then suddenly stopped outside the three-point line, put the ball together with both hands and made a shooting motion. You wish. Advertisement. Seeing that the opponent's right hand was stretched out, William shouted and immediately jumped up. Can. Midorioske retracted his right hand, which was originally stretched out to hold the basketball. Oh no. William thought to himself that this was not good. At this time, Midorioske waited for William to fly over before jumping and shooting. Swish. Goal. 3 points. The score is 52-17. After landing, William quickly turned around and looked at Midorioske. This time, his expression changed completely. He became extremely serious, and exuded a strong aura. Oh my god, what was that just now? This is the first time I've seen a fake move like this. His grip is so strong. This aura is wild. Oh my god, is William going to be serious? I didn't expect this kid to PS William off. The players outside the field were extremely surprised. After sensing the aura emanating from the other side, the faces of the substitute team turned liver color in an instant. Bad memories filled their minds. Mito, you seem to have PD'd him off. Wilson came to Midorioske's side with a helpless look on his face. Midorioske turned around and nodded at him. Gimme ball. You little brat, can't you just learn beautiful Mandarin? Wilson felt a little embarrassed. He felt like he had punched cotton, which was very frustrating. Alex looked at Mongetel with some surprise. William has integrated the wildness. It seems that Mito may suffer from this. Mongetel grinned. It merges with its own wildness, so that others cannot sense what kind of animal this wildness belongs to. Really, I think it's better for him not to do that. Alex seemed to have thought of something, then turned his head to look at the field and said lightly. Hearing this, Mongetel was stunned for a moment. On the court, ball possession changes. William holds the ball. At this time, Wilson came behind Midorioske, stretched out his finger, and pointed at William. You. Let me guard him. Midorioske understood these short words. So he nodded and ran towards William. Wilson's pupils shrank when he saw this. I think I know how to communicate with Mito. Chapter 114 Signing the contract. On this side, the two have already faced each other. Unlike before, Mito has opened his arms. His eyes were fixed on the basketball in William's hand. The whole audience suddenly fell silent. Everyone was watching the two of them intently, afraid that they would miss the wonderful moment if they were not careful. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, only the sound of slow dribbling could be heard on the court. Bang, bang, bang. Sudden, William's dribbling speeded up, and in an instant, he quickly broke through to the right. Midorioske immediately followed, and with a bang, their bodies collided. William tried a few back-to-the-basket shots, but when he found he couldn't push his opponent, he suddenly turned around with the ball. Midorioske didn't give him any chance to break through, and took a small step to the right to defend him. Seeing that he couldn't break through, William dribbled quickly to the left. Midorioske took another step to the left and pushed the opponent outside the three-point line. How is that possible? William couldn't break through. Not only the people outside the field, but even William's teammates had expressions of disbelief. Next, the two bodies continued to collide, but each collision only made William feel like he had hit a piece of iron. It can't be moved at all. Helplessly, he could only try to dribble through. But the opponent seemed to be able to predict his movements, and every step he took was just right to prevent him from passing through the path he had to take. After a while, no matter how many times William tried, he could never get into the opponent's inside line. Seeing that the time for the shot was almost up, he could only helplessly throw the ball high to Robert under the basket. But, bang, Midorioske jumped high and caught the pass. No way, this pass can be blocked. You're focusing on the wrong thing, aren't you? That's William, fused with wildness. He can't even get into the opponent's inside line. Now, I am sure he has the ability to be R for an aid. What else do you want me to say? The players outside the field were surprised. After landing, Midorioske took advantage of the opportunity and rushed towards William's left with a quick back pass. William frowned, moved his feet, and stayed close to the other person. Myth. At this time, Wilson had already passed half court and waved to Midorioske. Swish. Hearing this, Midorioske threw the ball over. Alyong, he actually passed the ball. Alex was incredulous. Is William's defense really that good? Even Alyong had to pass the ball. Advertisement. The next second, something that surprised her happened. As soon as Wilson received the ball, Midorioske came to his side and snatched the basketball from his hand. He suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the opponent's basket. Wilson, Alex, others, I won't let you get past this time. At this time, Robert opened his hands, forming a defensive posture and said. Midorioske didn't say anything, but glanced at Jack who was catching up with him from the corner of his eye. Then he stopped suddenly and jumped to the left. What? Jack looked at this scene in surprise, because even if he caught up, he couldn't prevent it. I don't have the speed to run to Midorioske in an instant and jump to the right like him. At this moment, Midorioske, who had jumped to the highest point, had already dropped the basketball in his hand. Swish. Goal. 3 points. The score is 52-20. Mito, you just scared me. Looking at Midorioske returning to defense, Wilson smiled and spoke. Midorioske didn't respond to him, muttering, 32 points. What do you mean? Weird. Wilson looked at the other person's back, scratched his head, and asked in confusion. William. At this time, Robert came to William and spoke. I'm fine, he's really amazing. William smiled and looked at Midorioske's back. He's so good, why was he paddling in the first half? At this time, Jack and others also gathered around and asked. Robert took a step forward, his whole body filled with fighting spirit, and the corners of his mouth raised high. Who knows? All I know now is that if we don't take this seriously, we're going to lose this game. We lost. Robert listened to the final whistle, looked at the scoreboard with a distraught look and said dejectedly. The score is 60-61. He's so strong. Monster. Of course, if he wasn't that good, why would Godfather let him be our foreign aide? Look at how confident Godfather is now. Everyone was puzzled, and then looked at Mongetel following Jack's words. Alex, please tell me, I need you so much. How do you say Sakura in Mandarin? At this moment, Mongetel was looking at Alex with an extremely excited smile. Advertisement. Don't think that the substitute team only won by 1 point. But, that was Midorioske scoring 43 points in just 8 minutes. And, even though all the players of the main team played seriously, they only managed to score 8 points. Etc. 8 points. 8 points. This little devil, so bad, I like it so much. When Mongetel thought of this, his expression became even more lewd. Before Alex could tell him, Midorioske came over and said, let's go. Wait, what did Mito just say? Mongetel hurriedly stopped the two people who were about to leave and said anxiously. He said he went back to Sakura country. Alex translated. No way. Didn't you promise us to use foreign aid? How about I add an extra $200,000 privately? Mongetel looked at Midorioske anxiously and cried. What's going on? Is this still the decisive Godfather Sifu? 1.2 million US dollars, this is enough to hire some great NBA players, right? What did he say? Midorioske looked at Alex, who was already stunned, and asked in confusion. Oh, he said if you're willing to stay and train, he'll personally sponsor you $20,000. Alex said seriously. Real. Midorioske smiled. It turns out that Lao Deng just stretched out 2 fingers to add $20,000 to me. That would be great. I'm still young, but my annual salary is over 900,000 yuan. Isn't this definitely the pinnacle of my life? What did Mito say? Monjatel glanced at Midorioske, who suddenly started grinning, then looked at Alex and asked. Oh, he agreed, but he needs to pay first. He can transfer the money to my card first. Aliong doesn't have a bank card in the beautiful country yet. No problem. Just follow me to the office and sign the contract first. After Alex finished speaking, he sighed inwardly. There is no way, I can't offend both sides. In chapter 116, it is explained where the money went. His uncle wants to help Ryosuke regain his former wealth. Monjatel quickly reached out and grabbed Midoriosuke's wrist. What is this old deng going to do? He's going to take you to sign the contract. There's no need to tug at it, right? ... Next, with Alex's translation, the two of them signed their names on the contract, satisfiedly. Wait for me for a moment, I'm going to the bathroom. Chapter 115 The Heavy Yosen Team. After Alex finished speaking, he walked out of the office and headed towards the toilet. After a while, toilet door. Well, they've already signed the contract. Yeah, it's for $1 million. Don't forget to send me my share when the time comes. ... A week later, Akita, the country of cherry blossoms. Yosen High, chairman's office. You called us here in such a hurry, just to watch a movie with you. Masako Araki slammed the table and said loudly. What nonsense are you talking about, girl? After Kawamura Ryunosuke finished speaking, he glanced at Tobi Shota, whose eyes were full of anticipation, and continued, this is the CD that Alex just sent over. Here is Mito attending his first Stanford basketball practice. Upon hearing this, Tobi Shota's expression instantly changed from expectation to disappointment. What? You don't want to see it? Look. 20 minutes later. The film ended, but the three people had different expressions. After a while, Kawamura Ryunosuke drummed his fingers on the table and asked first, what do you think? I have to say, America's basketball is indeed much better than ours. Just looking at this game. If we were to face them now, we would definitely not win. Araki Masako pondered for a moment and then spoke. If my guess is correct, the 5 people fighting against Mito must have terrifying stats. Hubu Jungtai continued. Okay, now that we know the gap, let's train those brats well. Otherwise, last year's new king will fall from the altar this year. Kawamura Ryunosuke said lightly. Fukui and Okamura have graduated, and I don't know if there are any good freshmen this year. Araki Masako murmured. Don't worry, I'll send someone to the All-Daxia League in Tokyo to scout. I think, there's no MVP who wouldn't be interested in the light of Tico, right? Kawamura Ryunosuke's path of confidence. You people have dirty hearts. Masako Araki shook her head and thought to herself. Then there's nothing wrong, you can go back. As soon as Kawamura Ryunosuke finished speaking, Tobi Shota stood up and said seriously. Can you please make a copy of this disc? Of course, you have to leave out the second half of the game. 2 days later, early morning. Yosen High basketball team. Advertisement. Xiao Yazi, why did you call us out during the holidays? Atsushi Murasakibara chewed some snacks and said with a dissatisfied tone. Done, I think the coach must have something to do. Himuro Tatsuya spoke gently. It wasn't Coach Araki who called you here, it was me. At this time, Tobi Shota walked in from outside and shouted at the players on the field. Coach Hoob, what are you holding in your hand? Lu Wei asked sharply. It's Mito's practice match in beautiful country. Do you want to watch it? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shouted in anticipation, Mito's. Ha ha ha, I want to see it. I love watching monsters fighting monsters the most, ha ha ha. I wonder how many points Mito-san can get in this competition. Atsushi Murasakibara didn't say anything, but stared at the disc closely. Let's go to the screening room. Hubu Jungtai said in a deep voice with a dark face. Even Masako Araki didn't say anything and followed with a serious expression. This scene made the originally excited team members feel a little nervous, as if they had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. 10 minutes later, there was silence in the screening room. Everyone's brows were tightly furrowed. Atsushi Murasakibara's eyes were blazing with anger, his fists were clenched, and he even forgot to eat his snacks. Because, in just 10 minutes, Midorioske was beaten. The strongest man in their hearts was actually intercepted, broken through, and dunked over. Is this the difference between basketball and the United States? But this is too big. If we were to face these monsters. A deep sense of frustration arose. Lu Wei, do you have anything to say? Tobi Shota frowned, looked around at the team members with different expressions, and asked. As he graduated from the 3rd grade, Lu Wei naturally became the captain of the Yosen basketball team. Ah, me. Lu Wei pointed at himself and said in surprise. Well, let me tell you my thoughts after watching it. First of all, I think it's not surprising that Mito lost because he is still young and never participates in training. It's normal to lose to those who are a few years older. Moreover, the opponent is a player from the American University team. They are also 1 in a million. We don't need to be discouraged now. The future is long and the outcome is uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. After Lu Wei finished speaking, there was not the thunderous applause he had imagined. Advertisement. There was still complete silence all around. Puff. Araki Masako finally couldn't help laughing, then she quickly covered her mouth, turned around, and trembled all over. I didn't expect. Mito. He was bullied so badly. Seeing Araki Masako's poor acting, Tobi Shota hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Alright, your upcoming vacation is cancelled, and training will begin the day after tomorrow. Ah. Upon hearing this, some substitute players cried out in pain. What are you yelling about? If you don't hurry up and train, do you still want to win the championship again this year? When Mito comes back next year, what makes you guys his teammates? Or will you continue to rely on him alone to lead you to the championship? Facing Hubu Shota's 3 soul-searching questions, everyone hurriedly spoke. Coach, that's not what we meant. Yeah, we just can't accept it for a while, after all, Mito. Enough talk, everyone, focus and start training the day after tomorrow. I don't want to not even make it to the finals this year. I want to be Shueichen's teammate. I must become stronger. Listening to the words of the teammates around him, Atsushi Murasakibara shouted in his heart. From the moment he started, he put himself in the shoes of Midorioske. So, he could now understand Midorioske's feelings at that time. Shueichen, you must have been very sad at that time. Mizuki, it's really annoying to be defeated for the first time, right? Shueichen, you don't want to lose either, right? Water friendly. Shueichen, I don't want to leave you alone anymore. Done. Himuro Tatsuya turned his head and looked at Atsushi Murasakibara. Shizi, I want to train. Well, I'll accompany you. At the same time, beautiful country, Blanca Tavern. Box. Midorioske had no idea what happened at Yosen High. At this moment, he is. You guys are raising goldfish. I don't even need that much water to wash my underwear. Garcia, translate. Midorioske was standing with his feet on the table, pointing at Robert and yelling. Robert was helpless and could only look at William for help. Don't look at me, I still owe 6 cups. William pointed to the melon seed shells next to his cup and said helplessly. Don't look at me either, I just finished drinking and now I really can't drink anymore. Jack burped and looked like he was about to vomit. Chapter 116 Inches 1-man team. When you drink more, you naturally talk more. Mito, thank you, I haven't seen Godfather so happy in a long time. William said while patting Midorioske's shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, Alex began to translate. What's wrong? Midorioske put down his empty glass and asked. Before you came, we were always called a 1-man team. Hearing this, everyone else sighed. Could you elaborate? Midorioske and Alex were a little surprised. This shouldn't be the case, Robert and others are also strong, although there is some gap with William. But it can definitely not be called a 1-man team. Then let me tell you. After William finished speaking, the two of them came over curiously. After a while, following William's explanation, the two finally knew the truth. It turns out, 2 years ago, after Stanford's former star player entered the NBA, second-in-command Mike Goss became increasingly disobedient to his godfather's arrangements. Although I am angry, the team really cannot do without him. After the ace left, 2 main seniors also graduated. Of the original main players of the army, only Mike was left. As for Robert and others, they were promoted from the second team to start this year. William was the first substitute for the previous ace, so he was naturally selected as the starter. So how do you compare to that player named Mike? Alex asked. I'll be killed instantly, just like last week when I played against Mito. William smiled self-deprecatingly and drank the wine in the glass. What did he say? Midorioske turned his head and asked. But Alex ignored him and continued to ask, how does he compare to Alyong in strength? It's hard to say, because Mike never took it seriously when he played practice games with us before. However, he did lead us to victory in several friendly matches this year. Actually, Mike has been spotted by several NBA teams, but he has to finish college, so. William thought for a moment and said. Hearing this, Alex felt mixed emotions. The next day, at the bank entrance. Why did you bring me here? Midorioske asked, yawning. Apply for a card. Alex said, and without waiting for his consent, he pulled him into the bank. Advertisement. After a while, Alex took Midorioske's card and said, go sit down and wait for me. I'll deposit the $20,000 for you. Good. Midorioske nodded obediently, then went to the rest area and took a nap. Counter. Hello, could you please transfer $200,000 to this card? What are you having for lunch? I'll treat you. Midorioske was in a good mood holding the bank card. After all, money is his own money when it is in his pocket. Casual, Alex said with a bright smile after returning the phone with the bank messages deleted to Midorioske. Then why don't you introduce it to me? Whatever it is, I don't understand it either. What if I order 10 servings of fried rice when I order food? You little brat. Then go eat a burger. Alex looked at Midorioske in front of him, feeling a little conflicted. Although she had deducted $200,000 for him, she had no way to deal with the remaining $1 million. After all, his uncle specifically told him, this money is useful. As for why she didn't tell Midorioske the truth, it was because she was afraid that after he knew it, he would just fly back to Sakura country and give up. After all, that's $1 million. Otherwise, should I say, this is a personal sponsorship of $200,000 from Coach Munger. Please, the private amount is already $200,000. Even if Alyong has a pig's brain, he knows that hiring him as an external aide for $30,000 is fake. Hamburger shop. You mean Lao Deng will arrange practice matches more often in the future? Midorioske took a bite of his burger and chewed. Yeah, March is almost here, so I guess you guys will be practicing your coordination for the rest of the time. Alex said as he took a sip of his Coke. Oh, I see. Midorioske stretched and said. Meanwhile, in Sakura country. A sports brand called Mito was born today. Tico Junior High School basketball team. Coach, why do we have new uniforms? Hey, there are new shoes. Wow, I can tell it's really good material just by touching it. Coach, are these free? Tico's teammates asked excitedly as they received their new jerseys and sneakers. Of course, this is our newest sponsor. The young coach answered proudly as he looked at his players. Yosen High Basketball Gymnasium. Advertisement. What, Captain, you said the brand of these new shoes is Mito. Passerby looked at the new sneakers in disbelief. Yes, not just the shoes, but even our new jerseys. Lu Wei said while wearing a jersey and sneakers. No wonder. I was wondering why this logo looks so much like Mito. But is Mito doing so well now? You guys got your clothes and shoes, but you're not going to training. Hey, Captain, I'll go right away. After distributing the clothes and shoes, Lu Wei looked at the team members who were still talking and laughed and scolded. Done. Mito should be famous in beautiful elementary school now, right? If you still want to help him, you have to work harder. Himuro Tatsuya looked at Atsushi Murasakibara who had been staring at the logo and spoke gently. Muro-kun, let's go train too. Beautiful country. After eating and drinking, Midorioske and Alex strolled down the street. A refreshing spring breeze blew past the two of them. Mito, Alex. At this moment, a voice called them. It's you guys, where are you going? Midorioske turned around and looked at the starting lineup of the SFO basketball team and asked. Alyong asked why you are here. Alex said with a smile. Let's go to Tron. William said mysteriously with a smile. Train. Alex wondered. Well, we usually rest and occasionally participate in some street basketball games. Jack spoke up. Yeah, do you want to come together? Robert extended the invitation. After Alex finished translating, Midorioske shook his head like a rattle. Mito, don't underestimate this kind of competition. There are a lot of powerful guys here. Jack looked at Midorioske who was shaking his head, thinking that he was disdainful of this kind of competition. What is he talking about? Midorioske looked at Jack who had a serious expression and turned his head to ask. He said that if you participate in this kind of street basketball game, first of all, you can get money. How many? Not much, maybe a few hundred to tens of thousands. For you now. Before Alex could finish his words, Midorioske had already stood next to the SFO player and spoke to him. Let's go, why are you still standing there? Alex. Chapter 117 Encounter with the Jabberwocky team. Rucker Park Basketball Arena. This place is known as the Holy Land of Streetball, and NBA stars have come here to compete with the Masters. When Midorioske and others first arrived, they were shocked by the packed baseball field. Looks like there's a final to watch today too. William was a little surprised. The final he was talking about was the final match between two teams that had won 13 games in a row. Alex translated to Midorioske. Although they also wanted to go in and watch, there was no way because it was very crowded. So they could only go into the indoor basketball court. When we first entered, the museum was already full of spectators. How about you guys go get ready first, and I'll go with Mito to register. Alex spoke up. No, there's no rush. William and his friends chose to register with Midorioske. It didn't take long for him to register and walk towards the crowd. Hey, isn't this the yellow monkey? At this time, a voice was heard. Midorioske ignored it and continued walking towards the direction of the Sifu group. The owner of the voice saw this and his expression turned fierce. He took 2 quick steps, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on Midorioske's shoulder. I say, monkey, pretending not to hear is not a good habit. At this time, Midorioske turned around. Who is it? It's you. Didn't expect it. We meet again, son. Seeing who it was, Midorioske exclaimed in surprise. The person in front of him is his own son, Nick. Nick, is this the person who hit you earlier? He really is a monkey. Ha ha ha. At this time, several figures came to Nick's side, staring at Midorioske and smiling. Looking at the few people chattering and gesticulating in front of him, Midorioske's expression became increasingly cold. Then he turned and shouted, Garcia. Hearing this, after Alex and the others realized what was happening, they quickly came over. Hey, isn't this Jabberwock? What are you trying to do? After seeing the people in front of him, Jack licked his lips and said, Aliong, are you okay? Alex walked quickly to Midoriosche's side and said worriedly. It's nothing, it's just that my son brought a group of people over and started to rant in front of me. Advertisement. I felt it was too noisy and I couldn't understand what was being said, so I thought of asking you to come over and translate for me. Midorioske shrugged, somewhat helplessly. William, do you want to take care of this matter? A yellow-haired man with tattoos all over his arms spoke with a gloomy face. None of your business. Robert started to criticize directly without any mercy. Robert, what do you mean? A burly man with white hair and an air of dominance pointed at Robert and roared. Literally, if you don't agree, let's fight again. Robert looked at everyone in Jabberwock and hooked his finger. We don't have time to play with you right now. We're going to Sakura country to play a friendly match. We'll see you when we get back. The yellow-haired man with tattoos on his arms uttered a harsh word and left with the Jabberwock players. Tisk. Robert snorted, and the others followed suit and shushed him. Jabberwock stopped when he heard that, then turned around and gave a vicious look to a few people before turning around and leaving again. Do you know them? After watching the other person leave, Alex asked curiously. Yes, they are now a basketball team called Jabberwock. The guy with yellow hair just now is called Nash Gore, the point guard of their team. As for the one with white hair, his name is Jason Thibault, and he is the center. The other three are power forward Seke, small forward Alan, and shooting guard Nick. Jack introduced with disdain. Do you know each other? Alex asked in surprise. Yes, I know him. When I was in high school, Nash was in our school. He was a freshman and was bullied terribly. However, after I graduated, I heard that this guy suddenly woke up and started to look down on others. In the end, I actually quit the basketball club, formed a team with other people, and have been playing street basketball ever since. William couldn't help laughing as he recalled the past. Have you played games here too? Yes. Who's winning? Haha, if we had lost, we would have been the ones running away in disgrace. On the other side, at the entrance of a small supermarket. Damn you, Robert. Next time, I'm going to smash you to pieces. Jason Sebo suddenly squeezed the bottle of mineral water he had just bought and burst it. The others took a big step back as if they were used to it, avoiding the spraying water. Advertisement. Nick, the monkey that hit you seems to be their new member. You can only take revenge next time. But, at this point, Nashger's face darkened. Next month, we can help you bully other monkeys. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, Age of Miracles, and Kagami Taiga and others were sitting in a burger shop. In front of them, each of them had a set meal. Akashi, what do you want with us?